Chapter 1 Ding. In the year 762 of the AG calendar, in the seventh universe on Earth, amidst a mountainous forest, lush greenery enveloped the surroundings, with wild grasses flourishing. A brook babbled melodiously, while birds chirped joyfully. Beneath a tree, a majestic tiger lay in a feigned slumber. Suddenly, Jiang Ling, caught in a state of bewilderment, appeared before the tiger, having just relieved himself. A stream of urine splashed directly onto the tiger's head. Surveying the verdant environment around him, enlightenment dawned upon him. What the hell? Is it possible to traverse dimensions just by urinating? Is this some kind of joke? The tiger's gaze was filled with suspicion as it turned towards him, but Jiang Ling met its eyes with unwavering confidence. Without a hint of hesitation, he continued his act. He knew all too well that halting now would change nothing. A standoff ensued between man and beast, time seemingly frozen in that moment. The only movement came from the steam wafting off the tiger's head. Suddenly, Jiang Ling shivered, shook himself, and concluded his act, feeling refreshed. The tiger's gaping maw loomed larger in his sight. In silence, one either perishes or erupts. He shouted, "System, at this juncture, if you do not intervene, when will you?" Silence reigned, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze. As the tiger's maw approached ominously, Jiang Ling resigned himself to his fate, hoping only for a painless end. What a stroke of bad luck! But at that moment, from the leaves of a nearby tree, a small figure leaped down, wielding a sharp sword. To Jiang Ling, this diminutive figure appeared as if a celestial being had descended, charging straight at the tiger. Swish! A flash of cold light sliced through the air. The tiger fell, lifeless. Blood pooled around it. With a lingering sense of dread, Jiang Ling pushed aside the tiger's carcass and dusted off his clothes. Such is the world. Might makes right. If you wish to devour others, be prepared to be devoured in turn. Gazing at the corpse, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reflect though he hadn't dealt the fatal blow, it did not preclude him from sharing his thoughts. His gaze shifted to his savior. Before him stood a young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, brandishing a sword. Clad in a small orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned with a circle and the character boy inscribed within. Recognizing the familiar attire and face, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the suddenly appearing boy was none other than the son of Sun Wukong, son Gohan. Gohan was equally surprised, inquiring, "How do you know my name?" Jiang Ling fell silent. Seeing Gohan here indicated that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball understands. The power levels here are absurdly unbalanced, and Earth's fate is fraught with peril, often facing destruction. One misstep could lead to an unmarked grave. After a long pause, Jiang Ling ultimately accepted the reality of his situation. What other choice did he have? Could he possibly return? After contemplating, Jiang Ling introduced himself. "My name is Jiang Ling. You may call me Uncle Jiang Ling. Thank you for saving me. As for how I know you, that tale is lengthy. I will explain it to you in due time. Those who understand will understand, and for those who do not, I cannot assist." Oh, okay. Gohan scratched his head, his innocence shining through at the tender age of 4, and he accepted Jiang Ling's words without suspicion. Then, he commenced the task of handling the tiger's remains. "Uncle Jiang Ling, I'm going to roast some meat. Would you like to join me?" Jiang Ling rubbed his empty stomach and nodded. "That wouldn't be appropriate, but since you so warmly invited me, I shall indulge." Gohan displayed remarkable skill in butchering the tiger, as if he had spent considerable time living in the wilderness. Jiang Ling watched quietly from the side, refraining from offering assistance. For no other reason than he simply did not know how. Examining Gohan's martial attire, adorned with the character wall, and his sword, Jiang Ling deduced a conclusion. The Dragon Ball storyline must currently be set in the early stages of Dragon Ball Z, a year prior to Vegeta's invasion of Earth, when Sun Wukong was slain by Raditz. The 4-year-old Gohan had been captured by Piccolo for training in the wild. Jiang Ling rapidly sorted through the narrative in his mind. At that moment, a voice echoed within him. "La la la. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully traversing dimensions." Jiang Ling gazed up at the star-speckled night sky. After a long while, He finally nodded. I understand. I called for you earlier. Why did you not appear? A look of reproach crossed Jiang Ling's face. It was worth noting that he had nearly become a meal for the tiger. Ding, this system understands your urgency, but please do not rush. The system was in the process of booting up, hence the silence. However, it has granted you the skill to fluently communicate in the Dragon Ball language, allowing for seamless conversation with Son Gohan. I comprehend the rationale, but do you not fear for my demise? Ding, rest assured. This system is exceptionally intelligent and has calculated that you will certainly be rescued by Gohan. Are you not concerned about potential errors? Ding, not at all. If worst comes to worst, we shall simply find another host. Very well, I accept your apology. This system did not issue an apology? Do you wish to kneel before me? No need for such grand gestures, oh dear. If you wish to kneel, then kneel. As Jiang Ling engaged in a congenial dialogue with the system, he caught Gohan's eye as he was about to discard the tiger's tail. He quickly intervened. Hey, do not throw that away. It is of great use. What use could it possibly have? We typically do not consume such things. Gohan looked on with confusion. Jiang Ling explained, this is a treasure. However, it would be of no benefit to a child. I see. Gohan's face brightened with understanding. He realized there was still much knowledge to acquire. Jiang Ling picked up the tiger's tail and approached the brook to clean it. He then ventured into the thicket to gather some herbs and odor-neutralizing plants, placing them into a pot over a fire to boil. With utmost seriousness, Jiang Ling informed Gohan, in the future, prepare this for your father. It will be extremely beneficial. He will grow significantly stronger. Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding. Suddenly, he appeared pensive, murmuring softly, my father is dead. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Your father will be revived. There are miraculous Dragon Balls on Earth that can bring anyone back to life. Is that true? Indeed, as long as you strive to enhance your power and defeat your adversaries. Okay. A glimmer of hope ignited in Gohan's eyes. He simultaneously added a new goal to his heart. When Dad comes back, I will make him tiger tail soup. With that thought, Gohan resumed roasting the tiger meat. Jiang Ling nodded approvingly. On a summer night, the gentle breeze was refreshing against their skin. Ding, allow this system to introduce itself. Jiang Ling waved his hand, interrupting. I understand you are eager, but please do not rush. Before long, the tiger meat was perfectly roasted. The aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Ling and Gohan began to feast heartily. The meat was rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough. A true delicacy. Gohan's culinary skills were commendable, evidently honed from his time in the wild. Once satiated, Jiang Ling savored the tiger tail soup while it was still warm, exhaling a contented sigh. Seeing his satisfaction, Gohan's own cravings were piqued, prompting him to take a sip of the soup. Jiang Ling was unable to intervene in time. Gohan, how does your body feel? I don't feel anything. Do not consume any more. You're still young. Moderation is key. Okay, adults' words often carry weight, even if this particular adult falls short in strength compared to a child. Chapter 2. Father and Son reunited. The night deepened. The campfire crackled and popped. Son Gohan, clutching the sword sheath, leaned against a rock, falling into a deep slumber. Jiang Ling reclined against the stone, his hands resting behind his head as he gazed at the star-laden Milky Way, twinkling in his eyes. He found himself unable to sleep. Perhaps it was due to the recent transition, or perhaps he had indulged too much in the tiger tail soup, causing his blood to surge with restlessness. In his boredom, Jiang Ling summoned the system within his mind. System, please commence your performance. This system is currently at version 1.0, possessing only the sign-in feature for now, with more formidable functionalities to be unlocked in the future. Sign-in feature? Jiang Ling found himself intrigued by the system. Murmuring to himself, this feature could be quite ambiguous. In the novels he had read, systems with sign-in features were either excessively overpowered or utterly useless, with the latter being the more frequent outcome. He wondered what this system would be like. Host, this system's sign-in requires physical contact with the target to register, granting a random reward of one ability. This ability may include, but is not limited to, skills, talents, experiences, and more. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. At present, the sign-in features seemed promising. So, is there a beginner's gift pack? Oh, how did you know? Just tell me if there is one. Ding, the system has issued a large gift pack. Scion Bloodline, 10 sins of beans. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ling sat up straight. Leaving aside the question of the Scion Bloodline's strength, is undeniably the most popular lineage. Who could possibly disagree? During his childhood, Jiang Ling yearned most fervently to be a Scion. Particularly captivated by their transformation, it was undeniably cool. In his youth, he would often exclaim, "Ah, ah, ah," at home for an extended duration, only to receive a thorough beating from his father. At that time, he was rather naive, and the more he was punished, the more exhilarated he felt, as he imagined that entering a near-death state would enable him to recover and gain power akin to a Scion. He even thought it wasn't painful enough and provocatively exclaimed, "Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have?" The outcome was, as one might expect, was met with another round of hefty blows. He spent a whole week recuperating in the hospital. Ah, how nostalgic. A look of reminiscence flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as he silently recited, "Activate the Scion Bloodline." As the bloodline fused, a notification sounded. Jiang Ling felt an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. Hiss! How delightful! Jiang Ling couldn't help but vocalize his pleasure, his expression one of sheer enjoyment. As the Scion bloodline continued to integrate, a brown tail sprouted from behind him. Gradually, this sense of delight persisted. Jiang Ling could no longer endure it. His countenance morphed into one of anguish. Has it been too long? No one could withstand this. Nearby, son Gohan, roused from his slumber by the commotion, quickly inquired, "What's wrong? What's happening?" "Ah," Jiang Ling stammered, "I am fine, don't mind me." In such a situation, son Gohan was at a loss for how to assist and could only fret anxiously from the sidelines. Time passed, and eventually, Jiang Ling regained his composure. He gasped for breath, a sensation difficult to articulate. It was an enduring half-hour of pleasure, though it could more accurately be described as torment. His stamina had plummeted to its lowest point. At that moment, he felt exceedingly feeble, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to retrieve a senzu bean from the system space. Indeed, the system provided its own storage. System, this is standard equipment. After consuming the senzu bean, Jiang Ling finally felt rejuvenated. His strength had returned, stamina fully replenished. He had no desire to relive that previous experience. Although it was quite pleasurable, it was overwhelmingly so. He stood up and assessed his own power. There was no increase in strength whatsoever. The fusion of the Scion bloodline had yielded little result. He surmised that he would need to train to enhance his abilities. After all, Goku was also of Scion lineage, and he had ascended through countless battles. An idea sparked in Jiang Ling's mind, prompting him to ask the system. "System, doesn't the Scion bloodline possess a passive ability that significantly boosts combat power upon near-death recovery? My earlier state should meet that criterion, right?" Ding. Host, this passive ability requires combat power to be elevated to 100 before activation. Jiang Ling, are you feeling any better? Should we head into town to find some medicine? Gohan, still by Jiang Ling's side, expressed his concern. His kind-hearted nature compelled him to help without hesitation in such circumstances. Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. Smiling, he replied, "I'm fine. It was just a gastric issue that will pass if I endure it." Does gastric trouble manifest in such a manner? Son Gohan tilted his head, utterly baffled, yet continued, "My mother used to suffer from gastric issues, but after taking some capsules from a reputable brand, she was fine. You might want to try that." Jiang Ling nodded. "All right, they'll pick some up when I return." "Thank you, Gohan." Seeing Jiang Ling was unharmed, son Gohan relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He yawned and prepared to return to sleep when he suddenly caught sight of the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling, his surprise evident. "You have a tail too? I thought you didn't have one." Jiang Ling glanced at his tail and replied earnestly, "You must be mistaken. I have always had a tail." "Ah, is that so?" Gohan scratched his head, not wanting to dwell on the matter further. "I must have misremembered. I used to have a tail as well, but it's gone now. As they discussed tails, Gohan's sleepiness vanished, and he eagerly began to explain their various uses. For instance, they could be used for scratching, twirling in circles while chasing it, and when nature called, they could provide stability by propping against the ground, forming a triangular support with the legs. Mom will no longer have to worry about me losing my balance while urinating. Jiang Ling listened with a smile, silently noting all that Gohan shared. He had never considered the multitude of uses for a tail. As Gohan rambled on, his eyelids began to droop, the allure of sleep beckoning once more. Jiang Ling gently patted Gohan's head. Go to sleep, it's getting late. Son Gohan drifted off beside him. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, checking the rewards from the earlier moment when he had patted Gohan's head for a sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. As this is the host's first sign-in, the optimization reward Gohan's potential has been triggered. Jiang Ling's heart leaped with joy. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball knows that Gohan possesses immense potential with proper training. Defeating Goku and kicking Vegeta would be child's play if only he weren't so focused on academia. This sign-in reward was a tremendous boon. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, composing himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he sign in again today? He reached out and lightly touched Gohan, silently reciting once more, sign in. Ding. Host, you may only sign in once a day. Jiang Ling curled his lips in disdain. As expected, he knew it would turn out this way. So, can I sign in on Wufan tomorrow? Ding. The same target can only be signed in again after 1 year. Jiang Ling, this system is utterly useless. It would be better to enhance my own abilities and obliterate everything. Host, I shall strive to improve and endeavor to provide you with superior assistance. Is there anything else you require help with? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and inquired. Are you capable of enhancing my strength? This request is utterly reasonable. After all, in the wilderness, one may encounter numerous formidable creatures, such as colossal dinosaurs. Given his current combat prowess, should he cross paths with the previous ferocious tiger, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. It is only sensible to seek an increase in strength, for it is not feasible to remain perpetually reliant on Gohan, a mere 4-year-old, for protection. However, the host was informed, you are overly optimistic. Strength must be cultivated through your own efforts. The system will not grant it to you directly. Should immense power be bestowed upon you without effort, you would find it unmanageable, resulting in a sense of emptiness. Only the strength earned through your own training truly belongs to you. Stop, enough. No more words. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples, and he finally understood. The system was overwhelming his CPU. Wretched system. Jiang Ling grew increasingly infuriated and resolved to confront the CPU. System, you are my offspring. Please use civilized language, host. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in surprise. What is the matter? Am I mistaken? You are my son. The system, exhibiting its own temperament, retorted immediately. A spirited exchange ensued, leading to a lively verbal sparring match. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Oh, my dear son, how obedient you are. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Contentedly, he leaned against a stone and drifted off to sleep. In the distance, atop the mountain, a solitary figure sat in meditation, his green skin blending seamlessly with the forest around him. His expression was one of indifference, a white hat wrapped around his head, and a white cloak draped elegantly over his shoulders. This individual was none other than Piccolo. Piccolo withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ling, lost in thought. The origins of this person were shrouded in mystery, yet he appeared to possess the bloodline of a Saiyan. Regardless, it mattered little, for he seemed quite feeble. Chapter 3. Jiang Ling without teeth the following day. When Jiang Ling awoke, Sun Wukong had already foraged some wild fruits from the forest. This would serve as their breakfast. While consuming the fruits, Jiang Ling inquired about a particular matter. Wukong, how long have you been here? Upon hearing the question, Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. It should be around 5 months. 5 months, Jiang Ling murmured, a flicker of urgency crossing his gaze. According to the storyline, Wukong had 1 month remaining before Piccolo would commence his rigorous training. They were still in the phase of surviving in the wilderness. This meant that there were 7 months left until Vegeta's invasion of Earth. If he began training now, his combat power might not keep pace with the main forces. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected the host's intense desire, triggering the real name authentication package. Please bind your identification card to claim it. A question mark slowly emerged above Jiang Ling's head. System, why do you exude such a strong mobile game vibe? Sigh, let bygones be bygones. May I inquire if the host has been bound? Bound. Jiang Ling announced a series of numbers. 44 20 23 88 78. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations on receiving the real name authentication gift package. Open. Ding. Acquired a special celestial bean. A special celestial bean? Jiang Ling leaned against the specially crafted celestial bean in his hand, which bore resemblance to an ordinary celestial bean. Special celestial bean. Consuming it can enhance combat prowess by 200. Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart. Truly, he is my son. Displaying filial piety towards his father. Did you forget that you called me father with your own lips last night? Jiang Ling's expression was one of pride. Host, you have no teeth. That is utterly shameless. Jiang Ling curled his lips and promptly consumed a specially crafted celestial bean. Instantly, a surge of formidable power coursed through his entire being. As the muscles in his arms became more defined, and the faint outline of six-pack abs began to emerge on his abdomen. At this moment, Jiang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He took a deep breath, relieved that reason still prevailed. The earlier notion was merely an illusion. It is only natural to experience such a sensation when one suddenly acquires power magnitudes greater than before. Sun Wukong gazed at Jiang Ling in astonishment, exclaiming, Jiang Ling, why do I feel that you have suddenly become immensely stronger? Jiang Ling nodded slightly, offering no explanation, and delivered a powerful punch to the nearby boulder. Boom. The stone was riddled with cracks. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Jiang Ling is so formidable. Why then did he nearly succumb to the tiger yesterday? This striking contrast evokes a sense of admiration within him. Remarkable. Absolutely astonishing. You are incredibly impressive. Remain humble. Remain humble. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, the gentle breeze caressing him as his garments fluttered audibly. Unintentionally, 6 defined abdominal muscles were revealed, possessing the ability to protect himself. Jiang Ling felt no need to linger in this place any longer, and thus bid farewell to Gohan. He had initially intended to undergo training with Piccolo, but soon realized that Piccolo would hardly assist a stranger who had appeared out of the blue. Plans are often outpaced by unforeseen circumstances. By chance, he had acquired a specialized Senza bean, which elevated his combat power to 200 points. It was now time to venture beyond the novice village in pursuit of more effective paths to enhance his strength. In a distant city, a singer's concert had just concluded, and the artist returned to the backstage area. A staff member, adorned with a tail, approached eagerly, exclaiming, Goku, you are my idol. I have listened to your songs since childhood. May I shake your hand? The singer smiled and nodded, mistaking the individual for a fan, and extended his hand for a brief grasp. After the handshake, the staff member's lips curled into a subtle smile as he departed the backstage area. Indeed, that individual was Jiang Ling. It had been half a month since he parted ways with Gohan. Disguised as a fan, he had collected autographs from numerous singers, yet had garnered an array of master-level skills, including culinary arts, acting, driving, exceptional laziness, and proficient programming, among others. Just moments ago, he had attained a master-level singing ability. While it could be said that he possessed a multitude of talents, none of them contributed to enhancing his strength. At this juncture, Yamcha, Tien, and others should be training with the Kai. Perhaps it was time to pay them a visit. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, then retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground, transforming it into a sleek hover motorcycle. For this motorcycle, he had been laboring for the past fortnight, ultimately acquiring a lockpicking skill that enabled him to liberate the motorcycle from the residence of a wealthy individual. Simultaneously, he had located the position of Kolinta, for the temple of the deities was situated directly above it. To venture there, one must first ascertain the whereabouts of Kolinta. Jiang Ling contemplated that with his current abilities, he could undoubtedly lead a fulfilling life on Earth. Otherwise, why not simply give in to despair? After all, with warriors like Sun Wukong to bear the brunt of calamities, he might only suffer collateral damage, facing death a few times. But with the Dragon Balls, resurrection was assured. Ding. Host, a gentle reminder, your soul is not under this realm's jurisdiction. The dragon cannot revive you. Damn it. How infuriating. Jiang Ling, filled with indignation, mounted his motorcycle and, with a twist of the throttle, sped towards the direction of Kolinta. He understood that without strength, one is utterly insignificant, let alone living a splendid life surrounded by beautiful women. It is said that within the sacred grounds of Krillin, there exists a tower known as Kolinta, where resides a Krillin immortal. Jiang Ling gazed at the towering Kolinta, nodding slightly, for it resembled precisely as depicted in the illustrations. After a lengthy journey, he had finally arrived at this place. Beneath the tower resided two individuals, a father and son. The father, a robust man dressed in attire reminiscent of a primitive tribe, was named Bra, while the son was a young man named Uppa. Their family's sacred duty was to protect the sanctity of Kalinta. "Greetings to you." Jiang Ling greeted him. Upon seeing the visitor, Bra tensed up, a wary expression adorning his face. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Do not be alarmed," Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand with a smile. "I am a practitioner of martial arts, and I learned of this place through Master Rashi. Hence, I have come to ascend the Korin Tower." Upon hearing this, Bra's demeanor softened slightly, and a hint of kindness flickered in his eyes. "Master Rashi? Is he faring well?" he asked. "It is said that those who climb the Korin Tower can greatly enhance their abilities. Master Rashi successfully ascended the tower in the past. In his youth, Bra had attempted to climb, but had failed. Thus, he understood the formidable challenge that awaited ordinary martial artists. Master Rashi is thriving, enjoying his meals, in excellent health, and indulging in daily television." Jiang Ling spoke with utmost seriousness. After all, the parties involved were unaware. Any statement could suffice. The crux of the matter was that he had yet to utter anything erroneous. Chapter 4. Kalinta, the Divine Hall. Jiang Ling turned to the young man beside him, astonished. "You are Uppa?" "Yes, I am. How do you know my name?" Uppa inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's astonishment deepened. "Aren't you a girl?" In his memory, Uppa had been such an adorable child, certainly a girl. How had he grown into a man? "Who said that?" Uppa retorted, slightly irked. "Whoever said I was a girl? I aspire to be a man, just like my father." Jiang Ling suddenly realized. It turned out that not all those who possess an adorable appearance are girls. Climbing the tower is an exceedingly perilous trial. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal fall. "Are you truly certain you wish to undertake this challenge?" Bola cleared his throat, his expression grave. He deemed it essential to impart this warning to Jiang Ling, for there had been numerous martial artists who had previously met with failure in this endeavor. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, I am ready to accept the challenge. However," he continued, "you must first defeat me in order to ascend the tower. Should you fail to conquer me, reaching the pinnacle will remain an impossibility." Bola gradually assumed a defensive stance. Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that there was no need for such trouble. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he darted past the father and son, Beulah and Uppa, propelling himself towards the pillar that supported Karinta. Beulah barely registered the movement. The speed was astonishingly swift. Jiang Ling directly ascended the pillar supporting Kalinta. Amidst the astonished gazes of Bra and Uppa, he casually ran up the vertical structure with his hands tucked into his pockets, as if traversing flat ground. Even Newton would have been compelled to give a thumbs up. Bra, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in disbelief, eventually uttering a single phrase, "Impressive." Uppa, in shock, gazed at Jiang Ling's receding figure and after a while, inquired, "Father, is he truly all right doing this? What if he falls?" Bra, regaining his composure, shook his head and pointed toward Jiang Ling. "It should be fine. Look, he is not only running on the pillar but is also able to spin and leap." All while keeping his eyes closed. The wind howled fiercely around them. Before long, Jiang Ling beheld the circular hollow edifice at the pinnacle. With hands tucked into his pockets, he propelled himself into the air, executing a graceful 360-degree spin before landing elegantly within the tower. Before him stood a cat, upright on its hind legs, slightly plump, adorned in a coat of pristine white fur, its paws clutching a staff that surpassed its own height. It appeared utterly harmonious in its surroundings. "You must be Master Karen?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Indeed, I am Master Karen. May I ask how this valiant warrior is addressed?" The master replied with a slight nod, exuding politeness. "Greetings, Master Karen. I am Jiang Ling." He introduced himself. Jiang Ling gazed curiously at Master Karen. Although she had encountered him numerous times in comics, this was her first experience seeing the living, breathing Master Karen before her. He appeared so adorable that she felt an irresistible urge to pet him. "Jiang Ling, have you ascended the tower seeking the ultra-divine water? To obtain the ultra-divine water, you must first endure my trial of combat." Jiang Ling shook his head, stating, "I shall not partake in the super-divine water. For I have heard whispers of its lethal toxicity. It is said that only those with pure hearts can escape its deadly grasp. I dare not gamble with my life, for I cannot coexist with such a perilous wager." The immortal Krillin inquired, Is there any way I can assist you? Meow. Jiang Ling spoke earnestly. If possible, could you grant me some magical beans? These beans are among the most extraordinary items in the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of one's strength or the severity of their injuries, as long as one is still alive, consuming a single bean guarantees a complete restoration of vitality. In gaming terms, it replenishes health and energy to 100%. Upon hearing this, Master Karen's expression turned grave. It is not feasible at the moment. A few years ago, I could have provided them to you, but now the magical beans have been entirely depleted. To speak candidly, 2 formidable adversaries will invade Earth in 6 months. When the next batch of magical beans ripens, priority must be given to the warriors. Hence I cannot bestow any upon you. Jiang Ling suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. Previously, the supply of divine beans had been entirely consumed by a Kairobe over the course of several centuries. Now, with the resources of divine beans running low and the impending invasion by Vegeta in 6 months, he needed to prepare some divine beans for unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ling could only lament his misfortune, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Well, it seems a bit unreasonable to come all this way and leave without achieving anything, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Master Karen's beard quivered. You call this arduous? What do you think those who struggled to climb up here would say? He retorted. So, what do you desire? I shall consider your request. I wish to go to the heavenly temple, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling raised his hand, pointing upwards, and revealed his second intention. The deity is the overseer of Earth, holding a position even superior to that of the cat immortal. Wielding an unparalleled ace in the form of the spirit time house. Within its confines, one can cultivate for an entire year while only a single day passes outside. To utilize the spirit time house in the future, one must seek the permission of the deity. Your ascent to the tower grants you the privilege to enter the Divine Hall. However, access to the Divine Hall requires the deity's consent. I shall communicate with them. Master Krillin uttered, then closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and gazed upon Jiang Ling. The deity has granted permission. You may proceed. Jiang Ling nodded, remaining motionless in his place. The cat sage also did not move. The two, one human and one cat, locked eyes in silence. Why don't you come closer? The cat sage could not help but inquire. Do you harbor some misunderstanding, thinking that everyone can fly? Jiang Ling shrugged helplessly. This. The cat sage scratched its head. Having interacted with Sun Wukong and others frequently, it had forgotten this detail. My apologies, please wait a moment. With that, the cat sage raised its staff, its plump form dancing animatedly, murmuring incantations as if performing a ritual. Meow 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 meow. The melodious spell flowed from its mouth. Suddenly, a teleportation array radiating white light materialized before Jiang Ling. This is a teleportation array that can take you directly to the Divine Hall. You may enter, the cat sage concluded, gesturing for Jiang Ling to step inside. Jiang Ling nodded, retrieving a capsule from his pocket. With a press of a button, he tossed it onto the ground. Following a puff of smoke, 10 bags of cat food materialized before him. Master Karen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Though I come bearing no gifts, I hope you will graciously accept this offering of cat food. Jiang Ling smiled and, without waiting for the immortal Krillin to utter a word, stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from sight. Cat food? What is that? Krillin, the immortal, pondered. Upon opening a packet of cat food, an instant spark of excitement ignited in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the feline head eagerly dove in, devouring the cat food with great enthusiasm. So delicious. Sob sob. Never has anything tasted so exquisite. Sob sob. Jiang Ling stepped into the teleportation array and, after a brief moment of dizziness, found himself in a vast square. The majestic temple of the gods loomed nearby, while 2 rows of verdant trees adorned the expansive plaza, infusing it with a touch of greenery. A few figures were engaged in training on the square: Krillin, Tien, Kaioshin, Yamcha, and Yajirobe, all familiar faces from the early days of Dragon Ball. They had been summoned by the gods for special training in preparation for the impending invasion of the Saiyans in 6 months. At that moment, they were engaged in combat, honing their skills. Suddenly, upon noticing the unexpected arrival, they halted and turned their gazes toward him. Their expression shifted dramatically when they spotted the tail behind Jiang Ling. He possesses a tail too. Is he a Saiyan? A Saiyan. Could it be that the Saiyan invasion has arrived ahead of schedule? What should we do? Goku is still training with King Kai, and our strength is still insufficient. This is terrible. We must fight back. Seeing their determined and desperate expressions, Jiang Ling quickly intervened. Wait, hold on. I am not a villain. The group paused, their faces etched with caution as they exchanged wary glances. They were not naive. If Jiang Ling were indeed an enemy intent on their destruction, he would have acted long ago. Furthermore, having heard that Saiyans do not conceal their energy, the aura Jiang Ling emanated seemed relatively weak, which contributed to their hesitance to act rashly. What brings you here? What is your purpose? Yamcha, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, inquired with an expression of vigilance. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The winds high above were tumultuous, rustling through his garments with a crisp sound, inadvertently bestowing upon him an air of melancholy. I had come to seek the divine being. Guided by the introduction of Master Karen. Upon mentioning Master Karen, the crowd's attention shifted towards a Kairobe who had long resided in close proximity to him, suggesting he might possess some knowledge. A Kairobe finished the snack in his hand and shrugged nonchalantly. Why are you all looking at me? I've been training alongside you all this time. How would I know anything about Karen Tower? Chapter 5. Confrontation with Mr. Bobo on the plaza of the Divine Temple. A gust of wind whirled between two rows of trees, causing their branches to sway gently, prompting the leaves to rustle against one another in a soft symphony. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Dumpling, and a Kairobe stood tense, instinctively adopting a battle-ready stance. Should Jiang Ling exhibit any unusual movement, they would act without hesitation. The two sides faced each other in silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging the situation. It was unavoidable. Arriving for the first time during the Saiyan invasion of Earth warranted their cautious demeanor. At that moment, a sound resonated through the dimly lit heavenly palace, capturing everyone's attention. From within, a figure emerged. No, two figures, as a dark-skinned silhouette trailed behind, obscured by the shadows of the room. The foremost figure was an elderly Namekian. The Earth's deity, adorned in divine robes and wielding a staff, his countenance warm and inviting. Following closely behind him was a stout individual clad in traditional attire, sporting prominent lips and dark skin, who identified himself as Popo, the servant of the deity. Fear not, Jiang Ling reassured, I am not a malevolent being. The revelation that even the deity spoke in such a manner eased the tension among the group. They could place their unreserved trust in the deity, confident that he would not engage in any actions detrimental to Earth. However, Yamcha remained somewhat apprehensive. Great deity, what if they harbor ulterior motives? He inquired. The deity shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom reflected in his eyes, and spoke slowly. What schemes could they possibly devise? With their immense power? Would they even need to resort to subterfuge? This statement rendered Yamcha speechless. Indeed, the deity was correct. The Saiyans possessed such formidable strength that they would disdain the use of plots, opting instead for direct displays of power. Turning his gaze to Jiang Ling, the deity inquired. Greetings, Jiang Ling. I am the deity of this realm. What brings you to seek my counsel? Greetings, deity, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling spoke with a tone of reverence. He recognized the divine being. Centuries ago, when the environment of Namek deteriorated, the divine being's parents sent him to Earth aboard a spaceship. However, for reasons unknown, the young divine lost all memories of Namek. As he grew, he became accustomed to the warfare and bloodshed on Earth, and in pursuit of his ambitions. He resolutely eliminated his darker side, splitting into two entities, the present divine being and the father of Piccolo, the Demon King. For centuries, the divine being has contributed significantly to Earth, selflessly working in the shadows. He would sacrifice his own life to protect the planet. Such a pure heart truly deserves the title of a divine being. Divine being, I wish to enhance my strength. Upon hearing this, the divine being gave a slight nod. Although he remained within the confines of the divine hall, he was acutely aware of all that transpired on Earth, including the emergence of Jiang Ling, the Saiyan. During a fortnight of observation, he became certain of Jiang Ling's noble character, as he dared to seize ill-gotten wealth from affluent individuals, performing acts of justice. This refers to Jiang Ling taking a wealthy person's car. He did possess a minor flaw, his penchant for idolizing stars. As for enhancing your strength very well, you may train alongside them. Mr. Bobo will provide guidance for all of you. Understood, divine being. Without hesitation, Bobo agreed and turned to Jiang Ling. If you wish to challenge me, I shall assess which areas you need to improve. All right. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement and charged directly at Bobo. With a single, unadorned punch, he struck out, devoid of any embellishment. Bobo showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he raised his hand and caught the blow with his palm. The impact resonated with a thud. Remaining steadfast in his position, Bobo shook his head and offered his assessment. Though the strength is formidable, it is dissipated rather than contained, rendering much of the force squandered. Jiang Ling retracted his fists, creating distance. His gaze lowered, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, imperceptible to those around him. Watching from a distance, Yamcha and the others felt a tinge of disappointment in their hearts. Given that Sun Wukong and Raditz were Saiyans, both formidable warriors, they had succumbed to the illusion that all Saiyans possessed immense strength. Thus, witnessing Jiang Ling's performance earlier naturally left them feeling somewhat disheartened. Jiang Ling was oblivious to their thoughts. Just moments ago, as he made contact with Bobo, he seized the opportunity to check in. He was aware that the rewards for checking in were entirely random and harbored no significant hopes of receiving anything extraordinary. However, the system's notification resonated like the sound of a grand prize. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Bobo's combat techniques. Upon receiving the reward, he swiftly assimilated a plethora of tactical experiences. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as the corners of his mouth curved upward, subtly adjusting minor postural errors. Instantly, his demeanor transformed into one of poise and composure, exuding an aura of restrained brilliance. What transpired? In that fleeting moment, his presence shifted, radiating an air of dignified elegance. Others might have overlooked it, yet the gazes of the divine being and Mr. Bobo sharpened with intrigue. Proceed. Jiang Ling uttered 2 words, and with a swift motion, his toes barely grazed the ground, akin to the wind sweeping through autumn leaves. He unleashed another punch, and Mr. Bobo, as before, extended his palm to meet it. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted. Though the technique appeared identical to the previous one, the force behind it was utterly distinct. Jiang Ling's attack was executed with utmost precision, leaving no ounce of strength wasted. He fully harnessed his abilities. If he had previously relied solely on sheer speed, he now demonstrated an understanding of technique. He had transformed into a composed man. Mr. Bobo nodded and tempered his own strength to match Jiang Ling's, subsequently launching a few probing moves. Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged as he steadily accepted the challenge. Excellent. Your combat skills have reached a level of maturity. There is nothing more I can teach you. What you now lack is merely an elevation of strength, Mr. Bobo remarked, withdrawing with praise. Jiang Ling smiled and said, Mr. Bobo, you flatter me. Nearby, Duoya, Mucha, and others couldn't help but gasp slightly. They had been cultivating in the Temple of the Divine for half a year, yet had never received praise from Mr. Bobo. As Jiang Ling began to engage in combat, he quickly garnered recognition after just a few exchanges. This indicates that his fighting experience and skills have reached an extraordinary level. Previously, they felt a tinge of disappointment, but now, a flush of embarrassment paints their cheeks. Chapter 6. Parting Ways. Jiang Ling joined the ranks of those cultivating in the Heavenly Temple. Occasionally, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin would seek his counsel regarding various techniques. Gradually, they grew familiar with one another. After all, they were all engaged in the same practice, devoid of enmity. Although their Saiyan identities initially created a slight barrier. However, as they trained together over time, they naturally became good friends. Time slipped by quietly amidst their training. Due to Jiang Ling's combat skills being recognized by Mr. Popo, he was assigned a training regimen focused on enhancing his physical abilities, maximizing his potential. 9998, 9999, 10,000. Clad in a specially designed weighted suit, Jiang Ling performed push-ups, sweat tracing the contours of his body, seeping through his clothing and forming a puddle on the ground. With each completed set, his garments were thoroughly drenched, yet he paid it no mind, simply removing his shirt and wiping his body with a white towel. He then proceeded to the restroom to wash his face. Upon exiting, he faintly overheard Yamcha on the phone, his tone less than amiable, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. Could you please temper your temper a bit? I've had enough of you. Jiang Ling lowered her gaze and quietly departed. Bulma was likely embroiled in an argument with Yamcha. Their relationship had indeed encountered difficulties during this period, though the specifics remained ambiguous, and Jiang Ling harbored no interest in uncovering them. After a while, having rested sufficiently, Jiang Ling prepared to embark on her next round of training when a plane approached from a distance, landing steadily in the plaza of the Heavenly Temple. From it emerged a fierce young woman, her striking blue hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin fair and flawless, and her face exquisitely beautiful, flushed with a rosy hue. Dressed in a fashionable and vibrant ensemble, she radiated the vitality of youth. The practitioners in the plaza, upon spotting Bulma, greeted her with cheerful smiles. Bulma, what brings you here? Still upset with Yamcha? Oh, it's not worth it. Do you want me to help you give him a good thrashing? Bulma, in the midst of her anger, merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding directly toward Yamcha. With her hands placed firmly on her hips, she coldly remarked, "Is there any point in arguing every day?" Yamcha, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "Do you think I enjoy this? I've made up my mind. If our personalities clash, then we should part ways." Upon hearing this, Bulma expected to feel disheartened or sorrowful. Yet, to her surprise, a sense of relief washed over her, leaving her feeling unburdened. Perhaps the incompatibility of their characters rendered their continued union detrimental to both. Despite the affection they once shared, it had been drained by endless disputes. "Then so be it," she replied, reflecting his sentiments. Jiang Ling quietly enjoyed his snacks from the sidelines, while Krillin and the others refrained from interjecting, recognizing that this was a matter of personal sentiment. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation, any unwarranted commentary would only serve to exacerbate tensions. "Ah, are you new here? I don't believe we've met before," Bulma remarked, her demeanor noticeably lighter following her recent breakup. Engaging in conversation with the group, her gaze fell upon Jiang Ling, eliciting a hint of surprise within her. She was taken aback not only by the arrival of a new member in the Celestial Palace, but also by the striking resemblance of his tale to that of Goku's in his childhood. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, my name is Jiang Ling. It's a pleasure to meet you," Bulma instinctively replied. "Oh, I'm Bulma." She then continued with her inquiry. "Are you a scion like Goku?" Her curiosity was piqued as she observed Jiang Ling's tale. "Indeed," Jiang Ling affirmed, recalling what Krillin and the others had said about Bulma's gentle beauty, which he found to be true upon their first encounter. "Oh, they were just exaggerating." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, adding, "You were quite handsome yourself." Though she spoke modestly, her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile, her heart fluttering with delight. After all, which girl could resist the flattery of a stranger? Bulma was, after all, a perfectly normal young woman. This exchange of compliments brought the two newly acquainted individuals closer together. "Let us exchange contact information. Once this period passes, everyone can gather at my home for a get-together." "Sounds good," Jiang Ling readily agreed. After exchanging contact information, Bulma chatted with everyone for a while before departing in her aircraft. Unbeknownst to them, evening had arrived. Yamcha and Mr. Bobo procured several crates of beer and began to drink together in the square. There was no trace of sorrow following their separation. In fact, they felt quite jubilant. "Aren't you feeling down? Don't you want to cry?" Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. Yamcha waved his hand and replied with a smile, "It's rather peculiar. I feel quite at ease now. Perhaps our personalities simply did not align, and I had long desired to break up. Moreover, during these past years, I could hardly meet Bulma even once or twice a year. Now that we have parted ways, it is quite agreeable. Neither of us hinders the other. I am now a free man and can finally embrace with abandon." As he spoke, Yamcha became animated, his face flushed, whether from the alcohol or his excitement. It was hard to tell. Jiang Ling took a hearty sip of the wheat beverage, and an involuntary sense of pity for Yamcha welled up within him. There were no surprises to be found. In contrast to the original narrative, their separation had occurred several years earlier here, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ultimately, they were destined to part ways. Yamcha, shaking his head, turned to Tien Fan and remarked, "Let us not talk about me. I've heard that there is some trouble brewing between you and Bulma." Upon hearing this, Tien Fan felt a slight headache. "All I wish to do is cultivate my strength. I have little interest in women. She keeps following me, and I find myself at a loss for how to handle the situation." Jiang Ling smiled and remarked, "Why not just give in? It's rare to find a girl whose eyes are filled with you." Sighing, he added, "Let us talk about it later." Listening to their conversation, Krillin stroked his glistening bald head, wearing a look of melancholy. "If there is a girl willing to be with you, why are you still hesitant?" Meanwhile, Jiaozi, having just downed a glass of liquor, succumbed to its effects and promptly fell asleep on the ground. Yakalob chose not to join their revelry, instead indulging himself in a solitary enjoyment of drinks and snacks, which was his greatest delight. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the temple of the gods in a gentle, ethereal veil. Chapter 7. Ascending the Serpent-S Path. Time spent in the temple of the gods passed swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had slipped away. During this period, Jiang Ling devoted himself diligently to his training. He understood that if he did not become significantly stronger, he would be unable to resurrect after the impending destruction of Earth. The system had stated that his soul was not governed by this world. The divine dragon could not bring him back. It was a heavy burden to bear. Every day, Jiang Ling's routine consists of exercising until utterly exhausted, then resting, recovering, and repeating the cycle. Perhaps due to his constitution, his stamina recuperates remarkably quickly, with nearly full recovery achieved overnight. The following day, he resumes his training. Within just 2 months of this rigorous regimen, Jiang Ling's combat prowess reached an astonishing 2,000 points, an incredible tenfold increase. Cleanse and the other Z fighters, who could once hold their own against Jiang Ling, now find themselves utterly outmatched. Even the deities are taken aback. Could this truly be the combat talent of a scion? It seems almost otherworldly. Thankfully, he is not an adversary. In addition to his training, over the past 2 months, Jiang Ling sees the opportunity to learn from Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chaos, and Yajirobe. Acquiring skills such as the Wolf Fang Fist, the instant transmission technique, Chaos' psychic abilities, Yajirobe's swordsmanship, and the key sphere slash. Jiang Ling was immensely satisfied. These skills were essential for combat. It is worth noting that previously, while signing in on others, he had randomly received abilities such as pig slaughtering, riding, sweeping, and feeding cats. The system could bestow all manner of rewards. However, the greatest reward Jiang Ling had received in recent days was from signing in at the Temple of the Gods. The ability of limb regeneration was undoubtedly on a level akin to a glitch. His mother would no longer need to worry about him being harmed by wicked women. Jiang Ling, your power has escalated too swiftly. There is nothing more I can offer you. You may choose to pursue personal cultivation or remain at the Temple of the Gods to continue your training. Upon hearing the words of the deity, Jiang Ling pondered briefly, then lifted his gaze directly to the divine figure. Great deity, forgive my candor, but my current strength is insufficient to confront the 2 malevolent scions that lie ahead. Do you possess any means or locations to further enhance my power? Insufficient to confront. Just how formidable are these scions? The deity's mind trembled slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, there exists a hyperbolic time chamber, but given your current abilities, I would not advise you to venture there. Another option is Planet King Kai, where son Goku, also a scion, is currently training. Jiang Ling promptly chose to visit the King of Worlds. At this juncture, entering the time chamber would yield only a limited enhancement in strength, reaching merely tens of thousands in combat power at best. It would be wise to wait until his abilities were more formidable before venturing there. In contrast, training under the King of Worlds would not only bolster his combat prowess, but also allow him to learn techniques such as the King's Fist and Energy Sphere. This was undoubtedly an exceptional training ground at this stage, especially considering the tenfold gravity present on King Kai's planet. The Supreme God cast a deep glance at Jiang Ling. Very well. I shall take you to King Kai's planet. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, the Supreme God made a quick communication and recited an incantation. In an instant, Jiang Ling found himself before the King of Hell. Lord King of Hell, I present to you an individual seeking to train under the great King Kai. The King of Hell, a towering figure clad in a sharp suit, sat behind his desk attending to matters of state. Upon hearing the Supreme God's words, he glanced over. Ah, the Supreme God of Earth. I recall that you brought someone here 6 months ago, and now you come with another? Yes, as you are aware, the impending crisis facing Earth should not be underestimated. The Supreme God replied with a smile. If Earth were to perish, you would find yourself with several 100 billion souls to manage. The King of Hell nodded in agreement. He too wished to avert the destruction of Earth, for the task of accommodating such an immense number of souls would leave him bereft of holidays for centuries to come. Without further ado, the King of Hell instructed his subordinates to escort Jiang Ling onto the Serpent Road. Only by traversing this path and reaching its end could one arrive at King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling was well aware of these rules. After all, it had taken Goku half a year to traverse the Serpent Road due to his meager combat power of merely a few hundred. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. With his battle prowess of 2,000, surely he would not require half a year. After bidding farewell to the celestial being with a wave, he took to the Serpent Path, racing towards its terminus. Meanwhile, the celestial being returned to the Celestial Hall. Upon his arrival, Mr. Popo inquired, Celestial being, I fail to comprehend. You so readily extend your assistance to Jiang Ling in enhancing his strength. What if he turns out to be an evil scion? The celestial being shook his head. I trust my judgment, and besides, if Jiang Ling were indeed an evil scion, the King of Worlds would discern it effortlessly. Mr. Popo paused briefly before continuing. Might I inquire, Celestial One, is your intention to prepare him for the confrontation with the malevolent scions in 4 months? The celestial being's gaze drifted into the distance, as if penetrating the very atmosphere. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket. We know that the evil scions possess formidable power, yet we remain unaware of its true extent. Thus, I have arranged for Yamcha and other martial experts to train, while Sun Wukong and Jiang Ling cultivate under the King of Worlds, and Piccolo trains alongside Son Gohan. I can only hope they will safeguard Earth in 4 months' time. Above a vast expanse of golden clouds, a serpentine path wound endlessly, twisting and turning into the horizon. Jiang Ling sprinted swiftly along the serpent path. Whenever fatigue set in, he would pause to rest, and once rejuvenated, he would resume his run. Along the way, he consumed a mystical bean. Time, after all, is of the essence, and he needed to hasten his journey to King Kai's planet. Running on the serpent path was quite agreeable, providing a means to strengthen his body. Yet it grew somewhat monotonous, nearly lulling him into yawns. Were it not for the fear of plummeting into the abyss of the cloud sea and descending into hell, he might have succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a quaint and ancient edifice emerged in the distance. Jiang Ling stood at the doorway, contemplating whether to enter. He was exceedingly fatigued and sought a place to rest. This seemed like a suitable option. Is anyone here? The house appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of any presence. Jiang Ling wandered about and discovered several rooms adorned with beds, presumably guest quarters belonging to the homeowner. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he thought little of the consequences. Without hesitation, he selected a room and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. At worst, he would apologize to the owner upon awakening. This slumber was profoundly restful, free from the trepidation of precariously navigating a snake path, fearful of plummeting into the abyss. Chapter 8. Planet of the Kings. Unaware of how long he had slept, Jiang Ling gradually awakened, feeling enveloped in softness, with something firm yet yielding grasped in her hand. Jiang Ling instinctively reached out as a faint moan echoed in her ears. Jiang Ling, suddenly alert, sprang up with a spark of clarity. He executed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully. Astonished, he gazed at the 3 exquisite, unclad figures lying on the bed. Who are you? Why are you here with me? Jiang Ling spoke, assessing his own condition and letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, aside from the normal physiological responses of a healthy man, everything else seemed to be in order. One woman exclaimed in a delicate tone, "You scoundrel! Sharing a bed with us, and yet you wish to feign ignorance." Another woman, with a voice imbued with melancholy, added, "Indeed, dear sister, our fate is truly lamentable." The last woman spoke with a hint of grievance. "Just moments ago, you had your hands on me." As they rose, their curvaceous figures and fair, delicate skin were undeniably displayed, while their exquisite faces radiated allure, enticing the man before them. Jiang Ling. Fortunately, he possesses great self-restraint. Otherwise, he might truly lose control. With a cold snort, "You must be coveting my allure, which is why you take advantage of my slumber. How absurd. It is you, you vile man, who, while my 3 sisters and I are asleep, stealthily. Woe is me, unfaithful scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling remained unmoved, regarding them with a cold gaze. Noticing Jiang Ling's indifference, the women exchanged glances. In an instant, their figures swelled with confidence, transforming into 3 enchanting sirens. "It seems you prefer to spurn our hospitality and invite punishment instead." The last fellow, akin to Sun Wukong, lacked charm and managed to escape. "This time, we shall not allow you to slip away. Stay and grace us with your company, dear." Jiang Ling gazed at them with a smile, exclaiming, "At last, your true colors are revealed." With that, an aura of power erupted from her as she swiftly charged forward. After a mere 10 minutes, the sounds of impact resonated. "Spare me, I shall not dare again. It was we who laid the trap and then ascended to your bed." Jiang Ling, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Transform back into human form." Upon hearing this, the 3 serpent maidens obediently reverted to their human shapes, albeit with slightly bruised and battered appearances. Jiang Ling produced a length of rope, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips as he proceeded to bind them together. Observing his handiwork, he rested his chin upon his hand, nodding in satisfaction. "Do refrain from engaging in mischief in the future. Perhaps our paths shall cross again," he remarked before nonchalantly dusting off his attire and turning to depart, leaving behind 3 enchanting maidens bound in an elaborate manner. They exchanged glances at their flamboyant restraints, their cheeks flushed, expressions peculiar. One of them murmured softly, "Sister, this binding is quite humiliating." The man, seemingly innocent, had unexpectedly exhibited such playful creativity. "Strangely enough, I find myself somewhat intrigued." Upon returning to the serpentine path, Jiang Ling remained blissfully unaware of their discourse. As for the technique of binding, it had been fortuitously acquired from an encounter with a stranger, merely employed in a moment of instinct. After a rejuvenating slumber, he felt invigorated, his senses sharpened. Having feasted his eyes, he was now brimming with vitality, perfectly poised to embark on his journey toward Planet King. Previously consumed by fatigue, he had relied solely on sheer speed. Now, he was ready to employ strategy. Jiang Ling's figure surged forward, effortlessly covering several hundred meters in a single stride, his speed now surpassing previous levels by several magnitudes. However, at that moment, an unexpected notification startled Jiang Ling, causing him to stumble perilously close to the edge of the snake path. One must understand that below the snake path lies a realm of torment. Ding! What on earth? System, must you be so alarming? Jiang Ling steadied himself, irritation evident in his tone. Ding! Host, the system is now capable of upgrading to version 2.0. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Jiang Ling did not anticipate that he would be able to upgrade so swiftly. After pondering for a moment, he found himself in a quandary. Logically speaking, one would assume that systems improve with each upgrade. However, as a well-informed youth of the 21st century, having experienced Apple's notorious system downgrades, he understood that upgrades do not always equate to enhancement. They can sometimes lead to deterioration. Nevertheless, he mused, how much worse could it possibly get? Thus, he resolved to proceed with the upgrade. The system commenced its upgrade process, which would require 12 hours before it could be utilized again. Jiang Ling remained unfazed, for there was no one nearby to sign in any way, if it was not needed. So be it. The serpentine path undulated like a snake, coiling gracefully above a sea of golden clouds, its origin at the serpent's head and its destination at the tail. At this moment, Jiang Ling stood atop the serpent's tail, gazing upward at a diminutive celestial body. This small planet, adorned in shades of green, was home to houses, cars, flowers, and trees. It was none other than the planet of the North Realm King, the King's planet. Jiang Ling soared into the sky, drawn by the gravitational pull of the planet. He then executed a perfect 360-degree spin before gracefully landing on Planet King. The movement was executed with remarkable elegance. Upon stepping onto Planet King, Jiang Ling felt an unusual weight pressing down upon him, a gravity 10 times that of Earth. As the name implies, it is indeed tenfold greater than Earth's gravitational force. Fortunately, Jiang Ling had been engaged in weighted training at the Heavenly God Palace, making this tenfold gravity merely a matter of adjustment for him. It is noteworthy that when Sun Wukong first arrived on Planet King, he possessed a combat power of only 300 to 400, yet he managed to overcome this challenge even while wearing a weighted suit, let alone Jiang Ling, whose combat power reached 2,000. On Planet King, 2 individuals awaited him, the North King and Sun Wukong, accompanied by 2 pets, one a small gorilla, the other a firefly. Jiang Ling stretched his body, allowing himself to acclimate to the gravity of this planet. While adapting, he greeted his companions. Greetings, King of the North, Sun Wukong, Gorilla, and Firefly. The gorilla and Firefly exchanged glances, indicating that they too possessed names of their own. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King of the North nodded slightly. Ah, you must be the celestial being that the Earth deity spoke of. He mentioned you to me. Indeed, I am Jiang Ling. I have come here to enhance my strength under your guidance. It is commendable for a young man to possess such ambition, the King of the North remarked appreciatively. Sun Wukong, ever familiar, chimed in. Hi, I am Sun Wukong, also introduced by the celestial being. We shall train together from now on. Observing Sun Wukong, clad in a familiar orange martial arts uniform and sporting a crab-like hairstyle, Jiang Ling felt an instant connection. Jiang Ling responded with a smile, saying, although we have never met, I have long heard of your esteemed name. In his heart, he silently added, the name of the strongest saint in the universe. Huh? Sun Wukong scratched his iconic crab-like head. You know me? Jiang Ling uttered a name, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Suddenly, it all made sense to Sun Wukong. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is renowned across the earth, broadcasted by countless television stations. It was only natural that Jiang Ling would recognize him, having claimed the championship in the last competition. At that moment, Sun Wukong noticed Jiang Ling's tail and immediately wore a look of wariness. Are you a scion? One could say so. Jiang Ling glanced at the conspicuous tail behind him, neither affirming nor denying. Are you a good person or a bad person? Sun Wukong's body tensed, his expression wary. Jiang Ling retorted, I was introduced by the celestial being. How can you judge whether I am good or bad? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, his body relaxing as a hint of embarrassment crossed his face, for he had not considered this aspect before. Indeed, one could feel reassured by an introduction from a celestial being. Meanwhile, the North King observed them with a peculiar expression, bemused by the fact that both were scions from Earth, yet they remained strangers to one another. The intricacies of human relationships on Earth were truly bewildering, though it was of no concern to him. Shaking his head to dismiss such gossip from his mind, the North King stated earnestly, Jiang Ling, if you wish to train under my tutelage, you must share a joke that can make me laugh. I should mention, my sense of humor is rather discerning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before responding. Little Ming and Little Hong agreed to meet on the back mountain, but then they both suffered concussions. Uft. Ha ha ha. Meet. Ha ha ha. The North King could no longer contain himself, clutching his stomach as he erupted into laughter. Meet. Ha ha. Concussion. Ha ha. He fell to his knees, wildly slapping the ground, laughing uncontrollably until he rolled over, unable to rise. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the entire King-S planet. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, both equally bewildered as they scratched their heads in confusion. Was it truly so amusing? After a considerable pause, Jiang Ling had completely acclimated to the tenfold gravity of this place, while the North Realm King, exhausted from laughter, lay on the ground, gasping intermittently. It seemed he would not be able to rise for quite some time. Jiang Ling stepped forward and patted him. King of the realm? King of the Northern Realm? Your Excellency, the King of the Realm? He chuckled softly. The King of the Northern Realm wore a foolish grin, remaining silent, his eyes glazed over. Jiang Ling shook his head and walked over to sit down and rest. In just a short while, he had already registered at the King of the Realm. Now, he turned his attention to the rewards presented by the system. Chapter 9. Check-in 2. 0 ding. The system update is complete. Version 2. 0 has been activated. Ding. Check-in successful. You have received the reward, the complete collection of jokes from the Northern Realm. Ding. The new version 2. 0 introduces a regional check-in feature, allowing check-ins in different areas, limited to 1 per location, and does not count towards the daily check-in limit. Upon seeing the reward, a question mark gradually appeared above Jiang Ling's head. A collection of jokes? The system is quite bold, isn't it? Nevertheless, to be fair, this new feature in version 2. 0 does seem rather impressive. The ability to check in at various locations. So, it implies that one can check in at the King of the Realm Star. Jiang Ling immediately thought of this. He silently recited, sign in at King Kai's. Ding. The host has successfully signed in. Reward, Kaioshin. Not bad, not bad. The system is quite perceptive. Jiang Ling rested his chin on one hand, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached. Hey, Jiang Ling, you came from Earth. How are things over there? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and recounted the training of Krillin and the others in the Divine Hall. Sun Wukong inquired further. What about my son, Gohan, and my wife, Chi-Chi? How are they faring? A hint of concern crossed his face at the mention of Chi-Chi. He understood her well. Upon learning of his demise, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. However, with their son Gohan by her side, she should manage. I don't know about Chi-Chi. I haven't visited her. Jiang Ling reflected briefly before continuing. As for Gohan, he has been taken by Piccolo for training. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling a wave of distress wash over him as he contemplated how to face Chi-Chi upon his return. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder, remarking that it was quite simple. He could merely compensate her upon returning. Ah, how should I compensate her? Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. To be honest, whenever Chi-Chi gets angry, I am at a loss as to how to handle it. The more I speak, the worse it becomes. I can only admit my faults while waiting for her to calm down on her own. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling instantly grasped the predicament faced by Sun Wukong. He lacked the ability to utter sweet nothings, possessed a low emotional intelligence, and was predominantly muscle-brained. However, from Jiang Ling's perspective, Sun Wukong was indeed fortunate, having married a girl whose eyes sparkled solely for him, a girl who unconditionally indulged all his whims. Whenever Sun Wukong wished to pursue an endeavor, Chi-Chi, albeit reluctantly, would eventually relent. You simply need to spend more time with her. Accompany her on shopping excursions and such, he suggested. But then I would have no time for training, Sun Wukong pondered, caught in a dilemma. Jiang Ling widened his eyes and exclaimed, is family more important than cultivation? Indeed, cultivation holds great significance. Yet one must not burden a girl who gazes at you with adoration. She merely yearns for your companionship. After a heartfelt conversation, Sun Wukong finally grasped the essence of the matter. In Jiang Ling's perspective, the reason behind Chi-Chi's temper resembling that of a fierce tigress largely stemmed from Sun Wukong's actions. In other realms, Jiang Ling was powerless to intervene, but in this particular dimension, he resolved to take action. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the North Realm King finally regained his composure, suppressing thoughts of Jiang Ling's jest. Jiang Ling, you wish to cultivate under my guidance, yet you must also capture Baburus. The North Realm King, donning sunglasses, pointed towards his pet gorilla. Jiang Ling moved swiftly, instantly retrieving the not-so-far-escaped Baburus. He then fixed his gaze upon the king of the Northern Realm and asked, "Is this acceptable?" Sun Wukong was taken aback when he first arrived here. Capturing Baburus had consumed a considerable amount of time. The process involved adapting to the gravity and enhancing combat prowess. But it was undeniable that he had indeed spent a significant duration on this endeavor. Thus, witnessing Jiang Ling seize Baburus in an instant led him to draw a conclusion in his mind. Jiang Ling's combat prowess has significantly surpassed his previous abilities. The North King was taken aback, not expecting him to adapt to the gravity so swiftly. Excellent. Now, let us commence the training of the Kaioshin. Goku has already mastered the Kaioshin and is currently learning the Spirit Bomb. Goku, please, demonstrate the Kaioshin. The North King directed his gaze towards Son Goku, who, in turn, glanced at Jiang Ling. Goku nodded, a serious expression adorning his face. He assumed a stance and shouted, "Kaioshin." Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped his skin, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from his body, causing the floor around him to bow down in submission. The Kaioshin is a technique I have developed, capable of instantly amplifying one's ki. The physical strength, defense, agility, and speed of the user will increase exponentially. The North King elucidated, then paused, his expression suddenly becoming grave. However, if the user lacks control over their ki, their entire body may be destroyed. Do you understand, Jiang Ling? The North King turned his gaze toward Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded in understanding. After speaking, he remained motionless, an aura radiating from him as a crimson, translucent flame surged upwards, creating a standoff with Sun Wukong. In terms of momentum, the two were evenly matched. How is this possible? The Northern Realm King's face was marked with profound astonishment. He had yet to instruct Jiang Ling, yet he had already mastered it. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? Sun Wukong, facing Jiang Ling, was momentarily taken aback, only to later reveal a look of exhilaration. Excellent. Let us engage in a bit of sparring. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with intense battle spirit. He discerned that Sun Wukong's combat prowess at this moment was only slightly superior to his own. The outcome of their clash remained uncertain. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong, enveloped in a scarlet tail flame, charged toward Jiang Ling, delivering a punch with astonishing speed. Possessing the techniques of Mr. Popo, Jiang Ling navigated such an attack with ease, tilting his head slightly to evade Sun Wukong's strike. He then extended his leg and swept it towards Sun Wukong's calf, causing the latter to stumble and lose his balance. Jiang Ling instinctively shielded his eyes with both hands, exclaiming, "Solar Fist." A blinding radiance erupted, and the nearby Sun Wukong found himself caught off guard, his technique thrown into disarray. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ling executed a series of moves that culminated in the defeat of Sun Wukong. Wow, Jiang Ling, you were truly remarkable. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, panting heavily. Although he had lost, an exhilarating sense of excitement surged within him. Jiang Ling understood his thoughts. For Sun Wukong, having a rival of equal prowess, supporting each other and growing together would ensure a more enduring journey. Observing the excitement on Sun Wukong's face, Jiang Ling suddenly conceived a peculiar notion and instinctively took a few steps back. Let it be known, I may spar with you, but I shall not engage in any frivolous antics. Sun Wukong, North King. Chapter 10. An ambush. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling master the King's fist with a mere glance, the North King mused silently. It appears that Jiang Ling possesses the potential to elevate the King's fist to unprecedented heights, fivefold, tenfold. This thought led him to recall a hidden ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. This technique was notoriously challenging to learn. By drawing energy from all living things, one could coalesce a formidable spirit bomb capable of inflicting severe damage upon malevolent individuals. As for whether it could harm those with kind hearts, that would depend on the magnitude of evil residing within them. Very well, now that you have mastered the King's fist, you may learn my ultimate technique. The North King announced to the two before him. Sun Wukong had no objections. He had come to train and would learn whatever the king instructed. Jiang Ling harbored no objections. Possessing a multitude of skills is always advantageous, and acquiring an additional technique is certainly beneficial. Moreover, this journey of learning would enhance his combat prowess. His ultimate aspiration was to lead a leisurely life, accompanied by beautiful women. However, within the realm of Dragon Ball, this ambition seemed somewhat unattainable. Due to the identity of being a traverser, death meant irretrievable demise. Thus, to realize this goal, he must ascend to the pinnacle of strength, ensuring that no one could possibly bring about his end. It is widely acknowledged that the Earth of Dragon Ball is a planet fraught with calamities. At present, Jiang Ling's combat prowess is merely the strongest on Earth. To ascend to the ranks of the mightiest in the Dragon Ball universe, he has a considerable journey ahead of him in the coming months. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong underwent the rigorous training imposed by the North Realm King. Their enhancement in strength could be likened to a remarkable leap. Unbeknownst to them, the time for Vegeta's arrival on Earth was drawing ever closer. On this particular day, after completing his routine exercise, Jiang Ling brought Sun Wukong before the North King. The North King was lying on the ground, peering through a magnifying glass, intently counting the blades of grass. 114511, 114512, 114513, 114514. Your Excellency, the King of the Realm. A soft cough from Jiang Ling interrupted the interests of the Northern Realm King. Ah, it is you, Jiang Ling. Have you completed your training today? Yes, I have. And I wish to discuss something with you. Jiang Ling nodded and then expressed, I would like you to ascertain how much longer it will be before the Saiyans arrive on Earth. This was something he needed to monitor closely in the original narrative. Sun Wukong only returned on the final day. This led to the Earth warriors suffering great losses, with some perishing and others gravely injured, while Wukong was still en route through the underworld. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, King Kai of the North rose, brushing off the dirt from his attire. Indeed, if we calculate the time, they should be nearing their arrival. Allow me to investigate. With that, King Kai donned his sunglasses and his antennae twitched as he utilized his powers to scan the cosmos within his jurisdiction of the northern galaxy for the spacecraft approaching Earth. Ah, I have located them. They are approximately, let me calculate, about a week away from Earth. A week, you say? Jiang Ling pondered before replying. Then Wukong and I can prepare to return. So soon? King Kai questioned with confusion. There is still a week remaining. It wouldn't be too late to return once they have arrived. Jiang Ling gazed at the North King with a peculiar expression, questioning. Don't we need to return in a timely manner? It would be too late to head back once the Saiyans arrive. Upon hearing this, the North King slapped his forehead, a look of realization dawning upon him. Ah, how could I have overlooked that? He exclaimed. It's because you spend your days counting the little blades of grass. Jiang Ling sighed, urging not to waste time any longer. Help Wukong contact the people on Earth and have them use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. We still need to hurry back. All right. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong reached out to Bulma through King Kai. On Earth, upon receiving the news, Bulma and her companions swiftly retrieved the Dragon Balls they had gathered long ago and summoned the Eternal Dragon. The sky, once bright and clear, darkened instantly with the dragon's arrival as if night had fallen. A temporary report indicated that the darkness would last for several minutes, with experts explaining that a planet in space was obstructing the sun, urging everyone not to panic. This news spread across televisions and smartphones in countless households on Earth. A well-orchestrated plan by Bulma's Capsule Corporation. In the Heavenly Temple Square, the Supreme Kai leaned on his staff, with Bobo by his side, as a group of Earth warriors watched the darkening sky. Worry flickered in the Supreme Kai's eyes as he glanced at the Earth warriors who had trained diligently for a year. The summoning of the Eternal Dragon signified Wukong's impending resurrection, which meant the Saiyans were soon to arrive. Wukong is coming back? Really? Hooray! Krillin exclaimed, joy swelling in his heart. No need to worry, Supreme Kai, Tien chimed in with confidence. Our training here has increased our strength tenfold, enough to face the Saiyans. Indeed, I feel I could take on 10 versions of my past self. Yamcha added with a grin, clenching his fist. As the others spoke up, their confidence soared, unaware of the true strength of the Saiyans and buoyed by their own dramatic power increase. Nonsense, the Supreme Kai admonished, his face serious. Are you satisfied with this little progress? While I cannot gauge the Saiyan strength precisely, I assure you, they are far superior. This will be a grueling battle. Ah, really? Have we come this far only to falter? The Supreme Kai gazed into the distance, his expression heavy. There are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. We can never truly know the extent of an alien's power. In a desolate wilderness on Earth, the ground bore the scars of battle. Bang, bang, bang. With lightning speed, Son Gohan executed his moves. Piccolo, relaxed, countered Gohan's strikes while occasionally launching a surprise attack. Dozens of exchanges passed in the blink of an eye. Bang. Piccolo knocked Gohan back and called for a pause, then looked up at the sky. Gohan's clothes were tattered, a testament to a year of rugged training. His youthful face now etched with determination, yet still hinting at his innocence. After all, he was only 5 years old. Piccolo, why has the sky darkened? Gohan inquired as he approached. The eternal dragon has been summoned, Piccolo replied solemnly. If all goes well, the dragon will resurrect your father. Really? That's wonderful, Gohan exclaimed, his excitement propelling him several feet into the air. Oh yeah, Dad is coming back. Piccolo's demeanor remained cool as he cautioned, the enemy is formidable. Do not celebrate too soon. I will fight with all my might. Gohan pledged, nodding earnestly. Let's resume our training. As he looked closely at Piccolo, Gohan's eyes twinkled mischievously. Mimicking the antics of monkeys in the forest, he attempted a sneak attack. Steal the peach. Gohan's hand darted out to grab. Huh, where's the peach? It's gone. Noticing Piccolo's increasingly dark expression, Gohan curiously asked, Piccolo, Auntie? Chapter 11. Return to the Heavenly Temple. At King Kai's planet, as the eternal dragon fulfilled its wish. The halo above Son Wukong's head gradually faded, signifying his resurrection. Now that Wukong is back, we should set off, Jiang Ling said with a smile to King Kai. Son Wukong scratched his head, grinning widely. See you later, King Kai. I'll visit again when I can. Safe travels, King Kai said, donning his sunglasses and reluctantly waving his handkerchief. His pets, the gorilla and fireflies, had grown fond of him, standing at his feet with forlorn expressions as they watched their departure. All right, no need to see us off. It's not as if we one team meet again, right? Wukong? Huh? Right. When I die again, we'll meet. Wukong replied. Are you foolish? Can't you see I can come here even without dying? Oh, right. Jiang Ling and Son Wukong bid farewell to the North King once more, their figures retreating along the serpent path, gradually fading into the distance. Above the serpent path, two silhouettes soared swiftly across the golden sea of clouds. Wherever they passed, the clouds roiled and surged, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Jiang Ling, let us race to see who arrives first. Humph, such childish games are for the young. Jiang Ling spoke with a biting tongue, yet his speed increased by several degrees. Son Wukong laughed heartily, closely trailing behind, his pace hardly faltering. The two of them pursued each other in a spirited chase, utterly devoid of the impending sense of crisis that accompanied the arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling refers to this as relaxation. It is only through relaxation that one can better showcase their abilities. If one remains perpetually tense, not only will their strength fail to progress, but it will also stagnate. The principle of balancing work and rest embodies this very idea. Jiang Ling believes that in the original comic, the reason why Vegeta remains in the shadow of his rival is due to his perpetually tense physique, constantly engaged in training, fixated on surpassing Kakarot. However, it is precisely this obsession that prevents him from transcending the untroubled Kakarot, leaving him perpetually trailing in his wake. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon an ancient and elegant residence along the Snake Way, prompting him to halt abruptly. Witnessing this, Goku swiftly applied the brakes and came to a stop beside him. What is the matter, Jiang Ling? He inquired. Nothing, Jiang Ling replied with a shake of his head. Just wait for me here for a moment, I have something to attend to. Jiang Ling stepped into the residence, which was none other than the abode of the three enchanting serpent maidens. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling's return, an overwhelming sense of fear gripped them, and their demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence. Ah, Jiang Ling, you have come again. Would you care for some fruit? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Jiang Ling shook his head as he gazed at the exquisite beauties before him, their faces radiant and figures alluringly curvaceous. A smile graced his lips as he produced several ropes. Now, be good and don't move. Moments later, after a few swift motions, Jiang Ling surveyed his handiwork with great satisfaction, clapping his hands before departing. Sister, does the master have some peculiar inclinations? Are you still unaware? The elegant beauty, exuding an aura of confidence, rolled her eyes and tugged at the sturdy ropes binding her. However, you all seem to be rather enjoying yourselves, calling for the master. Hee. Sister, aren't you doing the same? Thus concluded this brief interlude. Jiang Ling and Son Wukong no longer harbored the desire for competition. As they strolled along the serpentine path, engaging in conversation, Their discourse eventually turned to matters of family. Wukong scratched his head, a hint of distress evident on his face. During his training on King Kai's planet, such thoughts never crossed his mind. Now, as he prepared to return home, he found himself suddenly hesitant to confront the situation. It was not fear of Chi-Chi that troubled him, but rather a profound sense of guilt weighing on his heart. What was amiss? Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Ling inquired, "What is it?" "It's nothing. I just don't know how to explain it to Chi-Chi upon my return," came the reply, accompanied by a sigh. Jiang Ling smiled, thinking there was nothing difficult to explain. A simple kiss between the couple would suffice. There is no conflict that cannot be resolved with a kiss. If there is, then perhaps 2 kisses would do. A kiss? Sun Wukong was taken aback, displaying a look of disdain. "Isn't that dirty?" Jiang Ling tentatively inquired. "You have been married for several years, and yet you have not shared a kiss with Chi-Chi? Does this have any bearing on marriage?" Sun Wukong, with an air of innocent naivety, left Jiang Ling questioning if perhaps she was in the wrong. "Do not concern yourself with cleanliness. The act itself is what matters. And do be gentle." "Ah, very well then." After 6 months of rigorous training, both Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong had experienced a remarkable transformation in their abilities. Comparatively, they were now worlds apart, one soaring high in the heavens while the other languished below. Even without exerting their full strength during their journey, they swiftly returned to the starting point of the Serpent Path, arriving at King Yan's office. The Earth deity had been awaiting their return. "Welcome back." The deity greeted them with a look of satisfaction. "Great deity, Lord Yan, it has been a long time." Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong greeted each other with smiles. "It has been a long time. I am delighted to see you both return." The elegantly dressed King of Hell nodded. "How is Lord North King faring?" As a disciple of the North King, it was only natural to extend such greetings. "Quite well, indeed. The aroma of delicious food fills the air. And he remains as vigorous as ever," Jiang Ling replied with a smile. "Indeed," the King of Hell responded, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "I too wish to visit the venerable elder, but my duties keep me preoccupied and unable to break free." Jiang Ling cast a glance at the formidable figure of Yin Wang, his expression peculiar. "With such a physique, it is likely that even the king of the northern realm would not permit you to ascend to the realm of kings. Lord Yin Wang, we shall take our leave." After exchanging pleasantries, the group was transported back to the celestial hall under the powers of the deity. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar air. "This essence, reminiscent of Earth, suits me perfectly." Upon their return to the celestial hall, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Kaioshin, and Yajirobe had eagerly awaited their arrival. With merely a few days until the Saiyans descended upon Earth, the focus was not so much on training, but rather on ensuring ample rest to prepare for the impending battle. "Wukong, you have finally returned. I am overjoyed to see you unharmed." "Wukong, my current strength surpasses what you possessed back then." "Jiang Ling, it is good to have you back. I wonder how formidable you have become." "Indeed, when we first met, you were not as strong as we were, haha." The group gathered and exchanged warm greetings. In the time apart, their powers had substantially increased compared to a year prior. This significant advancement instilled within them a renewed hope of vanquishing the Saiyans. "Greetings, everyone. It has been far too long. How have you fared?" Sun Wukong expressed his joy upon seeing his familiar friends. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, suggesting they dine together in the evening to unwind. Upon hearing the word unwind, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he proposed, "Unwind? Excellent. I shall take you to a bar to meet some ladies." However, the response was, "Perhaps not. I am content with my dumplings by my side." "No, women would detract from my fighting spirit," retorted the dumpling. "Women? Not interested." Achi Luobe chimed in. "You might as well treat us to a meal instead." Jiang Ling gazed at Yamcha with a peculiar expression and earnestly remarked, "At this juncture, pursuing romantic interests? Have you not heard the adage that the kidneys are the source of vitality? When the time comes to confront the Saiyans, if your vitality is lacking, your body will become feeble, and in weakness, you shall meet your demise." Stop, enough." Yamcha interjected, somewhat exasperated. He then continued, "How about we gather together instead?" "My treat." Klin, taken aback, responded, "I recall you being a professional baseball player. How do you have the funds to treat us all?" The others looked at Yamcha with curiosity, equally puzzled by the sudden wealth he seemed to possess. "Hee, I assure you, I am indeed financially secure." Yamcha puffed out his chest, tilting his chin slightly with a hint of pride as he declared, "You have no idea how much money is deposited in my bank." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, bewildered, and at a loss for words. Jiang Ling blinked, then spoke. If I am not mistaken, did you take out a loan from the bank? What nonsense is this? This is merely the bank depositing money with me. Yamcha exclaimed, his eyes wide in protest. At this scene, the crowd erupted into laughter, and the square was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Sun Wukong chuckled and waved his hand, saying, I appreciate the goodwill. But having just been resurrected, I must return home to see. Oh, I understand. Go on, go on. It might be difficult to explain to Chi-Chi, right? Indeed. You cannot imagine how heartbroken Chi-Chi was at your passing. The crowd displayed their understanding, expressing the significance of family. Wukong, remember my words. Jiang Ling blinked. Sun Wukong nodded, then bid farewell to the others, leaping from the heavenly temple. His form plummeted vertically from the heights. Before long, he reached the altitude of Karen Tower. The Karen sage had long awaited his arrival and, upon seeing Wukong descend, tossed a small pouch his way. There are only a few of these divine beans left. I'll entrust them to you. Use them sparingly during battle. All right, thank you, Karen sage, Sun Wukong replied as he caught the divine beans. Expressing his gratitude while still in free fall, he chose not to employ the flying Nimbus but instead called out loudly, Nimbus. In the distance, a vibrant yellow cloud shot toward him, arriving swiftly to catch him securely beneath. Old friend, it's good to see you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Sensing the atmosphere, he directed the Nimbus toward a specific destination. The yellow cloud traced a long, straight line across the sky. Chapter 12, A Father and Son Reunion. Bang! Bang! In a desolate wilderness, two figures, one tall and one short, clashed fiercely before separating. The intense energy stirred up clouds of dust. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the haze, revealing Piccolo and son Gohan standing opposite each other. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike again, he sensed something. Halting in his tracks and gazing into the distance, Piccolo detected a familiar presence and relaxed his posture. Gohan, do you feel that? Huh? Son Gohan paused, then focused intently. There's a presence approaching us rapidly, he said, his expression serious. Piccolo nodded. Yes, that is son Wukong's energy. Is it Dad? Son Gohan's face lit up with surprise. Before Piccolo could respond, the yellow cloud appeared before them, atop which stood a smiling Son Wukong. Hey, how are you both? Humph. Piccolo grunted, preferring to train rather than engage in idle chatter. Son Gohan looked at his father, tears welling in his eyes. He suddenly lunged into Son Wukong's embrace. Trembling as tears streamed down his face, as if releasing the burdens he had borne while surviving in the wild. Wah, Dad, I've missed you so much. Son Wukong gently ruffled Gohan's fluffy head, his heart aching. After all, Gohan was still just 5 years old. All right. I've seen how hard you've trained this past year. My Gohan has grown into quite the young man. Piccolo turned away, unable to bear the sight. Not long after, Gohan composed himself, lifting his gaze to his father. Dad, it's wonderful to see you again. Did Piccolo bully you while I was gone? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with him. Son Wukong smiled warmly. No, Piccolo. Well, he has been quite good to me. Piccolo Annie? Son Wukong questioned, puzzled. Shut up. Piccolo growled darkly. At that moment, Gohan seemed to remember something and excitedly declared, Dad, wait a moment. I'll make you something delicious. Haha. Son Wukong beamed with joy. My Gohan can cook now. With a few leaps, Gohan vanished, soon returning with a large tiger slung over his shoulder. He then set about lighting a fire, boiling water, and preparing the ingredients while Son Wukong and Piccolo sat nearby, occasionally exchanging a few words in a casual conversation. Thank you for taking care of Gohan this year, Piccolo, Son Wukong said earnestly. Piccolo grunted, knowing Wukong referred to his efforts in watching over and training Gohan. Hmph. I merely wanted to increase our odds against the Saiyans. Still, I appreciate it, Son Wukong replied with a smile, aware that Piccolo was merely being stubborn. After a moment of silence, Piccolo inquired, how many days until they reach Earth? Son Wukong held up 5 fingers, 5 days left. Any chance of victory? Uncertain. We still don't know the Saiyans' capabilities. Piccolo nodded, remaining silent. For a while, the only sounds were Gohan's bustling, the crackling fire, and the bubbling soup, mingling together. The aroma of meat began to waft through the air. Dad and Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat, Gohan called out. Piccolo shook his head, indicating he did not require food. He sustained himself through photosynthesis, generating starch for his daily needs. Gohan offered a bowl of soup to Son Wukong. What kind of soup is this? This is a recipe Jiang Ling taught me. It's called Tien Complete Nourishing Tiger Essence Soup. He said it's very good for you. You'll see once you taste it. Gohan looked at his father with eager anticipation. Feeling his son's gaze, Sun Wukong was touched. Breathing in the fragrant aroma of the soup, he gulped it down eagerly. Wow, this is quite delicious. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. What exactly is tiger essence? Gohan pondered for a moment. It's something from the tiger. I'm not sure what it's called, but Jiang Ling said it's called tiger essence. Sun Wukong paid it no mind. The two then proceeded to devour the roasted tiger meat together. As night fell, Sun Wukong wished to take Gohan home, but Piccolo refused, stating they should wait until just before the battle to return. Son Gohan agreed. This year of survival in the wild had made him much stronger. He was no longer the delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. At the heavenly temple, after Sun Wukong departed, Jiang Ling also took his leave, leading everyone to a picturesque spot in the wilderness. The forest was lush and vibrant, with a babbling brook not far away. Jiang Ling released a capsule, and with a resounding bang, a semicircular dwelling materialized upon the ground. Pleased with the pleasant surroundings, he decided to make this place his home. Before long, everyone had set up the barbecue tools and supplies. The delightful aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, mingling with the enticing scent of barbecue. The group was fervently enthusiastic about gathering for a party, and Jiang Ling even called for Bulma to join them. As the atmosphere gradually elevated, Yamcha glanced around and noticed something was amiss. Is there no alcohol? Drinking only beverages lacks the same thrill. Jiang Ling chuckled, instantly perceiving your desire for a drink, and had long since prepared for it. With that, he retrieved 2 crates of beer from a capsule. Is this all there is? Yamcha expressed a hint of disappointment. Let us finish what we have first. Oh, are you underestimating your tea, brother? As the drinks flowed, it became evident that 2 crates of beer were insufficient for the company. Jiang Ling, we're running low on alcohol. Do we have any more? Yes. It will arrive shortly. After Jiang Ling finished speaking, Bulma arrived in her flying ship. Upon her arrival, she tossed 2 capsules to Jiang Ling, saying, Here are the 2 crates of beer you requested. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded. Beside him, Yamcha exclaimed dramatically, Only 2 cases? That seems rather insufficient. It's hardly enough to drink. Not enough to drink? Jiang Ling replied. I could finish it all by myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and said, If you can finish it, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. If not, you must acknowledge me as your elder brother. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Yamcha smirked and replied, What is there to fear? I'm already claiming this brotherhood, haha. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with meaning. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, began to cheer, eager to bear witness and prevent any change of heart from either party. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile. Very well, as you say. He then discarded the 2 capsules in his hand, and in the next moment, 2 elongated containers materialized before him, filled to the brim with crates of beer. The onlookers were taken aback. What? What on earth? These are containers. Incredible. You actually summoned 2 containers. Truly, Jiang Ling lived up to his reputation. Jiang Ling smiled mischievously, casting a sly glance at Yamcha, urging, Go on, I shall observe. The latter's eyes widened, resembling brass bells, as they exclaimed, Wait, were we not discussing 2 boxes? To which Jiang Ling replied, Indeed. A shipping container is also a box. Jiang Ling wore an expression of innocence. Bulma stifled her laughter, struggling to contain her amusement. Ultimately, Yamcha resigned himself to acknowledging Jiang Ling as his elder brother. Elder brother. Louder. Elder brother. I cannot hear you. Elder brother. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The crowd burst into laughter, revealing their shared acknowledgement of this bond. Chapter 13. Chi-Chi's Longing, Baozi Mountain. The home of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Chi-Chi. She held a picture frame in her hands, the image capturing a family of 3. Touching the figures of Wukong and Gohan in the photo, her eyes shimmered with longing. Wukong, Gohan, it's been a year, and I miss you both so much. Are you well? When will you return? Chi-Chi lowered her head, murmuring to herself. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Chi-Chi, hearing the sound, composed herself. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted the hour hand pointed to 10 o'clock. Wondering who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. She was unafraid of ill intentions. Though a woman, she possessed a certain strength. No ordinary person could best her in a fight. Chi-Chi rose and walked over, speaking as she opened the door. Who is it, at this hour? Before she could finish her sentence, she beheld Sun Wukong standing outside, Gazing upon his familiar and gentle face, Chi-Chi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Woa, Wukong. You have finally returned. Woa. In an instant, her face was awash with tears. She dared not reach out, fearing that in the next moment, the Wukong she longed for would vanish before her eyes. Wukong enveloped her in his embrace, letting out a deep sigh, his expression complex. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. I want to leave you for so long again. Chi-Chi felt the warmth of his strong chest, finally assured that her husband had truly come back to her. In that moment, her pent-up longing poured forth. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Chi-Chi finally ceased her tears. Lifting her gaze to Wukong's face, her large eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking tenderness. Wukong gazed intently at Chi-Chi's lips, an inexplicable urge stirring within him. Then, he leaned in to kiss her. Their breaths mingled, lips brushing against one another. A rosy hue blossomed on Chi-Chi's cheeks. She had never kissed before, and lightly punched Wukong's chest, instinctively wanting to pull away, yet his strong arms held her firmly in place. Gradually, her body softened. Wukong, with an appetite for affection, had long since digested the nourishing tiger bone soup Gohan had prepared. At this moment, as he kissed Chi-Chi, his breath grew heavier, a potent desire igniting within him, unwilling to part. Chi-Chi sensed a shift in the atmosphere, her face flushed with anticipation. During their 5 years of marriage, they had only shared intimacy once on their wedding night, when Wukong had drunkenly collapsed after a toast, leading to Chi-Chi's direct actions, resulting in Gohan's birth. In the years that followed, Wukong remained blissfully naive, unaware of romantic nuances, and their marital life lacked normalcy. Chi-Chi had intended to find a time to teach Wukong about such matters, but fate intervened as Wukong faced Raditz and met his demise. A year had passed since their last meeting, until this moment. Wukong, Chi-Chi, I don't know what is happening. It's all right. Let me guide you. Carry me to the bedroom. Very well. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan to the enigmatic southern frontiers, from soft sandy beaches to the rugged northern terrains, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. The sound-activated lights in the house at Baozi Mountain illuminated throughout the night, creating a beautiful tableau that mirrored the stars above. On the other side, the barbecue party continued through the night. Jiang Ling awoke in the morning upon his bed, tenderly massaging his throbbing temples. He had indulged a bit too much with friends the previous night, and was uncertain how he had succumbed to slumber. A glance at his attire revealed that he was clad only in a pair of boxers, and his younger self was protesting. As memories of the previous evening flickered in his mind, fragmented scenes began to surface. It seemed that Bulma had assisted him in returning home. And perhaps emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he had daringly caressed her cheek to profess his feelings, and even ventured to touch places that were best left untouched. Jiang Ling glanced at his right hand, standing frozen in place. He wished he could slap himself twice. A person who usually appeared quite serious. How could he have let loose after drinking? Jiang Ling confessed that he harbored feelings for Bulma. Who could resist a beauty endowed with both stunning looks and exceptional intelligence? However, he never anticipated declaring his affection under such circumstances. Surely, this will not leave an unfavorable impression in Bulma's heart, will it? Jiang Ling experienced a throbbing headache. Rising from the bed, he exited the house. The scene outside was a chaotic disarray. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha were sprawled haphazardly across the ground, with empty beer bottles littering the area, creating a scene resembling a complete pandemonium. Krillin's toes were amusingly lodged in Yamcha's nostrils, while he clutched a half-finished bottle of beer in his hand, exuding an absurdity that could not be overstated. Among these individuals, there was no sign of Bulma, suggesting she must have returned home the previous night. Jiang Ling tousled his slightly disheveled hair, his body soaring into the air as he ascended to the upper reaches of the stream. The water flowed gently, crystal clear to the bottom. Jiang Ling washed his face and tidied his appearance. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by an urgent need to relieve himself, a sensation that had been building throughout the night. The urge was incredibly intense. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfastened his restraint and let go by the small stream before him, though he wished to avoid polluting the environment. The urgency was simply too great. The cascading torrent poured into the stream, unexpectedly creating a delicate rainbow. Jiang Ling's face revealed a look of contentment, thoroughly relishing the moment. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling concealed the tools of his misdeed, sealing them within his trousers, ensuring they would not wreak havoc on the environment in the near future. Subsequently, he soared back to the location of his former residence, where he observed that everyone had already risen. The people were washing up by the banks of the Klin River. Jiang Ling observed with a somewhat peculiar expression. If memory serves correctly, his previous position was upstream from the creek. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and resolved not to disclose anything to Krillin, lest he harbor resentment towards her. With the Saiyans arriving in a few days, where do you wish to go next? Tianjin Fan pondered, contemplating their destination. Perhaps they should seek a place to continue their training in anticipation of the impending adversaries. Turning, he gazed at Jiaozi and inquired, "What do you think, Jiaozi?" Jiaozi nodded in agreement, signifying that he would accompany Tianjin Fan wherever he decided to go. Jiang Ling offered a faint smile. These brothers had always been inseparable. When asked about Yamcha, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Let's take a break and prepare to face the challenge in our best condition." After finishing his grooming, Krillin approached with a smile, saying, "I will return to Master Wu Tian's place. As for my plans, I am uncertain. Do not concern yourself with that. I shall simply make my appearance when the time comes." From somewhere, Yakalobai produced a bag of snacks and began to indulge himself. Chapter 14. Modification. Very well then. I shall not keep you for tea. As you depart, please take the liberty of tidying up and carrying away the refuse. Jiang Ling finished speaking, yawned, and turned to enter the room, casually closing the door behind him, leaving a group of people to gaze at the chaotic aftermath of the party, disheveled in the wind. He returned to his room. Jiang Ling activated the system, reflecting on the skill he had acquired yesterday in the Temple of the Gods, which allowed him to claim rewards through location-based sign-ins, possession the ability to inhabit any target within a kilometer, with the success rate and duration of possession contingent upon the target's strength. As the name suggests, the function of this skill is immediately apparent. The deities had once utilized this power to inhabit the bodies of ordinary individuals to participate in the Grand Martial Arts tournament. Yet, what purpose does it serve? Jiang Ling believed that he could handle the weak adversaries on his own, while the formidable foes might still pose a risk, even with the technique of possession. It felt somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his conviction that an abundance of skills would never be a burden. Even the most trivial abilities would surely find their utility in due course. At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message. Jiang Ling picked it up and saw a message from Bulma. "Bulma, are you awake?" Upon reading this greeting, Jiang Ling suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had confessed his feelings under the influence of alcohol the previous night and had crossed the boundaries of friendship by touching her chest. It would be unfortunate if he left a lewd impression in Bulma's mind. He had always been an exemplary student, celebrated for his achievements. Perhaps he should offer an apology? Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment when a message from Bulma arrived. "If you're awake, come over to my house. I have a prototype of the gravity device you mentioned yesterday. Come and give it a try." Upon reading this message, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had casually mentioned the gravity training system yesterday, and he was pleasantly surprised to receive news about it so soon. I'm awake now. I'll be there shortly." After sending a response, Jiang Ling soared into the sky, heading towards Shidu. An hour later, as he gazed down from the heavens upon the bustling metropolis of Shidu, with its towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and throngs of people, he couldn't help but marvel at the splendor of the great city. Without needing to refer to the address Bulma had sent, Jiang Ling immediately spotted the expansive white building at the city center, adorned with the Capsule Corporation's emblem. Such a conspicuous structure could only belong to Bulma's family, after all. It was the most powerful company on Earth. He descended from the sky and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Jiang Ling beheld a woman of exquisite figure and beauty, her face devoid of any wrinkles, cheerfully tending to her flowers while humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. Jiang Ling immediately recognized the woman as Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, whose real name was Begini. Mrs. Brief noticed the arriving Jiang Ling and greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello there, handsome young man. Is there something you need?" Jiang Ling displayed a courteous smile as he greeted, "Hello, Mrs. Brief. I am a friend of Bulma, here to see her." Mrs. Brief, with a satisfied glance at Jiang Ling, remarked meaningfully, "You must be Bulma's new boyfriend. How delightful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling quickly waved his hands in denial. "Oh no, Auntie, you misunderstand." At that moment, Bulma zoomed in on her small electric vehicle, exclaiming loudly, "Mom, don't say that. Jiang Ling is my friend." Yes. Bulma is absolutely right," Jiang Ling hurriedly affirmed. "Oh?" Mrs. Brief's excitement grew at this revelation. She playfully hooked her arm around Jiang Ling's, smiling broadly as she inquired, "Could this charming young man accompany my daughter for a shopping excursion?" "Huh?" Jiang Ling's body stiffened, and he cast a pleading glance at Bulma. "Mom, please don't be like this. Jiang Ling has come to me for a reason." Bulma sighed, acknowledging that her penchant for handsome men was inherited from her mother. However, She was not quite so open-minded as to approach every charming young man she encountered. Mrs. Brief, observing her daughter's demeanor, stifled a laugh behind her hand. "You are so protective of him, yet you claim he is not your boyfriend." "Mom," Bulma exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips and giving a slight glare with her beautiful eyes. All right. I want to interrupt you any longer. I shall go shopping, Mrs. Brief remarked with a cheerful smile as she departed. Once Mrs. Brief had left, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and said, "Don't mind her. That's just how my mom is." Jiang Ling waved his hand with a smile, indicating that there was no need for concern. "Let us not dwell on this. Let us proceed to the laboratory." With a nod of agreement, they embarked on their journey. Given the expansive size of Bulma's residence, they opted for an electric vehicle for their transit. Jiang Ling took a seat on the rear of Bulma's electric scooter as she skillfully maneuvered it towards the lab. With Bulma at the helm, Jiang Ling embraced her slender waist, his hands encircling her delicate form. The gentle sensation beneath his fingertips, coupled with a subtle fragrance wafting into his nostrils, stirred a sense of distraction within him. It was hardly surprising, for Bulma, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, possessed an enviable physique and captivating beauty, not to mention her status as a leading scientist and a prodigy in her field. Who among the young men could remain unaffected by such allure? Jiang Ling's expression shifted slightly as he silently acknowledged his internal commitment. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, mastery of mechanical modification. With the aid of an electric vehicle, he soon arrived at the research facility. Bulma emerged from within, presenting a machine. This was it, the experimental apparatus crafted from gravity technology acquired by his father, Dr. Brief, during Jiang Ling's childhood. Though the machine appeared somewhat rudimentary, Jiang Ling paid it no mind. Functionality was all that mattered. "Bulma, shall we conduct a test?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied, nodding before guiding Jiang Ling through the process of activating the machine. Activating five-fold gravity. With a crack, the moment gravity was unleashed, Bulma was forcefully pressed to the ground. Jiang Ling quickly regained his composure and promptly disabled the gravity. He then helped Bulma to her feet, scratching his head with an expression of contrition. "I apologize, Bulma. I was so eager to conduct the test that I neglected your feelings." Bulma cast him a reproachful glance, sighed, and replied, "Never mind. Just wait until I am a distance away before you reactivate the gravity." After saying this, she hurriedly moved to a spot beyond the influence of the gravity. Once she had stepped out of its range, Jiang Ling reinitiated the gravity, setting it to 5 times its normal strength. Jiang Ling took a moment to assess his surroundings, then proceeded to perform a series of warm-up exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups. He even completed an entire set of the 8th routine of radio calisthenics. Each movement was executed with remarkable ease, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Having long acclimated to the 10-fold gravity of Planet Yard, the current 5-fold gravity felt utterly trivial to him. Suddenly, Jiang Ling sensed a profound weight pressing down upon him, as the gravitational force surged dramatically. Taken aback, he glanced at the machine. The screen boldly displayed a staggering 20-fold gravity. Jiang Ling raised his hand to deactivate the gravity effect and then explained the situation to Bulma, who was approaching. The gravity machine itself was functioning correctly, but there appeared to be an issue with the internal system, which had unexpectedly switched to 20 times the gravity. Upon hearing this, Bulma conducted an inspection and identified the cause. The machine was simply too old, having been created 2 decades ago. Its system and hardware were in dire need of an upgrade. Modifications would also be necessary. It would likely take a day. Could you return tomorrow? Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling gazed at the machine, bolstered by his proficiency in mechanical modification, as various enhancement schemes flickered through his mind. After a brief pause, he declared, "I shall remain here to assist. Is that acceptable?" "Indeed," Bulma replied, albeit with a hint of skepticism, as the impending tasks required substantial mechanical knowledge. She suspected that Jiang Ling was merely boasting. However, as she observed him deftly maneuvering the workstation and expertly wielding an array of tools, her astonishment grew. His formidable capabilities allowed him to engage in frontline combat, while also adeptly managing logistical support. Could this truly be the essence of an all-rounder? "I lack the expertise to calibrate the system. You handle that," Jiang Ling remarked, seated at the workstation as he modified the machine. Bulma, upon hearing this, took a seat beside him, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she concentrated intently on adjusting various parameters on her computer. Their collaboration was seamless, as though they had been partners for an extended period. An hour later, Bulma stretched her body, the prolonged effort leaving her somewhat fatigued, necessitating a brief respite. Turning to gaze at Jiang Ling's profile, she became captivated by his earnest expression. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, how she had assisted the inebriated Jiang Ling into bed, in the solitude of a room shared by a lone man and woman. A sense of boldness emerged, compelling her to reach out and touch Jiang Ling's abdominal muscles. Subsequently, in a haze of confusion, he grasped her hand and confessed his feelings. Perhaps his grip was too strong. In their clumsy tussle, they fell onto the bed, and his hand inadvertently rested upon her chest before they succumbed to slumber. Recalling this, Bulma's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. At that moment, Jiang Ling sensed a gaze upon him and turned to find Bulma blushing, leaving him quite perplexed. What on earth is causing you to blush like a teapot? An hour later, a brand new gravity machine had been successfully modified. With Bulma's fine-tuning, its parameters had also become stable, ensuring that the previous issue of sudden gravitational imbalance would no longer occur. Jiang Ling placed the machine inside a room, reminiscent of the gravity training chamber from the original work, and additionally installed a large screen, allowing for the enjoyment of television while exercising. His commitment to enjoyment was earnest. The room was equipped with soundproofing, ensuring that even the loudest sounds within would not escape to the outside world. Thus, one could engage in gravity training while simultaneously watching films. Jiang Ling was exceedingly pleased with the gravity training chamber, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to take it back and put it to the test. Bulma, at present, I lack the funds to compensate you. I shall owe you for now and repay you when I am able. Upon hearing this, Bulma waved her hand dismissively and generously replied, No need. The costs are minimal. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. I must provide this money, as it pertains to the dignity of man. Otherwise, perhaps you could offer yourself in return. Bulma? After arriving at the training facility, Jiang Ling returned home. The same place where he had indulged in drinks the previous day. He resolved to reside here. The gentle flow of the brook and the lush greenery around him created a serene atmosphere. The key advantage was the absence of disturbances, making it an ideal sanctuary for someone like him who cherished a leisurely lifestyle. He stepped into the gravity training chamber. Jiang Ling activated the gravity, setting it to 20 times the normal force. A sudden weight bore down upon him. He moved his body slightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Vegeta, I eagerly await your arrival. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he commenced a new round of training. Unbeknownst to him, the day of Vegeta's arrival had arrived. Two white, circular, single-person spacecraft materialized in the outer space above Earth. Without a moment's pause, they descended directly towards the planet. Baidu, a metropolis rivaling Shidu, bustled with its inhabitants leading their ordinary lives when suddenly someone pointed at the sky and shouted, What is that? Something is falling from the sky. This outcry drew the attention of those nearby, leading to a wave of panic. Some wept, others trembled in fear, and a few expressed their regret, even going so far as to start live broadcasts. It seems like a meteor. I believe the apocalypse is upon us. The world is ending, Mom. Help. I haven't even confessed to my boyfriend yet. Family, the broadcaster is in Baidu, and what you are witnessing is. The two spacecraft streaked across the sky and crashed into the city with tremendous force, creating two enormous craters. Those objects did not appear to be meteors. They were round, white. Could they possibly be UFOs? Amidst the discussions, the spacecraft emitted a hissing sound as their doors slowly opened. Two figures emerged, one tall and robust, the other shorter, dressed in peculiar attire, with what appeared to be a device resembling glasses over his right eye. The tall, muscular man, bald and named Nappa, towered over the diminutive Saiyan prince, Vegeta, whose height barely reached Nappa's abdomen. Despite his stature, Vegeta's hair stood upright in a spiky fashion, accentuating his high hairline. With a disdainful glance at the onlookers, he idly cleaned his ear and smirked. Nappa. These ants are rather noisy. The muscular giant scratched his shiny bald head and grinned. Your Highness Vegeta, I shall take care of it. With that, Nappa surveyed the crowd and unleashed a wave of intense energy, a blinding light radiating from him that engulfed the crowd and the entire city in an instant. In the aftermath of the blinding light, the once towering city was reduced to rubble, its inhabitants turned to ash without a single scream. Nappa, you wasted energy there. But I must admit, I am quite pleased with your method, Vegeta remarked, hovering in the air, nodding in satisfaction. Nappa chuckled sheepishly. The remaining energy will suffice to deal with Kakarot and the others. It's merely a game. Indeed, we must find those individuals and demand the Dragon Balls. The wish for immortality cannot be delayed, Vegeta asserted, pressing a device against his right eye. The device emitted a couple of beeps, prompting Vegeta to laugh. Is this it? The highest battle power on this planet barely reaches a few hundred. Let us eradicate them swiftly and seize the Dragon Balls before we encounter any further complications. Nappa paused. What about Kakarot, that traitor? If he does not repent soon, we shall show him no mercy. Vegeta sneered. The two then soared into the sky, heading towards the location indicated by the Power Scouter. Chapter 16. All members depart at Bowsy Mountain. Son Goku returned home, carrying a wild beast as provisions for the family meal. Chi-Chi, I'm back, he called as he entered. Chi-Chi emerged from the house, dressed elegantly in a cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure. Her expression was softer than usual, radiating warmth and consideration. Her lively eyes sparkled as she noticed the rosy glow on her cheeks, a hue that had not graced her face in their 5 years of marriage. Welcome back. You must be tired. Please rest. I will prepare dinner, Chi-Chi said gently, wiping the sweat from Goku's brow with a handkerchief. She then called for Goten. Goten, help your father with the ingredients so he can take a break. Goten had recently returned from Piccolo's care. After all, no one knew how formidable the enemy might be. So it was good for the family to reunite. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat unsettled by Chi-Chi's transformation over the past few days. Mom, I feel like you've changed, Goten said, looking up with innocent eyes. Oh? Chi-Chi perked up. In what way? Well, your temper seems much improved, Goten remarked innocently. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed, and she fell silent. Surely she could not admit that Goku's obliviousness had caused her temperament to sour over the years. Ah, what are you talking about? Your mother is still the same. Goku chuckled, patting Goten's head. Oh. Goten rubbed his head in confusion. Chi-Chi stifled a giggle. The family shared a warm moment at the door when suddenly, Goku's expression shifted as he looked towards the distance, sensing two powerful energies approaching. Goten, still handling the ingredients, paused and felt the overwhelming presence as well. The two exchanged glances. Chi-Chi, I need to go out for a while. Goten will come with me. You stay here and wait for my return. Chi-Chi, concerned, asked, is it about that matter you mentioned a few days ago? Is the enemy coming? Perhaps Goten should stay behind. Goten, serious, interjected, Mom, please let me go. I want to contribute to protecting Earth. Yes, Chi-Chi. I assure you Goten will be safe, Goku added. Chi-Chi sighed, understanding Goku's nature. Although he was typically carefree and easygoing, once he made a decision, it was as if 10 bulls could not pull him back. Just be careful and make sure to come back safely, she cautioned. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, Goku reassured her. With that, the father and son soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. In a picturesque wilderness, Jiang Ling emerged from the gravity training room, a white towel draped around his neck, wiping the sweat from his brow. With his upper body bare, his muscles were well-defined, showcasing a perfect physique. With 8 distinct abdominal muscles, the epitome of a fit individual. At last, Vegeta has arrived. This grueling training over the past 6 months was all for you. Do not let me down. Jiang Ling gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. On a remote mountaintop, Piccolo sat cloaked in white, sensing a presence. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he suddenly surged forward, leaving a series of sonic booms in his wake. His speed too swift for the ordinary eye to perceive. On Kame House, Krillin donned his martial arts uniform and tightened his belt, ready to embark on his journey. Master Roshi emerged to bid him farewell, saying, If you cannot prevail, flee. I await your good news. Understood, Krillin replied, soaring into the sky towards the source of the energy he sensed. Master Roshi, the old turtle hermit, and Launch watched him depart. In a vast expanse of swirling yellow sand, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin appeared from seemingly nowhere, just as they encountered the Saiyans. Yamcha observed the tall and short figures before him, noting the tails entwined around their waists. You must be the Saiyans, with your formidable energy and unmistakable tails, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Nappa turned to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, allow me to handle these mere insects to spare you from the filth, he said. Go ahead, Vegeta waved dismissively. To him, these weak adversaries were no more than insignificant pests, unworthy of his effort. Nappa grinned wickedly. You are the warriors of Earth, yes? Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can grant you a painless death. Otherwise, I could crush you with a mere finger. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Realizing the truth in Nappa's words, they could feel the vast disparity in power between themselves and the two Saiyans. How frustrating it was that even after a year of training in the Heavenly Temple, the gap in strength remained so pronounced. Let us hold on for a moment. I sense Goku and the others are on their way, Tien suggested. Indeed, let us test the fruits of our training over the past year, Yamcha agreed. and the trio nodded in unison, recalling Jiang Ling's advice to practice their teamwork, which would yield greater results than the sum of their individual efforts. In a synchronized motion, they spread out, subtly encircling Nappa. "Oh, all three of you at once? Quite clever," Nappa scoffed, shaking his head. Yet, he dismissed them as mere insects. Yamcha, with a serious demeanor, adopted a combat stance, his body erupting with a semi-transparent aura. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. The power level display indicated that Yamcha's fighting strength had surged from 200 to an astonishing 1,500 points. Earthlings could suppress their energy and release it in battle. Vegeta quickly deduced. He shook his head. Such power posed little threat to Nappa, whose strength was a staggering 4,000. In a flash, Yamcha darted behind Nappa and unleashed a powerful punch. With no surprise, Nappa effortlessly blocked the blow, showcasing a reaction speed far surpassing Yamcha's. Realizing his initial attack had failed, Yamcha unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist, his fists imbued with the ferocity of a Wolf King, delivering a flurry of strikes towards Nappa. Nappa, with his robust arms, blocked the barrage with ease, his expression untroubled, as if he felt no pressure at all. "Are you finished? Now it's my turn." Grasping Yamcha's fist, Nappa swung a fist into Yamcha's abdomen with ferocious force. "Ah!" Yamcha cried out, propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. It might have seemed like an extended battle, but in reality, it had only lasted a brief moment. Yamcha was injured before Tien and Kaioshin could even engage. "Yamcha, are you all right?" Tien and Kaioshin shouted in concern. "I'm fine. I can still fight. Ugh, it hurts." Yamcha groaned, clutching his abdomen as he rose, his expression pained. "Hey, you foolish ball giant, that was merely a warm-up. Now, witness my ultimate technique," Yamcha shouted, gathering a blinding energy sphere in his hands. Vegeta observed the power level readings with astonishment. The battle power had increased once again. Suddenly, a brilliant energy sphere sped towards Nappa, who merely sidestepped, evading the attack. "Futile, our gap is insurmountable. You cannot hit me." Yamcha smirked. "Oh? Is that so?" Spirit Bomb. With a swift motion, he redirected the previously dodged energy blast back towards Nappa. "Impressive technique, but alas, you still cannot strike me," Nappa declared, preparing to evade. Yet, Yamcha shouted, "Kaioshin now?" In an instant, Nappa was momentarily immobilized, and the redirected energy sphere struck him squarely. The explosion erupted with a cloud of dust. "Did it work?" Kaioshin asked, peering into the haze. "I doubt it," Yamcha replied solemnly, glancing at the figure within the dissipating smoke, silently hoping for success. As the dust settled, Nappa stood unharmed, his attire slightly torn. "Nappa, end this quickly," Vegeta yawned, losing interest in the unfolding spectacle. "Very well, Prince Vegeta," Nappa replied. Just then, another beep resonated. Vegeta's gaze sharpened at the power level readings, which surged dramatically. 300, 700, 1,000, 3,000, 4,000. Vegeta fixed his eyes on Tien, who had yet to engage in combat. Tien hovered in the air, his hands framing a target, focusing intently on Nappa. "Nappa, you fool, get out of the way," Vegeta shouted. In the next moment, Tien unleashed his ultimate technique, Kikaho. A torrent of energy burst forth from his hands, surging towards Nappa. A resounding explosion erupted at the scene, and Tien, having exhausted all his strength, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Kaioshin. What happened? The three turned to the spot where Nappa had once stood. Now a deep, square-shaped chasm. Nappa stood at the cave's entrance, sweat cascading down his bald head, a look of lingering dread etched across his face. Having heeded Vegeta's warning, he narrowly evaded the attack at the last moment. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin wore pale expressions. Despite their efforts, were they still unable to prevail? How could such insignificant creatures wield power capable of threatening my life? This is unforgivable. Nappa's expression darkened, and with a furious roar, he directed a blinding beam of light towards Yamcha and the others. Alarm bells rang in their minds, and their pupils dilated in terror. Yamcha was injured, Tien was fatigued, and Kaioshin struggled to support Tien. In that moment, they realized escape was utterly futile. Were they destined to perish here? Despair enveloped their hearts. A humming sound resonated. An ultra-fast, spinning disk of energy pierced through Nappa's body, cleaving him in two. Nappa's eyes widened. The energy blast he had yet to unleash detonated in his mouth. Boom. The violent explosion shattered his body into fragments. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin, along with Vegeta, stood in stunned silence, their gazes drawn to the source of this attack. A young man with a shining bald head flew in from a distance. Upon recognizing him, Relief washed over Yamcha and the others. Krillin, thank goodness you're here, Yamcha exclaimed. Looks like I made it just in time, Krillin replied, scratching his nose with a sheepish grin. Humph. Vegeta glanced at Nappa's former position, scoffing, what useless trash, defeated by mere ants. He then discarded the power scouter from his right eye, crushing it underfoot. This device was of little use against foes capable of suppressing their ki or temporarily amplifying their strength. It would only hinder his assessment of the battle. Vegeta chose to destroy it, deeming it pointless. He then turned to the Earth Warriors. I offer you one last chance. Surrender the Dragon Balls, and I may consider granting you a painless demise. As these words sank in, the group fell into silence, momentarily shaken from their elation at having vanquished Nappa. Krillin gritted his teeth, fist clenched. Evil Scion, we shall never submit. Very well, then don't blame me for being merciless, Vegeta sneered. After I eliminate you, I will capture your friends one by one and kill them until you hand over the Dragon Balls. With that, an energy sphere began to form in his hand. Krillin gasped, sensing the terrifying power contained within. Vegeta wasted no time, hurling the energy sphere directly at them. Should it strike, they would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. Final flash. From another direction, a formidable energy, entwined in a radiant aura, surged forth, colliding with Vegeta's energy sphere midair. Bang! Rocks shattered, and Earth was upheaved, as if the entire world had been engulfed in an explosion. The shockwave from the collision sent Krillin and the others tumbling to the ground. Who is that? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of surprise. The earlier energy blast had merely been a casual strike, yet it was not something an Earthling could withstand. He focused intently, and from the swirling sands emerged a tall, green figure, the future ruler of Earth, Piccolo. With an expression of indifference and his white cape billowing in the wind, Piccolo turned to Krillin and the others, his voice cold. You need to leave now. Don't impede me here. What did you say? Yamcha, incensed, moved to retaliate, but Krillin intervened just in time. Calm down, Yamcha, please. For my sake. Let us retreat and leave this to Piccolo. Yamcha, knowing he couldn't team-match Piccolo, reluctantly agreed. They prepared to step back, intending to observe from a distance. However, Vegeta would not permit them such an easy escape. Allowing them to leave would only serve to undermine his earlier proclamation, an affront too great for a proud Saiyan prince to endure. Vegeta's face darkened as he regarded Piccolo, his form suddenly surging forward, launching a swift kick. The speed was too great for Piccolo to evade. He could only brace himself with crossed arms. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! The overwhelming force propelled Piccolo backwards like a cannonball, his feet carving deep trenches into the earth. He collided with a stone pillar, which crumbled under the impact, burying him beneath the rubble. Piccolo! How could this happen? Even Piccolo fell to a single blow. Anguish welled within the group. If Piccolo, so strong, could be felled in an instant, how could Goku and Jiang Ling possibly fare any better? A mere year of training was insufficient. With the nuisance removed, it was now your turn. Vegeta chuckled darkly, raising his hands as two spheres of terrifying energy coalesced within them. Krillin and the others knew that being struck by either would mean their utter annihilation. With no hope of resistance. Chapter 18. We arrived too late. Whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta hurled the energy spheres, one aimed at Krillin and the others, the other at the now uncertain fate of Piccolo. A smirk played at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. If all went as expected, a spectacular display of fireworks would soon unfold. Suddenly, two streaks of crimson light surged in from a distance, reaching the scene in an instant, perfectly positioned to intercept the energy spheres. Bang, bang. The two energy spheres detonated, sending plumes of dust into the air. Krillin and the others watched anxiously as the dust began to settle. Who was that? Vegeta furrowed his brow, frustrated that his crucial moment had been interrupted once more. As the dust cleared, a figure engulfed in flames emerged. Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong, how wonderful it is that you have finally arrived. I almost perished moments ago. The Saiyans are overwhelmingly powerful. Not even Piccolo stands a chance. Krillin and the others spoke with fervor. On the battlefield, Wukong and Jiang Ling's presence heralded the imminent clash. Meanwhile, in West City, Bulma learned through the television of the catastrophic obliteration of North City. Are the Saiyans truly so formidable? A city has been annihilated in an instant. Bulma's expression was laden with concern. She wondered whether Wukong and his companions could defeat the Saiyans, and pondered Jiang Ling's recent arrival. His strength was likely minimal, and she feared for his safety. Bulma recalled Jiang Ling. Although her acquaintance with him was shorter than that with Wukong and the others, the impression he left upon her was unparalleled. It was as if they were two magnets irresistibly drawn to one another. Just then, a news report about North City captured her attention. The reporter had discovered two white spheres. It's unimaginable what kind of force could cause such devastation to North City. Not even a nuclear bomb could achieve this effect. Oh my God, look what we have found. Two unidentified spheres. The spheres stood out strikingly amidst the desolation. The reporter's exclamation soon garnered the attention of government officials, who were at a loss regarding the nature of the spheres, utterly baffled. At that moment, the screen displayed a stout figure, his hair disheveled and a knife secured at his waist. Upon his appearance, he declared, "I know the origin of these two spheres." The reporter immediately inquired, "Oh, may I ask who you are? Can you enlighten us?" "I am Yachirobe, and as for these two spheres, they are spaceships." Yachirobe spoke with unwavering conviction. The eyes of the reporter and the assembled personnel widened with excitement. If this were true, it would undoubtedly be an explosive piece of news. Spaceships? How do you know this? What is their origin? The crowd clamored with questions. Yachirobe smirked slightly, remaining calm as he replied, "Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit hungry." "What should I do about that? What are we discussing? How can I allow you to go hungry? Come, let us get in the car, my treat." The reporter pounded his chest, brimming with bravado. As she watched the scene unfold on television, Bulma was left speechless. Is this truly acceptable? Yachirobe is indeed quite the character. On the battlefield, Jiang Ling offered a faint smile. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. My home is quite distant from here, and I arrived late. I appreciate your efforts." Sun Wukong nodded, subsequently releasing the Kaioshin technique, his crimson aura dissipating as he returned to his normal state. He retrieved two sins of beans, handing one to Yamcha and the other to Tien. "Consume these, and then depart swiftly. The farther away, the better. This battle is beyond your capabilities." Yamcha and Tien declined to accept, shaking their heads resolutely. "It would be futile for us to use them. They would serve no purpose." "Wukong, you and Jiang Ling are the ones who truly need the sins of beans." Their resolve was unwavering. Without waiting for further words from Wukong, they departed the battlefield with the assistance of Krillin and Kaioshin. As Jiang Ling's thoughts stirred, she dispelled the crimson aura of the Kaioshin technique and gazed at Vegeta. Inwardly bemused, so short, only slightly taller than the bald Krillin, roughly the same height as Bulma. At that moment, another figure soared in from behind. Son Gohan arrived. Albeit fashionably late, Jiang Ling pointed to the pile of rubble concealing Piccolo's form, saying, "Gohan, Piccolo is buried there. Please lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan gasped, "Uncle Piccolo," and began the arduous task of excavating Piccolo from the debris. After a careful inspection, he found that Piccolo still had a faint pulse. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo is still alive," Gohan exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes as his hands trembled. He was acutely aware that if this continued, Uncle Piccolo would inevitably succumb to his injuries. The thought of Piccolo's demise was intolerable to him. Gohan continued, "This is a Senzu bean." Sun Wukong tossed a Senzu bean towards him, and Gohan instinctively caught it, though confusion clouded his expression. Noticing this, Wukong elaborated, "As long as Piccolo still breathes, he can be revived. Just feed it to him." Gohan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope upon hearing this. He hurriedly placed the Senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth, whispering, "Uncle Piccolo, you must be okay." He tightly grasped Piccolo's pale green hand and softly prayed. Moments later, Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of vitality igniting within him. He sprang to his feet, exuding a powerful aura, appearing as though he had never been on the brink of death. "Wonderful! Uncle Piccolo is fine," Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Piccolo nodded towards Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong as a gesture of acknowledgement. He then crouched down, a fleeting softness crossing his usually stoic features, and gently ruffled Gohan's hair. Uttering the emotionless words, "I am fine." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reflect. Ever since his arrival, the narrative had diverged significantly from the original tale. In the original story, the Earth Warriors had suffered heavy casualties before Wukong arrived late to the fray. However, despite being delayed by 10 minutes due to distance, there had been no fatalities this time. Everyone was alive and well, with only a few sustaining serious injuries. Yet, one thing left him with a tinge of regret. The Vegeta character had not been released, robbing the world of the legendary scene featuring the God of Tea. Not far away, Vegeta stood frozen, a tempest of emotion surging within him. What is happening? Just moments ago, he was on the brink of death, and now, after consuming a single bean, he appears completely unharmed. If only I had a plethora of those beans, I could assemble an army and, with the wish of immortality from the Dragon Balls, I could challenge Frieza without fear. Contemplating this, Vegeta's gaze flickered, disregarding the fleeing Krillin and others. and fixated upon Sun Wukong's face. You are Kakarot, aren't you? You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. I am Sun Wukong. As for the name Kakarot, I apologize. That may have been my name once, but I possess no memories of that time, Wukong replied, shaking his head. I am now a scion raised on Earth. Realizing that Vegeta had indeed lost his memories, he noticed the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling. Vegeta's attention sharpened. You are also a scion? Why have I never heard of you before? Jiang Ling curled his lips and shrugged, remarking that there were plenty of things one had not heard of, and he was not particularly missed. Humph. Observing Jiang Ling's nonchalant demeanor, Vegeta let out a cold snort, questioning whether they were truly determined to oppose him and betray the entirety of the Scion Empire. Jiang Ling? Sun Wukong? Vegeta, observing the silence between the two, had already reached a conclusion in his mind. It matters not. I only seek to attain immortality and those beings you presented earlier. You may leave now. Sun Wukong gazed at him with utmost seriousness, declaring, I shall not allow you to succeed. Neither will I permit you to prevail. Jiang Ling stepped forward. They speak the truth, Beak remarked. I concur, Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly. The wind swept through, carrying yellow sand, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Since you refuse to surrender the Dragon Balls and the Senzu Beans, I shall take matters into my own hands until you comply. Upon hearing these words, everyone tensed, bracing for Vegeta's impending assault. To their surprise, Vegeta did not strike. Instead, he shot off at remarkable speed in an entirely different direction. Why is he fleeing? This is not good. Jiang Ling gazed towards the direction in which he had departed and exclaimed, He has gone to pursue Krillin and the others. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback and immediately unleashed his Kaioken to chase after him. Without employing the Kaioken, his speed would have been insufficient to catch up with Vegeta. Damn it, I'm still too slow. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong's body erupted with crimson flames, his speed surging dramatically. 3 times Kaioken. Yet, he was still at a disadvantage, trailing behind Vegeta by a considerable distance. Before long, Wukong heard the chilling sounds of screams and explosions ahead. In the next moment, he beheld Vegeta on the ground, with 4 figures lying not far away. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Chaos, Wu, Wukong. Krillin gasped. We have burdened you. No. Wukong shook his head, producing a Senzu Bean to offer Krillin. Do not refuse. You have died once. And if you die again, you cannot be resurrected. At that moment, the Earth's dragon could only grant revival once. Should Krillin perish again, revival would be impossible. Krillin consumed the Senzu Bean and regained his strength. Sun Wukong then glanced at the other 3. They had ceased to breathe. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Kakarot, if you do not surrender the Dragon Balls and Senzu Beans, your friends and family will meet the same fate as them, one by one before your eyes. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta, fury igniting within his gaze. And the flames surrounding him surged once more. With deliberate emphasis, he declared, I will defeat you. Hey, what delusion fuels your confidence, you insignificant insects? To think you can possibly overcome me? Vegeta scoffed. This statement was not without foundation. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, his combat prowess was unrivaled among his peers and even the older Scions, his potential absolutely paramount. He could not fathom that the Scion's exile to this desolate, remote planet could possess power exceeding his own. Chapter 19, The Gorilla Bang. Vegeta was sent hurtling into the air, having been struck by Jiang Ling, who had just arrived at his previous position. What audacity to utter such words. 2 waves of energy surged forth from Piccolo and Gohan's hands. Demon Flash. Demon Light Cannon. The unexpected assault struck Vegeta, who was unprepared in the sky. We did it. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, remarking on the satisfaction of cooperation in ambush. Sun Wukong's approval was evident, while Piccolo nodded slightly. In the sky, Vegeta revealed himself, his attire disheveled and his expression one of utmost displeasure. Moments ago, he had dismissed them as mere ants, yet now he found himself humiliated by those he deemed insignificant. Not far away, Sun Wukong, enveloped in fierce crimson flames, spoke in a grave tone. Do not intervene. I shall defeat him myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling glanced at Vegeta and then at the lifeless forms of Yamcha and his companions, comprehending Wukong's intentions. Wukong was determined to handle this personally. At that moment, Vegeta was an insufferable presence, starkly different from his later self. With a silent sigh, Jiang Ling spread his hands and nonchalantly replied, Very well, just be cautious. Go for it, Dad. Sun Wufan shouted enthusiastically. Be careful. Your opponent is formidable, Piccolo cautioned. Sun Wukong nodded, and, like a cannonball, shot forth, leaving a trail of red light in his wake, directly colliding with the overconfident Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was sent hurtling back. Blood sprang from his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. How can he be this fast? And this power? What is happening? Still reeling from the shock, he was met by Sun Wukong's figure appearing behind him, delivering a fierce kick. Ah! Vegeta screamed as he plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact, his expression reflecting utter devastation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a low-level warrior possess such strength? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he became, ultimately succumbing to his injuries and spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, which provided him some relief. Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the crater, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath as his body trembled slightly. As his power increased, the layers of the King's fist could be compounded. At his current strength, utilizing a threefold King's fist imposed an immense burden, nearly pushing him to his limits. Vegeta rose, observing Sun Wukong at the crater's edge, slowly wiping away the blood, a smirk forming on his lips. It seems you have forcibly enhanced your power. So what? As long as you can be defeated. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth. Vegeta's expression hardened, and with a surge of energy, he swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches. Tat 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 tat. Yet Sun Wukong was no pushover. Utilizing his remarkable reflexes and the augmented strength from the threefold King's fist, he defended against all of Vegeta's assaults while landing several punishing blows, exacerbating Vegeta's injuries. After a series of exchanges, Vegeta once more crashed to the ground, battered and bruised, his condition utterly disheveled. After all, he only possessed a combat power of 18,000, while Wukong's threefold King's fist elevated his power to over 20,000. Breathing heavily, Sun Wukong struggled under the tremendous strain, nearly reaching his breaking point. Hee. You are quite impressive, Kakarot. Vegeta stared blankly at the daytime sky, lamenting. What a pity, your tail is gone, rendering you unable to access the mightiest power of the Saiyan race. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. What? Nearby? Piccolo stared in shock, casting a sidelong glance at Wufan, seemingly realizing something, and looked up at the sky. Internally he mused, it shouldn't be possible. I destroyed the moon. Meanwhile, upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jiang Ling shouted urgently, Quick, stop him. Before Wukong could react, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a faintly glowing energy, and hurled it into the sky. An artificial moon. When Saiyans gaze upon a full moon, they can transform into colossal apes, wielding terrifying strength. If no full moon exists, they can expend their own ki to create an artificial moon. Jiang Ling lowered his gaze, avoiding the moon hanging in the sky. His tail remained, and he was reluctant to transform into a gorilla. After all, he was uncertain whether he would retain his sanity after such a metamorphosis. Everyone act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Jiang Ling uttered a phrase, placing her hands in a floral position at her waist, and in an instant, she summoned a powerful energy wave. The Kamehameha wave. Krillin, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, each unleashed their most rapid techniques. Kamehameha. Demon Flash. Demon Flash. Too late. A smirk appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as his body began to enlarge, sprouting dark fur. The roar that erupted reverberated through the vicinity, causing the nearby stones to tremble. The assault unleashed by Jiang Ling and his companions proved to be of little consequence against the formidable beast Vegeta. Such is the might of the Saiyans. The beast Vegeta let out a boisterous laugh, directing a powerful energy blast towards the position of Jiang Ling and his allies. Jiang Ling and his companions swiftly evaded the energy blast, which struck the ground and sent shards of rock flying, creating a deep crater. Vegeta turned to see Goku's bewildered expression and spoke, It is understandable that you, having lost your memories as a Saiyan, are unaware of this. A Saiyan with a tail who gazes upon the full moon can transform into a gigantic ape, their power increasing tenfold. Full moon. Gigantic ape. Goku murmured softly, his gaze drifting into emptiness, realizing that he had inadvertently caused his grandfather's demise in his childhood. Vegeta, now in his colossal ape form, raised his hand, accompanied by a whoosh, and aimed a strike at Goku. Goku snapped back to reality and quickly leaped aside to evade. The stones beneath him, along with the earth, shattered upon impact. Although Vegeta's form was immense, his agility rivaled that of Goku, and his mind remained keen. Goku danced across the battlefield, dodging Vegeta's onslaught. At that moment, he cast aside all erratic thoughts, focusing solely on the battle. The disparity in their powers was stark. One misstep could lead to his demise. Goku leapt onto a large rock, but was suddenly struck by a searing pain that caused him to falter. In an instant, he was seized by Vegeta, who gripped him tightly. Squeeze. Goku's agonized scream pierced the air. Ha ha ha, perish? Vegeta cackled maniacally. Having discarded thoughts of the Dragon Balls and Senzu Beans, Goku posed a lethal threat, and Vegeta resolved to eliminate him first. At that moment, a voice rang out from the side. Hey, Trash Vegeta, look over here. Krillin exclaimed, making a grimace, wielding a rapidly spinning energy disc. With a flick of his wrist, the disc hurtled towards Vegeta's tail. Foolish Earthling, you dare to attack my tail and alert me? Vegeta scoffed, deftly evading the energy disc with a leap. Goku. Use the solar flare. Goku, held captive in Vegeta's grasp, grimaced in pain but unleashed the solar flare. A blinding light immediately seared Vegeta's titanium-like eyes. My eyes are blinded, Vegeta exclaimed, one hand shielding his face, while the other still clutched Goku tightly. At that moment, a buzzing sound echoed. Jiang Ling appeared silently behind Vegeta, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he had already gathered his energy disc. With a swift motion, he sent the disc slicing toward Vegeta's tail. In an instant, the tail severed as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Wah, what? Vegeta's eyes widened in fury as he felt his strength rapidly depleting, his form shrinking. Goku, unable to be held any longer, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Piccolo, who moved like a streak of light. Goku, do you have any Senzu Beans left? Piccolo inquired. None. I'm sorry. Goku replied weakly, his body gravely injured and incapable of movement. Jiang Ling shook his head, assuring, it's fine, you should rest, allow me to handle this. Very well, Wukong replied, his tone tinged with regret. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ling and spoke in a low voice. Do you have confidence? If not, we shall confront this together. It was not that he underestimated Jiang Ling. Rather, it was a recollection from half a year ago when they first met. And Jiang Ling had struggled even against a mere tiger. Furthermore, there had been no prior mention of such a figure, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Krillin expressed his concern. Perhaps we should all join forces. Jiang Ling, do not overexert yourself. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should merely take care of Wukong. In his heart, he could not help but grumble. If he had been fighting alongside Wukong against Vegeta earlier, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Unfortunately, Wukong had insisted on avenging his companions alone, leaving Jiang Ling powerless to intervene. At that moment, Wukong weakly spoke up. You need not worry. Jiang Ling should be able to handle this. He is even stronger than I am. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted, while Krillin gasped in disbelief. Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. In just half a year, Jiang Ling had grown to a level surpassing even Wukong. Could it be that he is a prodigy? In the original narrative, Wukong, facing dire straits, had recklessly unleashed a fourfold Kaioshin, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. Yet now, he had only resorted to a threefold increase before bowing out. Perhaps Wukong was aware that Jiang Ling could take the stage, or perhaps he wished to avoid pushing himself beyond his limits to spare Chi-Chi further heartache. Meanwhile, Vegeta stared vacantly at his severed tail, and after a long pause, he snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse as he screamed, No, my power. Vegeta's expression gradually contorted with rage, unleashing a fierce, translucent aura that surged outward from his very being. Jiang Ling stepped forward, his expression grave. At this moment, Vegeta resembled a weakened boss in a game, having entered a state of fury. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. A crimson aura enveloped Jiang Ling, his form imbued with an unparalleled ferocity under the enhancement of the King's Fist. He launched the initial assault, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Vegeta, delivering blows upon him with the ferocity of a tempest. The swiftness of Jiang Ling's strikes left one utterly bewildered. In his frenzied state, Vegeta found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance, rendered powerless against the onslaught. Jiang Ling executed a soaring kick with his right leg, swiftly following it with a whip-like strike, each move flowing seamlessly into the next, an unending barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta found himself so thoroughly suppressed that he could scarcely lift his head. Krillin and Gohan struggled to keep pace with Jiang Ling's movements, only catching fleeting glimpses of his afterimages. Meanwhile, Piccolo's gaze shifted in tandem with Jiang Ling's agility, his expression increasingly one of shock. The suppression was absolute, an undeniable dominance. It is crucial to note that at this moment, the enraged Vegeta possessed strength surpassing his previous form, yet he was still being overwhelmed by Jiang Ling. How terrifying was this power? Yet, in that instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Where there is oppression, there is bound to be an eruption. This is an immutable truth of the ages. Ah! With a furious roar, Vegeta unleashed a surge of intense energy, propelling Jiang Ling away. He then leaped into the sky. Die with me. Vegeta's face twisted in rage as he concentrated his energy into his ultimate technique, Gallic Gun. He had succumbed to madness, intent on obliterating Jiang Ling along with the very earth itself. The Gallic Gun, imbued with terrifying might, surged directly towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling raised her eyebrows, retreating a few paces after retracting her fist, taking a deep breath. The crimson flames enveloping her suddenly erupted. Triple Kaioken. Quadruple Kaioken. The red flames blazed fiercely. Jiang Ling gazed at the approaching energy blast and swiftly delivered a powerful slap. With a resounding thud, the energy blast veered off course and soared back. What? How could this happen? Vegeta stood in stunned disbelief, rooted to the spot. The energy blast had consumed all of his stamina, leaving Jiang Ling couldn't help but scoff. Truly impressive, as expected of Vegeta. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, he still managed to rise to his feet. However, taking advantage of your weakness to claim your life, Jiang Ling launched himself with a powerful kick. Originally aimed at the abdomen, but for reasons unknown, it veered slightly off course and struck Vegeta below. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the skies. Vegeta curled up on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. His complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his face. Jiang Ling. Sun Wukong. Krillin observed the scene before him, instinctively tightening his legs. Piccolo's brow twitched, sensing a phantom pain in his limb. Gohan glanced at the silent crowd, then turned to Vegeta, tilting his head and raising his hands in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. Ahem. I didn't mean to kick that spot earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Ling cleared his throat softly and approached Vegeta. At this moment, the latter had already lost his combat capability, posing no threat whatsoever. Jiang Ling's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, poised to terminate Vegeta's haughty existence. Wait. Goku's voice resonated. Could you please refrain from taking his life? At these words, the crowd shifted their gaze towards Goku. Jiang Ling also ceased his subsequent actions. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized that Goku's classic act of sparing an enemy's life had emerged. Goku, what are you contemplating? He pondered. Vegeta has slain Chaozu, Tien, and Yamcha. And you now wish to let him go? Krillin was the first to express his discontent. Piccolo, utterly speechless, recalled the last World Martial Arts Tournament, where Goku had shown mercy to him, allowing him to depart. The situation mirrored the present perfectly. Gazing at the barely conscious Goku sprawled on the ground, Piccolo shook his head and coldly uttered two words, foolishness. Look, even Piccolo, who seldom curses, has rebuked you. Krillin exclaimed in exasperation, stamping his feet. Gohan placed a hand on Goku's forehead, his face etched with confusion. Dad, you haven't lost your mind, have you? No, Goku replied, shaking his head. His gaze drifting toward the sky as he sighed. I simply feel that killing him would be a pity. I long for another exhilarating battle with him. Jiang Ling. May I indulge in this whim just once? That is my sole request. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt his spirit deflate. Well, you have indeed saved the earth countless times, so you certainly have the right to be capricious. Jiang Ling gazed at Wukong, his eyes flickering with a deadly intensity and uncertainty. The most decisive course of action would be to eliminate Vegeta outright, bringing an end to the matter. Yet, the ensuing narrative would no longer be within his control. On the other hand, if he were to allow Vegeta to escape, as the story unfolded, Vegeta and Wukong would become the principal defenders of Earth, permitting him to languish in the background without concern. This was the source of his hesitation. Jiang Ling, I implore you. I will heed your counsel from now on. Wukong's voice echoed once more. Sigh. Jiang Ling sighed, exclaiming, Saint Mother, before unleashing a kick towards Vegeta's direction. Ack. Vegeta cried out as he was struck repeatedly in his most vulnerable area, his heart-wrenching screams causing the onlookers to wince in sympathy. Piccolo's eyes twitched slightly, secretly relieved that he lacked such a vulnerability. After a considerable pause, Vegeta, enduring the diminished pain, tremblingly retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. A white, circular single-pod spaceship descended from afar, landing beside him and opening its hatch. Under the gaze of the crowd, Vegeta gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to crawl inside. Within the confines of the spacecraft, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Piccolo. If I am not mistaken, you must be an Namekian. This reminds me. I have heard tales of miraculous wish orbs on your planet, akin to the Dragon Balls of Earth, correct? Upon hearing this, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, while the others exchanged bewildered glances. A Namekian? The Demon King Piccolo is an alien? Jiang Ling, however, maintained a composed expression, fully aware of this fact as a traveler of worlds. Vegeta, taken aback by their reactions, soon understood and scoffed. It seems you, like Kakarot, are oblivious to your own lineage. Next time, your fortune may not be so favorable. The hatch began to close slowly. I will return, Vegeta declared, leaving behind his final words. The spaceship then soared into the sky, disappearing into the vastness of space. Krillin shouted, "Damn it, you should clarify your words. What is this about Namek?" Meanwhile, inside the spaceship, Vegeta activated the life support system and succumbed to unconsciousness. He was utterly drained. The fierce remarks he had just uttered were his last act of defiance. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, a flicker of red light shimmered in the corner of the spacecraft. Chapter 21. Preparations for Namek in a distant part of the universe. There lies a planet adorned with lush, verdant trees, a vibrant testament to life. Yet, amidst this greenery, a stark steel base stands in jarring contrast to its surroundings. Inside this base, within an opulently furnished office, Frieza reclined in a hovering chair, hands clasped before him, elegantly listening to a recording presented by his subordinate. Namek. The Wish Orbs. Vegeta is rather disobedient, yet he remains unaware of the recording device aboard his ship. Ha ha ha. Standing beside him was a portly figure with pink skin, who interjected at an opportune moment, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Frieza glanced at him disdainfully and gracefully shook his head. I'm not one to lack principles. Since Vegeta has provided such critical information, I shall make a trip to Namek, acquire immortality, and then personally ensure his demise. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Dodoria, are there any teams currently stationed at the base? The pink. Rotund Dodoria promptly replied, Your Majesty, several teams have already been dispatched for battle. The fastest will return in 3 days. Then we shall depart in 3 days for Namek. Frieza stated slowly. Meanwhile, on Earth, after Vegeta's departure, a heavy silence enveloped the group. As they gazed upon the lifeless forms of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin, a somber atmosphere pervaded. Krillin attempted to lighten the mood, saying, It's all right. We still have the Dragon Balls. We can wish them back in a year. Jiang Ling's expression was one of profound sorrow. After all, they had been friends for several months. Witnessing someone who was once vibrant and full of life now reduced to a cold, lifeless corpse is a heavy burden for anyone to bear. However, as Jiang Ling continued to gaze, an unusual expression crossed his face, and the sadness within him vanished completely. The posture of Yamcha, why did it seem so familiar? Wasn't this precisely the iconic scene immortalized in the original narrative? Indeed, the god of tea truly lived up to his title. Jiang Ling, engulfed in sorrow, took out her phone. She opened the camera application and pressed the shutter button. Click. This moment, destined to be immortalized through the ages, was captured within her device. Jiang Ling resolved to upload this photograph to the USB drive where she stored her essential study materials as soon as she returned. Jiang Ling contacted Bulma, requesting her to bring a larger airship. As the group waited at the spot, they began discussing the final words left by Vegeta. Piccolo. Are you aware that you are a Namekian? Inquired Sun Wukong. Piccolo shook his head, uncertain, speculating that even the Supreme Kai might not have clarity on the matter. Krillin interjected. Vegeta mentioned that there are wish orbs similar to the Dragon Balls on Namek. It seems you and the Supreme Kai must have some connection to that planet. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. I surmise that Namek must harbor a clan of beings akin to you. Piccolo, do you wish to journey to Namek? Huh, why should I care? Piccolo scoffed, refusing to respond. Yet, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. In terms of appearance, he appeared distinctly alien among the humans of Earth. During his solitary training sessions, he had often contemplated the origins of his existence. Jiang Ling glanced at Piccolo and spoke again. Vegeta did not acquire the Dragon Balls on Earth this time. Once he has recovered, it is highly probable that he will head to Namek. At that point, Piccolo, your kin, may be in peril. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Goku, who was lying down, brightened up and exclaimed, He is going to Namek. Then I shall go as well. I wish to engage in battle with him once more. Humph. How easily you speak of it. What about the spaceship? Earth currently lacks any spacecraft, Piccolo retorted coldly. Jiang Ling smiled. I shall resolve this matter. I have decided to accompany Wukong to Namek. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes glimmered, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied in a low voice, "Make sure to take me along." With that, he soared into the sky. Gohan raised his hand and exclaimed, "If Uncle Piccolo and Dad are going, then I want to go too." Jiang Ling nodded and turned his gaze towards Krillin. The latter scratched his shining bald head and said, "Since you are all going, I shall join as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling initially contemplated refusing, fearing that Krillin's involvement might lead them down the same path as the original story, ultimately resulting in a tragic demise. However, after a moment of reflection, he concluded that visiting the planet Mexing could be beneficial. It would allow Krillin to seek guidance from the Grand Elder and unlock his potential, ensuring he would not remain too weak and vulnerable to be easily defeated by their foes. After all, as a childhood companion of Wukong and a prince's study partner, it would be rather unacceptable for him to lack strength. After a while, a medium-sized flying vessel approached from the distance, landing beside the group. Kiki was the first to emerge from within. Upon seeing Wukong lying on the ground, tears streamed down her face as she rushed towards him. Jiang Ling turned to Bulma, who was approaching, and inquired, "How did Chi-Chi come along?" Bulma shrugged and replied, "I figured that with Goku gravely injured, none of you rough men would be able to tend to him. Since Goku cannot be left without care, I went to fetch Chi-Chi." "Well, that seems quite reasonable," Jiang Ling acknowledged. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, casually resting his hand on Bulma's waist. Bulma rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away, whispering, "Pervert." Jiang Ling chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed, as if she had not heard anything at all. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed at Wukong with a heavy heart. "Wukong, how could you be so injured? Does it hurt? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? What if you were to perish again, leaving us mother and son behind? What would we do then?" Son Wukong flashed a grin. "It doesn't hurt. Look, I'm perfectly fine." "Is that so?" In response, son Gohan, upon hearing his father's words, poked at his arm. "Ouch!" Son Wukong exclaimed in pain, "Don't poke me. It hurts terribly. And yet you claim it doesn't hurt." Chi-Chi, wiping away her tears, couldn't help but let out a laugh, lightly tapping Gohan. "Your father is injured, so stop teasing him." Observing the harmonious scene among the Sun family, Jiang Ling shook her head. Such blatant displays of affection. "Bulma, we are in need of a spaceship." Jiang Ling wished to discuss the matter of Namek with Bulma, but found her staring blankly at Yamcha's lifeless body, rendered speechless. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling fell into silence, letting out a sigh within. Indeed, after years of affection, it would be disingenuous to claim that it could simply vanish. Surely, Bulma must be feeling an immense sorrow in her heart. Jiang Ling stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, he noticed Bulma blinked, contemplating whether the space aboard the flying ship was insufficient, and perhaps it would be more prudent to incinerate Yamcha right where he stood. Jiang Ling turned to gaze at the flying vessel capable of accommodating a dozen passengers, lost in contemplation. Chapter 22. The ingenious use of tails aboard the flying ship. The lifeless bodies of Yamcha, Tien, and Jiaozi were meticulously placed within a preservation chamber before being secured in capsules. Unlike in the original tale, Piccolo did not perish in battle, thus allowing for a wish for resurrection once the year-long cooldown for the Dragon Balls had elapsed. Chi-Chi and Gohan remained by Son Wukong's side, offering him warmth and solace. With the supply of senzu beans depleted, Son Wukong's injuries could not be healed immediately. Bulma took the helm of the ship, steering towards the finest hospital in West City. Along the journey, Jiang Ling recounted the origins of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, as well as the notion of traveling to Namek. "Does Namek also possess Dragon Balls? I had no idea the Supreme Kai was an extraterrestrial," Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before her brow furrowed in concern. "However, undertaking a long-distance interstellar voyage under our current circumstances, even with my father's most advanced engine, seems quite implausible. There's no need to worry about that. Do you recall how Son Wukong made his way here when he was a child?" Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Bulma instinctively responded, "He mentioned coming from outer space." Her eyes suddenly brightened. "Oh, he must have arrived aboard a spaceship." Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed. We can locate the spacecraft from back then. With some modifications, it can still be utilized. Furthermore, since we managed to drive Vegeta away, there remains a spaceship that has not yet departed. Fortuitously, I have come into possession of the remote control for their spacecraft." As he spoke, Jiang Ling produced a remote control from his pocket and held it aloft. "We can leverage this spacecraft to deduce the advanced technologies that we have yet to master." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Through Jiang Ling's vivid descriptions, she envisioned a plethora of advanced technologies that were absent from Earth. as well as the prospect of delightful and carefree interstellar travel, which seemed to harbor minimal danger. These were precisely the realms that piqued her interest. The vastness of the cosmos. What scientist could possibly resist such a lure? All right, upon our return, we shall procure the spacecraft for modification. As for the research into these technologies, I shall leave that to my father. My current fascination lies in interstellar travel. However, considering the number of people involved, we might need to enlarge the space a bit. As she contemplated this, Bulma grew increasingly exhilarated and, in a spontaneous burst of enthusiasm, cupped Jiang Ling's face and planted a fervent kiss upon him. Then, realization dawned upon her, and she froze. Caught up in her excitement, she had acted upon a fantasy she had long harbored. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her gaze, her heart racing, unable to meet Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling gazed at her bashful demeanor, and his blood began to surge with excitement. Swallowing hard, he slowly leaned closer to her charming face. An enchanting atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Bulma closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head back. Their breaths mingled, allowing them to feel the warmth of each other's exhalations. For a fleeting moment, aside from the faint hum of the airship's engine, only the sound of their heartbeats resonated in the air. Just as Jiang Ling was about to connect with her delicate crimson lips, Gohan's sudden appearance interrupted their moment. "Bulma auntie, we're going to crash," Gohan exclaimed, pointing frantically at the mountain peak ahead of the airship. Bulma gasped, hurriedly turning to take control of the vessel. Jiang Ling cast a discontented glance at Gohan, who innocently inquired, "Bulma auntie, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red." Well, perhaps," Bulma replied, somewhat embarrassed, letting out a nervous laugh. "Gohan." Jiang Ling took a deep breath, lifting Gohan and transporting him to the side of the wall where Goku and Chi-Chi were. He felt it was imperative for Gohan to witness the harsh realities of society. Unbeknownst to Gohan, the threat loomed ever closer as he inquired, "Uncle Jiang Ling, what is the matter?" Jiang Ling chose to disregard the matter at hand and turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi, his expression solemn as he spoke. "Chi-Chi, I believe that Gohan possesses immense potential. Both his studies and martial training should not be neglected." Chi-Chi responded, momentarily taken aback, her face revealing her hesitation. "But Gohan is still so young. Perhaps we should consult his opinion. Gohan, what are your thoughts?" Gohan tilted his head in contemplation, feeling a fondness for both studying and martial arts. "I enjoy both." Jiang Ling smiled and said, "As long as you all enjoy it, that's wonderful. From now on, I encourage you to incorporate some martial arts training into your existing study regimen. I believe you are capable of achieving this. Chi-Chi, let me tell you, it is essential to educate children early. Otherwise, they will struggle to catch up with their peers later on." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately expressed her agreement. Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Moreover, do not treat the child as a precious gem. When they misbehave, they must be disciplined. Mere verbal admonition is insufficient." Subsequently, Jiang Ling fervently advocated for the principles of corporal punishment. However, given Gohan's strength, it would be challenging for Chi-Chi to inflict any harm upon him, wouldn't it? If Chi-Chi cannot, then surely Goku would be unable to as well? Jiang Ling contentedly returned to the cockpit. As for how Wukong persuaded Chi-Chi to allow the father and son duo to journey to Namek, that was none of his concern. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, Jiang Ling closed his eyes, feigning slumber, while he settled his mind to examine the rewards he had earned today from signing in with Vegeta. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Ability transform into a gorilla while retaining rationality. Jiang Ling was somewhat taken aback. This ability was quite impressive. He was reluctant to sever his tail. After all, Gohan had once mentioned that having a tail was quite advantageous. For instance, when standing to urinate, the tail could support itself on the ground, forming a tripod with the two legs, effectively preventing a fall due to the force of the stream. Chapter 23. The Weakness of Wukong. The airship glided leisurely through the sky. Jiang Ling gazed unabashedly at Bulma, who occupied the driver's seat. Sensing his scrutiny, Bulma turned her head and found herself locking eyes with him. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze, a flicker of panic crossing her features. It is a well-known truth that girls in love tend to be particularly sensitive, and Bulma, typically so carefree and bold, was no exception. She set the airship to autopilot and, turning her head back, feigned composure as she inquired, "What are you staring at?" Jiang Ling's eyes shimmered with tenderness as he gazed upon the girl he adored. She was so exquisitely beautiful, and he wondered if he might be so fortunate as to have her as his girlfriend. Leaning closer to Bulma's ear, he whispered softly, I wish for the kite to have the wind, the dolphin to have the sea, and for you to hold a part of me. Bulma, will you be my girlfriend? The warmth of his breath brushed against the tips of Bulma's ears, causing her to let out a soft sigh. It felt as though a current of electricity coursed through her entire being, rendering her limbs weak and her body soft. Bulma's gaze gradually became dazed. Is that all right? MMM. Upon hearing the response, Jiang Ling's heart surged with delight. Gazing at the bashful Bulma before him, he was suddenly inclined to tease her. What? I can't hear you. Would you mind speaking a bit louder, perhaps in your usual boisterous tone? Bulma lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Ling's mischievous smile, and furrowed her brow in annoyance. The youthful shyness that adorned her countenance vanished in an instant. One hand resting on her hip while the other grasped Jiang Ling's ear, she proclaimed with great volume. I said I agree to be your girlfriend. Did you hear that? Should I repeat it for you? MMM. Yes, I heard you loud and clear. Jiang Ling immediately complied. Nodding like a sparrow pecking at grain. Xiaomi is a skilled technician. This is much better. Bulma, with a slightly haughty expression, crossed her arms and returned to her seat, revealing a triumphant smile. It was the height of summer, and Bulma, clad in shorts, displayed her fair and delicate elongated legs without reservation. Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned. As if compelled by some unseen force, he extended his hand. Just as he was about to make contact with her thigh, a sudden realization struck him. Neither touching nor refraining seemed a viable option. Consequently, Jiang Ling swiftly altered his approach and began to tickle her armpit. Ha ha ha. Oh please, don't do that. Ha ha. You're so naughty, just stop it, will you? Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Wukong underwent a comprehensive examination, and the doctor, upon reviewing the results, was taken aback. This injury, it appears you were struck by a large truck, and it rolled back and forth over you, he remarked incredulously. The severity of the wounds was astonishing, especially considering he had not uttered a sound. The doctor felt a profound respect for son Wukong's remarkable fortitude. First, we need to administer a shot. What? Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of resistance. I refuse to have a shot. Absolutely not. The doctor found himself at a loss. Bemused that just moments ago, Wukong had proclaimed himself a true man, yet now he was hesitant to face a mere injection. Jiang Ling and the others covered their faces, caught between laughter and tears. Chi-Chi, with her hands firmly on her hips and a serious expression, declared in an authoritative tone, you must receive the injection, whether you like it or not. This is the only way for your injuries to heal swiftly. Sun Wukong, upon witnessing this, gazed at her with a pitiful look that spoke volumes. However, Chi-Chi disregarded his pleading eyes and insisted that the doctor administer the shot immediately. She turned to Gohan. Imparting a lesson, do not emulate your father. We are well-behaved children, understand? Gohan, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. He then comforted his father, saying, Don't worry, Dad. I will prepare a nourishing soup made from the essence of tiger's essence. Wukong's eyes lit up as he responded, Excellent. Jiang Ling. Leaving Wukong and his family at the hospital, Bulma returned home with Jiang Ling naturally. It was Bulma's residence, as it was conveniently located nearby. At this moment, night had fallen. Jiang Ling stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Although today's battle appeared deceptively simple, it was fraught with peril. A single misstep could spell doom for the Earth. Such was the fragility of their world. Thus, on the battlefield, Jiang Ling remained perpetually on edge. Acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to the planet's annihilation, taking his life with it, leaving no room for regret. Now that the immediate danger had passed, a sense of relaxation enveloped him, revealing the exhaustion that had been lurking beneath the surface. Observing his state, Bulma remarked, Allow me to arrange a guest room for you. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands, he replied. Jiang Ling stifled a yawn. It was merely the first day of their relationship, and achieving perfection was out of the question. At most, they would share a gentle kiss and hold hands. The two of them entered a guest room. Although referred to as a guest room, it was quite spacious, basking in ample natural light, and equipped with a complete array of facilities, including a bathroom and washroom. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, who was introducing the room, feeling a stirring in his heart. After all, they were now in a romantic relationship. A gentle kiss wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? With this thought, Jiang Ling reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Their eyes met, and Bulma blushed. In a room alone together, especially at such a late hour, the atmosphere was charged with heightened hormones. Bulma, you promised to be my girlfriend, Jiang Ling said with a subtle smile. Flushed and a bit anxious, Bulma replied, What? What do you want? I don't want anything. Jiang Ling spoke and then kissed her. Their breaths intertwined, lips pressing closely together. Bulma felt dazed, her body going weak. Unconsciously, they moved to the edge of the bed. With a gentle push, they fell onto the mattress. Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling before her heart racing rapidly. Was it truly here that she would surrender her innocence? A flicker of anticipation stirred within her. She was no longer a child, having crossed into her 20s. During her previous relationship, she had refrained from taking further steps, believing herself too young for such intimacy, maintaining a simple friendship. They lived apart, and as time passed, their differences in character led to frequent arguments. Yamcha became increasingly absorbed in martial arts, growing distant from her, and the two would scarcely meet throughout the year. In such a state, they had never progressed to a deeper connection. Thus, Bulma remained an untouched maiden. Jiang Ling embraced Bulma, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. The gentleness of a woman often disarms a man, allowing him to lower his defenses and relax completely. At this moment, Jiang Ling seemed to have entered a gentle haven. Under Bulma's expectant gaze, he drifted into a deep slumber. Bulma, I have already removed my skirt and prepared everything, and yet you choose to sleep? Chapter 24. Is it possible? The next morning, Jiang Ling, hurry and get up. The sun is already shining on your backside. How much longer do you intend to sleep? It is time to seek out Goku's childhood spaceship. As Jiang Ling drowsily opened his eyes, he was met with the piercing gaze of Bulma, who had been in his embrace throughout the night, her expression filled with irritation. Can you let go now? I need to freshen up. I truly can't believe you. You held me all night and slept so soundly. Gazing into her sorrowful eyes, Jiang Ling instinctively loosened his grip. Realizing the situation, he wished he could slap himself. They had done nothing last night. Just slept. Truly unbelievable. Jiang Ling inwardly berated herself. At your age, how could you possibly fall asleep? Listening to the gentle sound of water trickling from the bathroom, she gazed at the enchanting silhouette that emerged through the frosted glass. Jiang Ling felt an irresistible urge, unable to contain himself any longer. This morning, his vitality was already surging, and coupled with Bulma's lingering gaze, he realized he must take action. The bathroom door was unlatched. Jiang Ling entered the bathroom, and a startled exclamation from Bulma echoed. What are you doing in here? I'm here to help you scrub your back, he replied nonchalantly. I've already seen you in your entirety. Our relationship is such that it matters not whether I see you now or later, he added with a cheeky grin. Bulma, caught between irritation and amusement at Jiang Ling's audacity, could only respond in a conciliatory tone. Let us discuss this later, shall we? We need to head out to find the spaceship soon. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, expressing that the spacecraft could be sought after at any time, reassuringly suggesting that they should proceed. Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling's physique before her, swallowing hard. It must be said that Jiang Ling possessed a truly remarkable figure. His chest was prominent, his waist well-defined, and his legs strong. The delineation of his musculature was striking, featuring a chiseled eight-pack, embodying the quintessential appeal of being slim in attire yet possessing well-defined musculature beneath. Jiang Ling gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, their heated skin pressed together. May I kiss you? He inquired. Yes, she replied. You smell delightful. How annoying. Be gentle. May I kiss you here? He asked. No, she responded. All right then. Can I? Really? You fool. At this moment, Jiang Ling gently plucked the strings of the pipa, delicately gliding and twisting his fingers over the instrument. After this exquisite performance, Bulma could no longer contain her impatience, eager to proceed to the next step. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. Leaning close, she softly whispered in his ear, Are you capable, little dog? Jiang Ling felt a string of rationality within him snap. Is that so? You dare question me? At that moment, the fire within Jiang Ling surged, more intense than the Kaioshin. He swiftly embraced her and carried her out of the bathroom, placing her gently upon the bed. At that moment, Bulma's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy, presenting herself as a flower ready to be plucked. Before reason had completely abandoned him, Jiang Ling issued a command to the system in his mind. System, shut down. Shutting down. Shutdown complete. After confirming this multiple times, Jiang Ling turned his gaze towards Bulma, akin to a famished wolf encountering a delectable feast, and lunged forward without hesitation. Their mutual affection blossomed effortlessly, as if it were destined. Bulma bore the consequences of the words she had uttered. At that moment, the distance between them was non-existent. The grand bed swayed precariously like a small vessel amidst a tempest. An hour later, Jiang Ling sat comfortably on the sofa, with Bulma languidly nestled in his embrace. Not far away lay the collapsed grand bed. Bulma's fair complexion still bore a hint of crimson. She slightly furrowed her brow and remarked, "Could you not be a bit gentler? The first time can be painful, you know." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling quickly reassured her. As the saying goes, where there is flow, there is no pain. Where there is pain, there is no flow. It will be better next time. Besides, you just urged me to hurry. Bulma shot her a glare and retorted, "Be quiet. We haven't even located Goku's spaceship yet." As she spoke, she struggled to rise. Jiang Ling smiled as he gently patted her small head, saying, "You've just turned a new leaf. Take a rest. That matter can wait a while longer. There is no rush." Bulma had no choice but to acquiesce. It was not that she lacked the desire to rise, rather. Jiang Ling's earlier actions had been rather lacking in tenderness, leaving her entire body sore and devoid of strength. Had Jiang Ling been privy to her thoughts, a triumphant grin would surely have graced his lips. Naturally, after all, he had been single for over 20 years. Chapter 25. A little home the following morning. Jiang Ling deliberately summoned a white, circular spacecraft using a remote control. This solitary vessel, once belonging to Naba the Bald, muscular figure who had arrived on Earth alongside Vegeta, was left behind after his demise. Consequently, it became the rightful possession of Jiang Ling, who seized it with a remote control in hand. Jiang Ling entrusted the spacecraft to Dr. Brief, allowing him to explore the intricacies of this technology. "I firmly believe that in due time, Earth will possess its very own spacecraft." Dr. Brief is a sprightly old gentleman, perpetually clad in a lab coat typical of researchers, with a small black cat perched on his shoulder. He's also Bulma's father. The moment he laid eyes on the spaceship, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He lovingly caressed the vessel. "If Bulma ever treats you poorly, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall set her straight." Dr. Brief promised as he patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. Jiang Ling responded with a cheerful smile, simultaneously marking his attendance in his mind. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he sought an excuse to take his leave. Finding a secluded spot, he eagerly checked the rewards for his recent attendance. It is worth noting that Dr. Brief is one of the most distinguished scientists on Earth. What kind of reward could he possibly offer? Ding. Attendance confirmed. Reward: Dr. Brief's art appreciation level. Jiang Ling. If memory serves him right, Dr. Brief harbors a peculiar fondness for H magazines. After a day of respite, Bulma rejuvenated into her spirited self. Under the flirtatious gazes exchanged between Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, the two departed from West City. According to Sun Wukong's account, they ventured into the mountains near Baozi. In the vast expanse of the mountains, locating a small spaceship could have proven to be a daunting task. However, it posed no challenge for the prodigious Bulma. Within mere hours at home, she ingeniously crafted a metal detector. With this device in hand, the task of locating a spaceship became effortlessly achievable. Jiang Ling returned to his home with Bulma, a picturesque abode nestled amidst the serene mountains and crystal-clear waters. After all, residing at Bulma's house would inevitably lead to whispers of him being a gigolo, although he had no qualms about enjoying the comforts of life. The intensity of their romance made it somewhat peculiar to indulge in such intimacy under the watchful eyes of her parents. Given that their relationship had reached this pivotal stage, they both felt the pressing need for a private dwelling, a sanctuary that belonged solely to them. Jiang Ling found the prospect of purchasing a villa to be exceedingly cumbersome, especially considering it would only accommodate the two of them, leaving it rather desolate and uninviting. After deliberation, they reached a mutual decision to reside in Jiang Ling's modest abode. In no time, Jiang Ling transformed the surroundings of this dwelling into a quaint little garden. Although Bulma hailed from a wealthy family, she did not possess the temperament commonly associated with a spoiled princess. The size of the house did not trouble her in the least. This realization filled Jiang Ling with a sense of guilt. "I feel I have wronged you," he confessed. Bulma stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with delight. "What is there to feel wrong about? It is you I cherish. Besides, I am affluent. There is no material need I cannot fulfill." Jiang Ling. I almost forgot that this young lady is quite affluent. The trivialities of daily life hold no significance for her. Consequently, many petty matters have been rendered inconsequential. At present, the area surrounding the house has begun to take shape, featuring a garden, a residence, and a gravity training chamber. Additionally, there is an expansive structure released from a capsule by Bulma, which can also be described as a factory. This serves as her laboratory for research and mechanical fabrication. Jiang Ling merely glanced inside, where an array of instruments was densely packed. Even with his profound expertise in mechanical modifications, he could not identify the names of most of the apparatuses. Wukong's spaceship was already in his possession, and he entrusted the task of its transformation to Bulma. Although Jiang Ling had the ability to assist, he opted to focus on his cultivation. The adversaries he would soon confront might include Frieza. And without a concerted effort to enhance his strength, victory would be utterly unattainable. Relying on Sun Wukong? Perhaps it is better to rely on oneself rather than seek help from others. To evade Frieza's wrath entirely? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Should Frieza gather the Dragon Balls from Namek and attain immortality, Earth would inevitably become his next target. As the formidable cosmic emperor and the president of a vast interstellar real estate enterprise, Frieza would never permit the existence of Earth's Dragon Balls to remain a threat. Thus, the urgency to augment one's power cannot be overstated. Failure to do so could result in a fate from which even the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect. However, Jiang Ling did lend a hand in modifying the spacecraft. On the design blueprint, a room was distinctly marked, which Jiang Ling intended to share with Bulma. Therefore, in the list of materials required for the renovation, he deliberately included the finest soundproofing materials from Earth, leaving Bulma quite flustered. Chapter 26. Digging a Pit Ding. As the host accomplished a significant milestone in life, the reward is 10 mutated seeds. Jiang Ling was training under 50 times the force of gravity when he heard a notification sound, momentarily puzzled. Is this even possible? This was the first time the system had rewarded him with something like seeds. Moreover, weren't the mutated immortal bean seeds something from Dragon Ball? Was it that the immortal beans had gone awry, or had Master Karen strayed? The system, sensing Jiang Ling's confusion, took the liberty of explaining. Host. The mutated immortal bean seeds are a special variety cultivated by the system, primarily designed to enhance various physical attributes and capabilities to a minor degree. Ah, understood. Jiang Ling nodded and then inquired, is there any improvement in that regard? Theoretically, there is, came the response. That is indeed commendable. Jiang Ling silently applauded the system in his heart, gazing at the introduction regarding the mutated immortal bean seeds that offered a slight enhancement to one's strength. Jiang Ling was quite satisfied. His prowess in that regard was formidable and did not require enhancement. Moreover, a slight increase in combat power, such as that provided by a mutated celestial being, would only yield a few hundred points, rendering it somewhat trivial for Jiang Ling. However, this mutated celestial bean seed was perfectly suited for Bulma. To be candid, due to Bulma being an ordinary human, Jiang Ling needed to meticulously regulate his strength to engage in intimate activities. Otherwise, a mere movement could result in dire consequences for Bulma. With the acquisition of the mutated celestial bean seed, he believed that their future experiences would only become increasingly delightful. Jiang Ling could hardly fathom such fortune. Shaking his head, he exited the gravity training chamber and sought a clear spot in the courtyard to squat down. With a flick of his hand, the mutated immortal bean seeds materialized in his grasp. He dug a small hole, sprinkled in some soil, and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Repeating these steps, Jiang Ling meticulously planted 10 seeds in succession. After watering them lightly, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. 10 tender shoots emerged from the earth, radiating a faint glow. Truly, as a mutation, they grew remarkably fast. Jiang Ling's brow relaxed. She initially believed it would take a long time to reap the rewards. However, it now seems that maturity is not far off. Jiang Ling stepped outside the research laboratory and, through the window, beheld a nascent spacecraft taking shape beneath which Bulma, clad in work attire, was intently manipulating machinery for modifications. Her long blue hair was gathered into a ponytail, and occasionally, a bead of perspiration the size of a pea would trickle down her forehead. It must be said that when Bulma immersed herself in her work, she exuded a unique charm. Jiang Ling entered the room, placing a gentle hand on Bulma's shoulder and softly saying, "Don't tire yourself too much. Make sure to take breaks at the right moments." Bulma paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head, replying, "I'm not tired. This is my passion, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Let me assist you." As Jiang Ling spoke, he made a move to sit down and lend a hand. Observing this, Bulma quickly rose and ushered him out of the laboratory. "You'd only be in the way here. Revamping a spaceship brings me great satisfaction. Then allow me to compensate you." Jiang Ling exclaimed. "Huh? How would you compensate me?" Bulma responded, taken aback. Jiang Ling smirked slightly, leaning in to whisper something in Bulma's ear. Upon hearing it, Bulma shot him a reproachful glance. "It's broad daylight, so just hold on for now. We'll discuss it tonight." With that, she turned and returned to the laboratory. Jiang Ling could only force his restless heart to return to tranquility, letting out a sigh within. A martial artist possesses many virtues. Yet an overly vigorous vitality can be a double-edged sword. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling retrieved a cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the system space, savoring it as he returned to the gravity training chamber. Commencing a new round of cultivation. The cool breeze carried whispers of autumn, while the moon hung vast and boundless. My longing for my beloved feels as though days stretch into years. In the underworld, Yamcha leisurely sprinted along the snake path, with Tien Fan and Jiaozi already ahead of him. After their demise, they had been assigned by the deities to train on King Kai's planet and were currently making their way along the snake path. Hey, wait for me. Don't rush. Yamcha called out. Tien Fan, undeterred by the plea, replied as he ran. If you're not anxious, I am. We must seize this excellent opportunity for cultivation. Tien's words ring true, Jiaozi added. With a scoff, Yamcha retorted, heard from the deities that the Saiyans have already been driven away. Is such fervent training really necessary? His thoughts were simple. Having just died, shouldn't he enjoy a moment of respite? Yet, Tien Fan disagreed vehemently. Humph. Who knows when stronger foes might arise? Have you forgotten how he perished? That feeling of helplessness when faced with annihilation? Chapter 27. Vegeta sets off. West City Hospital. In a patient room, Goku lay on the hospital bed, his body extensively bandaged, a testament to the severity of his injuries. The prolonged use of the triple Kaioshin had taken a toll on his body, but he was on the mend. His current condition stemmed from being crushed by the mighty Vegeta, resulting in multiple fractures and severe internal damage. Fortunately, given the medical advancements of this era, recovery was merely a matter of time. While Chi-Chi could wait, Goku himself could not. Remaining inactive on the bed was an excruciating ordeal for someone obsessed with training. It felt worse than being subjected to a rigorous examination. Thus, he occasionally squirmed, seeking at least some movement. Goku, you must lie still. Only then will you recover swiftly, Chi-Chi urgently insisted. But I want to move. After so long without training, my body feels rusty. I don't care. Just refrain from moving and focus on healing. No sooner had she spoken than a doctor entered, syringe in hand, preparing to administer an injection. The gleaming silver needle made Goku shudder, his face a canvas of refusal. No, I absolutely refuse to get that shot. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Chi-Chi felt exasperated. Her husband, the mightiest warrior on earth, was afraid of needles. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She leaned closer to Goku's ear and whispered, Darling, once you get the shot, your recovery will be expedited. When we return home, you can have as many needles in me as you desire. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, radiating charm. Goku was entranced, oblivious to the doctor administering the injection. At that moment, Gohan appeared from seemingly nowhere. What are you two doing? Ahem. Have you finished your homework? If not, go back and complete it. Stay out of adult matters. In the vast expanse of the universe, Vegeta's spaceship successfully landed on its destination planet after a fortnight of travel. This planet served as the headquarters of Frisia's cosmic real estate company. The station personnel immediately recognized Vegeta and rushed him for treatment. In the medical room, Vegeta lay unclothed within a therapeutic apparatus filled with liquid. An unattractive doctor with a tuft of red hair sat idly by, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the treatment. After several hours, the apparatus displayed a notification, treatment completed. The medical standards here far surpassed those on Earth. In just a few hours, they had resurrected a near-death patient. Vegeta opened his eyes within the fluid-filled machine, broke through the glass barrier with a punch, and stepped out. With an emotionless gaze, he scanned his surroundings, striding directly to the place where his battle suit was stored. He donned his underwear, combat uniform, armor, and boots sequentially. The doctor remarked, I can't fathom where you've been. You nearly met your demise. This treatment couldn't restore your tail. Hmph. I shall return for vengeance. As for my tail, it will find its way back, Vegeta replied, his expression darkening before he turned to leave. Preparing to rest before heading to Namek. Noticing Vegeta had forgotten the power level scouter, the doctor called after him. Hey, you forgot to take this. Vegeta glanced back. Waving dismissively, I no longer require that device. During his battles on Earth, he had learned to sense and conceal energy signatures through observation. Though still inexperienced, practice would yield mastery. How can you fight without a scouter? The doctor asked, perplexed. Without it, locating the enemy would be laborious and time-consuming. Vegeta offered no further explanation and began to walk away. At that moment, a figure with purple skin and catfish-like whiskers approached. Well, if it isn't Vegeta. I heard you almost got killed. The speaker, Chio-E, was Vegeta's nemesis, and they shared a mutual disdain for one another. Had it not been for the military's regulations, they would have eliminated each other long ago. Humph. A good dog should not obstruct the path, Vegeta replied darkly, brushing past him. Just a reminder. Chioi called after him. Frieza is quite displeased with your insubordination this time. Oh, I shall inform him myself, Vegeta retorted. Heh, Frieza took a team and left. And I must thank you for the information, Chioi sneered. What? The information I provided? Vegeta's eyes widened, sensing impending trouble. Indeed, after returning from Namek with immortality, Frieza's first order of business is to deal with you. Just wait, Chioi chuckled maliciously. How is that possible? I destroyed the power level scouter. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Frieza had long prepared for Vegeta's actions. He surely hadn't anticipated that his spaceship was equipped with a listening device. Chioi smirked disdainfully, poking a finger at Vegeta's shoulder. You little pauper. Fuming with rage, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch into Chioi's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. Nose and saliva splattering onto the doctor beside him. You violated company regulations. Chioi stammered, struggling to regain composure. Get lost. Vegeta's expression was devoid of emotion as he seized the battle power detector from the doctor's hands. This device still held some utility. He then turned and dashed at an astonishing speed towards the area where the spaceship was docked, leaving behind a bewildered doctor and a dazed Chioi. How infuriating. He must not allow Frieza to attain immortality first. Immortality is mine. Only by achieving immortality can I defeat Frieza and rule the universe. Vegeta boarded the spaceship and immediately activated it, soaring into the cosmos. After his departure, Chioi, clutching his abdomen with a malevolent expression, also boarded a ship, pursuing him closely. Chapter 28. Goku's recovery. The essence of life lies in striving and perseverance. A man must possess integrity and an upward spirit. When encountering a virtuous partner, one should first establish a family. When meeting a benefactor, one should prioritize career. And when encountering a wealthy woman, one should establish both family and career. Jiang Ling has established a family with Bulma, marking a significant milestone in his life. However, he remains unsatisfied. While he does not mind relying on his partner, he simultaneously embodies a strong sense of masculinity, feeling the imperative to possess his own career. Jiang Ling has firmly resolved to embark on a particular endeavor, planning to commence upon the return of Namek. The journey to Namek is ostensibly to assist Piccolo in returning to his homeland, but in truth, it serves as an opportunity to seek out the Grand Elder for the purpose of unlocking potential. However, there is one matter that leaves Jiang Ling somewhat uncertain. In the original narrative, Frieza became aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek by intercepting Vegeta's power level scanner, prompting his visit to the planet. Now, with Jiang Ling's involvement, the circumstances have shifted. When Vegeta revealed that Piccolo is a Namekian, the power level scanner had already been rendered inoperative. Logically, Frieza should remain oblivious to this fact. Yet, Jiang Ling still harbors reservations. What if, under the ripple effects of the butterfly effect, who can guarantee absolute control over every situation? Bulma. How much longer until the modifications are complete? Approximately 5 more days. Bulma responded as she glanced at the progress. Jiang Ling nodded, noting that the transformation of the spacecraft had taken a total of 20 days, including the previous fortnight. This was indeed a swift endeavor. Previously, the celestial deity had sent Bobo, mentioning that there was a spacecraft available on his side, which happened to be the very vessel the celestial deity had used during his childhood visit to Earth. Jiang Ling pondered briefly before graciously declining the divine offer. The spacecraft was simply too sluggish. In the original tale, Bulma traveled to Namek aboard the deity's ship, which took a staggering 34 days. In contrast, the vessel used by Sun Wukong, a modified craft from his childhood journey to Earth, reached Namek in a mere 8 days. Hence, Jiang Ling was resolute in his decision to upgrade the spacecraft. 5 days. I shall inform Wukong and the others to prepare in advance. Isn't Wukong still in the hospital? Perhaps it's best not to go, someone suggested. Not to worry, I possess some magic beans. Jiang Ling placed a gentle kiss on Bulma's forehead before soaring into the sky and flying away. The early bird catches the worm. Bulma was perplexed as to why he insisted on Goku's journey to Namek, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Her man had a strong will, which she found undeniably attractive. After a considerable time, Bulma snapped back to reality, internally chiding herself for her momentary infatuation. With a buoyant spirit, she resumed her efforts in modifying the spaceship. In the First People's Hospital of West City, within the room where Sun Wukong resided, Gohan was diligently engrossed in his writing at the desk. Wukong lay on the hospital bed, both hands fractured, and it was Chi-Chi who fed him 3 meals a day. After finishing his meal, An elderly doctor with a head of white hair approached for an examination. "Doctor, how long will it take for my husband to recover?" Chi-Chi inquired. The doctor pondered briefly before responding, conservatively speaking, at least 2 more months. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong expressed his dissatisfaction. "What? 3 months? But I still need to go to Namek. Is there no other option?" The doctor shook his head. "No, given the current medical conditions. 3 months is the fastest recovery time." Chi-Chi interjected, "Perhaps you should reconsider going. Prioritizing your recovery is essential." Previously, Wukong had managed to persuade Chi-Chi to allow him and Gohan to journey to Namek, but now his greatest concern lay in his injuries. Gohan chimed in, "Dad, why don't you stay behind? I can go with Uncle Jiang Ling and the others." The doctor listened in bewilderment, utterly confused by their discussion of this Namek. Wukong felt increasingly troubled, realizing that his only recourse lay in consuming the magic beans. However, all the beans had been depleted during the battle with Vegeta, and the new crop had yet to mature, leaving Master Karen unable to assist. The magic beans. A miraculous remedy, regardless of one's power or the severity of injuries. As long as one is alive, consuming a single bean guarantees a complete recovery. Alas, their production is limited. At that moment, a voice resonated. "I have a way to restore Wukong immediately." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, Jiang Ling, perched on the hospital window. The doctor, taken aback, stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Ling. "Yu, how did you get in here?" Jiang Ling remained silent, merely nodding at the crowd. "Uncle Jiang Ling, you have arrived." Gohan was the first to greet him. Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired, "Do you possess a means to restore my health instantly?" Similarly, Chi-Chi looked at Jiang Ling with hopeful eyes. The prospect of an immediate recovery would save a considerable amount of money and trouble, for hospitals are notorious for their exorbitant expenses. Jiang Ling smiled and produced a magical bean. "I possess a celestial bean." "What? That's wonderful. With this, I shall swiftly return to my normal state." Son Wukong's expression brightened, and both Chi-Chi and Gohan shared in his joy. Jiang Ling handed the celestial beans to Chi-Chi, instructing her to feed them to Wukong. At that moment, the doctor, regaining his composure, widened his eyes and shouted vehemently, forbidding the administration of such dubious substances to the patient. The notion that consuming them could lead to immediate recovery was nothing but a deceptive fabrication. Jiang Ling, the family of Sun Wukong. Indeed, they're not wrong. It's just that he is unaware of the miraculous effects of the fairy bean. Doctor, it's truly effective, Sun Wukong elucidated. The doctor, taken aback, puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, "I am a doctor. You are a doctor? Where in the world could such a thing exist?" Jiang Ling pressed his forehead, signaling Chi-Chi to disregard the situation and hastened to feed the beans to Wukong. Aware of the miraculous effects of the divine beans, Chi-Chi did not hesitate and promptly placed one into Wukong's mouth. Wukong's eyes widened, his body quivered, and he sprang up from the sickbed with a forceful leap, causing all the bandages to fall away, revealing his robust physique. The room fell into a profound silence, and Chi-Chi's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. Jiang Ling wore an unusual expression, contemplating inwardly that the individual before him was slightly younger. The doctor, overwhelmed by disbelief, collapsed onto the ground, gazing incredulously at the unfolding scene. The unabashed Wukong, however, paid no heed to the surrounding chaos, energetically moving about. He muttered, "After half a month without training, my body is nearly rusting away." "Wukong, perhaps you should don your attire," Jiang Ling suggested. Once Wukong had dressed, Jiang Ling announced their gathering on Turtle Island in 5 days. Just as they were about to depart, the wide-eyed doctor halted him, exclaiming, "Wait, where did you acquire that object? Is there more? Grant me one so I may analyze its composition. This could undoubtedly win awards. When I publish my paper, I shall include your name. Consider yourself fortunate. This is an opportunity to gain renown." Upon hearing this torrent of words, Jiang Ling's expression was one of bemusement, akin to that of an elderly man on a subway, engrossed in his mobile device. Ignoring the doctor's disjointed ramblings, Jiang Ling strode to the window and leapt out. He then soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. The doctor, once again, was left in a state of shock, delivering a resounding slap to his own face. Today had been rife with absurdities, leading him to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi exchanged knowing smiles. "Let us return." Chi-Chi murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. It was hardly surprising. She had recently savored the joys of womanhood, and such newfound pleasures were only natural. Wukong scratched his head and glanced at Gohan, inquiring, "Gohan, would you like to spend a few days at Grandpa Turtle's place?" Chapter 29. In the Stillness of Night. A remote wilderness. Jiang Ling hovered in the sky, her gaze searching for something. Like the Earth warriors, Bick would also conceal his presence during ordinary times. Jiang Ling located this place by sensing the aura he had encountered earlier. However, he soon found himself at a loss for what to do next. Jiang Ling rested her chin on one hand, deep in thought for a moment, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck her. It is widely acknowledged that the locations for cultivation carry significant importance. In the realm of immortal novels, practitioners of cultivation often seek out places dense with spiritual energy to enhance their skills. Similarly, in the mundane world, the concept of auspicious sites is well recognized. Although the system in the Dragon Ball universe revolves around Ki, there are parallels to be found. For instance, certain locations may facilitate a more rapid increase in power or provide a more comfortable environment for training. Jiang Ling pondered that if Bick possessed any spiritual awareness, he would naturally gravitate towards such a sacred place for cultivation in the wilderness. If that were the case, it would simplify matters considerably. Fortunately, he had acquired some knowledge on this subject. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling scrutinized the terrain, calculating with his fingers. He muttered incantations to seek the dragon and discern the gold. Observe the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge. Crayon Shinchan plays with the green snake. Peppa Pig. What a grand goose. With a humorous twist, Eureka! Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as he soared directly towards the distant mountains. There, perched atop the highest peak, sat Piccolo in a state of meditative combat. Within his mind, he envisioned a battle against Vegeta. Yet, no matter how many times he simulated the encounter, he was invariably defeated in a single strike, often reduced to mere ashes. Frustration welled within him clearly. He needed to enhance his strength expeditiously, for with his current power, he stood no chance against Vegeta. A bead of sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly. Snapping his eyes open, his gaze sharp as lightning, directed towards a man who had quietly materialized not far in front of him. The man tilted his head slightly, evading Piccolo's two beams of energy, his tail swaying erratically behind him. It was none other than Jiang Ling, who had come searching for him. Well, old buddy, how long did it take you to notice my presence? He remarked, surveying the surroundings and nodding. This place was quite the challenge to locate. Indeed, it is a splendid spot. Piccolo's pupils constricted in shock. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of his own senses. Although he had been concentrating on his meditative battle, it was inconceivable that anyone could approach him unnoticed. Neither Goku nor Vegeta could accomplish such a feat yet. Jiang Ling had done so. It appeared he had been there for quite some time, which was the most astonishing revelation for Piccolo. There was only one explanation. Jiang Ling's power vastly surpassed his own. In that moment, Piccolo perceived Jiang Ling's strength as unfathomable. Why the silence, old buddy? Jiang Ling casually settled beside Bick, exhibiting no awareness of their relative unfamiliarity. Ahem, my name is Bick, not that old Bick you mentioned. Bick coughed lightly, his demeanor relaxing considerably. I am aware, Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. Referring to you this way makes it seem as though we are more familiar. Bick pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. You were saying you were looking for me? The method to reach me is quite simple. Just unleash a bit of your aura, or contact the celestial being. That fellow can reach out to me at any time. Jiang Ling slapped his thigh, exclaiming, of course, how could I have overlooked that? I even searched for quite some time. The fierce winds howled atop the mountain as the two engaged in casual conversation. Subsequently, Jiang Ling informed Piccolo about the impending departure to Namek from Kame House in 5 days and took his leave. Upon returning home, he found a meal prepared for him. Bulma removed her apron and gently smiled, saying, You're back? Let's eat. You can still cook? Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback in his recollection. Whether from the original work or in this context, he had never witnessed Bulma cooking. He had come to accept, almost instinctively, that Bulma was incapable of culinary skills. However, the delectable aroma of the dishes before him revealed that she was indeed proficient in the kitchen, and it appeared that her cooking was quite delightful. Of course, I can cook, Bulma asserted with confidence. Even though I displayed scientific talent in my childhood and was considered a genius girl, my mother still insisted on teaching me how to cook. According to her, every girl must possess this skill. I find her views rather antiquated. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the sentiment of being an old relic. However, I find that Bulma's culinary skills make her even more enchanting. Oh, is that so? Bulma inquired, her delight evident as she touched her cheek. Let us eat first and see how it tastes, whether it suits your palate. Very well. Jiang Ling took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming how delicious it was. If you find it so delightful, indulge yourself further. All right. The two began to share their dinner. Bulma, with her modest appetite, consumed only a small portion before stopping, turning her head to gaze at Jiang Ling with sparkling eyes, growing fonder with each glance. In contrast, Jiang Ling, being a scion, had an insatiable appetite, devouring the food in a whirlwind manner. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he noticed Bulma's gaze and touched his face, asking, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Bulma shook her head, snuggled into Jiang Ling's embrace, and looked at him with dreamy eyes. "In the stillness of the night, I will think of you. You are the morning dew, the evening star, my source of joy. I adore witnessing your charming demeanor, but I cherish even more the sight of you breathless. Imagining our future together, I envision myself in bed while the meal simmers in the pot, leaving everything to your whims." Jiang Ling was taken aback by Bulma's words. Was this truly the Bulma he knew? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling inquired, "Where did you learn that phrase?" Bulma, astonished, responded, "How did you know?" "I came across it online and simply memorized it." Jiang Ling smiled broadly, saying, "Because that is not your style." He then shifted the conversation, adding, however, "I took that last statement to heart." That last statement. Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes widening as she prepared to flee. She failed to consider whether she could truly escape from Jiang Ling's grasp. Jiang Ling hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder and strode purposefully towards the bedroom. "You said it was all up to me," he chuckled mischievously. "Hey, let me go." Bulma protested, struggling against him. Slap. Jiang Ling raised his hand and struck her curvaceous form, causing Bulma to immediately become compliant. Hesitantly, she murmured, "Could you perhaps strike me once more?" Jiang Ling. Evening. On the rooftop, Bulma rests against Jiang Ling's embrace. The gentle evening breeze caresses, lifting the tips of her azure hair. The two gaze up at the starry sky as the Milky Way sparkles with countless stars in their eyes. "Bulma, how about we go on a journey tomorrow?" But the spaceship isn't ready yet. Such trivial matters can be set aside." "Well, all right." The following day. "Jiang Ling, this is too fast. I can hardly bear it." "Then I shall proceed more slowly." Jiang Ling reduced his speed, gliding slowly through the air. Bulma nestled within his embrace, the sharp winds whistling past her ears, enveloped by the robust aura of masculinity. A profound sense of safety washed over her. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiang and to the enigmatic southern regions, from soft sandy beaches to the majestic northern vistas, the two reveled in the Earth's splendid scenery throughout the day. Chapter 30. Departure time slipped away like grains of sand through fingers, quietly eluding grasp. As the 5-day period came to a close, Bulma had successfully transformed the spaceship as planned. Anticipating the potential monotony of their journey, she prepared ample supplies and even installed a large television in the bedroom for watching movies and other videos. Naturally, without internet access, the videos needed to be downloaded in advance. In addition to each person's quarters, the spaceship boasted a bathroom, kitchen, and more. Bulma also created an additional room designated as a gravity training chamber, a request made specifically by Jiang Ling to ensure they could continue their training during the voyage. On Kame House, everyone had gathered. The spaceship was securely docked. Bulma whispered to Chi-Chi, "Hey, Chi-Chi, it seems you've been doing quite well lately." With a playful laugh and a glance at Chi-Chi's rosy cheeks, which occasionally radiated satisfaction and happiness, she began to piece together the situation. Chi-Chi, diverting her gaze from Goku and his son, replied with a soft chuckle, "Bulma, you shouldn't talk. It seems you and Jiang Ling are making great progress. Go for it. And aim for a little one." Bulma scoffed at the notion. "What are you talking about? I'm not thinking about children just yet. Not to mention my Goten is already 5. You need to step up. Let's see how it goes. Enough about me. I see you're preparing for a second child, huh? Higi, good luck." Conversations between women often meander endlessly. If left unchecked, they could traverse topics from poetry to life philosophies and from celebrity gossip to family matters. Meanwhile, Master Roshi observed the scene and turned to Krillin. "Look at you, the only single one here. Wake up, Krillin. It's time to find a girlfriend." Krillin scratched his head, pointing at Bu, but there's still him. Roshi struck Krillin's bald head with his cane. "That doesn't T-count. He can lay eggs and reproduce, can you?" "Not at all." "Exactly. Hurry up and find yourself a girlfriend." "Wait." Krillin suddenly exclaimed, "Master, you're single too." "Master Roshi." At that moment, Jiang Ling's voice resonated. "Everyone, it's time to board the ship." Jiang Ling donned a straw hat and stood at the hatch, grinning widely. "We are partners now, are we not?" The group boarded the ship. under the watchful eyes of Chi-Chi, the turtle hermit, and the old sea turtle. A wave of energy surged forth, propelling the spacecraft into the sky, soaring beyond the confines of the Earth. Meanwhile, miles away in Karen Tower, Master Karen clutched a small pouch with his feline paws, gazing at the departing vessel. The senza beans had matured a tad too late. He hoped for their safe journey. Yachirobe curled his lips in disdain. What's so special about senza beans? They can't compare to snacks. On planet Namek, a large spacecraft descended. The hatch opened, and a cadre of soldiers lined up on either side. Following this, Frieza emerged, as ever, seated in his infantile conveyance, gliding slowly from the doorway. Trailing behind him were two figures, the grotesque, pink, Rotundoria and the handsome, green-skinned Zebon. They served as Frieza's right-hand men, but their combat prowess was lacking. Frieza held them in high regard. Beep. Zebon received a message and approached Frieza's side, bowing respectfully. My lord, the Ginyu Force has heard rumors of your impending acquisition of immortality and has specifically requested to come to planet Namek to witness this moment. Frieza interlaced his fingers atop his stroller and replied with polite indifference. Very well, let them come and bear witness to my ascendance as the ruler of the universe. Yes. Zebon stepped back to relay Frieza's words. Doria, catching Frieza's sidelong glance, responded, understood. He pressed a button on the battle power scanner affixed to his right eye. Beep. 50 kilometers to the front, there are numerous energy signatures. What is their strength? Insignificant. Ha ha ha. Then let us investigate. I hope they do not disappoint, Frieza nodded, promptly announcing their pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! The soldiers shouted in unison. In the vastness of space, a spacecraft sped toward planet Namek. Bulma introduced the various rooms, including the bathrooms and kitchen. However, the group's interest lay solely in the gravity training chamber. Gravity training. I want to try it. Uncle Jiang Ling is amazing. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable. You've been training in such an environment all this time? No wonder your strength has surged. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied with a cheerful grin. The group looked at Jiang Ling, who appeared utterly at ease, completely unaware of the extreme conditions he had endured in the gravity chamber. I want to try the gravity chamber. So do I. Count me in. Me too. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Bulma, not being a fighter, quietly withdrew from the gravity chamber. It was a joke. If she didn't exit quickly, she would be the first to collapse once the gravity was activated. Then I shall initiate it. Jiang Ling uttered a command and activated the gravity device. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies become 10 times heavier. Tenfold gravity. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo, having never been to King Kai's planet, struggled immensely under such weight. In contrast, Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong appeared unfazed, strolling leisurely. Are you ready? I am about to activate the 20-fold gravity device. Come on, you must be underestimating us. Jiang Ling 20 times is merely a trifle, Krillin declared, patting his chest confidently. With a swish, the 20-fold gravity was engaged, and in an instant, Krillin and Gohan collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Piccolo's expression darkened, his strength surpassed Gohan's, allowing him to remain upright, but soon after, the 30-fold gravity was activated. Piccolo could no longer withstand it. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong reveled in the weight, his eyes shining with excitement. Jiang Ling, this gravity training chamber is perfectly suited for our training. Of course, I had Bulma design it specifically for this purpose. If you desire one, you can ask her for assistance. Upon mentioning this, Wukong thought of the cost, scratching his head. Perhaps not now. I'll consider it for later. Can I borrow this? Absolutely no problem. As Jiang Ling spoke, he noticed the others struggling and promptly disabled the gravity. With the 30-fold gravity turned off, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan were finally able to catch their breath. Have you been training here all this time? That's simply outrageous. Krillin exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief. No, no, no. Jiang Ling shook his head. Such gravity is of little consequence. I typically train under 50 times the normal gravity. Impressive. Chapter 31. At ease. Wukong eagerly commenced his gravity training. The others returned to their respective chambers, each embarking on their own training regimen. Jiang Ling relinquished the gravity chamber to Wukong and departed, making his way towards his own quarters. He needed to allow Wukong some time to acclimate, thus preparing for his own plans. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling leisurely returned to his room. Upon entering, Jiang Ling beheld the specially crafted grand bed within the room, where Bulma reclined in a gossamer nightgown. Her delicate visage radiated a subtle blush, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure. With every graceful movement, she exuded an irresistible charm that captivated the senses. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, striking a pose on the bed, as he picked up the cup of hot water steeped with goji berries from the table. He sipped leisurely, his heart undisturbed by any tumult. Bulma, good things come to those who wait. Huh? What does that mean? It means you can take your time to grind a little at the corner of the table or the bed. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He was an amiable person, yet he relished teasing Bulma. Observing Bulma's typically headstrong demeanor juxtaposed with her tender side at night had become his greatest pastime. Bulma found herself momentarily taken aback. This was not the Jiang Ling she knew. Could it be that he was unable? Or perhaps he had found another woman? What is the matter with you? Are you struggling in that regard? Well, it's all right. Even if you are, I would never leave you, Bulma said, rising to link her arm with his, her concern palpable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes widened. The idea of being told he was inadequate was unacceptable, especially coming from his own partner. Jiang Ling hastily clarified, "It's not as you imagine. I merely feel concerned for you and worry that you may be overexerting yourself. I want you to take a moment to rest." With a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, Bulma replied, "I never mentioned feeling tired. What are you so apprehensive about?" "Very well then." Jiang Ling shrugged and gently wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist. "However, your strength must also be enhanced. That way, you won't feel overly fatigued." "You make a valid point," she conceded, "yet cultivating my abilities is not my passion. It feels too arduous for me, primarily due to the potential for muscle gain. I much prefer the cerebral engagement of working in the laboratory. While others may find mental exertion more distressing than physical confrontation, for Bulma, the intellectual stimulation of her lab was her greatest delight, bringing her immense satisfaction. In that case, I shall devise a solution." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. The mutated celestial bean seeds he had sown had grown rapidly. By the time they boarded the spaceship, the seeds had already matured, and it was likely they would be fully ripe upon their return. This would provide the perfect opportunity for Bulma to test the extent of their power enhancement. As Jiang Ling contemplated the prospect of an exhilarating battle with Bulma in the future, an eagerness surged within him. "Shall we begin now?" Bulma bit her lip, her eyes rekindling with desire. Her fair form ascended to Jiang Ling's chest, slender fingers teasingly caressing him. "If we are to engage, then let it be so. Who fears whom?" Jiang Ling inhaled sharply, rolling over to envelop Bulma's petite frame beneath him, surrendering to her fervent affection. The lights dimmed, leaving only a solitary table lamp aglow, casting their shadows upon the wall. As their silhouettes drew ever closer, the room blossomed with the essence of spring, the interplay of light and shadow dancing upon the walls. Jiang Ling was utterly absorbed, while Bulma exuded a carefree spirit. The rhythmic sounds resonated throughout the room, collaboratively composing a splendid symphony. Through the glass window in the ceiling, one could glimpse the enchanting vistas of the cosmos, offering a unique charm. Thanks to the soundproof materials deliberately installed in the room, no one would have any inkling of their activities. In a nearby room, Piccolo's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He then sealed off his hearing, letting out a sigh of resignation. Days slipped by unnoticed. Bulma, clad in her lingerie, languidly lay on the bed, watching television out of sheer boredom. Jiang Ling, finding himself with some leisure time, decided to visit a few rooms to observe how his companions were faring. In one room, Krillin sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Fan, perhaps having completed his training, was diligently scribbling away at his desk. "Wu Fan, how industrious you are," he remarked. Jiang Ling chuckled. Sun Wukong put down his pen and scratched his head, saying, "Well, my mother insists that these assignments must be completed. Otherwise," at the thought of the consequences, this warrior with a battle power exceeding 1,000 trembled slightly. "Then I wish you the best of luck." Jiang Ling, reveling in misfortune, patted Wu Fan on the shoulder with a smile before departing. He turned and made his way toward Piccolo's room. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of knocking resonated. "Come in." Piccolo's voice echoed from within. Jiang Ling opened the door and leaned casually against the frame. "Ah, isn't that Piccolo? It's been a few days since we last met." "And you're still training?" Piccolo cast a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "Only through relentless training can one surpass Sun Wukong. Old Piccolo, your current strength is vastly inferior to Wukong's, and you stand divided from the heavens. I believe you cannot surpass Sun Wukong." Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. "So, you have come here to mock me?" No. That is not my intention." Jiang Ling waved his hand and retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from the system space, tossing one over. "Typically, Big sustains himself through two antennae that facilitate photosynthesis, synthesizing starch to meet his daily needs. Nevertheless, he possesses the fundamental organs for digestion, allowing him to consume food as well. Big accepted the beer, gazing at Jiang Ling, inquiring, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Jiang Ling chuckled softly, sipping a wheat beverage. "It's nothing, merely that I perceive a vital connection between you and the deity. You are inherently one. Have you ever contemplated reuniting as a singular entity?" "No," Bick replied decisively, shaking his head. "Though we share this life bond, we are ultimately two distinct beings. I have no desire to become him, nor does he wish to become me." Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This isn't related to strength, is it? "Indeed. It is quite significant," Jiang Ling responded. "How so?" "If you were to merge with the deity, I estimate your power could increase 100-fold. Furthermore, the dominant personality could either be the deity's or yours, depending on your negotiations." "Oh, I find that hard to believe." "How do you know this?" Bick queried suspiciously. Such skepticism was understandable. It was akin to someone unexpectedly approaching you with the claim that you have a son. Believe it or not, that is for you to decide. Jiang Ling finished his beer and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Bick's eyes flickered with contemplation. He mused. If what Jiang Ling says is true, it could serve as a hidden ace, a strategy against formidable foes. With that thought, Bick downed his beer, casting aside distractions to resume his training. On Namek, in a village, Frisia's minions brandished laser guns, herding dozens of Namekian villagers together to slaughter them mercilessly. Green blood splattered, and anguish cries echoed. Frisia reclined in a baby carriage, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbin, his hands slowly emerging. "Haha. I did not expect such a small village to have so few inhabitants." The massacre left only the village elder standing. The elder, gaunt and wide-eyed, glared defiantly. "You vile outsiders, do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? You shall face retribution." Frisia elegantly waved his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I am indifferent. My sole objective is to acquire the Dragon Balls." The elder's expression darkened at this revelation. "To obtain the Dragon Balls, you must undergo the trials I set forth. To wish, you must gather all 7. Pausing, the elder glanced at the remnants of the villagers, a grim smile forming. "I would rather perish than surrender the Dragon Balls to you. Accept your fate. Ha ha ha." At that moment, one of Frisia's subordinates presented him with a large orange Dragon Ball. "Your Majesty, we have found a Dragon Ball." Frisia accepted the Dragon Ball, nodding. "Is this the one that grants eternal life?" "Excellent." He then raised a finger, pointing at the elder. A laser beam shot forth from his fingertip. In an instant, the elder's chest was pierced by the beam, his eyes widening as green blood flowed forth. Frisia casually blew on his fingertip. "No need to hand over the Dragon Balls. I have already acquired one. Even if you gather all 7, they will be of no use to you." The elder gasped before his head slumped, lifeless. Frisia dismissed the elder's words, perceiving them as futile resistance. "Minions, proceed to the next village and collect more Dragon Balls." "Yes, Your Majesty," the soldiers replied in unison, hastening to the next village, leaving behind a scene of devastation, scattered remains, and rivers of blood. Chapter 32. Arrival in the Cosmos. A spacecraft sped towards Namek. Within the gravity training chamber aboard, two figures collided, engaging in rapid exchanges before separating once more. As they twisted and turned through the air, a tempest of attacks ensued. During yet another encounter, they unleashed their formidable powers. The point of contact between their fists igniting with brilliance, culminating in a tremendous explosion that sent them both reeling backward to the ground. Despite being specially reinforced, the gravity chamber trembled violently, jostling the spacecraft. The two combatants, none other than Sun Wukong and Jiang Ling, lay on the ground, panting heavily. The intensity of their recent battle, amplified by 100-fold gravity, had sapped their strength. Jiang Ling retrieved a celestial bean and, summoning the last vestige of his strength, placed it into his mouth and consumed it. The efficacy of the celestial bean was beyond question, as his body instantaneously rejuvenated to its peak condition. Jiang Ling rose to his feet, glancing at his tattered attire without a hint of concern. He approached Wukong and offered him a miraculous bean, which he consumed, instantly restoring his vitality. "Phew, Jiang Ling, I feel my strength has significantly increased," Wukong exclaimed. "That is only to be expected. You know well that with each injury, your power surges dramatically upon recovery." Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded in agreement. I had already sensed it after my discharge from the hospital, but lacking the miraculous beans, I refrained from testing it further and chose to continue my training. This remarkable ability is a characteristic of the Saiyans, Near-death recovery greatly enhances their prowess. Jiang Ling provided an explanation. The original storyline has also undergone alterations here. Due to his intervention, Sun Wukong was released from the hospital over a month earlier and consequently departed for Namek a month ahead of schedule. The resulting consequence was that Master Krillin was unable to obtain the latest batch of matured fairy beans and had to resort to using Jiang Ling's fairy beans instead. Jiang Ling's celestial beans are limited, yet they can still afford to utilize them a few more times. At this moment, they have already employed the method of near-death recovery combined with celestial beans several times. Jiang Ling estimated that his combat prowess had reached an impressive 2 to 300,000. He presumed that Wukong was in a similar position, with little disparity between the two. In recent days, under the rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin had all experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their abilities. Gohan showed the most significant progress, while Krillin exhibited the least, and Piccolo's development was rather average. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Jiang Ling promptly deactivated the gravitational effects. "Come in," he said. Entering through the door was Bulma. "We are nearing Namek. Please prepare yourselves." Jiang Ling nodded. "All right." A flicker of battle intent flashed in Wukong's eyes. He believed he would soon engage in another fierce confrontation with Vegeta, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Amidst a jolt, the spaceship successfully landed on Namek. Through the window, Bulma beheld a scene entirely different from Earth, igniting a yearning within her. However, preparations must be made first. It was essential to test whether the air was suitable for human life and to check for any viruses. Bulma rummaged through her tools, murmuring to herself. Jiang Ling stepped forward and gently patted her, smiling. "There's no need for such trouble. Everything will be just fine." "Huh? How do you know?" Bulma asked, puzzled. Jiang Ling extended his hand, gesturing towards the jubilant Sun Wukong and his companions outside, the meaning unmistakable. Bulma, without hesitation, dashed down from the spaceship, hands on her hips, vehemently scolding the group. "Do you not realize how perilous this is? What if the environment here is inhospitable? You are not children anymore. Such recklessness is unacceptable. We are here on a holiday, and if anything were to happen, how would I explain it to your families?" The group stood in a line, their heads bowed, rendered speechless. Clearing his throat, Piccolo spoke up. "I have no family." Bulma shot him a glare, questioning whether he thought it permissible to jeopardize his own life simply because he lacked familial ties. "Are you foolish?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face as he felt pressure for the first time from a human girl. He turned to Jiang Ling, who was smiling nearby. Casting a pleading glance for help, Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. In Piccolo's mind, a thought emerged. "I can't believe you." Chapter 33, The Language of Namek. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo took a deep breath, waves of emotion surging within him. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a stirring in his heart, abruptly turning his gaze toward a particular direction, his expression gravely serious. "This is. Do you all feel it?" Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, attuning their senses, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Son Gohan murmured to himself, "This aura." Piccolo gasped in shock. Such a malevolent presence. Not only malevolent, but also incredibly powerful. Krillin's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming densely on his gleaming bald head. Jiang Ling's expression was equally grave, for the formidable aura that exceeded theirs could only belong to that powerful man on Namek. Frieza, the proprietor of a real estate company, whose trade in planetary transactions spanned the cosmos. To think he has ultimately arrived. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling steadied his mind and turned his gaze towards Bulma. "Bulma, can you check if the dragon radar is operational?" Bulma, unaware of their conversation, nodded in response. "Let me take a look." Beeping. Bulma produced the dragon radar and pressed a button, which immediately displayed several luminous points. Wonderful, the dragon radar is functional. This indicated that there were indeed dragon balls on Namek. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others changed dramatically. If the dragon balls fell into the hands of evil, alongside this malevolent and overwhelming presence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Ling was not particularly surprised by this outcome. He glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, observing the scattered light points, among which two were moving swiftly. Jiang Ling sensed the direction of the malevolent aura. He conveyed this conclusion to the group, eliciting varied reactions. Piccolo's expression darkened as he realized that indeed, the sinister presence was gathering the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, a spark of battle spirit ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. If only he could engage in a spar with such a formidable opponent. He relished the thrill of battling powerful adversaries, as it allowed him to transcend his limits. Gohan muttered beside him, astonished that a visit to Uncle Piccolo's familial home would lead to such an encounter. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai reverberated through the air. Hello, everyone. Ah, Lord North Kai? Sun Wukong greeted enthusiastically. Who? Bulma inquired, puzzled. This is North Kai. It is here that Wukong and I trained. Seeing the confusion on the faces of others, Jiang Ling offered an explanation, and only then did the crowd come to a realization. 3 individuals have arrived here. Can you guess who they are? The king of the Northern Realm said mysteriously. Jiang Ling assumed a contemplative expression, and I venture to guess that it certainly would not involve Yamcha, Tien, or dumplings. With the intellect of the North Kai, how could he pose such a trivial question? Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Kai? The North Kai glanced at Yamcha and the others beside him, chuckling nervously. Haha, well, if you can't guess, then never mind. By the way, where are you? It certainly doesn't resemble Earth. Goku replied, we are on Namek, enjoying a vacation, but we've encountered a formidable individual, and I intend to spar with him. A formidable individual? Let me see, the North Kai said, his antennae twitching as he scanned the situation on Namek. Suddenly, he froze. Sweat cascading from his forehead to his feet. Frieza. Goku, Jiang Ling, you must not provoke him. That individual is Frieza, a villain of unparalleled wickedness. And his strength is unfathomable. You absolutely cannot defeat him. The North Kai exclaimed anxiously. Understanding Goku's fascination, the North Kai's concern only deepened. He rambled incessantly, and Jiang Ling, overwhelmed, responded on Goku's behalf, assuring the North Kai. After severing the communication with the North Kai, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Frieza loomed like an intangible weight on everyone's shoulders, a powerful, malevolent adversary. Krillin scratched his shiny bald head, breaking the silence. Everyone, how about we just head back? After all, Frieza isn't our concern. Suddenly, Gohan, who had remained silent, interjected, Uncle Krillin, this is Piccolo's homeland. If we ignore it, the people of Piccolo's hometown will be annihilated by Frieza. Do you think I don't want to help? What can we possibly do with our strength? I want to go back. I will assist. Krillin argued vehemently. Everyone understood that Krillin's choice was indeed the most rational and wise course of action, yet Gohan's kindness and emotional ties prevented him from acquiescing. Gohan. Piccolo gently patted Gohan's head, a smile gracing his lips. You all should return to Earth. I wish to remain on Namek for a while. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Oh, our great demon king wishes to save Namek, huh? Piccolo turned his head, defending himself. I merely wish to observe what life is like for my kind. It is certainly not as you imagine. Haha, no need to hide it. I know everything. Bulma giggled behind her hand, gradually losing her fear of the great demon king. The essence of Piccolo's transformation was secondary. What mattered most was that Bulma now had Jiang Ling, a powerful ally. Who would dare bully her? Jiang Ling would effortlessly retaliate. At this juncture, Jiang Ling clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Listen to me. Since we are here, let us assist Piccolo. After all, he is merely a child not yet 10 years old. Goku? Bulma? Krillin? Gohan. Piccolo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ling. Had looks been lethal, Jiang Ling would have perished hundreds of times over for daring to expose his secrets. Cough, cough. Jiang Ling continued. Let us first embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls. By gathering them ahead of time, we can thwart Frieza's ambitions and secure ourselves a position for future negotiations. Indeed, I concur. Your words ring true. Given the circumstances, we have no alternative. Yet, there lingered a hesitation. However, I still yearn for a direct confrontation with Frieza. Jiang Ling's suggestion garnered widespread support, with the exception of Wukong, who held a differing opinion. However, this dissent was swiftly quelled by a sharp reprimand and a scolding from Bulma, leading to a unanimous consensus. Apologies for the moment of aggression. I hope you do not take offense. Bulma gently nestled in Jiang Ling's embrace. Jiang Ling playfully pinched her delicate nose and chuckled. What are you saying? How could I possibly dislike you? That's a relief. A fragrant aura of romance wafted through the air. The onlookers chose to feign ignorance, whistling nonchalantly. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong, the implication unmistakable, as if to say, did you see that? Take note and apply it to Chi-Chi when you return. Do not claim I did not instruct you. After a while, Jiang Ling understood that in such circumstances, an intimate exchange was inappropriate, so he cleared his throat. Frieza has a power detector. Let us refrain from using Ki and set off in the spaceship. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma released a spacecraft that could accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. The spaceship had long been stored in her capsule. As the group boarded the vessel, they followed the guidance of the Dragon radar and soon descended upon a village. Everyone disembarked, and upon observing the vigilant Namekians surrounding them, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, "They resemble Uncle Piccolo." This was the first time Piccolo had seen someone who looked somewhat like him, aside from the Supreme Kai. And he felt an unexpected sense of kinship. The Namekian villagers regarded Piccolo with a mix of caution and curiosity, chattering among themselves in their native tongue. How could our Namekians be mingling with outsiders? Could these newcomers be benevolent? No. The Elder has warned us of malevolent intruders invading our planet and instructed us to remain vigilant. Piccolo understood their words, but Jiang Ling was taken aback, for he too comprehended their language. At that moment, a voice resonated within him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Ding. Host, this system clarifies your confusion. You are able to understand Namekian because the Dragon Ball language provided by this system encompasses all languages of the Dragon Ball world. Startled, Jiang Ling thought, after such a long silence, you choose to speak so suddenly. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the utility of the Dragon Ball language. It was indeed a remarkable asset. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Piccolo was about to offer an explanation when Jiang Ling stepped forward, speaking in fluent Namekian. Greetings, I am not a villain. Would you be able to communicate in the universal language? I seek the elder of your village regarding an important matter. His flawless articulation of Namekian astonished the villagers present. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Jiang Ling could speak their tongue. The talents Jiang Ling had displayed over the past few days had consistently surprised him. Goku and the others were utterly baffled, unable to decipher Jiang Ling's words, while the villagers stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that an outsider spoke their native language. Our elder Muley is on his way, a young Namekian timidly remarked. Chapter 34. Such a big. What is your name, little one? Bulma asked, finding the young Namekian adorable and kneeling down to inquire. My name is Dondi, the 108th child of the Grand Elder. That is a lovely name, Bulma said, patting Dandy's head, then asked with a hint of curiosity. Who is the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder is the strongest individual on our planet and also our father, replied Dondi. Understanding dawned on Bulma. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat plump, composed middle-aged Namekian arrived at the scene. He surveyed the group and spoke in the universally understood language. I am Muley, the elder of this village. I am aware of the earlier events. Outsiders, please state your intentions. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and said, Elder Muley, we have journeyed from Earth to assist our friend Bick in uncovering his heritage, only to arrive on Namek and discover that your situation is far from optimistic. Your planet is facing an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing this, Elder Muley turned to scrutinize Bick intently and nodded. You are undoubtedly one of our kin. However, I am not privy to the details of your lineage. I believe our Grand Elder may possess the answers. The mention of the Grand Elder caused Bick to ponder silently. Muley then directed his gaze back to Jiang Ling, stating, the crisis you speak of has already been conveyed to me by the Grand Elder. As he spoke, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes, his fist clenched tightly. If we are cornered, we still have our means. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and remarked, are you suggesting that the method you speak of is assimilation? While it is not entirely unfeasible, given Frisia's true prowess, it is highly probable that even if all of you were to merge, you would still be unable to prevail. How could that be possible? Trust me. Jiang Ling's gaze was fixed intently upon Elder Muley. From the clarity of Jiang Ling's eyes, Muley discerned that he had not spoken falsely moments ago. He fell into silence. Assimilation was a skill inherent to their race, enabling two individuals to merge into one, thereby acquiring a strength exponentially greater than their own. Building upon this, through successive assimilations, one could attain unimaginable power. The price for such prowess, however, was the lives of their kin. Jiang Ling is acutely aware that had all the Namekians united into a singular entity from the very beginning, they might have stood a chance against Frisia. However, with Frisia having already decimated several villages, the number of Namekians has significantly dwindled, making their unification now a formidable challenge. Jiang Ling spoke in a deep tone. We require the Dragon Balls from your village, for should Frisia arrive, your safety cannot be assured. Moreover, since only the Elder knows about Piccolo's origins, I wish to take him to meet the Elder. Muley, a decisive individual who had risen to the position of village elder, took a moment to ponder before making a resolution. I can acquiesce to the first condition, but the second condition. Muley paused, as if receiving some revelation, and continued, the Elder has informed me that you may seek him out. Please wait a moment while I arrange for the Dragon Balls. Very well. The group rested briefly in place. Bulma remained by Jiang Ling's side, engaging in casual conversation, though Jiang Ling's mind was not focused on matters of romance. Piccolo and Elder Muley conversed about the fundamental aspects of Namek. Jiang Ling, is Frieza truly as formidable as you claim? Goku lay on the grass, his arms supporting his head, a blade of grass held between his lips, lost in contemplation. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the terrifying strength of Frieza. Currently, your abilities are merely suited for delivering provisions. I am eager to encounter this Frieza soon. Such is the nature of Son Goku. The mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated he becomes. It bears a resemblance to certain peculiar inclinations where one finds excitement in being struck. Not far off, Gohan and Krillin, two individuals brimming with childlike wonder, were joyfully playing with several children from Namek. After a while, the Dragon Balls arrived. Gazing at the Namekian Dragon Balls, which were several times larger than those of Earth, Bulma exclaimed in awe, "How immense! Larger than those on Earth." Jiang Ling curled her lips. "Am I that significant?" Bulma interjected, "No inappropriate thoughts. Do you think this is the right occasion for such musings?" At that moment, two meteors streaked across the sky, descending towards the horizon. That spacecraft resembled the one Vegeta used when he first arrived on Earth. Gohan stared at the meteors in a daze. This aura could undoubtedly be attributed to Vegeta. Krillin felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. It was evident that Vegeta's presence had indelibly etched a shadow in his heart. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, gazing intently in the direction of the descending spacecraft. Indeed, just as Jiang Ling had asserted, Vegeta had truly arrived, though it remained uncertain what level of power he currently possessed. Jiang Ling clapped his hands, interrupting the diverse thoughts of the crowd. "All right, let us not dwell on that. We shall proceed to the Elder's abode." "Jiang Ling, why do you insist on visiting the Elder? You will understand once we arrive." The group boarded the ship, and Dandy followed suit. The airship soared into the sky, with Dandy leading the way and Bulma piloting the vessel at full speed towards the Elder's residence. Meanwhile, on another front, Frieza's forces were wreaking havoc in the third village. "Your Majesty, we have obtained the third Dragon Ball," reported the rotund Dodoria, cradling the Dragon Ball in his hands. Frieza, as composed as ever, lounged in his hovering infant chair, nodding with an expression both indifferent and elegant. Beep. Sabo received a message and said, "Your Majesty, Vegeta has arrived on Namek, and Choi is close behind, pursuing him." "That bothersome monkey," Frieza remarked with disdain but maintained his poise. "Isn't Choi already here? Let him deal with it. His combat power exceeds that of Vegeta." "Understood," Sabo replied, assigning the task to Choi. "Oh, right," Frieza suddenly recalled. "The Ginyu Force should be arriving soon, correct?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." "Excellent. It has been a while since I last saw them. I find myself somewhat nostalgic." "Ha ha ha. I shall first take the Dragon Balls back to the spaceship. You continue the search for the remaining Dragon Balls." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 35, The Origins of Piccolo. In a certain location on Namek, Vegeta's spaceship had just landed, creating a substantial crater upon impact. The hatch opened with a hiss. Vegeta emerged, inhaling the fresh air. "So this is Namek, the place where the Dragon Balls exist, granting me immortality, aside from those on Earth," he murmured, casting his gaze towards another large crater where another spaceship lay. From it emerged an unsightly catfish-like creature, Choi, who had been following closely behind. Truly a loyal dog of Frieza. "Following me wherever I go," Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. Choi responded with a cold smirk. "You may not know, but the king has ordered me to deal with you directly." "Oh, is that so?" Vegeta, brimming with confidence in his strength, remarked. "If this were before my journey to Earth, I might have struggled against you, but now." He paused, activating the Power Scouter on his right eye, aiming it at Choi. "You possess a mere 22,000 in combat power, insufficient to contend with me." Choi felt a profound humiliation from Vegeta's disdainful tone, retorting, "Even if my power is 22,000, it is still beyond your reach." "Is that so?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes, slightly bending his knees, and propelled himself towards Choi like a cannonball. Caught off guard by his direct approach, Choi hastily raised his arms to block. Boom. Feeling the tremendous force in his arms, Choi's face was one of disbelief. "How can this be? How can this wretched monkey possess such strength?" Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. "You find it hard to believe, don't you?" "To be honest, I too am astonished, but this is indeed the truth." With that, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each strike landing mercilessly upon Choi's arms. Bang, bang, Bang! Bang! Choi could not withstand the onslaught. His body was sent flying, crashing into a massive boulder, shattering it with sheer force. Wah! Choi spat out a stream of green blood, his face a mask of terror as he watched Vegeta approach step by step. Spare me. Too late. Vegeta loomed over Choi, grasping his head and tossing him into the air. With swift motions, Vegeta unleashed energy blasts that struck Choi with devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. Choi's desperate cries echoed as he was obliterated into fragments, bursting into a splendid display of fireworks in the sky. Hmph. Clenching his fists, Vegeta reveled in his newfound power. After his near-death experience, his strength had surged. What a delightful sensation. If he could repeat this a few more times, he would soon attain immortality and ultimately defeat Frieza, ruling the entire universe. However, the immediate priority was to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza. As long as Frieza had not gathered all the Dragon Balls, he could not achieve immortality. At worst, he could destroy the Dragon Balls and return to Earth. Vegeta's gaze flickered as he cast a deep glance in Frieza's direction, concealing his presence before turning to head in another direction. Unbeknownst to him, on Namek, aside from Frieza, Jiang Ling and his companions were also advancing swiftly, hidden from detection. Elsewhere on Namek, the airship carrying Jiang Ling and the others descended slowly outside the Elder's dwelling. Jiang Ling and others disembarked one after another, with Gohan and Dandy being the last to descend. Throughout the journey, Gohan shared delightful Earth snacks with Dandy, while captivating animated series played on the screen. Dandy was so engrossed that he nearly pointed in the wrong direction several times. This is the residence of the Elder, Dandy remarked, gesturing towards the white semicircular house. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the white dwelling swung open, revealing a robust Namekian. Neru. Long time no see, Dandy exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Neru replied, nodding while directing his gaze towards Jiang Ling and the others. The Elder is already aware of your intentions, having traveled from Earth. Please, follow me. With that, he turned and entered the house. Jiang Ling nodded, taking Bulma's hand to follow, with Goku and the others trailing closely behind. Upon entering the residence and ascending in an elevator, they arrived on the second floor. Before them sat a colossal Namekian, comfortably settled in a chair. How immense! Krillin swallowed hard. Just how large was he? In comparison to this being, they appeared as mere children next to adults. Are you the Grand Elder? Bulma couldn't help but inquire. The disparity in their sizes was undeniably imposing. Jiang Ling scrutinized the Grand Elder, finding his appearance consistent with his recollections from the original narrative. A towering figure, his frail posture bore numerous age spots. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the Grand Elder of the Namekians. His voice, aged and resonant, echoed through the air. Ah, Sun Wukong grinned widely, casually greeting him. I am Sun Wukong. So you are the Grand Elder? I finally found you. I'm not quite sure why I was looking for you. It's Jiang Ling who seeks you out. This is our Grand Elder. Do not be disrespectful. Nilo, the Grand Elder Esgard, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, only to be halted by the Grand Elder. It's quite all right, he dismissed the concern, turning his gaze towards Piccolo. You hail from Earth, and you must be one of the children sent away by Kadas. I never imagined you would safely reach Earth. I recall you as one of our most gifted Namekians, though your power seems considerably diminished compared to your peers. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head. I have no recollection of my childhood. I do not know who Kadas is, nor do I understand the term Dragon Clan. Observing Piccolo's confusion, the Grand Elder pondered briefly before responding kindly. May I delve into your past? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to comprehend your history. After a moment of silence, Piccolo acquiesced. My body is failing. Please, come to my side. Following the Grand Elder's request, Piccolo approached. The Grand Elder's broad hand rested gently upon his head as he closed his eyes. The others remained silent, waiting patiently. After a considerable pause, the Grand Elder opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, you are one of the children sent out by Kadas. We refer to the prodigies among our clan as the Dragon Clan, and you, too, belong to this lineage. Only the Dragon Clan has the ability to create Dragon Balls. Alas, your separation from the divine has significantly weakened your strength and potential. Otherwise, the Saiyans who recently invaded Earth would not stand a chance against you. Is that so? Piccolo murmured softly to himself. The Grand Elder continued, I sense untapped potential within you. Allow me to guide it. Potential? Piccolo was about to inquire further when he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge within him. Is this my power? He stared in astonishment at his hands. acutely aware that his strength had multiplied exponentially. Indeed, child, this is the power that lay dormant within you. My role was merely to guide it. If you could reunite with the divine, your strength would amplify even further. The Grand Elder's gentle demeanor was accompanied by a smile. Chapter 36. Guiding Potential. A semi-transparent aura erupted from Piccolo, blazing fiercely, as if it were tangible. The intensity of his energy reached terrifying heights, particularly alarming to Krillin and Gohan. Uncle Piccolo is incredibly strong, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Krillin, beads of cold sweat trickling down his shining bald head, felt as though he had returned to the era when Piccolo the Demon King wreaked havoc. Piccolo stared in disbelief at his hands, never having anticipated acquiring such formidable power. Child, do not feel repulsed by this sudden surge of strength, for it is your own, the Grand Elder reassured him gently. I understand now, Grand Elder. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Then, the Grand Elder turned his attention to the other Earthlings. I can perceive your goodwill from afar, if you do not mind. I would like to assist you in harnessing your potential during the twilight of my life. Really? Can we truly gain immense power like Piccolo? Krillin's eyes lit up with hope. The Grand Elder nodded slowly. Indeed. Bulma, with a hint of concern, asked, Grand Elder, will your methods affect your health? The Grand Elder shook his head and smiled. Thank you for your concern. I am merely guiding the latent power within you, and it will not adversely affect me. I appreciate your willingness to help, Grand Elder. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Ling considered his assistance to Baiku in uncovering his origins merely a secondary motive. His true aim was to unlock the potential of all involved. The Grand Elder first aided Krillin in awakening his latent abilities, and judging by the aura, it seemed his strength had surged approximately sixfold. Next was Sun Wukong, whose potential was notably vast, resulting in an enhancement of over tenfold. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Ling. As for Sun Wukong's strength following the potential awakening, it was nothing short of formidable, at least in comparison to his previous state. Although the increase was somewhat modest, around 8 or 9 times, his solid foundation more than compensated for it. According to Jiang Ling's estimations, his battle power still exceeded 2 million. Jiang Ling, I am eager to seek out Frieza, Sun Wukong declared with enthusiasm. Jiang Ling waved his hand, offering no resistance. He understood deep down that it was futile to intervene at this moment. Moreover, there were currently no means available to enhance his combat prowess further. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Krillin, pondering whether Goku could transform into a Saiyan without his assistance. After all, with the Dragon Balls at their disposal, they could always find a way to resurrect him later. Son Gohan spoke up. Father, may I join as well? Goku nodded with a smile. Engaging in some battles will benefit you. Then I shall assist as well, Krillin declared, surprising the others. Sensing their astonishment, Krillin scratched his bald head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, I owe a great debt to the Elder. The group shared a knowing smile. Without waiting for the Elder to respond, they soared towards the direction of Frieza's energy. Wait, the Elder began to intervene, but it was too late. He turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, Jiang Ling, is what you said earlier true? Is Frieza truly as formidable as you described? If so, you must leave with your companions at once. He wished to avoid involving innocent people in the disaster that had befallen Namek. Pausing for a moment, the Elder added, if possible, please take a few Namekians with you. Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head, saying, Elder, do not concern yourself with them. Let them be. If the situation truly becomes irreparable, we still have the Dragon Balls. At that point, we can simply wish for everyone to travel to Earth together. The Elder nodded in agreement and continued. It is only you and that girl who remain. Come, allow me to assist you in unlocking your potential. With that, the Elder's broad hand rested gently upon Jiang Ling's head. Jiang Ling sensed a force within him being gradually guided. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from his body. His black hair defied the absence of wind, standing on end as a translucent aura burst forth from his form. Feeling the surging power, Jiang Ling, despite being prepared, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Anyone who suddenly acquires immense strength would react similarly. After calming his emotions, Jiang Ling restrained his aura and addressed the Grand Elder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. It was but a mere effort, yet your potential truly astonishes me. Much like that young boy from before, the Grand Elder chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Bulma. Young lady, it is your turn now. Me? Bulma pointed at herself, surprised. Indeed, I think I'll pass. I am not skilled in combat, Bulma replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Are you certain? I'm certain. Jiang Ling requested a Dragon Ball from the Elder, exchanged a brief greeting, and prepared to depart with Bulma. Noticing that Piccolo had no intention of leaving, he inquired, "Piccolo, will you not join us in the battle?" "You all go ahead," Piccolo replied. Fully aware that his earlier display of energy during the potential awakening had likely attracted the attention of the enemy's sensors. It was evident that the elder could not move, so he resolved to remain and protect him. Understanding Piccolo's decision, Jiang Ling said nothing further and took to the skies with Bulma. Upon reaching a clearing, he instructed her to retrieve the spaceship, ensuring that should danger arise, Bulma would be able to activate the vessel and make a swift escape. Inside the spacecraft, Jiang Ling remarked, "Bulma, I believe you should harness your potential. I am not a fighter. What use is strength to me?" Bulma curled her lips in response. In the next moment, Jiang Ling suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words, causing Bulma's face to flush crimson as she shot him a sidelong glance. "You only think about those things. You've truly amazed me. Let us return and seek out the Grand Elder." "No need," she replied, with a mysterious smile. Jiang Ling remarked, "I too can now guide potential." Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity to sign in with the Grand Elder, thereby acquiring the skill of potential guidance. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Was the Grand Elder's guidance even necessary? Having just mastered it, it still lacks maturity. Wearing clothing affects the success rate of guidance. In the room, upon the bed, as the power was being channeled forth, Bulma was filled with disbelief. Is this what power feels like? It's about to overflow. Jiang Ling, what treacherous words are these? Never mind, let us dine first. Jiang Ling flipped her over, positioning her on the bed, and then plunged into a tender embrace. Who could remain indifferent when faced with the alluring allure of Bulma? Bulma gasped, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not ready yet." However, the disparity in strength ensured that she could only yield to Jiang Ling's whims. Chapter 37. In those days in a certain village, Frisia's army was rampantly slaughtering the inhabitants. Dodoria unleashed a punch on an ordinary Namekian, piercing right through his abdomen. Green blood splattered onto him, but he licked his lips, completely unperturbed. Just then, the device on his right eye detected a formidable energy. Beep beep, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Boom. The device exploded. Its maximum detection threshold was 50,000, indicating that this sudden surge of power exceeded that limit. Dodoria was somewhat astonished, though not overly so, as he was well aware of his lord's might. No matter who arrived, they would only meet with annihilation. Could it be that the Ginyu force has come? Suggested Zaban. That's a valid point. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Never mind that. Let us focus on gathering the Dragon Balls. The king is waiting. Let us split into 2 teams to expedite the collection. Once the Ginyu force arrives, there won't be a chance for us to showcase our prowess. After deliberation, Dodoria and Zaban unanimously decided to divide their forces. 5 spaceships, resembling meteors, descended upon Namek, crashing into the ground and creating 5 deep craters. 5 figures burst forth from the ships, heading directly toward Frisia's massive spacecraft. Swiftly, they reached Frisia's presence. He was seated comfortably in his personal hover pod, gazing with satisfaction at the 5 individuals before him. This group was known as the Ginyu Force, each member possessing unique abilities and unwavering loyalty, akin to a death squad or, in modern parlance, brainwashed fanatics. Lord Frisia, we, the Ginyu Force, report to you. They declared in unison before performing an awkward yet embarrassing dance. Guldo, Berta, Jees, Ginyu. Each struck a pose they deemed the most impressive. Finally, Ginyu turned around, presenting his backside to Frisia, revealing his flesh-colored underpants. The 5 shouted in unison, "We are the Ginyu Force." Upon completing their performance, Captain Ginyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "My lord, did you enjoy our dance?" Frisia's face flushed slightly. Though he had witnessed it many times before, he still could not acclimate to the Ginyu Force's entrance dance. It was utterly humiliating. Ahem, it was acceptable. Frisia cleared his throat, shifting the conversation. "I am pleased to see you, my elite force. I have a mission for you. Gather the Dragon Balls so that I may attain immortality. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task." The members of the Ginyu Force echoed in unison. Frisia waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead." As soon as the words left his lips, Captain Ginyu utilized his device to scan the area. To the northwest and southwest were Dodoria and Zaban's teams, so they were unnecessary to pursue. To the southeast, 3 energy signatures were approaching, but their power was too weak to be of concern. However, to the northeast, there were 2 fluctuating energy signatures that could very well be the Dragon Balls. After completing his scan, Ginyu issued the command, and the 5 members of the Ginyu Force took flight towards the northeast. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just obliterated a village, acquiring his first Dragon Ball. After concealing the Dragon Ball, he suddenly glanced into the distance, his pupils constricting. 5 energy signatures were approaching. The Ginyu force had arrived. In contrast to Frisia's rare interventions, the Ginyu force's brutality and formidable combat prowess left a more lasting impression. Vegeta cautiously concealed his presence until he sensed the Ginyu force diverting in another direction, at which point he exhaled in relief. With his current combat strength, he knew he could not contend with Ginyu, so caution was prudent. Oh, Dodoria and Zabon have separated? Vegeta's eyes brightened, and he swiftly flew toward the sensed direction. Before long, Vegeta stood, arms crossed, blocking Dodoria's path. He smiled at Dodoria and his entourage. Dodoria. It's been a while. Dodoria, seeing the newcomer, remained unfazed, his face displaying disdain. Oh, isn't this the monkey? I didn't seek you out. Yet you've come to me. How convenient. I can take care of you now. Who will take care of whom remains to be seen. With that, Vegeta erupted with energy, raising his hidden aura to its peak. Without further ado, he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts. Dodoria dodged several with ease, scoffing. Is that all you've got? Just then, a series of explosions and cries of anguish erupted from behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Turning abruptly. Dodoria's expression darkened as he realized all his minions had been obliterated. Baka, he shouted in fury, without his minions to assist in slaughtering the village. Searching for the Dragon Balls would prove troublesome, inciting his rage. You've thoroughly enraged me. I will kill you. Dodoria was livid, feeling that Vegeta had slapped him in the face. With an oversized body moving at an uncharacteristic speed, he charged at Vegeta, delivering a colossal punch. Boom. With a dull thud, Dodoria's eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Vegeta, effortlessly blocking his attack with a single hand. Is this it? Vegeta scoffed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dodoria could hardly believe that the once weak monkey could withstand his full-force assault. His eyes bloodshot, he unleashed a flurry of punches, but each was either evaded by Vegeta or absorbed with ease. Are you done playing? Now it's my turn, Vegeta huffed, kneeing Dodoria upwards into the sky. In a flash, he appeared above Dodoria, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Boom. Dodoria crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Vegeta landed beside the gasping Dodoria. Looking down at him, Dodoria suddenly shouted in humiliation, Do you know who I am? I am a loyal subordinate of Lord Frieza. In those days, Chapter 38. Do you know who I am? The most trusted right-hand man of King Frieza. In the days of yore, I followed King Frieza, wielding 2 machetes, cleaving my way from the western reaches of the galaxy to the east. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the scene was one of sanguine chaos. Rivers of blood flowing freely. Yet, I struck without a moment's hesitation, my hands rising and falling relentlessly. Dodoria seethed with fury, seeking to intimidate Vegeta into retreat. Vegeta paused momentarily before inquiring, Do your eyes not dry? Dodoria glared back, incredulous. I said I kill without blinking, and you dare ask if my eyes are dry? What else would I inquire? Vegeta replied with a slight smile, crouching down to seize Dodoria's head, slamming it methodically into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The very earth beneath Dodoria, already at the center of a deep pit, cracked like a spider's web under the relentless assault. The right-hand man of Frieza? Boom. 3 days and nights? Boom. Hands rising and falling? Boom. With each statement, Vegeta struck Dodoria's head anew. At last, Dodoria could endure no longer and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me. Boom. As Vegeta remained unyielding, a wave of dread washed over Dodoria. In that moment, a thought struck him like a lifeline. And he hastily exclaimed, I know how Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Vegeta halted, a tone of mockery lacing his words. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by a meteor strike. I am aware. No, that is not the case. Dodoria hastened to clarify. I know the truth. If I tell you, you must let me go. Oh? Vegeta ceased his actions, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Very well, speak. Hearing this, Dodoria exhaled in relief. Planet Vegeta was personally annihilated by King Frieza. I overheard him mention it, claiming that the legendary Super Saiyan was always a menace. That was all he offered, pleading, You promised to spare me. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible emotion flickered in Vegeta's gaze. He nodded slightly, lifting Dodoria and casting him into the sky. With both hands clasped together, an energy sphere pulsating with fierce power began to coalesce. Final flash. Vegeta propelled the energy upward. The formidable blast sword, striking Dodoria. who was helpless in midair. Boom. An explosive sound reverberated as Dodoria was reduced to mere pink remnants, which plummeted into the lake below, feeding the fish. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Dodoria scarcely had time to utter a final word. Humph. Trusting in ethereal promises, your demise is not unjust. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. On the other side, within the confines of the spacecraft occupied by Jiang Ling and Bulma, a large television mounted on the wall broadcasts a melodramatic romance. The sound system fills the air with soothing melodies. Having recently endured a tumultuous series of events, Bulma's cheeks flush a delicate crimson as she leans against Jiang Ling, tracing small circles upon his chest. My dear, you are truly remarkable. Is that even in question? Jiang Ling's lips curled in a satisfied smirk as he reached out to caress once more, provoking a playful pout from the enchanting beauty. After indulging in the moment for a while, Bulma licked her lips, her face adorned with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it seems my lips are rather parched." Jiang Ling cast a glance and remarked, "If your mouth is dry, simply drink some water." However, she replied, "I feel so weary. I have no desire to rise, nor to drink water." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling scratched his head, slightly puzzled by her implication. "Then what is it that you wish to do?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "When I say my mouth is dry, do you truly not comprehend the meaning?" "Oh." Jiang Ling suddenly came to a realization. Then he exclaimed, "What the heck?" Bulma quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, with hands on her hips, she fumed with anger. "Is that what I meant? Or what else could it be? I'll beat you to a pulp." Bulma brandished her tiny fists and charged forward. Jiang Ling laughed heartily, and the two began to frolic. It was at this moment that Jiang Ling's expression shifted, shedding his previous frivolity. "Stay here and do not venture out," he instructed. "Have you discovered something?" Bulma inquired. "Indeed. Just remain here until I return," he replied. "All right, be careful." Bulma expressed her concern. Jiang Ling let out a soft hum, cautioning against underestimating her man's prowess. In a swift motion, she vanished from the spacecraft and reappeared outside. Bulma stood in stunned silence, murmuring to herself, "How astonishingly fast. If it had always been this quick. Oh dear, it's almost too much to contemplate." Jiang Ling was utterly unaware of the thoughts swirling in Bulma's mind. At this moment, he had already soared far from the spacecraft, suspended in midair. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor relaxed as he regarded the formidable five-man team before him, the Ginyu Force. Each member possessed extraordinary abilities. Should Krillin, Gohan, and the others confront them, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, Jiang Ling remained unfazed. Even before unlocking his full potential, his combat prowess was sufficient to challenge the Ginyu Force single-handedly, let alone now that he had fully harnessed his capabilities. "So, you are the Ginyu Force, are you?" Jiang Ling chuckled softly. The appearance of the Ginyu Force was an unexpected turn of events for him, arriving much earlier than in the original timeline. "Oh. Do you possess Dragon Balls? If not, then step aside and do not obstruct my path," he remarked with a wicked grin. The other members of the team joined in his laughter, perceiving the individual before them as utterly overconfident. "Indeed, I possess them, but can you truly claim them?" Jiang Ling beckoned with his finger. The members of the Jinyat Special Forces exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter. "Shall we adhere to the old tradition?" they proposed, deciding to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who would take the stage. They then gathered closely and commenced their game. Jiang Ling quietly observed their performance, remaining silent. Ultimately, the robust Lycum secured the opportunity to take the stage. Jiang Ling was aware of him, his specialties being defensive prowess and dance. "Allow me to have some fun with you," Lycum remarked. Jiang Ling refrained from engaging in idle chatter, his form a mere blur as he swiftly advanced to stand before Lycum. With a single, powerful punch, he struck the latter in the abdomen, seamlessly transitioning into an uppercut that landed squarely on his chin. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Lycum's body arched backward, and he expelled a stream of clear saliva along with a few yellowed teeth into the air. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Ling had already repositioned himself behind Lycum, delivering a devastating elbow strike to his back. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash. Lycum was sent crashing to the ground, sprawled as if struck by an overwhelming force, creating a deep crater around him. The members of the Ginyu Force looked on in disbelief, struggling to grasp the events that had just unfolded. What just happened? In an instant, Lycum was down. I didn't see it clearly. It all happened so fast. Faster than even I, the self-proclaimed fastest in the universe. How could this be? Butter, a member of the Ginyu Force with azure skin, had always prided himself on his unrivaled speed. He never imagined there could be someone faster than him, shattering his entire worldview in the process. Jiang Ling stood at the edge of the deep pit, arms crossed, and observing with a cold gaze the quivering figure of Lycan below. How infuriating. For the first time, someone has inflicted such grievous harm upon me. Lycan trembled as he rose from the ground, panting heavily, his expression contorted with rage. I will kill you. Behold my ultimate technique, the mouth cannon. No sooner had he uttered the words than his mouth opened wide, gathering a blinding light within. Seeing this, Jiang Ling nodded. He had just exerted around 100,000 units of force, yet it had not proven lethal. Indeed, it was no surprise that Lycan, renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities, belonged to the Ginyu Force. As Lycan prepared to unleash his mouth cannon, Jiang Ling swiftly moved in front of him once more. Extending his hand, he delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the area, lingering in the air. With a gulp, Lycan, having received the slap, swallowed back the imminent mouth cannon, his eyes widening in astonishment. As Jiang Ling took a step back, he swiftly retreated several hundred meters, turning to glance behind him. To his astonishment, he beheld Lycan, who had just been engulfed by the mouth cannon he had swallowed moments before, suddenly burst open. A resounding explosion erupted, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud, enveloping the surroundings in a haze of dust and smoke. Lycan was obliterated, leaving not a trace. Truly, this was a formidable technique. Indeed intriguing. Jiang Ling couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Chapter 39. Intrigued by Lycan. How infuriating. How could this happen? Indeed, how frustrating. This means our dance will be lacking a member. It will be imperfect. The remaining members of the Special Forces team lamented. Jiang Ling observed as the blue-skinned Bart and the red-skinned Jess exchanged a fleeting glance, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they clasped their hands together, directing their focus towards Jiang Ling, and simultaneously shouted, Fusion Technique. Crimson Comet Impact. A swirling orb of purple and red energy erupted from their joined hands, hurtling towards Jiang Ling. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling remarked, Impressive speed and formidable offensive power. There are virtually no adversaries of your caliber. Alas, my strength far surpasses yours. Jiang Ling shook his head, extending his hand to block the violet-red orb before him. With a swift motion, he struck it, causing the orb to instantly dissipate. The crimson-skinned Jisses stared in astonishment at this scene, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The azure-skinned Bart gasped, his gaze fixed in disbelief. The once invincible fusion technique had been effortlessly neutralized, an occurrence that far exceeded their understanding. It is crucial to note that even Captain Ginyu would not dare to guarantee a defense against such an assault. While they remained in a daze, Jiang Ling had no intention of waiting. He swiftly moved before them, seizing their hair with both hands and forcefully smashing their heads together. Bang! Dizziness ensued. Bang! Blood gushed forth. Bang! They were sent crashing into oblivion. Jiang Ling struck their weapons together a few times before casually tossing them into the sky. He slightly crouched, placing his hands on his waist in a flower-like posture, as blue and white radiance emanated from between his fingers. Turtle. School. Energy. Wave. With a forceful push from Jiang Ling, a shockwave erupted from his hand, enveloping an overwhelming might as it struck Bart and Jis, who were utterly defenseless. The impact resulted in a magnificent explosion, creating two resplendent blossoms in the sky, brilliant and radiant, shimmering with light. The skirmish concluded with such swiftness that Captain Ginyu and his fellow comrade Goldo had yet to intervene before it was over. They gazed at the aerial display, reminiscent of the fleeting visages and laughter of their fallen comrades. Goldo, drenched in sweat and his gaze wandering, sought an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Jinyu's eyes flickered, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Goldo, I require his body. You know what must be done, Ginyu murmured. Goldo nodded eagerly, fully aware of Jinyu's extraordinary ability of body exchange, having lost count of how many bodies he had inhabited thus far. Jiang Ling's gaze fixed upon them, lingering on Goldo. He understood clearly that this individual must be eliminated first. Otherwise, his alliance with Ginyu would pose a significant inconvenience. There was no room for idle chatter. Relying on his speed advantage, Jiang Ling swiftly appeared before Goldo. The latter, startled, took a step back and instinctively shouted, Now? Ginyu bellowed in response, Change bodies. Simultaneously, Goldo held his breath. From his perspective, everything froze, including Jiang Ling and Ginyu before him. Only he remained capable of movement, This was his extraordinary gift. As long as I hold my breath, time comes to a standstill. Goldo hurriedly relocated Ginyu to his original position, facing Jiang Ling. While he sought refuge in a concealed spot. Once hidden, he released his breath, inhaling deeply the fresh air. With his breathing, time resumed its flow. In an instant, Jiang Ling perceived a blur, and the diminutive Goldo transformed into Ginyu, the latter emanating a radiant white light from his mouth, indicative of his innate ability, change bodies. The moment of impact allowed for an instantaneous exchange of corporeal forms. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of his situation. Yet, this mere distance was sufficient for him to maneuver. Just as the blinding light was about to make contact, he deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. His speed and reflexes were nothing short of remarkable, especially in a confrontation where the disparity in strength was so pronounced. Ginyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that at such a close range, he had failed to strike the coveted body before him. What formidable combat prowess this was! Jiang Ling's thoughts swirled within her mind. She had previously digressed. She ought to address the Ginyu first. Gathering energy into a blade, Jiang Ling's hand manifested a blade of energy, swiftly severing the limbs of Ginyu. Subsequently, the energy blade plunged into his throat, mercilessly shattering his vocal cords. Jinyu's ability to change bodies necessitated the utterance of specific phrases. Hence Jiang Ling's decision to destroy his throat. As for the reason behind not ending his life directly, a sinister smile accompanied the thought. Jiang Ling merely sought to acquire his innate abilities. Discarding the Ginyu, Jiang Ling sensed the aura and fixed his gaze upon a stone. Approaching, he shattered the stone, revealing the concealed presence of Goldo behind it. Why you? How did you discover me? Don't come any closer. Goldo stammered. His face awash with terror, Jiang Ling smiled faintly and gently threw a punch. In the next moment, Goldo's body vanished. Jiang Ling remained unhurried, for he understood that time had once again been suspended. However, Goldo's need for breath limited his capacity to hold it, ensuring he could not venture far. Indeed, Jiang Ling soon discovered him once more behind a stone, only for him to vanish again, only to be located once more. This cycle repeated several times. Eventually, Goldo collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Jiang Ling gently struck with his palm, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Thus, he could not escape from his grasp. As for the reason behind not delivering a fatal blow directly, Jiang Ling smiled gently. He held a keen interest in the concept of time standing still. Chapter 40. Wukong vs. Frieza. Soon, Jiang Ling received a notification from the system. Ding. The sign-in count has been refreshed. Time certainly hasn't passed that swiftly, has it? How is it that I can sign in again? Jiang Ling expressed his confusion. It was only after a thorough explanation from the system that he comprehended the concept that on Namek, a single day passed swiftly, approximately equating to 3 days on Earth. Ah, how considerate of you, system, he remarked, to adjust according to the local time. Jiang Ling chuckled. Of course. This system would never engage in actions that would harm its host. Well then, let us proceed with the sign-in process. Jiang Ling spoke as he placed his hand upon Goldo. Ding. Sign-in successful, awarded the dance of Goldo. Jiang Ling, what happened to the promised consideration for humanity? Is this what you provide me? Ding. Host, this system is fair and just. The skills acquired through sign-in are, indeed, random. Jiang Ling waved his hand. Feeling a slight headache, having signed for this skill on Goldo, he would have to wait a year to sign for another. Reflecting on the past, acquiring desired skills had been remarkably effortless, perhaps owing to his extraordinary luck, as he often received the skills he wished for. Now, upon receiving an undesirable skill, the drawbacks had become apparent. The time-stopping ability was one he could not overlook. He needed to devise a strategy. As for Ginyu, that matter could wait until after tomorrow's cooldown period for signing. Jiang Ling gazed at the venomous expression of Ginyu and the feeble state of Goldo, resolutely firming his resolve. At that moment, a powerful aura of battle emanated from the distance, revealing that Sun Wukong and Frieza had indeed clashed. I must hasten to witness this confrontation. Should Frieza emerge victorious and succeed in his quest to dominate the universe, the consequences would be utterly dire. Jiang Ling pondered silently. He had no desire to wander the cosmos with Bulma, evading the relentless pursuit of Frieza. The mere thought of such a life, filled with trepidation, sent shivers down his spine. Grasping the limp forms of Ginyu and Goldo, he soared resolutely toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong confronted Frieza directly. I've heard tales of your strength. Allow me to test your prowess, he declared, adopting a combat stance as his energy flared dramatically. Frieza momentarily faltered upon glimpsing Wukong. You. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the Saiyan who resisted until the bitter end when I obliterated planet Vegeta. Startled by this revelation, Sun Wukong shook his head. Perhaps, as I do possess a trace of Saiyan blood, it is not unusual to find a resemblance. However, I fail to comprehend why Vegeta would willingly serve you after you destroyed his planet. Frieza chuckled, unaware of the implications of Wukong's words. And you, a mere Saiyan monkey, dare to challenge me? How utterly presumptuous. It seems you remain oblivious to my true power. Frieza, exuding absolute confidence, remained seated in his hovering pod, showing no inclination to dismount. Come now, I can dispatch you with a single hand. With a smirk, he extended a finger, unleashing a beam of energy. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, finding the attack rather feeble. He swatted the laser away effortlessly and advanced, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Frieza. Surprised that his assault had failed, Frieza's astonishment grew as Wukong closed the distance, attempting to land a blow. This monkey possesses such speed? With a resounding impact, Frieza caught Wukong's fist and felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. The hovering pod could not withstand such force, and Frieza was propelled backward until he crashed against a wall, halting with a thud. The pod, unable to endure the strain, exploded into a myriad of fragments. For the first time since arriving on Namek, Frieza found himself free from the confines of his pod, revealing his entire form. Indeed, somewhat diminutive. He mused darkly, his face clouded with anger. His feet touched the ground of Namek for the first time, each foot boasting 3 toes, a total of 6. Well done. You have successfully enraged me, little ant. You dare to bite back. I shall release my seal. With a grim expression, Frieza's aura surged violently around him. He had never anticipated that as a cosmic emperor, he would be publicly humiliated. His earlier derisive remarks now rendered him a fool in the eyes of the onlookers. Sun Wukong stood bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. Frieza's physique expanded, transforming dramatically. He grew taller and more muscular, his height doubling. The horns upon his head morphed into thick, formidable appendages. His power skyrocketed from over 500,000 to more than 1,000,000. Creak, creak, creak. Frieza took a few slow steps, producing a series of ominous sounds. His elegant, haughty demeanor returned. How intriguing. Sun Wukong sensed the shift in Frieza's body and energy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Prepare to receive my strike. Wukong charged forward, delivering a rapid punch. Frieza tilted his head, narrowly evading the blow, and seized Wukong's wrist, retaliating with a punch to his abdomen. Then, with a swift motion, he wrapped his tail around Wukong's waist, flinging him away. Wukong landed gracefully, performing several somersaults before regaining his footing. Your strength is commendable. The warm-up match has concluded. He chuckled, energy surging within him. A roaring aura ignited, swirling dust and debris around him. In a flash, he reappeared before Frieza, his fist striking with incredible speed. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he was caught off guard, forced to retreat under Wukong's relentless assault. Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending Frieza sprawling, and then concentrated energy into a Kamehameha wave, which struck Frieza directly, erupting in a cloud of smoke and dust. Panting heavily, Wukong surveyed Frieza's position, scratching his head thoughtfully. Doesn't he seem as formidable as Jiang Ling suggested? Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, 2 small figures stealthily traversed the interior, ever cautious and alert. Be careful. It's always better to err on the side of caution, Krillin whispered. Gohan nodded in agreement. Just then, a soldier armed with a laser gun approached. Krillin and Gohan quickly concealed themselves, holding their breath. Uncle Krillin, I feel we need not hide. This one seems rather weak. Indeed. They exchanged glances and swiftly emerged. Before the soldier could react, they executed a simultaneous flying kick, knocking him unconscious. Success, they exclaimed, high-fiving each other. Now, let's continue our search for the Dragon Balls. Krillin produced the Dragon Ball radar, guiding Gohan step by step toward a door. A room for storing valuable items is likely to have security measures, perhaps even alarms. What shall we do? Krillin pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Before he could devise a plan, Gohan turned the doorknob and dashed inside. 3 Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground. Gohan picked one up, exhilarated. Uncle Krillin. We found them. Krillin was taken aback. What happened to the password, the traps, and the alarms? This is nothing like the movies. Chapter 41, Vegeta's shock simultaneously. Frieza's minion, Zaban, had just slaughtered another village and was en route to report back, clutching a Dragon Ball. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor appeared, Vegeta. Arms crossed and a sardonic smile on his face, he stood defiantly in Zaban's path. Zaban, Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I shall spare your life. Zaban, taken aback, wore a disdainful grin, his striking green hair and skin lending him an enchanting, albeit sinister, beauty. "Oh, the Saiyan monkey, Vegeta. What brings you here? Have you come to challenge me in your arrogance? I shall grant you one last chance to reconsider." Vegeta let out a scoff, confident in his ability to defeat Zabo. The battle power detector indicated that Zabo's strength was inferior to his own, which emboldened him to obstruct his path. "What if I refuse?" Zabo retorted. "Then do not blame me for taking it by force." Without hesitation, Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Zabo raised his arm in defense, but was met with an overwhelming force that caused him to stagger back several steps. "I didn't expect your strength to have grown so formidable in just a few days," Vegeta remarked. "Hmph, this is the consequence of underestimating me." "Oh?" Zabo raised an eyebrow. "Who underestimates whom is still to be seen." From their brief exchange, Zabo realized he was currently no match for Vegeta, and thus, he ceased his pretense. "I forgot to mention, I am a transformation warrior." No sooner had he spoken than Zabo's body began to swell. Vegeta felt an unsettling premonition. In the next moment, Zabo's form expanded, transforming into a monstrous visage, yet his distinct green hair and skin revealed his identity. Vegeta sensed that Zabo's battle power had surged beyond measure. Leaving him breathless, Zabo wasted no time. He swiftly appeared before Vegeta, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Vegeta was knocked back into the air, utterly defenseless. In an instant, Zabo reappeared in his trajectory, thrusting a knee into him. Vegeta's body arched, propelled skyward, only for Zabo to materialize behind him, joining his hands for a devastating strike that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. The disparity in their powers was overwhelming. Vegeta found himself caught in a relentless barrage of attacks. "Now do you understand the gap between us?" Zabo's grotesque face bore a smile as he extended his hand, gathering energy for a devastating blast, intent on obliterating Vegeta. As Vegeta rose, he gazed at the imminent energy sphere, his pupils dilating in shock. Suddenly, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The energy blast was dispersed by the sudden arrival of another individual. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, "You Jiang Ling." "Indeed, it is I. You should be grateful I saved your life," Jiang Ling replied. "Humph." Vegeta offered no further acknowledgement, and Jiang Ling paid it no mind as he focused on Zabo. After a moment of confusion, he recognized Zabo from his green hair. No wonder Vegeta was at a disadvantage. In the original narrative, Vegeta was indeed overwhelmed by the transformed Zabo. Jiang Ling's foot shifted, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, he appeared before Zabo. The energy projectile was launched directly at his face. Boom. In but a fleeting moment, Zabo was reduced to ashes. Not uttering a single word, Jiang Ling moved once more, reappearing before the minion clutching the Dragon Ball. He seized the Dragon Ball, and his body unleashed a surge of potent energy, annihilating the surrounding minions in an instant, leaving them as mere ashes, much like Zabo before them. This maneuver was deceptively simple. It involved the emission of energy from his body, a splendid technique for clearing out foes in an area. Vegeta stood in awe, bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. What had transpired in just a few days that Jiang Ling had grown so immensely powerful? The strength displayed moments ago was overwhelming. It seemed only a short while ago on Earth he was merely comparable. Vegeta remained frozen in place, grappling with disbelief, even questioning his own status as the Prince of Saiyans and the title of Saiyan Prodigy. Was he truly a genius? If so, how could this individual before him evolve at such an astonishing rate? Jiang Ling turned around, gazing at the astonished Vegeta. "Stop staring blankly. First, reveal the Dragon Ball you have acquired." "Impossible." Vegeta snapped back to reality and immediately refused. "I shall not hand over the Dragon Ball to you." Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smirk. He anticipated that Vegeta would respond in such a manner. "So, you are aware that planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza?" Vegeta replied gravely, "I have only just learned of it. Do you seek vengeance? I can assist you in your quest for retribution. However, be forewarned. Frieza's power surpasses even mine, and you would stand no chance against him." Jiang Ling, with his gentle persuasion, sparked a flicker of intrigue within Vegeta upon hearing those words. Yet, he shook his head resolutely. "This is a matter concerning our Saiyan heritage." As the words left his lips, he caught sight of the swaying tail behind Jiang Ling. Vegeta realized, almost forgotten in that moment, that Jiang Ling too was a Saiyan. "I possess methods to swiftly augment your strength, and attaining the legendary Super Saiyan status is well within reach." Jiang Ling once again beguiled. He continued, "If you refuse to hand it over, that's fine. I possess the Dragon Ball radar, making the retrieval of the Dragon Balls a matter of mere moments." Super Saiyan. Vegeta wavered, particularly upon hearing the latter part of the statement. Before long, Vegeta produced the concealed Dragon Balls and surrendered them to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling gestured towards Ginyu and Guldo, whom he had discarded some distance away. "Please take them with you. It is inconvenient for me to carry the Dragon Balls." These are Ginyu and Guldo from the Ginyu Force. Vegeta paused momentarily, taken aback. However, he swiftly regained his composure. After all, the shock that Jiang Ling had already bestowed upon him was considerable. The complete annihilation of the Ginyu Force was not beyond the realm of acceptance. "Follow me to Friesia's spaceship." Jiang Ling uttered a phrase and flew away with the Dragon Ball in his grasp. Vegeta had no choice but to carry both Ginyu and Guldo in his wake. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination, where they encountered Son Gohan and Krillin emerging with another Dragon Ball. At this moment, all 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered. Jiang Ling nodded. "Please wait for a moment. We shall summon the dragon shortly." "All right. No problem," Krillin and Gohan replied in unison. Then Krillin gestured toward Vegeta behind them. How did he come to be with you?" Jiang Ling smiled reassuringly, declaring that he posed no immediate threat. "Hmph." Vegeta merely scoffed, offering no retort. Subsequently, Jiang Ling scanned the vicinity, and his eyes lit up. He beckoned Vegeta to follow him. Before them materialized 5 circular single-occupant spaceships. They placed Guldo inside one. Preparing for his departure from Namek, Jiang Ling pointed towards one of the spaceships. Vegeta, filled with perplexity, wondered why they would spare Guldo's life. Sensing his thoughts, Jiang Ling refrained from elaborating and simply stated, "Just do as I say. I have my own plans." Chapter 42. A great sun, a gust of energy rushed towards them. The solitary spacecraft ascended skyward, carrying Guldo, as Jiang Ling and Vegeta watched, breaking through the atmosphere and departing from Namek. Keeping him alive is nothing but a calamity. I cannot fathom your reasoning for granting him mercy. It would be far simpler to eliminate him. Vegeta murmured to himself. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "You are indeed a calamity. It seems I should have eliminated you from the very beginning." To be candid, had it not been for Wukong's intervention at that time, he would undoubtedly have slain Vegeta. In this timeline, he had altered much, and it remained uncertain whether Vegeta would transform as he did in the original narrative. Thus, he had contemplated extinguishing Vegeta in his infancy. Vegeta, upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, felt a pang of discomfort. He recalled the harsh words he had uttered when departing from Earth and reflected on the current disparity in their strengths. An urge to return to the past and slap himself arose within him. However, the pride of the Saiyan Prince solidified his resolve to surpass Jiang Ling and Kakarot, intending to crush them mercilessly and erase the humiliation of the past. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ling, Vegeta's inner turmoil was profound. After teasing Vegeta, Jiang Ling felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. At that moment, he was quietly awaiting the conclusion of the system's countdown. 1 minute, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. The sign-in count is reset. The host is now able to sign in. Indeed. Another day has passed on Namek. Time has flown by rather swiftly. As for whether Ginyu lives or dies, that will depend on fortune, specifically, Jiang Ling's fortune. Jiang Ling cast his gaze upon the limbless and voiceless Ginyu, and a radiant smile broke across his face. Ginyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Somehow, that smile struck him as ominously chilling. Sweat poured down in torrents, and he emitted a series of unintelligible sounds, akin to a, "Do not be anxious." Jiang Ling softly comforted him, placing her hand upon Ginyu's shoulder. In her heart, she silently thought, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host, on an extraordinary burst of luck. You have received the sign-in rewards, transformation, and Ginyu's dance talent. Oh, how delightful. 2 skills appeared at once. Truly, he is my remarkable son, Jiang Ling remarked. Although one of the skills proved to be ineffectual. Naturally, as your father, I must contribute my share. Regarding such matters of address, Jiang Ling has always been unequivocal, often retorting sharply, "System, you are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, my dear child." Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, feeling a surge of joy. The system, realizing what had transpired, nearly experienced a breakdown from frustration. After toying with the system for a while, Jiang Ling redirected his focus to the recently acquired skill, Body Swap. by uttering the word exchanged towards the intended target. A beam of radiant light will strike them, enabling a complete transference of bodies. Cooldown period, 1 day. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows, wondering why there was a cooldown period for him. What's with the cooldown time? Although the system was quite irritated, it dutifully responded to the inquiry. It's rare and perplexing. Such an extraordinary skill has been tempered by this system. Jiang Ling, this reasoning is quite sound. However, possessing this skill is already commendable. What more could one desire? Let us indulge in a vision of the future. Jiang Ling furrowed her brow once more. Previously, she merely regarded the transformation skill as exceptionally powerful and sought to acquire it. Now that she had obtained it, it seemed to hold little practical value. Jiang Ling believed his health was rather robust and that he possessed no peculiarities. Upon reflection, the skill of transformation seemed rather superfluous. It appeared as though he had been toiling in vain. Damn, what a waste of my precious time. Jiang Ling turned to look at Ginyu, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The turtle school's Kamehameha. Before Ginyu could grasp the situation, a blinding blue-white energy wave enveloped him. And then there was nothing more. After Jiang Ling vanquished Ginyu with the turtle school's Kamehameha, he let out a long sigh of relief and conjured a justification for his actions. I am merely ridding the universe of evil, he mused, a sentiment not entirely unfounded. The heinous crimes committed by the Ginyu force throughout the cosmos could indeed be described as unspeakable. Hmph, my apologies for your transgressions. May you strive to be a better person in your next life. Jiang Ling sighed as he gazed at the massive crater before him, contemplating momentarily. Let this place henceforth be known as Itamori Town. Perhaps I shall capture a version of your name set in Namek. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Goku found himself puzzled by Frieza's strength, which was not as formidable as he had anticipated. However, as the dust obscuring Frieza dissipated, he noticed the villain's form tremble slightly. Damn it, how infuriating. This king has been wounded by mere insects. Such a transgression is unforgivable. Frieza's aura surged violently. Goku's expression hardened. Can he transform again? This energy, it is incredibly potent. Though he pondered this, Goku refrained from intervening, eager to ascertain the extent of Frieza's true power. With a blinding flash, Frieza's appearance altered. He became shorter and more grotesque, resembling a grotesque creature. His energy intensified exponentially. Ha ha ha. In this form, I possess over 20 million in battle power. Prepare to meet your demise. Frieza declared slowly, albeit with a distorted expression. He raised his hand, gathering a purple orb at his fingertips, which grew larger and larger. The purple energy sphere, crackling with violet lightning, emanated a truly terrifying aura. Frieza pointed forward, directing the destructive sphere toward Goku. Goku's demeanor turned grave, for he understood that evasion was not an option. If he fled, Namek would face annihilation. Then I shall not hold back. Goku bellowed as crimson flames ignited around him. Soaring into the sky, tenfold Kaioken, Kamehameha. He positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, summoning a deep crimson shockwave. With a powerful thrust, Goku propelled the Kamehameha forward, resembling a dragon, as it collided fiercely with Frieza's destructive orb. Frieza, unwilling to concede, pressed down with his hand. In an instant, both sides' attacks locked in a stalemate midair. The ensuing energy fluctuations shattered nearby peaks, causing waves to recede and triggering massive tsunamis. Goku's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth, declaring, 12-fold Kaioken. Instantly, the Kamehameha surged with renewed energy, gradually pushing back the purple destructive sphere. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He exerted pressure once more, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the destructive sphere advanced toward him. Chapter 43, Jiang Ling arrives. The destructive sphere, surrounded by crackling lightning, contained a terrifying energy. Under the impact of Goku's Kamehameha, the sphere pressed inexorably toward Frieza. As victory seemed imminent, Frieza braced himself, his diminutive form straining against the menacing purple orb. His expression contorted with effort and rage. Frieza roared. Attempting to repel the destructive sphere, yet under Goku's relentless pressure, he found it impossible to succeed. Gradually, he was forced downward, descending toward the lake below. This is untenable. If this continues, I shall perish. The specter of death loomed larger in Frieza's heart. In that case, I shall unleash my true form. Frieza's energy surged once more. He can transform again? Goku's heart raced, and he hastened to intensify his own effort. Yet the destructive sphere remained steadfast, even pushing back against him. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. The figure of Jiang Ling appeared not far away, radiating a similarly fierce crimson aura. At this moment, the energy emanating from him was on par with that of Wukong. The red Kamehameha waves from both Jiang Ling and Wukong converged, forming a colossal crimson dragon that enveloped and devoured the destructive blast along with Frieza. Plunging into the depths of the ocean, a thunderous explosion erupted from the seabed, unleashing towering waves that surged violently. Most of the water evaporated, while a portion cascaded over the nearby land, reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami. Wukong exhaled deeply, the crimson flames dissipating, having just employed the 12-fold Kaioken. His body was beginning to show signs of strain. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, if Frieza had transformed once more, the consequences would have been dire. Wukong flashed a grin and inquired, by the way, where were you? Why did it take you so long to arrive? I was dealing with Frieza's subordinates. It took a bit longer than anticipated, but I made it just in time. Jiang Ling chuckled, though a sense of doubt lingered within him. Was Frieza truly so easily vanquished? Upon careful reflection, he indeed sensed the absence of Frieza's presence. The sea's droplets cascaded from the heavens, splashing against their faces and bodies, imbuing the moment with an undeniable authenticity. Yet, at that very instant, a shocking turn of events unfolded. A formidable force erupted. A shadow surged from below, colliding directly with Sun Wukong. Bam! Wukong was instantly grievously injured, his entire form hurtling through the air, shattering mountain peaks before ultimately being buried beneath the rubble. Wukong! Jiang Ling called out suddenly, gazing intently at the shadow. Frieza, you are alive. At that moment, Frieza's form was no longer the grotesque shape he had assumed earlier. Instead, he had transformed into a sleek and elegant figure, exuding simplicity and grace. His once youthful face now bore a more androgynous quality. I thought I was doomed just moments ago. Now, I stand in my complete form. Are you all prepared? He laughed once more, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. It was only when he noticed the tail coiling around Jiang Ling's waist that his expression shifted. You are a scion? Jiang Ling smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that in his initial extermination of the scions, some had indeed escaped his grasp. Thus, today he resolved to eliminate them all, so as to spare himself the annoyance of encountering these monkeys in the future. As Jiang Ling was about to speak, an energy blast suddenly shot forth from behind. Perhaps dismissive of the need to evade, the energy blast struck Frieza directly, producing a thunderous sound. Alas, it was a mere show of force. Frieza remained entirely unscathed. Not a single hair harmed. Turning to observe, Jiang Ling saw that the source of the energy blast was the recently arrived Vegeta. His chest heaved with intensity, and his fists were clenched tightly. Frieza, although I have learned the entire story from Dodoria, hearing it from your own lips ignites within me a desire to strangle you with my own hands. As soon as he uttered these words, Vegeta unleashed his full power and charged forward. Well, if it isn't my dear little Vegeta, what brings you here? Frieza replied with a gentle smile, glancing at Vegeta, who seemed to be moving rather slowly. With a casual flick of his finger, a laser beam shot forth, piercing directly through Vegeta's chest. In an instant, the scene unfolded, and Jiang Ling, wishing to intervene, found himself too late. Ugh. Vegeta glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, collapsing to the ground with a self-deprecating smile. I truly overestimated my own abilities. I could have easily remained in the shadows. He cast a weak glance at Jiang Ling, who had hurried to his side. Jiang Ling, Frieza fears the legendary scion. In my eyes, you are the embodiment of that legend. I implore you, can you not avenge the scions by killing Frieza? With those final words, Vegeta's head tilted to the side, and he succumbed to death. Jiang Ling sighed, cuisine is the original sin. May it find peace. Frieza, arms crossed and appearing somewhat bored, finally remarked, is that all? How amusing that even after being struck in the heart, there remains so much to say. The wind swept through, carrying the yellow sand. The two faced each other, silent and contemplative. The silence. Jiang Ling was the first to shatter the oppressive silence, unleashing a surge of fury. His aura radiated a profound crimson, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. The overwhelming energy painted the sky with expansive swathes of red, as if heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic era. 15-fold King's Fist. Jiang Ling uttered a low growl. Deep within, he recognized that this 15-fold exertion was already the utmost limit of his physical capacity. While it was conceivable to unleash 20-fold or even 25-fold strength, the outcome remained uncertain. whether victory in battle would precede the collapse of his body. Jiang Ling surged forward like a crimson meteor, darting directly towards Frieza. In the next instant, he collided headfirst with Frieza's form. With a resounding thud, Frieza staggered back, enveloped in a cloud of dust. How could this be? I have attained my perfect form, yet this Saiyan monkey possesses such formidable strength that it can injure me. Frieza barely had time to marvel at the situation before Jiang Ling launched another assault. His fist transformed into a tempest, raining down upon Frieza with relentless force. Each strike was delivered with unwavering power, landing squarely upon flesh. Thud, thud, thud. Frieza found himself momentarily unable to retaliate, ensnared in a barrage of blows. At last, he seized an opportunity. Retracting his head and curling his legs, he raised his arm to block, then swung his tail back to strike Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took several steps back, refraining from advancing further, and instead, he gazed at Frieza, who erupted into laughter. At that moment, Frieza's body was marred by numerous grievous wounds, his face grotesquely bruised. Chapter 44. How infuriating. Hiss, it hurts. Frieza tugged at the wounds on his face, baring his teeth in a grimace. You have inflicted pain upon me. Never before has anyone managed to wound me. You are the first. It is time for you to witness my full power, my complete form at 100 strength. This power is terrifying, even to me. Tremble, Saiyan monkey. Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference. In comparison to your full strength, I suggest you focus on surviving first, he remarked, gesturing upward. What? Frieza abruptly looked up, only to behold a colossal white sphere of light suspended above him, slowly descending. What? In the next instant, the white sphere engulfed him entirely. Boom. A blinding radiance erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The land and sea, in that moment, were rendered to nothingness. From a distance, at the epicenter of the explosion, Jiang Ling gently descended to the ground, carrying Goku in his grasp. Impressive work, Goku, silently gathering the spirit bomb, he chuckled. Had it not been for you diverting Frieza's attention, my success would not have been possible. Cough, cough. Goku managed a brief smile before succumbing to a fit of light coughs. The injuries inflicted by Frieza were indeed quite severe. At this point, Frieza should be utterly annihilated. Jiang Ling gazed at the crater left by the energy blast, softly murmuring to himself that this would be the best outcome. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Frieza's figure slowly ascended from the depths of the pit. At that moment, his appearance underwent yet another transformation. His body bulged with well-defined muscles, emanating a terrifying aura of oppression. Truly, he is an indomitable force, akin to an unyielding cockroach. Jiang Ling chuckled bitterly and shook his head. He was acutely aware that Frieza's current form possessed a combat power of 120 million, far beyond his capability to contend with. He faced two available options. The first was to inflict severe injury upon himself to activate the body swap skill against Frieza, thereby eliminating the Frieza that had taken over his body. The second option was to contact Krillin and summon the Eternal Dragon, transporting them along with the Namekians to Earth, leaving Frieza behind on Namek. Observing the increasingly deranged expression on Frieza's face, Jiang Ling understood that he needed to make a decision swiftly. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his contemplation. Ding, host. You have an unused location sign-in. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? This prompt disrupted Jiang Ling's thoughts, and without much consideration, he casually replied, Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. As you are at the iconic scene from Dragon Ball, where Goku first transforms into a Super Saiyan. The reward is Goku's inner journey at that moment. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he felt as though something of great significance had been lost. What was this crucial thing? A person? An object? Bulma? His manhood? The system? Or perhaps all of his friends surrounding him? Ultimately, none of this mattered. What truly mattered was that Jiang Ling was unwilling to lose anything. By nature, he was indifferent, since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. He had never been angered by any circumstance. Yet this time, he was filled with fury. No one could take away what belonged to him. He was determined to protect everything he cherished. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and thunder rumbled fiercely. No one can take away my manhood. Jiang Ling gradually lost his reason, his eyes turning pale. His breath began to fluctuate violently. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The earth shattered, and the waves surged. A dazzling golden light soared into the heavens. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Jiang Ling. What is happening? Frieza's eyes widened, an ominous premonition rising within him. With a whoosh, the golden light intensified. The figure of Jiang Ling gradually came into view. His hair stood upright, a cascade of golden locks framing his face, complemented by golden brows and pale green eyes, all exuding an air of indifference. A blazing aura of golden flames enveloped him. Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Ling glanced at his younger brother, sighing in relief. Fortunately, he was still there. However, even the hair had transformed into gold. It seemed that not only the hair and brows had changed, but all body hair as well. Next time, I shall let Bulma take a look. She is sure to find it quite intriguing. Jiang Ling felt a peculiar sensation within. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Turning to face Frieza, he declared, "Now that the warm-up is over, Frieza, are you prepared to meet your demise?" A cold sweat trickled down Frieza's brow. For reasons unknown, he sensed an ominous threat of death emanating from Jiang Ling. Impossible. My power is unrivaled at this moment. How could I feel such a foreboding from this scion monkey? Frieza's mind raged in protest, yet a forced smile crept onto his face. How laughable. Do you think merely dyeing your hair can defeat me? Who am I? The mightiest emperor of the universe, Frieza. Noisy, Jiang Ling retorted coldly, and in an instant, his form vanished, only to reappear behind Frieza in the next moment. This was not mere teleportation. It was the manifestation of speed taken to its utmost limit. Jiang Ling, enveloped in a golden aura, unleashed a powerful punch that struck Frieza, sending him crashing to the ground. The island beneath them shattered and vanished entirely. With a single blow, the island ceased to exist. Countless energy orbs were hurled from Jiang Ling's hands, raining down upon the direction where Frieza had fallen. The sound of crashing waves echoed as numerous columns of water soared into the sky. Suddenly, Frieza emerged from the tumultuous waves, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Appearing in a pitiful state, infuriated, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted with rage as he charged at Jiang Ling, clearly driven to madness. Jiang Ling showed no leniency towards him. With a single, powerful punch, he struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. "Ah, I will kill you." Frieza roared, charging forward once more, only to be blasted away again and again, in a relentless cycle of attack and retreat. Countless times, he persisted, undeterred, exhibiting an unwavering tenacity. Even as his head bled profusely, he continued his assault. At this moment, a tragic melody would perfectly underscore Frieza's portrayal as a man recklessly charging forth for love, regardless of the consequences. However, this time, Frieza refrained from dashing forward. He finally grasped that such efforts were futile. If that were the case, he would bring about the destruction of this planet along with himself. While you may perish without air, I, the great king, can survive in the cosmos. Ha ha ha. Frieza began to chuckle, his fingertips gathering energy for a planet-destroying blast. Yet, he was unaware of what lay ahead. Will Jiang Ling fulfill his desires? The answer is no. With his hands resting on his waist, he coalesced a blue-white shockwave. Kamehameha. However, Jiang Ling refrained from unleashing it. His expression hardened as he uttered a low command, compressing and refining the Kamehameha once more. A profound blue-white Kamehameha manifested in his grasp. If I call your name, will you dare to respond, Frieza? Yes, I am here, Frieza instinctively replied. In the next moment, the Kamehameha surged forth, engulfing him. Boom. From the vastness of outer space, Namek emitted a thick, resplendent blue-white beam. Its destination remained unknown, guiding a lost spacecraft through the cosmos. Chapter 45. Soup Frieza met his demise. Reduced to ashes, having wrought havoc upon countless planets and life, he departed without taking anything with him, leaving behind nothing but a tranquil silence. Jiang Ling relinquished his Super Saiyan form. His spiked hair and emerald green eyes reverted to their original state, while his golden locks transformed back to black. Jiang Ling, what just happened? That was incredible. Goku inquired with sparkling eyes, filled with curiosity. Oh, that? It's what Vegeta referred to as the legendary Saiyan. It's nothing extraordinary. You can achieve it too. Really? Indeed. I have faith that you can. After a brief respite, Jiang Ling took out the last celestial bean and divided it into two halves. One for himself and one for Yukon. Subsequently, Jiang Ling brought Bulma over. Everyone gathered at the location of Frieza's spaceship, as Gohan and Krillin were guarding the 7 Dragon Balls there. Upon arrival, it was evident that Krillin had donned a complete Frieza Force combat uniform. Jiang Ling exhibited a peculiar expression, for in the original narrative, it was Krillin who donned this very attire before meeting his demise at the hands of Frieza. An event that ultimately catalyzed Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, earning this outfit the humorous moniker of funeral attire among netizens. How come you are wearing this outfit? Jiang Ling inquired. Krillin chuckled. Ah, My previous clothes were stained, and fortuitously, there was a fitting garment aboard Frisia's spaceship, so I decided to wear it. It's quite good. The quality of the fabric is rather commendable. Jiang Ling chose not to comment further, content that Krillin was pleased. Nearby, Gohan was engrossed in barbecuing, with something simmering beside him. Bulma, intrigued, asked, "Gohan, what are you cooking in that pot?" Gohan looked up, his face radiating innocence as he replied, "Oh, this is something Uncle Jiang Ling taught me. It seems only adults can drink it." Jiang Ling cleared his throat lightly and added, "Ahem. And only men are permitted to drink this. Bulma, you cannot partake. If I cannot drink, then so be it, you miser," Bulma retorted, pouting slightly. Jiang Ling leaned closer and whispered something into her ear, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She shot him a playful glare and playfully pinched him. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Observing the bubbling broth, he pondered for a moment before adding herbs such as epimedium, morinda, and cistanche. The soup was ready. "Kellen, this is a marvelous concoction. Come and taste it." Jiang Ling greeted Klin with a smile, inviting him to partake in the drink. Klin rubbed his bald head and inquired, "Is it delicious? What dish is this?" "Oh, you are unaware of what ingredients are included?" Klin shook his head, admitting his ignorance. "I was just changing clothes." "Well, it's better that you don't know. It's beneficial for you. Do indulge in a bowl." With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Ling earnestly recommended it. Klin regarded him with a hint of skepticism, perceiving a trace of malice beneath that seemingly benign smile. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to partake. After all, they were friends. Surely he would not bring harm upon him. The remaining broth was shared between Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong, after which the group began indulging in barbecue delights. As they feasted, discussions arose regarding the recent battle. "Indeed, your combat was exceedingly grotesque. The terrifying aura was palpable. Yes, I sensed Frisia's presence, so overwhelmingly strong that despair washed over me. I never imagined Jiang Ling could surpass that, leaving me utterly astonished. The repercussions of your skirmish were so intense that I, hiding aboard the spacecraft, thought an earthquake had struck." Listening to the harrowing accounts of the conflict, Bulma instinctively clutched Jiang Ling's arm. "In the future, please refrain from engaging in such perilous battles. I fear for your safety." Jiang Ling felt his arms enveloped by two soft and warm masses, leaving him somewhat parched. After taking a generous sip of a chilled beverage and inhaling deeply, he consoled himself, assuring, all right, I promise it won't happen again." At that moment, a call request from the King of the North Realm came through. Hello. "Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong, are you there? You haven't engaged in battle with that perverse Frisia, have you? Have you departed from Namek yet?" Jiang Ling exclaimed. "Lord King of the North Realm, we have already engaged in battle with Frisia. What is happening? I have repeatedly warned you. How could you still confront him? Flee at once, you stand no chance against him." The anxious voice of the King of the North Realm echoed back. Jiang Ling and Wukong exchanged a glance, and simultaneously, they erupted into laughter. "What is so amusing?" the Northern Realm King exclaimed, his frustration evident. "This is a matter of life and death, and yet you find cause for laughter." Jiang Ling smiled as he elucidated, "Well, esteemed Lord of the North Realm, we are immensely grateful for your concern. You are indeed correct. Frisia is extraordinarily powerful, and we are unable to contend with him. However, but what? I have already vanquished Frisia. He has been reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind." "What?" The Lord of the North Realm, situated far away on North Realm Star, was so startled that he leaped 3 feet into the air, subsequently swallowing hard. "Do not jest with me. This jest is far from amusing." "I am not jesting. It is the truth." As Jiang Ling savored his barbecued delicacies, he elucidated the intricacies of recent events. Upon hearing his account, the King of the North fell to the ground, murmuring in disbelief, I never imagined they would become so formidable." With a sense of nostalgia, he turned to the trio of Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu, who were diligently training, and declared, "Your training regimen will be multiplied by 10 henceforth." Chaozu exclaimed, "What?" Yamcha gasped. Tien added, "On Namek, after satisfying their hunger, the group, bearing 7 Dragon Balls, made their way to the residence of the Elder." Outside, the ground was strewn with the bodies of several soldiers from Frisia's army. Upon entering, they spotted Piccolo, and Jiang Ling scratched his head, realizing that in his fervor for barbecue, he had forgotten to invite Piccolo. However, it mattered little, as Piccolo typically did not partake in such gatherings. "Elder, we have vanquished Frisia," Jiang Ling announced. The Elder's murky eyes brightened with clarity. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed visitors from Earth. I never anticipated Frisia's formidable strength, nor did I foresee your ability to defeat him. I am at a loss as to how I might express my gratitude." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for formalities. In the future, should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." The Grand Elder chuckled heartily in response, "Certainly." He then shifted the conversation. "However, my lifespan is nearing its conclusion, and I shall entrust the responsibilities to the next generation of Grand Elders." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. "No, I wish for you, Great Elder, to remain alive." Chapter 46. The labor pains. A dark and oppressive sky loomed over Namek. A beam of golden light soared into the heavens, transforming into a magnificent dragon with robust arms, standing majestically between the earth and the sky. This divine dragon was summoned by Jiang Ling. He sought to make a wish, possessing the skill to communicate fluently in the language of the Dragon Balls. Jiang Ling conversed effortlessly with the dragon. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon, her expression one of astonishment as she involuntarily exclaimed, "It's so large." It became apparent that not only were the Dragon Balls of Namek grander, but the dragon itself surpassed that of Earth in size. The Namekian dragon regarded the gathered individuals with a commanding presence, its voice resonating with authority. "O brave warriors who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Anything you desire, I shall grant it." This proclamation was articulated in the Namekian tongue, understood solely by Jiang Ling and Piccolo, leaving the others bewildered. Jiang Ling harbored an aversion to being looked down upon, feeling as though the other party held a position of superiority. He ascended into the air, aligning himself with the majestic head of the Namekian dragon, gazing intently into its crimson eyes. Could any wish be granted? Indeed, any wish at all. Under Jiang Ling's unwavering stare, the Namekian dragon suddenly felt an immense pressure, causing beads of sweat to cascade down its grand visage. This sensation was unprecedented in its existence as a dragon, a truly remarkable experience. "Is immortality attainable?" Jiang Ling inquired. The Shenlong wiped his brow. "With my authority, it is unattainable. However, I can extend your lifespan to the utmost limits." Jiang Ling was not taken aback. He had anticipated this. Such a desire was a flaw, as within the manga crafted by Akira Toriyama, no one has ever acquired such an ability through the Dragon Balls. The animated version of the second series is merely an original plot, not to be considered as canon. Toriyama himself might be oblivious to its existence. The Dragon Balls are already remarkable for their ability to resurrect the deceased. What more could one desire? "How much additional lifespan can be granted?" Jiang Ling asked. The Shenlong replied, "It depends on each individual's constitution." Jiang Ling nodded slowly and began to speak. "Then let us extend the Elder's lifespan." He was aware of the Elder's past and felt it was a pity for him to simply pass away. In ancient times, Namek was a planet of remarkable technological advancement. Yet its inhabitants abused this technology, ultimately leading to a catastrophic environmental decline that resulted in the deaths of the majority. The remaining few utilized spacecraft to evacuate the surviving children from Namek, with the deity being among them. Those who remained fought against this great calamity, and the outcome was evident. In the end, when the disaster subsided, only one Namekian was left, the Elder. Surviving such a catastrophe undoubtedly indicated his formidable strength. The Elder could have departed, yet he chose to remain, taking upon himself the solemn duty of ensuring the continuation of his race. After several centuries of development, he has since fathered a total of 108 children, and now his own life approaches its conclusion. Jiang Ling wished for the Elder to live a few more years, as a means of expressing gratitude for the assistance in unlocking potential. Assisting in the elimination of Frisia on Namek could also be seen as a form of repayment to the Elder. However, there were personal considerations at play as well. If Frisia were not dealt with on Namek, it was likely that Earth would be the next to suffer destruction, leaving them with no chance of survival. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's wish, the Namekian dragon nodded in acknowledgement. A fleeting glimmer illuminated its crimson eyes, and it granted the Elder an additional 20 years of life. Upon hearing this wish, Piccolo looked up and nodded in appreciation towards Jiang Ling. Nail and Din were also present, and as the Elder's sons, they shared a deep affection for him. Hearing Jiang Ling's first wish was to extend the Elder's life, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for extending the Elder's life. We are truly grateful. We had previously contemplated using the Dragon Balls to wish for more time for him, but he refused. Regardless, we cannot thank you enough for not only resolving the crisis on Namek, but also granting the Elder a longer life." Upon hearing their words of gratitude, Jiang Ling jested, "Haha, in the future, When I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls, do not refuse me. No problem. Nairu and Dandy vowed earnestly. At that moment, the abode of the Grand Elder suddenly shattered, and a colossal figure emerged from within. As the crowd focused their gaze, it was none other than the Grand Elder himself. At this moment, the aura of decay that once enveloped him had vanished, replaced by a vibrant and vigorous presence. Nairu and Dandy hurried forward, exclaiming, Grand Elder, you are unwell. Why have you come out? Indeed, Grand Elder, please return and rest. The Grand Elder, with a cheerful countenance, waved his hand dismissively. His complexion was rosy, and his voice resonated with vigor. I am quite well now, he assured, nodding to the gathered crowd before lifting his gaze towards Jiang Ling in the sky. I have received your heartfelt intentions, thank you. Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled, expressing his sentiment that your departure is somewhat regrettable. The elder replied, thank you. I have come to a realization. I still cannot let go of my children. Nairu and Dandy chimed in, Elder. The elder displayed a benevolent smile. Having relinquished 20 years of my lifespan, I can now continue to witness the growth of the Namekians and my children. Suddenly, the dragon, gazing at Jiang Ling, proclaimed, Warrior who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, please articulate your second wish. Below, Bulma and the others were perplexed. Wait, wasn't the wish already granted? Why hasn't the dragon vanished? Dandy, with a blink, remarked, Our dragon can grant 3 wishes. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, who began to praise the Namekian dragon for its more humane nature. In the air, Jiang Ling shifted his gaze back to Shenlong. As for my second wish, I wish to restore the environment on Namek that was damaged due to battle to its former state. Shenlong nodded, his crimson eyes flashing with light once more. The wish had been fulfilled. The Grand Elder, Nail, Dend, and others were profoundly moved, regarding Jiang Ling with newfound respect. It was evident that he could have wished for something that would benefit him, yet he chose instead to restore Namek to its original glory. He truly touched my heart. Jiang Ling was unaware of their thoughts and began to articulate her third wish, to increase the gravity of the Earth by 0.5 times. Jiang Ling's assertion that the combat capabilities of humanity are lacking is not without merit. Primarily, it stems from issues of physical fitness. On the Saiyan homeworld of planet Vegeta, the gravitational force is 10 times that of Earth, resulting in its inhabitants being formidable warriors. The gravitational pull on Earth is considerably lower, thus seizing this opportunity. Jiang Ling subtly increased the gravity. After all, one must allow time for adaptation. An immediate escalation to 2, 3, or even 5 times the current gravity would undoubtedly overwhelm humanity, leading to widespread fatalities. Even with a mere 0.5 increase, there were still a few individuals who succumbed, most of whom were gravely ill and on the brink of death. They might have managed to survive a few more days, but Jiang Ling's intervention hastened their demise. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to take such measures. He understood that to attain strength, such sacrifices were necessary. The pain of transformation is inevitable, but it paves the way for rebirth. The dragon Shenron nodded, signifying that the wishes had been fulfilled. All 3 wishes realized, he bid farewell, transforming into 7 spherical stones that descended gracefully. The sky transitioned from night back to day. Chapter 47, Homeward Bound. The path ahead for Earth is fraught with challenges. What Jiang Ling could offer was merely a slight enhancement of gravity, thereby improving the physical constitution of future inhabitants of Earth. With the disappearance of the divine dragon, Jiang Ling descended from the skies. Bulma approached him and said, Jiang Ling, many lives were lost during the last visit of Vegeta. Why do you not resurrect them? Furthermore, I have heard that this time, Namek has also suffered grievously. As she spoke, her voice dwindled into a whisper, and the atmosphere around them seemed to be shrouded in a somber haze. Jiang Ling shook his head, stating that the Dragon Balls could only resurrect 1 person per wish. Sun Wukong, resting his chin on one hand, pondered deeply and suddenly understood the implication. The others nodded in agreement. Was the Namekian dragon too limited? Even with 3 wishes, it would be of little consequence. It was unfortunate that most of their kin had fallen to Friesia's army, rendering resurrection impossible. Dandy, feeling despondent, felt tears welling up. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Just as Dandy and Nella were in disbelief, Krillin stepped forward to clarify, not to worry. Our Earth's Dragon Balls can resurrect multiple individuals at once. Once our Dragon Balls recharge, we will help bring your people back. Nella's expression brightened. Dandy's eyes sparkled as he leaped 3 feet in joy. Hooray! This meant their kin could be revived. The clouds of despair dissipated, and the atmosphere gradually became lighter. The weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. an ideal moment for a celebration. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin each ventured into the wilderness, returning with a bounty of fresh ingredients to commence a barbecue. Jiang Ling brought forth a variety of barbecue condiments along with dozens of crates of beer, promptly initiating a celebration. Gradually, survivors from all directions of Namek gathered to seek out the Grand Elder. Upon learning the details of recent events, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Jiang Ling and his companions. Subsequently, they joined the festivities, reveling in song and dance while simultaneously embracing the unique cultural essence of Earth. For sixes, I'll add 1, making 5 sixes. 8. I refuse to believe you possess 8 sixes. Cheers. Let us drink a couple more. The celebration continued for a full day and night, forging deep friendships among the attendees. Due to excessive indulgence in alcohol, many inebriated souls sprawled haphazardly across the venue. Bulma, who had abstained from drinking, sighed in exasperation. She utilized a capsule to manifest a house, gently carrying Jiang Ling inside to rest. As for the others, she felt powerless and decided to let them enjoy the cool breeze outside. After a day of recuperation, everyone gradually regained their clarity. It was then that the moment of farewell arrived. Jiang Ling brought a Ginyu Force team to Namek, aboard a single spacecraft. He invited Goku to take a seat inside, suggesting that they could simply return in their own spaceship. Goku was perplexed by the notion of being asked to travel alone in the spacecraft. Jiang Ling wore a mysterious expression, saying, "For now, you need not return to Earth. I shall explain the situation to Chi-Chi." "Ah? Then where shall I go?" "I will take you to a place for your cultivation." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Ling addressed the intelligent engine within the spacecraft, instructing, "Set course for Adrat Star." "Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt and prepare for departure," the automated voice responded. The hatch of the single-person spacecraft gradually closed, ushering a bewildered Sun Wukong towards the predetermined destination. "Uncle Jiang Ling, why did you send my father to that age-or-something star?" Gohan inquired. The others also looked on with curiosity, eager to understand the rationale behind this decision. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, believing that sending him to cultivate would surely earn his gratitude. "Enough of this talk. Let us board the spaceship and return to Earth." "Very well." The crowd bid farewell to the Mike aliens and boarded the spacecraft. As the spaceship ignited, a powerful gust of energy propelled it into the vastness of outer space. On board the spacecraft, Sun Wukong, feeling rather idle, settled in the lounge to watch animated shows. Jiang Ling glanced over and suddenly inquired, "Have you finished your homework?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong involuntarily shivered, hastily turning off the television and returning to his studies. He had only completed a mere 10th of his assignments, with the majority still unfinished. If he failed to complete his homework, he would undoubtedly face a stern lecture from his mother. Wukong was keen to avoid such an experience. Meanwhile, Piccolo made his way to the gravity training chamber. Even after being guided by the Elder to unlock his potential and significantly enhance his strength, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Judging by the energy emanating from the battles between Goku and Jiang Ling, he realized that he still had a long way to go. Thus, he resolved to train even harder, striving to catch up with them. And then perhaps, to rule the world? The thought of ruling the world brought a rueful smile to his face as he continued to immerse himself in his rigorous gravity training. In another room, Krillin felt an inexplicable heat coursing through his body. His heart was filled with a sense of yearning and impulse that he could not suppress. Lying on his bed, he sighed deeply. What was happening to him? Here he was, a lone wolf. This was not the way. Krillin's blood surged with restlessness, pacing back and forth in the room, unable to find peace. He could only resort to training to expend some of his excess energy. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, Jiang Ling returned to his room. As soon as the door closed behind him, it was swiftly locked by the anxious Bulma. Jiang Ling gazed at the enchanting Bulma, whose alluring figure exuded an irresistible charm. Instantly, he felt parched, swallowing hard. Bulma was adorned in a light and translucent garment. Jiang Ling leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Would you turn your back to me and lean against the wall, please?" Bulma's cheeks flushed as she felt the warmth of his breath against her skin. Complying obediently, she raised herself slightly, murmuring, "Yes, this feels just right." "Jiang Ling, I can't take it anymore." Upon hearing the alluring voice, Jiang Ling smiled faintly, contemplating how to deal with this little enchantress today. In an instant, a swift sound echoed. Jiang Ling executed a surprise attack. The room unfolded a vivid and enchanting scene. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the spacecraft had brought everyone to a cerulean planet. This planet was none other than Earth. At last, they had returned. the spaceship descended onto the Earth. And as everyone disembarked, they took a deep breath, relishing the familiar atmosphere of their home planet. Krillin, invigorated from the entire journey, remarked cheerfully. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong kept his head down, remaining silent. Jiang Ling noticed this and inquired, "Why does Gohan appear so listless?" Gohan, with a look of guilt, poked his two index fingers together, revealing that he had yet to complete his assignment. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged glances and smiled. "Rest assured, we shall accompany you back. However, my homework." Jiang Ling smiled softly, having previously promised Wukong to look after Gohan. He could not renege on that commitment. "No worries. Just wait and see." Krillin returned to the Kame house. This time, the gains he had acquired were substantial, particularly the remarkable increase in his combat strength, which had multiplied several times over. Now, he was determined to return, to train diligently and acclimate to his newfound power. Although Master Roshi's combat abilities were somewhat lacking, his extensive experience would provide invaluable guidance, allowing Krillin to swiftly assimilate this new strength. Jiang Ling, Bulma, and son Gohan arrived at Baozi Mountain, the residence of the Sun family. At present, only Chi-Chi remains in the house. Jiang Ling knocked gently on the door. "Chi-Chi, are you home?" "Soon." A soft feminine voice echoed from within, "Coming, coming." The door swung open, revealing the hostess. Her skin was fair and delicate, her long hair lustrous and dark, and her features exquisitely crafted. Clad in a Chong Sam, she elegantly showcased her graceful figure. "Ah, it's Jiang Ling and Bulma. You've returned. But where are Goku and Gohan?" Upon seeing them, Chi-Chi first expressed her delight, then bombarded them with questions in rapid succession. This was hardly surprising. She was a woman of traditional values. Not seeing her husband and son naturally filled her with concern. "Mom, I'm here." Son Gohan stepped out from behind Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling remarked cheerfully, "We just returned and came to see you." Chapter 48, Resilient. The Earth Broadcast Network reports, 10 days ago, due to an unknown cause, gravity abruptly increased by 0.5 times. After 10 days, the populace has largely adapted to this situation and is actively resuming work and production. However, a small fraction of severely ill patients have succumbed prematurely, while a few frail individuals have fallen ill. Hospitals are diligently seeking solutions and remind everyone to engage in regular exercise, to limit the consumption of heavily salted, oily, and spicy foods, and to maintain good health. In front of the television, as Jiang Ling, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and son Gohan gathered to peruse the news report, sipping tea while reflecting on the events, they were astonished to discover that the tumult had been instigated by Jiang Ling. It had indeed caused quite a stir at the time. Chi-Chi chuckled lightly, expressing that fortunately, the incident had little impact on her, as she had been training in the Turtle School martial arts under her father's guidance since childhood, resulting in commendable physical prowess. Indeed. Bulma responded with a soft laugh. "We're fortunate that Gohan began his martial arts training early. His physical condition is commendable as well." The two women continued to converse about the trivialities of daily life, their camaraderie evident as they chattered away animatedly. Jiang Ling and Wu Fan could only silently sip their tea, unable to interject. Suddenly, Chi-Chi shifted the conversation and inquired with curiosity, "Hasn't Wukong returned with you? Why haven't we seen him for such a long time? Could it be that he has just come back only to rush off to train again?" Bulma paused, at a loss for how to explain, and could only direct her gaze towards Jiang Ling regarding Wukong. Jiang Ling cleared his throat softly, his expression growing grave. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi felt a heaviness in her heart. Could it be that Wukong had perished once more? As she spoke, her voice quivered, and her eyes began to glisten with tears. Chi-Chi was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls could grant resurrection only once. A second chance was beyond their power. This realization explained her profound reaction. "Wukong is unharmed. Do not fret. He has merely journeyed to another planet for training, and he is likely to return in a year's time." Jiang Ling quickly spoke up, expressing relief. Chi-Chi let out a sigh of ease, remarking that as long as they could cultivate, everything would be fine. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged a knowing smile. Human psychology is quite simple. Initially, you perceive a situation to be dire, only to later realize that it is not as grave as it seemed, leading you to accept it with ease. For instance, when you are famished and faced with two dishes, one being your most despised stinky tofu, and the other a daunting thesis defense, where abstaining from either would result in starvation, you find that consuming the stinky tofu is not such an insurmountable task after all. At least it is not the thesis defense. Once Chi-Chi regained her composure, she inquired about Gohan's progress on his assignments. Jiang Ling sighed and spoke. Alas, our spaceship was attacked on Namek, right in Gohan's room. After a devastating fire, both our supplies and food were lost. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's attention immediately shifted to the matter of food. She rushed to embrace Gohan, inspecting him from every angle. My poor Gohan, you haven't gone hungry, have you? Mother will prepare a meal for you right away. The overwhelming warmth of maternal love prompted Gohan to quickly respond, Mom, I haven't been hungry. I eat on time every day. However, this explanation seemed to fall on deaf ears for Chi-Chi, who believed Gohan must be starving and losing weight. Without hesitation, she dashed to the kitchen to start cooking. Bulma whispered, Jiang Ling, is this really the best course of action? Not the best? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, stating, I believe it is quite commendable. These are merely benevolent untruths. If Chi-Chi remains perpetually irate, her temperament may spiral into extremity, and I am merely guiding her back to equilibrium. Moreover, anger can be detrimental to one's health. It is essential to maintain tranquility. Do you understand? You must refrain from frequent outbursts. Bulma shot him a glare, retorting, Who says I am angry? I am simply a gentle and virtuous young lady. Humph, Jiang Ling scoffed, muttering under his breath. I wonder who still requires that upon rising in the morning. I withhold it, yet you grow angry and threaten to strike me. Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma struck him fiercely with a pillow. Do not mention it. All right, I shall not bring it up. Jiang Ling smiled and raised his hand in surrender. Beside him, Gohan tilted his head, perplexed by their peculiar conversation. Chi-Chi's cooking speed was remarkably swift. She typically single-handedly prepared meals for the entire household. This efficiency was honed by the presence of Goku, a voracious eater, necessitating her to cook rapidly to keep pace with his appetite. Moreover, ever since Gohan began his training, his own consumption had increased significantly, often requiring the equivalent of 30 servings in a single meal, and sometimes even that proved insufficient. Chi-Chi graciously invited Jiang Ling and Bulma to join for dinner. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, and astonishingly, she continued to cook, bringing forth dish after dish. 50 dishes, 80 dishes, 100. And to everyone's delight, each was delectably prepared. Jiang Ling couldn't help but give a nod of approval to Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong had already begun to show off, devouring his meal with remarkable speed. Jiang Ling possesses the bloodline of a Saiyan, and through rigorous training, his appetite is naturally considerable. He devours his food with great zeal. Meanwhile, Bulma leisurely enjoys her meal beside him. Her appetite is not as vast, and she does not express much astonishment at Jiang Ling's capacity for consumption. Let us not forget that she has watched Sun Wukong grow up, and such trivialities have long ceased to astonish her. Jiang Ling, being her confidant, surely understands her well. Moreover, one must be well fed to have the strength to work. Wouldn't you agree? Despite toiling into the late hours, Jiang Ling remains invigorated while Bulma finds herself utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the bed. Yet, this does not impede her enjoyment. The following day, she boldly resumes her activities. This is Bulma's hidden trait, her remarkable resilience. No matter how fatigued she feels, she always rejuvenates by the next day, transforming into a spirited young woman. Chi-Chi, after preparing 150 dishes, finally took a pause. She joined Bulma at the dining table, sharing a meal and engaging in lively conversation, exhibiting not a trace of fatigue from her culinary endeavors. After indulging in a hearty meal, Jiang Ling glanced over and felt a deep admiration. Truly, she is worthy of being Sun Wukong's partner. Her strength is remarkable. Chapter 49, 3.0 After a satisfying feast, Jiang Ling harbored an idea, uncertain whether to voice it. After some contemplation, he decided to speak up, motivated by the observation that Chi-Chi seemed quite fatigued from cooking. Chi-Chi, have you ever considered that in your household, you could actually prepare meals in larger quantities? Simply invest in a sizable pot, and then you could cook a single dish in portions sufficient for a dozen people at once. A few such dishes would surely suffice for everyone. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What a splendid idea! Why hadn't I thought of this before? She realized that this method would significantly ease her cooking burden. Although the taste and texture might not compare to the individually prepared dishes, Wukong and Wu Fan were not particularly finicky eaters. Moreover, given her strength honed from childhood, managing a large pot of food would pose no challenge whatsoever. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ling and Bulma departed together, returning to Bulma's residence in West City. After all, having been away for such an extended period, it would be remiss not to pay a visit home. Even though the two are now in a romantic relationship and have shared a bed, they have yet to officially move in together. making it inappropriate to remain exclusively at Jiang Ling's abode. During their stay in West City, Jiang Ling did not squander his time. Now that he is in a relationship, it would be unseemly to indulge solely in his training while residing in his girlfriend's home. Jiang Ling exhibits a certain degree of male chauvinism, despite the woman's wealth. And recognizing his own inadequacies, he feels compelled to provide her with a respectable standard of living. Bulma once remarked that she does not mind the quality of her living conditions, yet Jiang Ling failed to heed her words. His male pride forbids him from relying on her financial support. Therefore, Jiang Ling has embarked on his professional journey, with the accolades of master-level singing, master-level acting, master-level composition and arrangement, and master-level painting earned from his previous achievements, alongside the familiarity of renowned works from his past life. He has swiftly made his mark in the entertainment industry. Within a mere 6 months, a plethora of his creations has emerged, shaking the foundations of both the film and music realms on Earth, leaving the world in a state of awe. He has garnered numerous prestigious awards, such as Best Actor, Music God, Lyricist and Composer God, Screenwriting Genius, and Master Director. Following this success, he ventured into the realm of comics, producing globally best-selling works. His creations have resonated with iconic titles like One Piece, Naruto, Gintama, Weathering With You, Your Name, and Inuyasha, among others. Fans around the globe are astonished by his ingenious ideas and are left pondering the source of his boundless energy, balancing singing, acting, songwriting, and screenwriting. And now delving into comic creation with remarkable speed and exceptional quality, he outshines his contemporaries by a significant margin. Unbeknownst to his fans, for Jiang Ling, such endeavors are merely trifles, as he possesses a skill known as super speed writing. With this ability, he can effortlessly complete a 10,000-word piece in under 10 minutes. With these undeniable advantages, the majority of the global population has found themselves captivated by Jiang Ling, transcending all age groups. Jiang Ling has also become the sole deity of the entertainment industry. Jiangshin. After a year of commanding the entertainment industry, Jiang Ling established a company, recruiting numerous singers and actors, entrusting the management of various creative works to his enterprise. He realized that it was impractical for him to sing or act in so many productions alone. Thus, he allocated these works to his affiliated artists, ensuring their optimal utilization while also generating revenue. The company also brought in a batch of trainees, with Jiang Ling specifically instructing that they must undergo 2.5 years of rigorous training before debuting, thereby laying a solid foundation for their future endeavors. With the establishment of the company, Jiang Ling appointed Bulma to find a reliable manager, while he assumed a more hands-off role. Using the profits he earned, he constructed a grand house on the site of his previous residence. The house is substantial, exquisitely decorated, and features a spacious courtyard. Jiang Ling, accompanied by his girlfriend Bulma, has officially moved into this grand residence. He could discern the radiant smile adorning Bulma's face, a clear reflection of her joy for him. Thus, on that day, Jiang Ling accompanied Bulma, leaving traces of their presence in every corner of the grand house. The goal of financial gain had been accomplished. Jiang Ling, rather than hastily engaging in physical exercise, turned to his computer to embark on another venture, writing novels. With the extraordinary advantage of his super typing speed, his ability to compose words was astonishingly swift. Before long, several of his novels, each comprising millions of words, achieved unprecedented popularity across the internet. The volume of updates he produced daily was nothing short of terrifying, and the quality of his writing was exceptional. His works dominated the online literary landscape, eclipsing others who typically managed only a few thousand words each day. In stark contrast, Jiang Ling consistently updated with over 100,000 words daily for each of his novels. After attending to these endeavors, several months had swiftly passed. Jiang Ling has finally found some leisure time. After a few days of relaxation, on this particular day, Jiang Ling awoke from his slumber, finding no trace of Bulma by his side. He was not particularly surprised. Dressed casually in oversized shorts, he made his way to the kitchen. There, he beheld Bulma. Her azure hair elegantly styled, adorned in scant fabric and a charming apron, revealing ample skin as she busied herself at the stove preparing breakfast. She presented quite the picture of a devoted wife and mother. Had he not known her better, he might have been convinced. Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning his head close to her ear. He softly inquired, "What has sparked your interest in preparing breakfast today?" Bulma replied, "I simply felt inspired." He then playfully asked, "What shall I do if I find myself inspired as well?" Jiang Ling spoke as he playfully slipped his hands through the gaps of the apron. Bulma's face flushed deeper with each passing moment as she playfully chided. So spirited this early in the morning. Was last night not sufficient? Not enough. Lend me a hand, Jiang Ling replied, exasperated yet amused. Bulma turned off the stove, casting him a sidelong glance. Then, she crouched down to assist him. An hour later, Jiang Ling stepped out of the kitchen with a sense of satisfaction, carrying breakfast with him. Since Bulma was preoccupied, he had taken it upon himself to prepare the morning meal. After completing breakfast, Jiang Ling reclined on the lounge chair in the courtyard, squinting his eyes and basking in the warm sunlight. The latest popular melodies played softly beside him, naturally, sung by him. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host, long time no see. Son, you still remember to come out? I thought you had gone missing. Jiang Ling remarked. Previously he had sought assistance from the system, but without exception, there was no response. Ding. Host, please refer to me as system. It chimed. What? Have you ceased to recognize me as your father? Host. This system has recently undergone an upgrade and is now at version 3.0. The system disregarded Jiang Ling's comments and shifted the topic. Oh. Jiang Ling sat up, intrigued. He wished to discover what new features the system had introduced. Ding. The results of this system update are as follows. Bugs have been fixed, and new features have been launched. Chapter 50, Upgrade. Several bugs have been resolved. A new feature has been added, time-space transition. As the name suggests, this allows one to traverse to any parallel universe within the Dragon Ball realm through the system. Unlocking conditions. One must absorb a certain amount of temporal energy to activate it. Temporal energy? Where on earth am I supposed to find that? Jiang Ling furrowed his brows slightly. He had indeed written about such a concept in his novels, yet those were mere fabrications. Who could possibly discern its existence in reality? The realm of time and space, the power of time and space. Jiang Ling murmured to himself when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Bulma clad in a loose-fitting top, her fair, elongated legs gracefully striding past him. His gaze suddenly brightened as a thought struck him. Perhaps he could harness the power of time and space. Calculating the timeline, he surmised that a certain individual was soon to arrive, future Trunks. Alternatively referred to as Big Trunks, he was the son of the original Bulma. However, given the peculiarities of this timeline where Bulma had become his girlfriend, the appearance of Big Trunks remained uncertain. Jiang Ling wore a troubled expression. However, upon recalling the image of Bulma nestled in his embrace, he felt a sense of relief. What did it matter if he came or not? The absence merely meant that new abilities would remain unactivated. It was inconsequential. Meals would still be enjoyed, and life would continue as usual. Jiang Ling resolutely chose to cease her ruminations. Overthinking served no purpose. To live a life of simplicity and tranquility was the ultimate truth. Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the courtyard, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten this? In the corner of the yard, several vines swayed gently with the breeze, their branches laden with an abundance of beans. Jiang Ling recognized that it was a celestial bean. However, this celestial bean differed from the ones possessed by the Krillin immortal. Previously, the system had bestowed upon him 10 seeds, referred to as mutated celestial bean seeds, which, when cultivated, would yield mutated celestial beans capable of enhancing one's combat prowess to a modest degree. Jiang Ling had planted some herbs in the courtyard, but after returning from Namek, he nearly forgot about them. Indeed, the usual dryness had caused him to lose memory of many things. It might be worth considering venturing into the wilderness to gather some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs to replenish himself, such as cistanche, epimedium, and cinnamorium. Jiang Ling plucked a mutated celestial bean and consumed one. As he sensed the shift in his strength, he nodded slightly. It was estimated that his combat power had likely increased by approximately 200. For him, this was negligible. However, for Bulma, it was akin to a divine artifact. It could undoubtedly enhance her capabilities significantly. In light of this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reminisce about some bittersweet memories. The leisurely days always seemed to pass by swiftly. During these days of respite, Jiang Ling has not been idle. Due to the extraordinary enhancement brought about by the mutated celestial beings, Bulma's strength has seen a significant increase. Consequently, these days have been spent thoroughly indulging in Bulma's newfound prowess. This affirms a profound truth. Women only serve to amplify my strength. Jiang Ling resolved to distance himself from the bitterness. Primarily, it was his inability to control himself. Therefore, he decided to take a stroll. As he also had matters to attend to, Jiang Ling arrived at the Heavenly Temple. It remained unchanged from before, yet the square was desolate. The group that once practiced here was no longer present. 2 rows of verdant trees swayed gently in the breeze. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing slightly as the sunlight cascaded upon her. A gentle breeze caressed the tips of her hair. In this moment, time felt serene, and life was beautifully tranquil. Jiang Ling found himself enveloped in a serene state, as all the chaotic thoughts of the mundane world seemed to drift away with the breeze, wandering off into the distance. Time became an elusive concept, and he lost track of its passage. Jiang Ling opened her eyes and found 2 individuals standing before her. I apologize for the delay. Esteemed deities, Mr. Bobo. Jiang Ling smiled gently. The celestial being shook his head and said, there is no rush. Your previous state was quite extraordinary. With my experience, I can only discern that it is beneficial for you, which is why I refrained from interrupting. I can sense it as well. Jiang Ling nodded and remarked that, although it may not be apparent at present, it would undoubtedly yield benefits for his future. He then proceeded without further ado to articulate his purpose. You are aware of the matters concerning planet Namek. Their Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. I aspire for our Dragon Balls to be augmented to 3 wishes as well. After returning from planet Namek, the Supreme Kai had learned about the situation through him. At this moment, he pondered thoughtfully. That makes sense. It seems I must enhance our Dragon Balls. Turning to Mr. Popo, the Supreme Kai requested, please retrieve the model for me. In response, Mr. Popo reached behind him and produced a dragon model, covered with a cloth, handing it to the Supreme Kai. The dragon model was exquisitely crafted, likely the means by which the Supreme Kai controlled the Dragon Balls. After unveiling it, the Supreme Kai produced a bottle of water from behind him, its contents clear, colorless, and tasteless, the origins unknown. He poured the water over the dragon model and began to chant an obscure incantation. His hands emanated a radiant glow that enveloped the dragon model. Subsequently, the model emitted 7 golden beams that shot out across the world. The upgrade is complete, and the cooldown has been reset, the Supreme Kai announced. Jiang Ling inquired, so, this means we can now gather the Dragon Balls to make wishes? Indeed, came the affirmative reply. After acknowledging this, Jiang Ling leaped down from the platform, making his way to Korin Tower below, where Master Korin was engaged in a mundane game with Yachirobe to pass the time. Upon noticing Jiang Ling's unexpected arrival, he paused momentarily. We meet again, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, you can just call me Jiang Ling, Master Karin. I came here to inquire whether there are still any fairy beans available. Indeed, there are. Master Karin replied, I have been gathering the recent harvest. As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at the nearby Yachirobe. Jiang Ling smiled even more broadly. That's wonderful. By the way, have you finished the cat food I gave you last time? Before Krillin could respond, Yachirobe interjected, Jiang Ling. You have no idea. Ever since those 10 bags of cat food were consumed, he has been incessantly mentioning you. Is that so? Haha. Jiang Ling observed the somewhat bashful expression of Master Krillin and felt reassured. How about I trade you some cat food for a fairy bean? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Master Krillin feigned contemplation, yet inwardly he was already elated. However, he insisted on discussing the terms. 1 fairy bean for 1 package of cat food. I have 20 beans here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling waved his hand grandly. 100 bags of cat food materialized before Master Krillin, featuring an array of flavors. These 100 bags are all yours. But I only have 20 beans. No worries. The surplus is a gift for you. Ultimately, Jiang Ling departed from Korin Tower with 20 celestial beans in hand. He returned home directly to fetch the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma. Chapter 51. Sparring clap, 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 clap. Jiang Ling successfully acquired the Dragon Ball radar. With his remarkable speed, he collected all the Dragon Balls in less than half an hour. Summoning the dragon was no monumental task, so he did not call the others to gather. Instead, he summoned the dragon on his own. In an instant, the previously radiant sunlit sky transformed into an ominous darkness. Lights flickered on in various cities. Whether engaged in work, shopping, farming, or other activities, people paused to gaze at the sky, filled with curiosity and chatter. What is happening? The sky has suddenly darkened. Indeed. It startled me just a moment ago. Could it be a solar eclipse? That seems plausible. Ha ha ha. The school has announced an early dismissal. Oh joy. Dear. Let us take a moment to see what is going on. No. You are merely using this as an excuse to avoid paying your dues. Hurry up. You haven't contributed in days. Otherwise, I shall seek someone else. The reactions of the people were a tapestry of emotions. fear, anxiety, joy, panic, and even those who reveled in the spectacle. In essence, a myriad of responses filled the air. At this juncture, various forms of media, broadcasts, television, and mobile alerts conveyed an urgent message. Dear viewers, we interrupt this program for an emergency news bulletin. Due to an unknown phenomenon, the sky will enter darkness for a few minutes. We kindly ask you to remain calm and await the return of daylight. Affected regions include West City, North City, Tokyo. With this announcement, the public's anxiety began to subside. What a peculiar year it has been, with increased gravity, exhausting daily life, earthquakes, and now this inexplicable solar eclipse. I recall such occurrences in the past. It seems they happen every few years. Though Jiang Ling was unaware of the discussions among the crowd, he had previously informed Bulma, with the influence of the world's foremost elite. Sending out a few news bulletins to reassure the public was a trivial matter. At this moment, Jiang Ling soared through the skies, locking eyes with the divine dragon. The dragon spoke. Please articulate your wish. Regardless of its nature, I can grant you 3. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling smirked, recognizing them as mere embellishments. A fade of grandeur. Those unfamiliar might perceive it as lofty, yet many wishes remain unattainable. Divine dragon, he began. I wish for the resurrection of those who perished at the hands of the Saiyans, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Furthermore, I desire the restoration of the ravaged lands. Aside from Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha, Jiang Ling recited the names of those he knew, continuing. I wish for the complete erasure of all memories concerning the devastation wrought by the Saiyan invasion for everyone else. Jiang Ling feared that the resurrection of the deceased would incite chaos among the populace, which is why he made this wish. It is not yet the appropriate time to disclose such matters to the ordinary people. The moment has not arrived. Revealing it prematurely would only lead to unnecessary disorder and complications. The dragon nodded and inquired, It will require the consumption of 2 wishes. Are you certain? Indeed, came the reply. Your wish has been granted. You now have one final wish remaining, to resurrect those who were slain by Frisia's forces on Namek. The wish has been fulfilled, until we meet again. The dragon's eyes flashed as it realized the 3rd wish. It was a decisive creature, offering no superfluous words or lengthy explanations, and promptly transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, shooting forth as 7 beams of light towards various locations on Earth. The final wish was one Jiang Ling had promised the Namekians, and thus it could not be overlooked. After Jiang Ling fulfilled his wish, he returned home and immersed himself in the gravity training chamber. According to the timeline of the original narrative, the next event should be Frisia returning to seek out his father, followed by bringing his father, King Cold, to Earth for vengeance. However, Jiang Ling is certain that Frisia has genuinely been eradicated, making it improbable for him to come to Earth. He had specifically visited the underworld to inquire with King Yin. Thus, Jiang Ling finds himself uncertain about the subsequent events. He is unsure whether King Cold will arrive and, if not, whether Trunks will come from the future timeline. Jiang Ling found himself in a perplexing state of mind, ultimately deciding to put aside his thoughts. He embraced the philosophy of facing challenges as they came, allowing the passage of time to flow like a gentle stream, with each day fading into the next. Following the last wish granted by the Shenlong, Yamcha had returned to life. During these days, Jiang Ling observed him lingering around the baseball team, feeling a deep sense of frustration at his lack of ambition. Thus, he took the initiative to integrate Yamcha into his entertainment company. Life had become quite pleasant for them. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were reluctant to join the company. Heeding Jiang Ling's suggestion, they opened a martial arts school in the city to impart their knowledge to disciples. The existence of Earth warriors had found its rhythm. However, Earth soon welcomed an unexpected visitor. A spaceship descended upon the planet, and from it emerged Vegeta. After his resurrection on Namek, he had traveled directly to Earth aboard his spacecraft. Upon stepping out of the spaceship, Vegeta immediately sensed a shift in his surroundings. What is going on? The gravity on this planet feels slightly heavier than before. As a seasoned warrior accustomed to battling across various planets, he was particularly sensitive to changes in gravity. Perhaps the Dragon Balls were involved, he mused, suddenly glancing in a particular direction as a figure swiftly materialized before him. Jiang Ling? Vegeta? You are the one who revived me. I can accept your presence on Earth, but should you dare to endanger this planet, I would not hesitate to. Jiang Ling had not finished speaking when he made a gesture across his throat. Listening to this blatant threat, Vegeta's expression darkened. However, he remained silent, fully aware that he had been unable to defeat Jiang Ling before, let alone now. Moreover, he harbored no intentions of causing harm to Earth. Its destruction would ensnare him as well. He yearned for strength, yet he would not resort to such foolishness. I have no interest in Earth. I am merely curious as to how you have grown so powerful in such a short time. Vegeta scoffed. However, I suspect I have discovered the method. As long as one can recover from severe injuries or be revived from death, one's power can indeed be amplified. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Ling's voice echoed back, affirming, indeed, this method can enhance strength, but there are limits. It is still essential to rely on personal training for true advancement. Jiang Ling was not overly surprised by Vegeta's arrival. He had a clear understanding of Vegeta's thoughts. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's pride would not allow him to fall behind, especially not to fellow Saiyans Jiang Ling and Kakarot. I understand. I do not wish to employ that method. North Vegeta nodded, casting a glance at Jiang Ling, his eyes glinting with the spirit of battle. Hey Jiang Ling. I wish to spar with you. I want to gauge the difference in our strengths. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full energy. During their time on Namek, Vegeta had recognized Jiang Ling's formidable prowess, even declaring him to be the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, the extent of that strength remained unclear to him. Now, having been resurrected after death, he could ascertain just how vast the gap truly was. Jiang Ling nodded. Having nothing better to do, he readily agreed. Chapter 52. The Youth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of strikes. Fortunately, they were both cautious, causing minimal damage to the earth. Only a mountain peak had been reduced to rubble. Jiang Ling came to a halt and remarked, Vegeta, you were quite lacking. Your strength is perhaps merely 1/10 of my usual prowess. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his composure instantly shattered. He was aware of the disparity, yet he had not anticipated it to be so vast. At that moment, Jiang Ling added, if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, my power would increase 50-fold. Super Saiyan? Transform? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Jiang Ling's words pierced his heart like a dagger, stirring chaos within. Faced with such a vast disparity, his pride lay shattered and in tatters. He found himself entrapped in a state of stupor, standing vacantly in place. Oblivious to when Jiang Ling departed, time drifted by, and eventually, Vegeta regained his senses. Gazing at the sky, he inhaled deeply, and once more, the expression of a proud Saiyan prince emerged upon his countenance. No matter how significant the gap may be, what does it matter? As a fellow warrior of the Saiyan race, I am still the Prince of Saiyans. If Jiang Ling can, if Kakarot can, then I too shall prevail. Vegeta murmured to himself, his aura intensifying, transforming into a resolute blade that surged forward without hesitation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a year since their return from Namek. On this day, in the abode of Jiang Ling, the door to the gravity training chamber creaked open, revealing a man clad only in loose shorts, his torso bare. This man, with an elegant and refined countenance, possessed eyes that sparkled like bright stars. Sweat cascaded down the contours of his well-defined muscles, exuding a unique aesthetic appeal. Indeed, he was Jiang Ling. He retrieved a white towel, dabbing at the perspiration on his body, before settling onto a chair in the courtyard. Grasping the thermos placed upon the table, he drained its contents in one swift motion. This was no ordinary water. It was infused with goji berries, red dates, cistanche, epimedium, and other beneficial herbs, collectively known as the elixir of vitality for men. With this invigorating drink, he felt rejuvenated and ready to tackle his training with renewed vigor. Jiang Ling brewed another cup and settled into a chair to rest. After days of rigorous training, he could sense that his abilities had ascended to a new level. He wondered how Wukong was faring over there. Jiang Ling murmured to himself. Back on Namek, he had sent Goku to planet Yardrat solely for the purpose of mastering instant transmission. Only after Goku's successful training could Jiang Ling sign in to acquire that ability himself. This reveals Jiang Ling's meticulous calculations, so precise that even the neighboring universe could hear them. Meanwhile, in West City, a young man stood outside Bulma's parents' house, lost in a reverie, his eyes reflecting nostalgia and contemplation. At that moment, Mrs. Brief emerged from inside and noticed him. Young man, do you need something from our family? Startled by her words, the youth replied, I'm looking for my mother Bulma. Is she home? Are you a friend of Bulma's? Mrs. Brief's eyes lit up as she assessed the young man, noting that Bulma's friends were indeed quite handsome. Handsome young man, there's no need to seek out Bulma. Come with me for some shopping instead. She has already moved in with her boyfriend. What? The young man scratched his head, his expression betraying confusion. I don't wish to go shopping. Could you please tell me where Bulma is? I have something important to discuss. Mrs. Brief, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further and provided the young man with the address. With her wistful gaze following him, he left hurriedly, almost as if fleeing. Chapter 53, A Sparring Session. The residence of Jiang Ling, a person who is devoted to physical training and possesses formidable strength, is exceptionally energetic. However, he cannot be lost in the embrace of comfort, for he is not the type to be driven by base desires. Currently, he immerses himself in the gravity training chamber daily, exhausting himself before returning to his quarters for rest. It has been a month since he last interacted with Bulma in the evenings. Initially, Bulma felt a tinge of melancholy, but she soon adapted, becoming engrossed in her scientific pursuits, navigating the vast ocean of technology. Previously, the two of them spent their days reveling in love, having just begun to savor its sweetness. Jiang Ling is not faltering. On the contrary, his vigor is remarkably exuberant. It is not that his feelings for Bulma have diminished. Rather, after a long day of busyness, they are simply too fatigued to engage in any interaction, collapsing into deep slumber as soon as they hit the bed. There was even an instance when Jiang Ling, eager for connection, had removed his trousers and barely settled onto the bed before succumbing to sleep. To whom can one voice their grievances? With the enhancement of his strength, the energy and vitality within him have become increasingly turbulent. Jiang Ling recognized that this was the result of prolonged physical exertion. He believed that he could no longer continue in this manner. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he would reach his breaking point. Resolute in his decision, he resolved not to exercise today. Instead, he would seek out Bulma. He yearned for a cataclysmic upheaval, a reversal of day and night, a collapse of mountains and an upheaval of the seas, plunging the heavens into darkness and the earth into chaos. A blazing fire ignited within Jiang Ling's heart as he rose to make his way to Bulma's technological research facility. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply to gaze at the sky, where he discerned a silhouette, shrouded in sunlight, rendering its features indistinguishable. Who could it be? Jiang Ling's gaze was piercing, and the enthusiasm that had just ignited vanished without a trace. The individual before him concealed his presence so well that, were it not for Jiang Ling's keen perception, he would have remained utterly oblivious. Upon hearing these words, the enigmatic figure descended before Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling finally discerned his appearance. He resembled a youth, with light purple hair styled in a cinder parting. His expression was resolute, and his demeanor exuded composure. Adorning his figure was a blue jacket emblazoned with the emblem of a capsule company, and he bore a large sword upon his back. Jiang Ling immediately recognized who this enigmatic young man was. Trunks. The great Trunks from the future. In other words, he is Bulma's son from the future. Indirectly, he could be considered Jiang Ling's son. Jiang Ling chuckled. "Ah, my son has arrived." Trunks, bewildered, gazed at Jiang Ling, perplexed by his nonsensical words. His biological father, as his mother had recounted, was a man named Vegeta, of whom he had seen photographs. This individual before him was clearly not the one he recognized. Moreover, who would address someone as son upon first meeting? Was that not rather impolite? Firstly, I'm not your son. Secondly, I have come to seek Miss Bulma's assistance, Trunks stated earnestly. Jiang Ling smiled slightly, offering no explanation. She invited Trunks to sit on a chair in the courtyard before heading to the research laboratory to summon Bulma. Is there something you need? Bulma inquired, wearing a lab coat and casting a puzzled glance at Trunks. She did not recognize the suddenly appearing youth, and the emblem on his attire bore the mark of her company. Could he be a fan? Was this a case of fandom coming to her doorstep? Logically, one would expect a pursuit of the globally acclaimed star Jiang Ling to be more plausible. This bizarre thought crossed Bulma's mind, and her gaze towards Trunks took on an odd quality. Trunks regarded the youthful mother before him with a sense of nostalgia. Having traversed time to this era, he had initially planned to confront Frieza and Cooler, but after waiting for a considerable time, their invasion of Earth never materialized. Subsequently, guided by the temporal coordinates provided by his mother, he sought the location where Goku returned to Earth, yet Goku was nowhere to be found. Thus, in desperation, Trunks made his way to West City, utilizing the address given by his grandmother to locate his past mother, Bulma. After a moment of silence, Trunks resolved to confide a portion of his circumstances to Bulma. He was determined not to allow this timeline to repeat the mistakes of the future. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. Miss Bulma, please listen carefully to what I am about to share, as it pertains to the future of Earth. Bulma began to question Trunks' mental state, and it was not without reason. After all, A stranger suddenly appearing before one, proclaiming knowledge of the future, would undoubtedly raise suspicions of insanity in any rational person. Sensing her skepticism, Trunks clarified, "My name is Trunks, and I have traveled from the future via a time machine. I understand your doubts. But what I am saying is the truth. I am aware of certain events in your life, such as your childhood quest for the Dragon Balls, your encounters with Goku, Yamcha, Pu'er, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaioshin." Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and asked, "Did you tell him this? Is he engaging in some sort of role-playing scenario?" "Don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in such games, as you know." Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was of no concern to him. Upon receiving this response, Bulma was filled with astonishment, but more so with perplexity. These matters were entirely unknown to her, unless divulged by her friends. How could this unfamiliar youth named Trunks possess such knowledge? Was he truly a person from the future? Trunks continued, "I also know that you went to Namek a year ago, defeated Frieza, and then the planet exploded." "Stop," Bulma interjected. "I do not understand how you know we visited Namek, but you are mistaken in one regard." "In what way?" "The planet did not explode." "What?" Trunks exclaimed, taken aback. This contradicted what his mother had told him. Could it be that history had been altered? Trunks pondered this, glancing at Jiang Ling, who had remained silent until now. He had never heard of this handsome young man from his mother. Could he be the one responsible for changing history? An air of silence enveloped the moment. Jiang Ling broke the silence, addressing Bulma with urgency. "Trust him. Everything he says is true." Yet, a question lingered, "But, do you believe in me?" "I do." "Then that is sufficient." Jiang Ling and Bulma gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their heads drawing ever closer. Ahem. Trunks cleared his throat, his complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. He had not anticipated that his mother, in her youth, would exhibit such openness in front of strangers, flaunting affection so freely. Jiang Ling, interrupted and slightly irked, cast Trunks a sharp glance and remarked, "Trunks, not only am I aware that you hail from the future, but I also recognize you as a scion. Am I correct? How did you discern that?" Trunks inquired, astonished. "That is of no concern to you. Let us engage in a sparring match," Jiang Ling replied. "Very well," Trunks consented. They then soared to a distant locale, suitable for combat, while Bulma observed from a nearby vantage point. The two stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a silent challenge. Jiang Ling remarked, "Come on. Give it your all." Tien Kasai shook his head. "If I were to unleash my full power, you might not be able to withstand it." It was not arrogance on his part. To his knowledge, in this era, only Sun Wukong possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and contend with him, while the combat strength of others was negligible. "It's all right. Just unleash your full power." Jiang Ling chuckled softly and spoke. Turnax nodded in agreement. "Since you insist, I shall acquiesce to your request." Subsequently, a formidable aura erupted forth as a golden flame surged from Turnax's being. In an instant, his parted hair lifted to the sides, transitioning from a pale purple to a resplendent gold. His eyes, too, transformed in that fleeting moment to a delicate shade of green, surrounded by the golden flames. Turnax cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a faint smile as he gained a rough understanding of Tien capabilities. "How about we make a wager? If you lose, you shall call me father. Should I lose, I will acknowledge you as my father." Chapter 54. Tomorrow. "Why would I engage in a bet with you?" Tien inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Very well, if you choose not to wager, so be it. One day you will inevitably call me that." Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly. Before Tien could respond, he uttered a low command. Golden flames enveloped his form, blazing fiercely. With golden hair and brows, and striking light green eyes, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The aura emanating from Jiang Ling rivaled that of Trunks, and in fact, surpassed it significantly. "Why you? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If his memory served him right at this juncture, only Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan. Following him were years later, Son Gohan, and then himself. In total, there were 3 Super Saiyans. Why had everything changed upon arriving here? Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found, yet this young mother's boyfriend, Jiang Ling, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, he was stronger than Trunks himself. Unable to contain his astonishment, Trunks inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Haven't I already told you? I am Jiang Ling, Bulma's boyfriend, and also her husband." Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he spoke again in a voice too faint for Bulma nearby to hear. "Have you not heard of me? I am Trunks, the future son of Bulma. The moment those words escaped his lips, Trunks felt as if a thunderclap had resounded in his mind, causing him to stumble back several steps. His thoughts a chaotic whirl. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to articulate, "Why you? How could you possibly know? I never revealed my identity. Who on earth are you?" Jiang Ling smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Ling, currently Bulma's boyfriend. And I can also be regarded as your father, despite the absence of a blood relationship. Your biological father, in this timeline, is no longer with Bulma. As for how I know this, it is because I hail from an alternate timeline, much like your own situation." Trunks, lost in thought, stood still, murmuring to himself, "So that is how it is, I see now. This alteration in the timeline is all due to you." "Indeed," Jiang Ling replied thus. "You may call me father." Jiang Ling remarked with a smile that seemed to conceal deeper emotions. He relished the role of a father figure. The two simultaneously reverted from their Super Saiyan transformations. Trunks, after all, was still a youth, and upon absorbing such jarring revelations, his desire for a sparring match had dissipated. "Go ahead, indulge in your daydreams. Ha ha ha, whether you acknowledge it or not, I have chosen to regard you as my son." Jiang Ling laughed heartily. After a moment of contemplation, Tien retrieved a small vial from his coat pocket and tossed it to Jiang Ling. "Since you are aware of my presence, you must also comprehend the purpose of my visit, do you not?" Jiang Ling effortlessly caught the small bottle. He was aware that it contained a miraculous remedy for heart disease, a purpose for which Trunks had traveled from the future. In that distant time, Sun Wukong would succumb to heart disease a year hence, leaving Vegeta devoid of motivation and unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. The warriors of Earth faced the relentless onslaught of the androids, one by one falling in battle, until only Trunks remained, desperately holding on against the overwhelming odds. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. It essentially involves two matters: providing Sun Wukong with a miraculous remedy for his heart ailment, and informing that artificial beings will emerge in 3 years. Rest assured, with my presence here, no significant issues will arise." "Then I shall feel at ease," Tinkus replied, preparing to turn and depart. Jiang Ling obstructed him and said, "Wait, take me back with you. I wish to explore the future world." "Are you certain?" Trunks hesitated. "Your abilities are formidable, yet there remains a significant disparity when facing androids. That's of no concern to you. We shall journey to the future together," Jiang Ling asserted. "Very well, I shall await your return." Upon concluding their conversation, Bulma approached, interjecting with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you two going to fight or not?" Transforming into Super Saiyans, yet refraining from battle, then reverting back. "You can fly?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma tilted her head, replying nonchalantly, "Of course, Jiang Ling taught me." "What's so surprising about that?" Trunks reflected internally, realizing that this was no longer the world he once knew. This realm was astonishing. Even young mothers could soar through the skies, what else was deemed impossible? Jiang Ling glanced at Bulma, then at Trunks, and pondered, "Trunks, come find me tomorrow. I need to prepare tonight." "All right," Trunks replied without further thought and departed. As Bulma watched him walk away, a sudden realization struck her. "Jiang Ling. You mentioned he came from the future, from several decades ahead?" Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, approximately 19 years hence. Thus, his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan indicates that he, too, is of Saiyan descent. Presently, on Earth, there exist only you, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta as the 4 Saiyans. Gohan can be dismissed since he is still a child. It is improbable that he will have such a significant son in 19 years. Therefore, to whom among the 3 of you does Trunks belong? Bulma fixed her gaze intently upon Jiang Ling, her insatiable curiosity compelling her to uncover the answer to this inquiry. Jiang Ling smiled softly, revealing no secrets, for there was no need to conceal the truth. She began to speak. "He is your child, Bulma." "My child? So he is ours," Bulma exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the handsome appearance of her future son. Her eyes sparkled with joy upon learning that he was so well favored. Indeed, it was a testament to her own splendid genes. In the next moment, Jiang Ling shook his head, declaring, "It is not between you and me." "What?" Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with shock. You. It's impossible, we cannot break up." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks in large droplets. The mere thought of a future apart from Jiang Ling was enough to unleash a torrent of tears. She truly adored Jiang Ling, and the idea of separation was unbearable. Jiang Ling's heart softened as he embraced Bulma's slender waist, reassuring her, "Foolish one, we shall always be together. How could we ever part?" Yet, Bulma wished to speak of the future, but the words eluded her. Jiang Ling spoke softly. I understand what you wish to convey. Rest assured. In other timelines, my absence is the reason we are not together. I suppose I have elucidated my uniqueness. My existence is singular to this timeline. Hence a separation in the future is implausible. Is that truly the case? Indeed. However, I wish to believe that another version of me in a different timeline is also by your side. Jiang Ling was bewildered by Bulma's sudden notion. Yet, upon witnessing her delicate, pitiful visage, a wave of tenderness surged within him. Bulma, let us return home. Allow me to care for you. It was precisely what he desired. The couple returned home. In the throes of passion, their desires ignited with fervor. Perhaps it was the prolonged abstinence or some other factor, but they surrendered completely, immersing themselves in the exquisite taste of forbidden fruit. Chapter 55. The future. Early the next morning, Trunks arrived at Jiang Ling's residence. Jiang Ling felt a tinge of guilt for not being able to host him overnight. After all, he was his father. What kind of parent would not allow their son to stay the night? Nevertheless, Jiang Ling had his own reasons. The events of the previous night rendered it quite inappropriate to have a guest. The house was in complete disarray. Jiang Ling exuded vitality and appeared to be in excellent spirits. He met with Tien in the courtyard. Your mother will not be coming out to see you off. She is too fatigued. Tien, perplexed but choosing to remain silent, inquired, shall we proceed directly? Is there anything else that requires preparation? Nothing at all, Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head. In response, Tien produced a capsule, pressed a button on its surface, and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a bullet-shaped machine materialized before them. The lower portion constituted the body, while the upper part featured a transparent glass cabin that housed the pilot's seat. The machine was indeed a time machine, its design closely resembling that depicted in comic books. Jiang Ling and Tien entered the cockpit, the door sealing shut behind them as the machine ascended gently into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, with a swift whoosh, both the machine and its occupants vanished from sight. Bulma stood by the window, gazing at the spot where they had departed, wishing them a smooth journey. After uttering her farewell, she turned to survey the chaotic state of her home, feeling a twinge of headache. The previous night had been rather intense, and today would be consumed by the need to tidy up. There were chores to attend to: cleaning, mopping the floors, washing bed linens and clothes, as well as discarding the torn garments, among other tasks. Meanwhile, within the time tunnel, a machine sped towards its destined temporal point. Inside the time machine, Jiang Ling curiously observed the scenery outside. Tien could not help but interject, reminding him to admire the view but to refrain from opening the door and stepping outside. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he instructed the system to harness the power of time and space. With a chime, the absorption was complete. The function of the time-space portal was activated. Quite excellent indeed. Jiang Ling gazed at the system interface. The once gray function of the time portal had now transformed into vibrant colors. At present, the time portal offered the capability to exchange between two time periods, with the promise of additional temporal realms being introduced in the future. The two portals were representative of Jiang Ling's current era and a future timeline. In essence, one could now traverse between these two epochs with a mere click, enjoying the liberty of passage without any stipulation for energy replenishment from the system. Soon, the time machine transported the two individuals to the future world, hovering gracefully in the sky before descending gently. Jiang Ling gazed at the ruins strewn across the ground, then lifted his eyes to the ominous sky above. A sense of oppression settled heavily in his heart as he descended from the machine. Jiang Ling remarked, I never anticipated that your world would be so oppressive. Tien was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the sky before comprehending Jiang Ling's sentiment. There is no need for concern. It is merely that rain is about to fall. Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled. I see now. I thought your time and space were in such disarray that even the weather had changed. It turns out it's just about to rain. Trunks fell silent for a moment, gesturing towards the ruins that once thrived with vibrancy, now devastated by the androids. Most cities around the globe had suffered similar fates at the hands of these two formidable beings. Their rampant destruction and overwhelming power left no room for resistance. Back when Gohan and I fought against the androids in this very city, Gohan ultimately succumbed and was killed. Trunks shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Let us go check out my home. All right, Jiang Ling replied. The two soared into the sky, rapidly heading in a specific direction. The androids could not sense their energy, allowing them to fly freely without fear of detection. If the androids possessed the means to detect combat power, they would have been annihilated long ago. Before long, They arrived at another city, utterly ravaged. West City. Upon reaching the center, they found what was once Bulma's home. After its destruction, Bulma had relocated with Trunks to live underground. Yet she had not abandoned her research. She diligently pursued her scientific endeavors, hoping one day to harness its power to save the world. One might wonder why she did not seek the Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of Earth. The reason was that in this future world, Piccolo had perished, and with him, the Supreme Kai was lost as well. Without the Supreme Kai, there was no successor, and the Dragon Balls had turned to stone. As for Namek, it had been obliterated, and Bulma could not ascertain its new location. Trunks led Jiang Ling to a house, pushing aside a dilapidated washing machine to reveal a hidden passage beneath. "This is where my mother and I live. It is my current home," he explained before stepping inside. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, following closely behind. Upon entering the basement, the dimly lit walls revealed a faint glow. Technics navigated through the winding corridors until he finally arrived at a sturdy iron door. After entering the password, he stepped inside. The interior was brightly illuminated, a stark contrast to the dimness outside. The furniture and decor indicated that this place had been established long ago, predating the existence of artificial beings. It once served as a research base, later becoming a refuge during the onslaught of synthetic creatures on the city. The floor was immaculate, suggesting it was regularly cleaned. Technics called out as he entered, "Mother, I have returned." "Oh, you're back? You must be weary." A beautiful woman with flowing blue hair emerged from the direction of the kitchen. Her figure was voluptuous, and her complexion was fair, despite the harsh surroundings. She appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking no older than her 30s, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Jiang Ling was momentarily entranced. Chapter 56, A Wonderful Place. In the living room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, rising in gentle tendrils. After being introduced by Tien, Jiang Ling became acquainted with the future Bulma. Observing the poised and graceful Bulma as she brewed tea, Jiang Ling felt a peculiar sensation. This was not surprising, as she bore the same visage, one youthful, the other imbued with maturity. In Jiang Ling's mind, the scene from last night, where Bulma's gaze was hazy, faintly emerged. "So, you have come from a time in the past?" Bulma inquired with a smile, looking toward the future. Jiang Ling took a sip of tea and earnestly remarked, "Indeed. I accompanied Trunks on a time machine to witness the prowess of the androids." "Are you going to battle the androids?" Bulma exclaimed, her surprise evident as she glanced at Jiang Ling and delicately responded, "I am acquainted with the strong warriors of that era on Earth. If memory serves, I do not recall knowing you." Her implication was clear. She wished to dissuade Jiang Ling from a perilous fate. Trunks interjected with a smile, "Mom, Jiang Ling is also a Saiyan and can transform into a Super Saiyan, possessing strength that surpasses mine to some extent." Is that so? Then why am I not familiar with you?" Bulma finally noticed the tale behind Jiang Ling, her astonishment growing. It was unusual for her not to recognize a Saiyan, especially one whose strength exceeded Trunks, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "My timeline diverges from yours," Jiang Ling elucidated. "In my reality, Namek did not explode, and all the warriors on Earth are acquainted with me, including a younger version of you, with whom I share a good rapport." "How good?" Future Bulma inquired with curiosity, while Trunks listened nearby, his expression somewhat peculiar. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, remarking on the closeness of their relationship akin to that of a couple sharing the same bed. Bulma, taken aback, could only respond with a bewildered expression. Jiang Ling proceeded to share numerous tales from his own timeline, leaving Bulma's mind in a state of disarray. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. The sheer volume of information had required her some time to process. "So, in your world, I did not end up with Vegeta?" she inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Ling affirmed. "And planet Namek did not explode, nor was Frieza eliminated, which means he never sought revenge by bringing his father, Cooler, to Earth?" "Precisely." Bulma exhaled deeply. Accepting this new reality, she scrutinized Jiang Ling closely and, with a playful smile, commented, "With such striking looks and formidable strength, you truly embody the kind of person I admire." Jiang Ling scratched his head. It would have been acceptable if Bulma had been shy, but her candidness left him at a loss for words. Trunks interjected, "Mom, I think Jiang Ling is quite a suitable match for the younger version of you." "Is there any decorum?" "Jiang Ling is of the same generation as I am. You should address him as Uncle Jiang Ling." Bulma shot him a glare. Trunks, glancing at the amused Jiang Ling, mustered the courage to say, "Uncle Jiang Ling." "Ah, good." At noon, Bulma prepared a meal. In this apocalyptic-like era, Having such sustenance meant they were faring quite well. Trunks ventured outside to scavenge for supplies, livestock, and vegetable seeds, which he brought back to their underground base. Bulma allocated a room to plant the seeds and installed grow lights to ensure they received ample sunlight. The livestock was kept in another room. Overall, their years had been relatively comfortable, unlike the individuals outside who congregated in shelters, enduring a feast or famine existence. Jiang Ling realized that Tien possessed formidable strength and adhered to the philosophy of benefiting the world once one's own needs were met. Occasionally, they would extend assistance to those in the shelters. However, while the supplies might suffice for the sustenance of 1 or 2 individuals, they were utterly inadequate for the vast number of inhabitants in several large shelters. To truly rescue them, the most effective course of action would be to vanquish the androids and restore a stable environment to the Earth. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling followed Bulma into her exclusive technology room. Within, there existed a plethora of machines, the time machine being one of them crafted in this very space. What are you about to create now? Jiang Ling gazed upon the blueprints laid out on the table. Ah, this, Bulma remarked with a fleeting glance. This is my previous research. I believe Dr. Gero intends to implant control devices in the androids, which is why I endeavored to explore this concept. Jiang Ling nodded. Aware that such devices indeed existed within the androids, he could procure the blueprints from Dr. Gero's laboratory and subsequently enlist Bulma's expertise to create them, thereby ushering in an era of peace. However, Jiang Ling was disinclined to pursue this course of action. He yearned for Trunks to enhance his strength and personally vanquish the androids, ensuring that in the event of future turmoil, he would not find himself in perilous circumstances. After all, this was a future timeline where he stood as the sole warrior on Earth. They exchanged a few more words. Jiang Ling offered a brief greeting before departing. Bulma gazed at his receding figure, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Jiang Ling entered the room of Turnax. Turnax, do you wish to vanquish the androids? Indeed. I yearn for it, even in my dreams. Turnax lay upon the bed, a glint of hatred flickering in his eyes. Very well, Jiang Ling nodded. I shall assist you in defeating the androids, and in return, you shall call me father. Does this arrangement not seem fair? Turnax? Jiang Ling emerged from the base with Tien, embarking on a journey through the skies. The atmosphere was laden with darkness as fine raindrops fell upon them. Yet they paid it no heed. Passing by the ruins of a city, a sudden blinding light erupted, followed by a thunderous roar. The resounding boom echoed. In an instant, the brilliant flash illuminated the desolation of the entire city. The gentle patter of rain cascaded down, flowing along the remnants of eaves and shattered walls, gathering into pools of water that dispersed in all directions. Had all cities on Earth succumbed to such a fate? Indeed, nearly every city lay in ruins. As the artificial beings emerged periodically to engage in their twisted games that involved the merciless slaughter of innocent civilians or the destruction of urban structures and mountainous terrains. Tien gritted his teeth and remarked, the artificial beings of this era are beyond redemption. Jiang Ling arrived at this conclusion. They did not linger for long. The two took flight and soon arrived at a platform suspended in the sky. The platform was in a state of disrepair, marred by the scars of battle. It was evident that a great war had transpired here long ago. What purpose brought them to this place? There seemed to be nothing of particular significance. As Mother had recounted, over a decade ago, Uncle Bick perished in battle, the celestial being also met his demise, and Mr. Bobo vanished without a trace. Leaving this place forsaken, Jiang Ling offered a mysterious smile. There is a remarkable place within, and it is quite normal that your mother, Bulma, is unaware of it. What place? Chapter 57, Shadows. What place? Follow me, and you shall find out. Jiang Ling was the first to enter the Hall of the Divine, with Tien trailing behind. Within the hall, numerous chambers awaited exploration as Jiang Ling opened each door, seemingly in search of something. Unable to contain himself, Tien remarked, although we have not ventured here before, after being abandoned for over a decade, any supplies that might remain would surely have decayed long ago. Jiang Ling smiled, aware that Tien had misunderstood. He could only clarify, I am not here for supplies. As he spoke, his gaze shifted forward, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I found it. Jiang Ling strode forward and pointed to the sign hanging at the entrance of the room. Tien gazed at the sign and pronounced each word slowly. Room. Light, time, spirit, essence. What does it mean? Jiang Ling rolled her eyes. You must read it backward. The mental time room? Is this what you came here for? To be precise, I sought this particular chamber. The mental time room is an extraordinary place. One can cultivate within for a year, while merely a day passes outside. Jiang Ling explained slowly. A year inside, a day outside. This revelation instantly exhilarated Tien. If that's the case, if I train for 10 or 8 years in there, I could emerge capable of defeating the androids with ease. Yet, how naive it is to think so. Each individual can only cultivate for 2 years in their lifetime. To enter again, one must possess the strength to breach the confines of space, otherwise they shall remain trapped within eternally. Jiang Ling's words doused the exuberant Trunks with a cold wave of reality, leaving him feeling desolate. Only 2 years? Surely. After merely 2 years of training, one could not hope to surpass the androids. Trunks muttered to himself. A shadow of dread cast by the androids lingering in his mind. The disparity in their powers was immense. Trunks had faced the androids numerous times, each encounter marked by mockery and torment. To them, he was but a diversion, a mere toy to pass the time. This was also the reason he had survived so many battles against the androids. Upon hearing that he had only 2 years to train, he instinctively deemed it an impossible feat, observing his lack of confidence. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and delivered a punch to Trunks' cheek. Trunks was sent flying, crashing against the adjacent wall of the room. What are you doing? Trunks exclaimed. What am I doing? I should be asking you the same. Is 2 extra years of training not sufficient? How can you claim it's impossible without even attempting to train? Jiang Ling said with a somber expression. Trunks rose to his feet, somewhat disheveled. Yet the androids are exceedingly formidable. There is no yet. Jiang Ling interjected sharply. Consider the purpose behind your perseverance over these years. Perseverance. I strive for the restoration of world peace, to protect my mother, the Earth Defense Force, humanity. And most importantly, to avenge Gohan. As those words escaped his lips, Trunks' gaze grew increasingly radiant, the confidence he had lost rekindling within him. I will undoubtedly defeat the androids. Excellent. Jiang Ling patted Trunks on the shoulder, expressing his appreciation. You are indeed my son. Indeed. Huh. No. You're trying to trick me. Trunks glared fiercely at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile, a sense of secret delight swelling within him. He relished the role of a father figure, a peculiar inclination perhaps, yet devoid of malice. It is likely that many young men share this sentiment, harboring a desire to be a daddy, particularly in relation to their close companions. Some young men, however, exhibit an unusual penchant for their girlfriends to address them as daddy during intimate moments. A quirk that, upon reflection, seems quite natural. A mere utterance of daddy from a girlfriend can invigorate a man, igniting a fervor akin to a surge of adrenaline. Gazing at the sign that read mental time house hanging on the door, Jiang Ling opened it and stepped inside, followed closely by the now-aware Turnax. The light flickered momentarily as they entered the realm of the mental time house. They found themselves in a room adorned with a neatly made bed and orderly furniture, presenting quite a pleasant ambience. However, this room was peculiar, possessing only 3 walls, while one side opened into an expanse of blinding whiteness. Through this opening, Jiang Ling and Turnax beheld a vast, silent void. Any ordinary individual subjected to such an environment for an extended duration would undoubtedly succumb to psychological strain. Upon exiting the room, they stepped into the stark, white abyss, simultaneously experiencing a sudden heaviness. The gravity here was tenfold that of the outside world. This thought flitted through their minds. Yet, this degree of gravitational force could not restrain them. Rather, acclimating to such intensity would undoubtedly benefit their physical forms. Jiang Ling remarked. Turnax nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he recalled something. Right, we are supposed to stay here for 2 days, aren't we? Indeed, that's correct. It seems we haven't brought any food with us. Perhaps we should return to gather enough supplies for both of us for the next 2 years. Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled. I reckon you don't have much food left, either. If you were to take away 2 years' worth of provisions all at once, you would be left with nothing but dirt to eat. What should we do? We certainly can't allow ourselves to starve. Rest assured. Do you know why I chose to accompany you to this timeline and why I plan to set off the very next day? I don't know, Trunks replied, shaking his head. Must you be so dim-witted? You seem rather foolish. I've practically laid it all out for you. Could it be that you went out for a grand feast? Jiang Ling sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. No, I am gathering food and other supplies. Turnax widened his eyes in surprise. So, you were already contemplating bringing me to the time house even before boarding the time machine? I must admit, that's rather clever. A faint smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. Turnax, astonished, exclaimed, How do you know so much? It's truly remarkable. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of a transcendent being. The two acclimated themselves to the gravity before commencing some fundamental training. Such foundational exercises are essential, as they serve to enhance one's physical prowess. Without a solid foundation, even the mightiest strength cannot endure. It is akin to premature release. Even if one rises, what significance does it hold if it cannot be sustained? Both were acutely aware that progress must be gradual. Akin to savoring a meal one bite at a time, for haste may lead to choking. After the foundational training was completed, half a day had elapsed, and Jiang Ling's stomach had begun to voice its discontent. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced towards Tien, who was not in a much better state. The energy expenditure during cultivation is invariably substantial, and feeling hunger is entirely natural. Let us take a break and have a meal, Tien, he suggested. With that, Jiang Ling produced a variety of barbecue supplies, including an assortment of meats from various creatures, such as dinosaur, tiger, and bear. There were also an array of vegetables, eggplants, green beans, cabbage, chives, and mushrooms. Jiang Ling finally produced 2 bottles of chilled beer. As they were to continue training shortly, a modest sip would suffice. Chapter 58, A Man and a Woman. The smoky aroma of the barbecue wafted through the pristine white expanse, filling the air with a tantalizing fragrance. Jiang Ling and Tien prepared a sumptuous feast of barbecued meats and vegetables for over a dozen people and began to indulge in their delightful meal. Jiang Ling primarily indulges in delicacies such as raw oysters, grilled kidneys, and leeks, for he has a particular fondness for these flavors. Thank you, he muses. Consuming such fare in abundance is beneficial for one's health, isn't it? However, Tien is perplexed, for no one has ever imparted such wisdom to him, and he remains in ignorance of these matters. Jiang Ling chuckled. Indeed, once you have a girlfriend, you will understand the benefits. I already have a girlfriend. So soon? Aren't you still quite young? Not at all. Tien's expression suddenly shifted. I am of age. You know, I am 19. Young men are particularly sensitive to the term young, whether it pertains to their age or other aspects. 19, you say? You certainly do not appear to be. Jiang Ling was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. At the age of 19, others had already secured a girlfriend, while he himself spent his days idly playing games, occasionally indulging in more juvenile pursuits. The comparison was disheartening. Yet, his curiosity piqued. He probed further. So, have you too? You know? What do you mean by that? I mean, you know. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, clapping his hands together to illustrate his point. Tien shook his head, bewildered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Observing the confusion on his face, Jiang Ling fell silent. It appeared that in this world, Bulma had not imparted such knowledge to Tien. Perhaps her focus on scientific research left little room for such personal education. Or maybe the pressures of the androids overshadowed the need for such discussions. Jiang Ling suddenly felt the weight of his burdens intensify. Initially, he had arrived in this future timeline with the purpose of training Tien to grow stronger and vanquish the androids, while also seeking to enhance himself within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, ever since his arrival in this future realm and gaining insight into its intricacies, Jiang Ling has resolved to take action. What pains Tien the most is his utter lack of understanding. Let us not dwell on this any longer, Tien. Let us simply indulge in our drinks. Jiang Ling pointed to the untouched glass of wine in front of Tien. Ah, this. Tien scratched his head. I have never drunk alcohol, and my girlfriend advised me against it. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you a man or not? Will you simply acquiesce to whatever your girlfriend says? Where has your masculinity gone? Just drink. If you're caught, admit your mistake. If things get dire, utter some kind words. And if all else fails, let her scold you a bit. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling had unconsciously adopted the authoritative demeanor of a father. Well, fine. The words stirred a fervor within Tien, who promptly seized his cup and gulped it down in one go. Gurgle, gurgle. Tien let out a hearty belch and, with a resounding thud, collapsed onto the table, utterly unconscious. Jiang Ling. It turns out that there is a reason his girlfriend forbids him from drinking. However, how can a man be without a certain tolerance for alcohol? It seems that in addition to strengthening his physical prowess, he must also cultivate his capacity for drink. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the unconscious Tien, slumped over the table and shook his head. After tidying up a bit, he went off to exercise alone. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, a man and woman were engaged in a game before the television. The man, tall and dressed in black, exuded an air of cool detachment, while the woman, statuesque with golden hair and striking blue eyes, possessed an icy beauty. Suddenly, with a crash, the blonde beauty hurled her controller to the ground. Her displeasure evident. I'm done. This is pointless. The dark-haired man smirked. Number 18. A loss is a loss. No need to sulk. What of it? Retorted the woman, her eyes narrowing. Don't forget, I'm still your sister. With a dismissive scoff, number 17 shrugged, clearly unfazed. Number 18 reclined on the sofa, her beautiful eyes gazing at the ceiling as she draped her flawless legs over the armrest, idly swinging them in boredom. By the way, that sword-wielding brat hasn't shown up these past few days during our city raids. At this, number 17 lifted his head slightly. What? Are you missing him? Developing feelings. Are we? Uffed. Number 18 scoffed. With his meager strength, he's hardly impressive. I wouldn't be attracted to a weakling like him. He merely adds a touch of amusement to our dull lives. His absence is hardly a loss. Hearing this, number 17 set down his controller with a smile. You know. Number 18, you really ought to find a man to entertain yourself with. Otherwise, you'll miss out on a lot of fun. A man? Number 18 chuckled coldly. Which man would I possibly find appealing? Even for a bit of fun, their strength wouldn't suffice to match mine. True enough, number 17 chuckled, shaking his head as he stood and headed towards the door. Where are you going? Number 18 inquired, glancing over. Boredom calls. I'm off to catch a few women for some entertainment. No sooner had his voice faded than he soared into the distance. Left alone in the room, number 18 contemplated, murmuring, these monotonous days are rather dreary. Well, I might as well see if anyone in the city is worth killing. Or perhaps a cat-and-mouse game would suffice, with them fleeing ahead while I leisurely pursue. Anyone who lags behind gets eliminated. Now that sounds amusing. Licking her moist lips, she felt no sense of wrongdoing in such thoughts, as if they were entirely natural to her. Why not seize the moment? With a sudden burst of energy, number 18 sprang from the sofa, crashing through the window. Shards of glass tore at her clothing, revealing her flawless skin, yet she cared not, darting towards the nearest city. In the time chamber, time passed, and before long, night had fallen. Jiang Ling returned to the room after exercising. At that moment, Tien happened to awaken, rubbing his head and appearing somewhat pained. Oh, little sleepyhead, you're awake? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Tien wore a bitter smile, saying, Jiang Ling, please refrain from mocking me. I have already stated that I cannot drink, as it leads to trouble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression suddenly turned serious. If you cannot drink, it is all the more reason to practice your tolerance. Otherwise, you may find yourself incapacitated by even a small amount, drawing the attention of women with ulterior motives. Furthermore, have you forgotten your mother's words? Address me as uncle. Tien face darkened as if he had tasted something foul. Uncle. Uncle, he stammered. Ah, good boy. Jiang Ling cheerfully responded, deftly flipping his hand to produce a capsule which he tossed to the ground. Instantly, a table laden with steaming, delectable dishes materialized before him. These had been procured during his previous sojourn in the original timeline, stored within the capsule. Although the capsule lacks thermal insulation and preservation properties, rendering its contents prone to spoilage if left too long, within Jiang Ling's space, time stands still. Thus, placing the capsule within this realm ensures that upon retrieval, the dishes retain their freshly cooked warmth. As for why he did not directly place the food into the system's space, it was merely a ruse. Capsules are commonplace items, whereas the system's space is exclusive to Jiang Ling. Were he to suddenly produce a spacecraft from thin air, curiosity would inevitably ensue. Chapter 59. The New Usage of Super Saiyans. Within the confines of the Room of Spirit and Time, a solitary structure stood in stark contrast against the vibrant, ethereal whiteness that enveloped everything around it, making it particularly conspicuous. Inside the room, Jiang Ling and Tien voraciously devoured the steaming dishes before them, leaving nothing but an array of empty plates scattered across the table. The plates gleamed with pristine cleanliness, surpassing even the tidiness of bowls licked by dogs. Burp. Tien, feeling utterly satisfied, let out a hearty belch. What a delight! Since he could recall, the instances of indulging in such a hearty meal had been few and far between. Jiang Ling, resting his hand on his abdomen, slumped in his chair. Upon hearing those words, he chuckled softly. If you enjoy eating, indulge yourself a bit more. After all, who else could I assist if not you? Given that your mother is Bulma? Trunks replied with a single word after a lengthy pause. Leave. His succinctness was showcased to perfection in that moment. Jiang Ling paid no mind, reclining in the chair and savoring the lingering bliss of the meal. After a day of exertion and fatigue, he relished this brief moment of tranquility following dinner. There was no greater satisfaction in a day than this. Thankful for the present, he glanced at the clock and realized it was evening. Time to retire for the night and rise anew to exercise in the morning, Jiang Ling languidly remarked. Tien, perplexed, inquired, how do you know it is night now? There seems to be no concept of time here. As he spoke, he glanced outside at the expanse of white. Jiang Ling tilted his head towards the wall clock, gesturing with his lips. Ah, there's a clock. It dawned on him. Tien sheepishly scratched his head, primarily because he had not noticed it, having also slept for the better part of the day. Jiang Ling exhaled deeply. The power system of Dragon Ball is somewhat amusing. Despite possessing the ability to annihilate stars, one still requires sleep. Jiang Ling has been here for quite some time and has gained a certain understanding. It appears that Qi cannot be absorbed autonomously. Rather, it necessitates the transformation of bodily energy into Qi. The enhancement of Qi intensity requires physical training, which inevitably leads to bodily fatigue and energy depletion. Therefore, ample rest is essential. This is essentially the crux of the matter. Tien, feeling invigorated, finds himself disinclined to sleep. Indeed, having rested throughout the afternoon, it is only natural that he does not feel weary. Jiang Ling glanced at the bed situated in the room, pondering how two large men could possibly share such a space. He understood that some close-knit male friends might not mind sleeping together, yet he personally found it unappealing. He preferred the solitude of sleeping alone, or at most, with a woman whose warmth he could embrace as he drifted into slumber. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a capsule and released a compact dwelling into the expanse of the stark white surroundings. This capsule was designed to accommodate a portable miniature house, thus giving rise to the innovative concept of a housing capsule. In contrast, constructing a larger residence necessitated personal effort. Take, for instance, Jiang Ling's own spacious villa, which required professional builders and allowed for bespoke design choices. How delightful that was. Where do you wish to sleep, Tien? He inquired. Tien surveyed the current open-plan room and then regarded the highly private capsule dwelling that Jiang Ling had just unveiled. Without hesitation, he opted for the capsule house. Jiang Ling was indifferent. He was inherently a carefree individual. He could easily fall asleep even on a makeshift bed outdoors. The capsule house stood nearby, and resting within it would subject him to 10 times the gravitational force. This was quite beneficial. Once accustomed to it, it would significantly enhance his strength. At this moment, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Ling, and a spark ignited within him. A capsule materialized in his hand. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, Here, Tranks, have some study materials. Make sure to learn well. With that, he tossed the capsule to the bewildered Tranks and ushered him back into the capsule house. Jiang Ling lay sprawled across the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Tien entered the house and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved the study materials Jiang Ling had provided from the capsule. Before him lay several books. Upon seeing the titles on the covers, Tien's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he furtively glanced around. With utmost caution, he opened the books and was immediately captivated by their contents. He found himself immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, discovering fascinating insights that had previously eluded him. And he approached his studies with a seriousness he had never exhibited in his childhood. The following morning dawned. Jiang Ling gradually awoke, stretching languidly. This slumber had been truly delightful. Jiang Ling felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, perhaps due to the long absence of solitude and sleep, allowing her to rest with remarkable ease. Jiang Ling was unclear and indifferent to the reasons behind it. He stepped outside and happened upon Tien, who emerged from the house with dark circles under his eyes. Goodness, did you not sleep at all last night? Jiang Ling was taken aback. Thanking him, he offered an embarrassed smile and refrained from elaborating further. Observing this situation, Jiang Ling understood. Most boys acquire such knowledge from books and videos, subsequently practicing and exploring to uncover the truth. Jiang Ling is no exception. As for Tien, they have now embarked on the initial phase, followed by the stage of implementation. Keep it up. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder. The passage of time during cultivation always seems to fly by, almost imperceptibly. A year and a half has already elapsed. On this day, Jiang Ling paused in his battle with Trunks. Trunks, we need not engage in combat any longer. My strength has significantly increased, sufficient to contend with the androids. However, there remains an issue. The androids possess boundless energy, while our transformation into Super Saiyans renders our bodies akin to funnels, leading to a continual loss of power. Trunks nodded earnestly. Indeed, that is why our endurance has always been insufficient after transforming into Super Saiyans. Hearing this somewhat ambiguous statement, Jiang Ling coughed lightly, his expression turning somewhat pale. It is your endurance that is lacking. I still consider myself quite formidable, he continued. I have developed a method that may address this issue regarding our Super Saiyan transformation. What method? Trunks inquired. Jiang Ling instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a magnificent golden flame that radiated an air of supremacy. However, in the next moment, the golden flames were absorbed back, leaving him seemingly ordinary. Devoid of any external glow, Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment. Had it not been for Jiang Ling's still golden hair, he would have doubted whether he had reverted from the Super Saiyan state. What on earth is happening here? Jiang Ling smiled faintly, referring to this as the Super Saiyan at full power. In the past, when he unleashed a punch, much of his strength was squandered. However, now, the energy within him remained contained, allowing him to utilize all of his power effectively. This epitomizes the Super Saiyan at full capacity. Trunks inhaled sharply, captivated by this extraordinary ability, and asked if he could learn it. Certainly, I shall impart my knowledge without reservation, especially since you are Bulma's son. In the ensuing 6 months, you must maintain the Super Saiyan state daily, encompassing all aspects of life, eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom to masterfully harness the power of the Super Saiyan. Isn't that exceedingly difficult? How could one possibly achieve that? But there is more. Transforming into a Super Saiyan alters one's mindset, fostering coldness, ruthlessness, and fury. Thus, you must learn to control these emotions, striving to remain as you normally are. Trunks furrowed his brow, pondering the impossibility of such a feat. What do you mean impossible? I can even suppress my raging power and emotions while in the Super Saiyan state, all while enjoying a delightful film. Jiang Ling smiled lightly, his golden hair shimmering atop his head, yet his expression remained nonchalant and casual. After a brief pause, he continued. Once you can immerse yourself in the art of seduction while in the state of a Super Saiyan, it signifies that you have successfully mastered the Super Saiyan full power. Trunks responded with astonishment. In the 6 months following his emergence, Trunks maintained his Super Saiyan form in his daily life. Initially, he found it difficult to control his strength during meals, often reducing his food to mere powder, with plates, chopsticks, tables, and chairs suffering the same fate. While using the restroom, upon sitting on the toilet, he inadvertently caused an explosion. His bed collapsed while he slept, and even nightmares resulted in the destruction of his dwelling. This predicament caused Trunks considerable distress. To avoid wasting his living space, he resorted to sleeping under the open sky, using the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his bed, all the while suppressing the negative emotions brought forth by his Super Saiyan powers. This state of affairs persisted for a month before showing signs of improvement. Jiang Ling, how did you come up with this full power concept? It's simply brilliant and remarkably practical. Trunks suddenly inquired during a casual conversation. It was merely a fortuitous accident, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling wore a peculiar expression. It would be absurd to claim that he had suddenly acquired the skill during his nightly rendezvous with Bulma. It cannot be deemed as a sudden occurrence. At that moment, Jiang Ling had already shed his garments, suddenly desiring to transform into a Super Saiyan to impress Bulma, showcasing a majestic demeanor before her. As he anticipated, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, and then Jiang Ling found himself teased by Bulma. In the state of a Super Saiyan, one is consumed by rage and fury, devoid of any desires. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Ling's inherent shyness or his generally mild temperament, yet in the face of Bulma's playful provocation, he remained unresponsive. The fury within Jiang Ling dissipated, only to be overshadowed by an overwhelming desire. It was then that he realized he had transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Such an occurrence. How could Jiang Ling possibly muster the audacity to utter such words? Furthermore, in the presence of Tien, no matter how thick-skinned one may be, it would be inappropriate to voice them aloud. Thus, he could only laugh awkwardly and sidestep the topic. The fury and ferocity of a Super Saiyan arise as instinctive reactions, proving exceedingly difficult to rein in. Initially, Jiang Ling was merely a serendipitous occurrence, something that could not be replicated. Trunks found himself in a state of vexation, troubled by a waning interest in his study materials, resulting in a significant loss of joy in his life. On that particular morning, Trunks awoke from the ground, inexplicably seized by an impulse to engage with his learning resources. Wait! Trunks exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. What did this signify? It indicated that the fury and ferocity of the Super Saiyan had been tempered, allowing other emotions to take precedence. The full power of the Super Saiyan had been achieved. Time, like a fleeting specter, raced by. It never concedes to one's grasp. In the Divine Temple, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, after 2 days, was finally opened once more, this time from within. 2 figures emerged from the room. Uncle Jiang Ling, I had hoped to surpass your height, Yet after 2 years, I find I have not grown at all. Ah, it seems you may find it difficult to grow any taller. I believe it is dictated by genetics. The speakers were none other than Jiang Ling and Trunks, who had spent 2 years within the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon exiting, they experienced no discomfort. The transition from darkness to light marked the shift between two realms. At that moment, their appearances were strikingly similar, with golden hair and eyebrows and light green eyes. Yet they lacked the formidable aura of a Super Saiyan, appearing rather like ordinary individuals. The full power of the Super Saiyan. They had maintained this state for quite some time, seamlessly integrating it into their daily lives. Trunks took a deep breath, reveling in the familiar and cherished essence of Earth. A delightful reminder of home. Jiang Ling arrived at the Heavenly Palace, gazing down upon the vast expanse of Earth, feeling as though he had traversed through time. Although merely 2 days had passed outside, he and Tien had genuinely spent 2 years within the confines of the time chamber. Jiang Ling leapt from the edge of the platform, forsaking the art of aerial maneuvering, with the howling winds roaring in his ears. Below the divine hall lay Corinta, which would typically remain suspended directly above it. However, under exceptional circumstances, the overseer of the divine hall possesses the ability to relocate it above any location on Earth. Jiang Ling descended to the position of Corinta, employing the technique of void dance to enter the tower. Turnax followed closely behind. Jiang Ling glanced around. The place was in a state of utter decay, much like the moss-covered structures of the Celestial Palace. Judging by the traces, it seemed that no one had inhabited this place for quite some time. One could only wonder where Aqualobe and the immortal Krillin had vanished to. Jiang Ling murmured softly. Suddenly, Tien interjected, I am aware of Aqualobe, who has been assisting the Earth Defense Force, but as for the immortal Krillin, I cannot say. Oh, this fellow seems to possess quite a resilient fate. Jiang Ling was slightly taken aback, but soon found her composure. Indeed, it was not surprising that Aqualobe, notorious for his fear of death, had managed to survive until now. Although he was fearful, he never wavered on significant matters, which was also a reason for the assistance from the Earth Defense Force. Could you elaborate on the Earth Defense Force? Certainly. This organization was formed to safeguard Earth against the massacre perpetrated by the androids. Its members possess abilities far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Equipped with an array of advanced technology and formidable weaponry, alongside some of the most powerful warriors currently on Earth. Turnaxton paused and added, however, this strength is relative to ordinary people. When faced with androids, they would merely be obliterated in an instant. Jiang Ling nodded. Previously, he had not delved deeply into the future world. Now he realized that many aspects had been overlooked. Did you also meet your girlfriend there? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. If memory serves correctly, Trunks' girlfriend is Xiao Wu, who is actually older than Bulma. However, due to the dragon's transformation, her physical form has been diminished, consequently reducing her psychological age as well, making her contemporaneous with Trunks at this moment. Oh, Trunks exclaimed in surprise, how do you know? She is a key member of the team, Jiang Ling replied. I happened to become acquainted with this group, and over time, I became familiar with them. That's wonderful. Keep up the good work. Jiang Ling gently patted Tien on the shoulder, revealing a smile reminiscent of a caring father. They did not dwell on the subject further. The matters of the child's emotional life should be left to the child to decide, as it is wise for elders to refrain from interference. Jiang Ling searched in Kalantari, and as expected, he found no fairy beans. He had mentally prepared himself and felt little disappointment. It was time to return home. Ah, it had been 2 years since he last saw his mother. He truly missed her. Trunks smiled. Throughout his life, he had never been away from Bulma for such an extended period. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to return home swiftly. Although only 2 days had passed in the outside world, he yearned for the home that included his mother. Perhaps this longing was characteristic of a traveler on their first journey away from home. Chapter 61. Xiao, the headquarters of the Earth Defense Force, was located in a secret refuge. At this moment, a stout man clad in samurai attire, wielding a katana and sporting a scruffy beard, was conversing with a young girl dressed in a military coat. Xiao Wu, according to intelligence. The Homu refuge was attacked by androids yesterday, with barely a handful of survivors remaining. Currently, the androids are wreaking havoc in the ruins of City B. How infuriating. The girl, known as Xiao Wu, slammed her palm on the table. In the days that Trunks has been absent, the androids have grown increasingly rampant. I wonder what has happened to him. This situation cannot continue. Fortunately, the weapons research team has developed several powerful bullets. Xiao Wu meticulously polished her specialized sniper rifle, her eyes shimmering with determination. Yachirobe interjected immediately, no, That's far too dangerous. You know how formidable the androids are. Our current technology cannot possibly contend with them. Shaking her head, Xiaowu replied resolutely, we must at least attempt it. If we can inflict harm on the androids, it would suggest that technological weaponry is a viable path. If not, I can at least buy us some time. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, I have safety measures in place and have already identified advantageous terrain for escape. If it fails, the chances of survival are considerably high. Yachirobe. There's no need to persuade me further. My mind is made up. Well, Sai, I suppose I will accompany you. Realizing her determination, Yachirobe could only sigh in resignation. By the way, you just said the chances are considerably high. How does that compare to Trunks? Huh? Xiaowu quickly transformed into a furious tigress, brandishing a large cleaver as she chased Yachirobe. Are you courting death for daring to tease me? I've never even seen that thing. In the ruins of a city, a man and a woman were continuously unleashing energy blasts, bombarding the remnants of the city, with dust swirling around them. Haha, I am still faster. Number 18, you have lost again. TCH, what's the big deal? The blonde beauty, number 18, replied coldly, pouting. With a flick of her hand, she fired an energy blast that reduced a leaning skyscraper in the distance to rubble. TSK, you say that, yet your actions are merciless. You are merely venting your frustrations, number 17 teased, crossing his arms with a smirk. Mind your own business. I do as I please, number 18 rolled her eyes, launching several energy blasts that erupted into clouds of dust among the ruins. But at that moment, 2 gunshots rang out from afar. Bang, bang. 2 specially developed bullets struck the unsuspecting number 17 and number 18, exploding upon impact. The force of the blasts caused the 2 to stagger backward. Clink, clink. The bullet casings fell to the ground. Where the androids were hit, only their clothing was torn, and their skin bore faint marks. Instantly, number 17 and number 18 exchanged dark glances, their expressions grim. They both shot toward the source of the bullets. This unprovoked ambush, though not severely damaging, was deeply insulting. They felt offended. Ambushers, may you meet a fitting end. The androids moved with incredible speed and, in mere moments, arrived at a nearby forest. A petite girl clad in a military coat, shouldering a sniper rifle, stood before them. So, you are the one behind the ambush. Very well. I will capture you and make you wish for death, number 18 said, a sinister smile creeping onto her cold features. No, number 18, leave her to me. I will ensure she enjoys every moment, and once I have grown bored, I will pass her on to you. This woman possesses a rare beauty, number 17 grinned darkly, his handsome face contrasting with his menacing demeanor. Unfazed, Xiaowu stared defiantly at the 2 harbingers of despair, unyielding in her resolve. Even the latest and most potent human weaponry cannot harm you. I concede that. However, I will never submit to you. As her words fell, Xiaowu abruptly hurled an unknown object at the feet of the androids and swiftly retreated. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their vision. Cough, cough. Number 17 struggled to suppress his coughing, tears streaming down his face, and soon realized that number 18 was in a similar predicament. Damn it. This smoke bomb has tear gas and mustard gas effects. I can hardly open my eyes. Curse that wretched girl. The 2 malevolent androids cursed. Temporarily blinded and relying solely on instinct, they unleashed energy blast wildly. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in the sound of explosions. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had already descended into a tunnel below, being carried swiftly on Yachirobe's shoulder, like the wind itself. One must commend Yachirobe for his unparalleled speed. The tunnel is shaking, Xiaowu exclaimed. Of course. Damn, the androids have begun bombarding us. I do not wish to be buried alive in this tunnel. Yachirobe cursed, accelerating even further. In the underground of West City, the Bulma residents awaited. Jiang Ling and Trunks have returned. Bulma, we are back, Trunks announced. I'm home, Mom. Bulma, seated in the living room sipping tea, looked up with a smile. You're back, are you? Yes, we are, Trunks replied with a grin, his eyes slightly glistening. I missed you, Mom. Oh, my dear, you've only been gone for 2 days, and here you are, looking this way. It seems your independence still needs some work, Bulma remarked tenderly with a gentle laugh. Ever since the demise of her former companions, one by one, at the hands of the androids, she had gradually softened, having not lost her temper for quite a while now. Unlike her younger days, when her fashionable attire complemented her beautiful visage and fiery temper. Oh, you've lost some weight. Bulma, being Trunks' mother, immediately noticed the subtle changes in her son. It's a long story. let us sit down and discuss it at length. Jiang Ling chuckled as the group settled down to enjoy their tea. The aromatic fragrance of the brew wafted through the living room, and Jiang Ling began to recount their experiences in the hyperbolic time chamber. So, you have been gone for 2 years, he exclaimed. I had no idea the chamber still existed. Bulma, with a look of astonishment, soon displayed a hint of regret. Alas, it is a pity that the emergence of the androids was so abrupt, and the Earth warriors fell in battle so swiftly. Moreover, Goku departed this world far too early due to his heart condition. I suppose the Supreme Kai did not have the opportunity to mention the hyperbolic time chamber to us. Jiang Ling nodded, affirming his thoughts. Moreover, even if we, the warriors of Earth, had trained for 2 years back then, it would have been virtually impossible to bridge the gap with the androids. The Heavenly Temple restricts each individual to merely 2 days of entry in their lifetime. And given the overall strength of Earth's warriors at that time, defeating the androids after just 2 years of training was utterly inconceivable. Let us not dwell on that. Bulma shook her head, reluctant to revisit that painful period, which was indeed etched deeply in her memory. After sharing a few amusing anecdotes from daily life, Bulma glanced at Trunks and mused, speaking of which, Trunks, you've grown 2 years older, haven't you? Yet it seems you haven't grown any taller. Trunks replied, I'm not sure why either. Uncle Jiang Ling mentioned it might be a genetic issue. A genetic issue? Bulma pondered, realizing it could only pertain to Trunks' father, Vegeta, and her own genes. It made sense. She was of a similar height to Vegeta. And to have given birth to such a tall young man as Trunks was already a source of satisfaction for her. It must be a matter of height between Vegeta and me. Speaking of Vegeta, my memories of him have begun to blur. After all, it has only been a year or two. Chapter 62. Night conversations. Upon hearing Vegeta's name from Bulma's lips, Jiang Ling did not take it to heart. After all, if one were to recount the tale, it was he who had intercepted Vegeta. What reason was there to harbor resentment? The oppressive presence of the evil androids had plunged Earth into a state akin to the apocalypse, leaving little room for leisure activities. After dinner, everyone simply returned to their rooms to rest. Jiang Ling lay upon the grand bed in the guest room, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. In the realm of mental cultivation, all was well. Devoid of women, his mind was solely occupied with training. When fatigue from his endeavors set in, he would simply rest and slumber, devoid of any such distractions. However, upon returning to this relaxed atmosphere, he beheld a woman strikingly reminiscent of his girlfriend Bulma, yet possessing an entirely different demeanor, graceful and gentle, embodying the essence of a future Bulma coupled with 2 years of restraint. At this moment, Jiang Ling's mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of his girlfriend, Bulma, as images of her from different timelines flickered through his consciousness. This was not entirely his fault. It was merely the influence of male hormones at play. However, the discomfort was overwhelming. To resolve this predicament, he could simply seek the assistance of 5th Mississippi. Jiang Ling had never had a girlfriend before, yet he had experienced such moments. It is believed that every young man engages in such behavior. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before rising to his feet. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Jiang Ling was taken aback, instantly losing all interest. Who is it? It's me, Bulma. He stepped forward to open the door. What greeted his eyes was Bulma clad in a nightgown. The loose garment could not conceal her well-maintained figure, nor her soft, fair skin. The hem of the nightgown barely reached above her knees, revealing her delicate, fair legs. Jiang Ling paused for a moment before welcoming Bulma inside. Bulma, it's quite late. Is there something you need? As he spoke, Jiang Ling took a closer look and realized that Bulma was in a rather revealing state. His breath involuntarily became heavier. Bulma, noticing Jiang Ling's bare torso, well-defined muscles, and his strikingly handsome, sun-kissed features, felt a flutter in her gaze. She quickly regained her composure, shook her head, and sighed before expressing her purpose. Ah, Jiang Ling. Perhaps it was our conversation about the past earlier today that made me reminisce about my old companions. I came to ask if you happen to have any photographs of them. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling set aside his unsettling thoughts, took out his phone, and opened the photo gallery, offering it to her. Here, take a look. He regarded future Bulma with sympathy, for her past experiences had been exceedingly painful. As future Bulma flipped through the album, she found most of the images captured moments between Jiang Ling and his girlfriend, Bulma, alongside individual portraits of her. She gazed quietly, her eyes brimming with envy and an inexplicable sentiment. Upon encountering photographs of other individuals, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Goku, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Piccolo. Is this the people from Namek? How nostalgic. Seeing this situation, Jiang Ling let out a sigh and gently patted future Bulma on the back. After a while, future Bulma wiped away her tears and returned the phone to Jiang Ling. Thank you, Jiang Ling. I feel much better. It's nothing. Whenever you need me, feel free to reach out, Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand. All right, Bulma said as she got up and departed. Jiang Ling watched Bulma depart, remaining seated on the bed for a while, yet unable to quell the restlessness within. Rising, he made his way directly to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. The chilly water cascaded over Jiang Ling, releasing a faint mist that finally subdued the flames of his fervor and the boiling of his blood. Lying on the bed, he activated the air conditioning, pulled the covers over himself, and surrendered to a deep slumber. The lengthy night unfurled, with moonlight cascading upon the ruins of the city, reminiscent of a gentle whispering breeze. The following day dawned. Jiang Ling gradually awakened, realizing it was already midday. He sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, allowing himself to ease into the transition from slumber. This was a common struggle for any ordinary man, despite lacking desire. One often found their body responding in such a manner upon waking. If he had a girlfriend or a wife by his side, it would have been more bearable, as they might occasionally provide assistance. However, Jiang Ling was alone at present. He could only wait for a while, allowing the physiological response to dissipate naturally, while also calming his morning irritability. After a short period, Jiang Ling emerged from her room, stretching her body leisurely. She had enjoyed a truly restful slumber. Casting a glance around, she noticed that the house was empty, with the meal quietly resting on the dining table, still steaming, evidently prepared just moments ago. Jiang Ling searched high and low before finally spotting Bulma in the technology research laboratory. In the future, Bulma donned a scientist's white lab coat, diligently tinkering with some apparatus. Her serious profile exuded an enchanting aura. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile. Hello, Bulma. The future Bulma looked up at the sound, her face lighting up with a smile. Are you up? I didn't want to disturb your sleep last night, so I decided not to wake you. I've just finished preparing the meal. You can eat it directly. Haha, thank you, Bulma. I had a very restful sleep. Jiang Ling smiled and continued to inquire, by the way, what about Trunks? He left early this morning without mentioning his plans, Bulma replied, somewhat unclear and not probing further. After all, her child had grown up and deserved his own space. She reminisced about her own adventures at the age of 16, when she had ventured out alone and even brought a boyfriend home. Reflecting on this, Bulma suddenly remarked, it would be wonderful if Trunks could bring a girlfriend home. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously, with Tien sneaking out in such secrecy, he may have already achieved something. Is that so? That would be wonderful. I truly hope to become a grandmother soon. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. The artificial beings had yet to be vanquished, and he was already contemplating the prospect of becoming a grandparent. However, upon reflection, this might well be the cherished aspiration of every mother. Chapter 63 sees the moment in the shelter of the Earth Defense Force. A frown of irritation marred the countenance of Trunks, who stood beside the smiling Xiao Wu. You're being exceedingly reckless. You have no means to contend with the artificial beings. It is fortunate that nothing transpired this time. What if it had? Come now, do not be angry. Xiao Wu coaxed, pressing close to him and giggling as she assured, I promise I won't do it again next time. Trunks, feeling somewhat appeased, finally noticed that his arm was enveloped in her warmth, rendering escape nearly impossible. Is something the matter, Trunks? She inquired. Nothing, he replied, inhaling deeply to compose himself, angling his body to conceal his embarrassment from her gaze. I haven't been here for a few days. How have things been with the artificial beings? Upon hearing his question, Xiao Wu's playful demeanor faded, and she spoke earnestly. The artificial beings have grown increasingly audacious. She proceeded to recount the recent events in detail. Trunks listened intently before responding. Be vigilant regarding the appearances of the artificial beings and inform me. I intend to confront them. Xiao Wu gazed at the composed Trunks in surprise. Previously, he would have been furious at the audacity of the artificial beings, yet now he appeared remarkably calm. Xiao Wu's heart fluttered, enamored by this newfound steadiness in Trunks. Oh my, help! Trunks is so handsome, so mature. Her eyes sparkled with infatuation, and as her emotions surged, she shyly licked her lips, hinting, Trunks, my lips feel a bit dry. Trunks scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden statement. If your lips are dry, just drink some water. Seeing his lack of understanding, Xiao Wu hinted again, could you not assist me? Trunks tilted his head, rising with a sigh of resignation. He fetched a cup of warm water. Here, the water is ready. Drink plenty. It's good for your health. Who taught you that? Xiaowu asked, bewildered. She had never realized Trunks was so straightforward. It was my Uncle Jiang Ling. He is a good person and taught me much about navigating life. Trunks chuckled to himself. Feeling a sense of pride, Xiaowu fell silent for a moment before stating, in the future, try not to learn from him. Just as Trunks was about to retort, a knock echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Xiaowu, are you there? It's Bidalai. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu quickly distanced herself from Trunks. I'm here, Bidalai. Please come in. The door swung open to reveal a tall, attractive young woman with a resolute expression. She was Bidalai, the daughter of Mr. Satan. Within the Earth Defense Force, her prowess ranked among the elite, and she held a prominent position. It is noteworthy that in this timeline, Bidalai's father, Mr. Satan, had triumphed in the World Martial Arts Tournament, only to face the crisis of the artificial beings in the same year, resulting in his demise. Fortunately, Bidalai had been trained from a young age and possessed sufficient skills to safeguard herself amidst the chaos. After years of struggle, she had gradually improved her abilities and ultimately formed the Earth Defense Force alongside Xiaowu and others. Trunks, you're here too. Am I interrupting a moment between you and Xiaowu? Bidalai teased with a smirk. Xiaowu's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite her experiences in various battles, she remained somewhat innocent regarding matters of the heart. Bidalai, please don't tease me. Trunks stood up, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Bidalai, you've arrived. I just returned and hadn't the chance to greet you. I understand, Bidalai laughed lightly. By the way, since Gohan is no longer around, you needn't call me sister. Very well, sister, Trunks replied. In this timeline, Gohan and Bidalai had fortuitously crossed paths and developed a romantic relationship, albeit with Gohan having perished in battle. Bidalai, witnessing Trunks' insistence on calling her sister, could only smile in resignation. Turning to Xiaowu, she set aside her playful tone and said, recently, we lost contact with the Beidou shelter. We dispatched someone to investigate, and the information has just returned. Oh, what was the cause? Xiaowu asked, her expression serious. Bidalai's demeanor turned grave. The Beidou shelter is completely deserted. Thousands of individuals have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only scattered clothing and signs of a struggle. Xiaowu and Trunks gasped in unison, exchanging glances as a singular thought emerged. What calamity had befallen them? Prompting such a desperate flight? Trunks could not restrain himself, exclaiming, what could have happened? Bidalai shook her head. When I first received this news, I thought the same. But subsequent findings contradicted that theory. Investigators uncovered only traces of conflict, with no evidence of an escape. From the signs at the scene, it does not appear to have been the work of the artificial beings. Preliminary assessments suggest they encountered an unknown enemy, most likely a creature that devours flesh. Xiaowu suppressed her shock and inquired, are such creatures truly existent in this world? Unknown, Bidalai replied, shaking her head. Trunks' expression darkened as he spoke. Indeed, there are. My mother has recounted tales of formidable foes possessing extraordinary abilities. For instance, there was the malevolent demon King Piccolo, who could regenerate from severed limbs and even lay eggs to propagate his lineage. Xiaowu and Bidalai nodded in agreement, clearly aware of this history. It had caused quite a sensation on Earth, nearly leading to global domination before being vanquished by a remarkably powerful child, known to them as Son Goku. How unfortunate it was, they mused, that if Mr. Goku were still alive, one could only imagine how formidable he would have become. Let us promptly inform our subordinates in the other shelters, advising them to remain vigilant and report any developments, Trunks decisively stated. He then added, as for the malevolent artificial beings, I shall team up with Jiang Ling to address that matter. What? You believe you can defeat the artificial beings? The two women gazed at him with astonishment. Trunks waved his hand and smiled, saying, it is a collaboration between Jiang Ling and myself. We possess a modicum of confidence. Yet only through confrontation can we ascertain the balance of power. Chapter 64, The Research Institute. After Bidalai's departure, Trunks and Xiaowu lingered for a moment, both preoccupied with their own thoughts, rendering them inattentive to matters of romance. After a while, Trunks sought an excuse to leave. He rose and returned home. Upon arriving, Trunks promptly sought out Jiang Ling and recounted the entire sequence of events. The monstrous entity that devours flesh. At that moment, Jiang Ling immediately deduced the identity of the individual, Cell. Considering the timeline, Cell should still require a few more years to reach completion. How could he have emerged prematurely? Could it possibly be a version of Cell from another timeline? That too seemed plausible. However, Jiang Ling felt the likelihood of that was quite low. There was no particular reason for this sentiment. It was simply an instinctive belief. Cell was a creature engineered from the genetic material of Earth's warriors, as well as Frisia and others, collected by Dr. Gero. In order to uncover the truth of the matter, Jiang Ling resolved to visit the laboratory. He was uncertain of the location of Dr. Gero's research facility. During his initial viewing of Dragon Ball, he had paid little attention to geographical details, only recalling places like Kame House, Bunsha Mountain, and West City. As for Dr. Gero's lab, he had a vague recollection that it was situated in a remote, sparsely populated area on the outskirts. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before posing a few inquiries to Bulma. Bulma, are you familiar with the individual known as Dr. Gero? After a brief reflection, Bulma recalled the name from her memory. Oh, him. Yes, I know. A genius in the field of genetic engineering, though regrettably, he has taken a misguided path. Our pursuits diverge. While he primarily focuses on genetic technology, my research is centered on mechanical engineering. Jiang Ling inquired once more. Are you aware of the location of his research institute? The research institute? I recall it being in Baidu, if I am not mistaken. It has indeed been quite some time. Bulma scratched her head, her delicate brows furrowed in thought. Upon hearing the name of the place, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, this must be the location. Without further contemplation, he declared, Trunks, let us proceed. Jiang Ling greeted Turnanks and proceeded to walk outside. Turnanks followed, inquiring, where are we headed? Are we preparing for a tactical confrontation with the androids? However, the androids lack a presence, and I am still unaware of their current location. I must await intelligence from the self-defense forces. It is not a battle against the malevolent androids. Jiang Ling shook his head, his expression taking on an uncommon seriousness. Let us visit a location that may very well be the source of the creature that consumes flesh and blood. After a brief yet swift flight, Jiang Ling and Tennanks arrived above the ruins of Baidu. Gazing at the disordered remnants, their faces remained expressionless. After all, this was the city where the humanoids had first taken the stage for a concert over a decade ago. Years had passed, and vines, weeds, and trees had overgrown the ruins, leaving marks of time's passage. There was an overwhelming sense of transience, as if the world had drastically changed and the people once there had faded away. Tennanks, let us search separately within a radius of several dozen kilometers from this city. Pay attention to the mountains, as the research facility is built within one of them. Understood. As soon as the words were spoken, the two parted ways, each heading in a different direction to search. Their pace slowed considerably, for they needed to scrutinize their surroundings. Flying too swiftly might lead to overlooking crucial details. Jiang Ling traversed amidst the towering mountains, his mind intensely focused, scrutinizing the terrain for any signs of research facilities. After an hour had elapsed, an unexpected surge of energy erupted. Jiang Ling halted his steps, directing his gaze towards that particular direction. It was the unmistakable aura of Turnanks. At this moment, the surge of energy indicated that he had likely located the research facility, employing this method as a form of notification. Jiang Ling did not hesitate and swiftly made his way towards the location. Before long, he arrived at the site. Turnanks stood before a partially collapsed hillside and, upon seeing Jiang Ling approach, pointed to some exposed iron objects. This must be the place. Jiang Ling surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that this was indeed Dr. Guluo's research facility. The two immediately set to work, and due to their extraordinary abilities, they cleared the area with remarkable speed. Several damaged instruments were retrieved, along with a few white capsules towering over a person. They even unearthed two malfunctioning robots, one with a corpulent, bulky frame, and the other emaciated and gaunt, both bearing large gaping holes in their bodies from the explosion. Jiang Ling was able to recognize that these two robots were indeed Dr. Gero and Android 19. It appeared that in this timeline, Dr. Gero had just released Androids 17 and 18 when he was ambushed, without even having the chance to press the emergency stop button. Jiang Ling, there is an unopened capsule here. Tenshanks suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Ling cast his gaze towards the white fuselage, where the number 16 was inscribed. Do not open it just yet. We shall take it back later, Jiang Ling remarked. He had previously wondered why the number 16 had not appeared in this time and space. It turned out it had not been released. The cleanup operation was progressing methodically, as Jiang Ling had yet to locate the items he required. Suddenly, Jiang Ling has just moved aside a large stone, revealing an entrance beneath. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found it. Turnanks, come over and let us descend together. A basement? Turnanks approached and inquired. Indeed. Jiang Ling spoke as he descended the staircase ahead of everyone. A wave of stale, putrid odor assailed his senses. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Jiang Ling gathered a small sphere at his fingertips. Though diminutive in size, its brilliance was remarkably intense, instantly illuminating the entire basement. The basement housed a computer along with several instruments. The computer displayed a series of texts accompanied by several exclamation marks, likely conveying the message: experiment prematurely terminated, experiment incomplete. Jiang Ling cast his gaze upon the apparatus. Among them was a large incubator, its glass cover shattered from within, leaving shards strewn across the floor. The traces on the ground revealed remnants of dried water stains. Piecing together the clues from the computer, Jiang Ling could vividly imagine a scene within the incubator. A fully developed humanoid creature resembling Cell had inexplicably broken through the glass enclosure, causing the nutrient solution to spill forth alongside the shattered fragments. Subsequently, the creature emerged and promptly vanished without a trace. The text displayed on the computer indicated that the incubation period had not yet reached its predetermined duration, suggesting that Cell had chosen not to wait any longer. Jiang Ling pondered deeply. Then Trunks approached and inquired, "Jiang Ling, have you made any discoveries?" "Indeed," Jiang Ling replied, articulating his conjectures, which included information regarding the creature known as Cell. Trunks's expression grew somber. What a monstrous being, capable of evolution. No wonder the inhabitants of the northern shelter have vanished. It appears they have been absorbed. Chapter 65, The crisis concerning the androids has yet to be resolved. And now a new peril has emerged. When Jiang Ling first arrived in the future timeline, he refrained from addressing the emergence of Cell, as according to the original narrative, Cell was not destined to appear for several more years. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected early manifestation of this entity. Nonetheless, the situation remained manageable for him. In contrast, Trunks perceived the matter differently. He suddenly felt the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him, rendering him somewhat breathless. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Do not be overly stressed. At this stage, Sharu is still quite feeble and poses little threat. He must consume a considerable amount of flesh to evolve. Most importantly, there are not enough beings on Earth for him to devour." After hearing Jiang Ling's reassuring words, Trunks exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat relieved. "Let us hope so," he murmured. Casting a glance around the basement, Jiang Ling noticed some papers on the table. Upon picking them up for a closer inspection, he discovered they contained information regarding the emergency shutdown devices for androids 17 and 18. Trunks inquired, "What is this?" Jiang Ling explained, "This information is valuable. It enables the creation of a device that can halt the activities of the androids instantly, in simple terms, rendering them immobile." Jiang Ling elucidated. Tien Nankisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is a remarkable invention, for with its creation, we shall no longer need to contend with artificial beings." Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and remarked disdainfully, "Don't hold out hope for these things. What if they prove ineffective? We must eradicate the malevolent artificial beings ourselves." Treating the emergency shutdown device as a mere contingency. "You are absolutely right," Turnax agreed, having regained his composure. "After all, one's own strength is the undeniable truth. If technology can resolve this issue, what will we do when confronted with a formidable adversary in the future? The same logic applies in daily life. If someone can assist you this time, what about next time? It is not feasible to rely on others indefinitely. Therefore, it is preferable to resolve matters independently whenever possible." Jiang Ling gathered the materials, preparing to take them back for Bulma to fabricate. The blueprints appeared intricate, yet he held firm in his belief that Bulma, with her prodigious talent, would be able to create them, as evidenced in the original narrative. Jiang Ling searched the area and discovered additional materials related to genetic research, which he deemed somewhat useful and took with him. He also appropriated several valuable machines and discreetly removed the compartment containing Unit 16. Subsequently, he exited the research facility alongside Tien. Observing the now largely worthless establishment, Jiang Ling gathered a sphere of energy in the palm of his hand and hurled it towards the building. With a resounding explosion, the laboratory, along with the mountain, was reduced to mere ashes, leveling the terrain entirely. The potency of this energy sphere clearly demonstrated Jiang Ling's mastery over control, capable of flattening a mountain without causing harm to the earth itself. "Let us depart and return home." Indeed, back to the base, Jiang Ling handed over the blueprints and various instruments to Bulma in one swift motion. After perusing the diagrams, Bulma exhaled in relief. "The artificial human cessation device I have been studying closely resembles these blueprints. It appears I am on the right track. With this blueprint in hand, I shall soon bring my creation to fruition. Jiang Ling nodded, and then took out the cabin numbered 16. Inside it lay a humanoid. What? Bulma and Trunks were taken aback. They were particularly sensitive to the term humanoid, associating it with malevolence. After all, without humanoids, the Earth would not have reached such a state. Destroy this humanoid at once, Trunks exclaimed. Bulma paused for a moment, choosing not to speak, instead waiting to see how Jiang Ling would respond. She harbored an inexplicable trust in him, believing that his actions were undoubtedly justified. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ling was the counterpart of her boyfriend from a different timeline? Jiang Ling smiled and said, "First, allow me to explain. This artificial being is different. He is neither wicked nor malevolent. He is a good artificial person. Jiang Ling, you must understand, all artificial beings are inherently evil. This one is no exception," Trunks argued vehemently, despite the lack of substantial reasoning. The impact of artificial beings had permeated deeply into his very being, prompting an instinctive aversion. Bulma shot him a glare, promptly seizing Trunks by the ear. "How many times must I remind you to address me as Auntie? Auntie. I've said it. Stop tugging at my ears, Mom. I'm your mother. What is wrong with pulling your ear? It's nothing. As long as you're happy." Ultimately, Trunks succumbed to Bulma's authoritative presence. Jiang Ling found it somewhat amusing, as he could not fathom how someone with Bulma's personality could rage Trunks. Perhaps it was a matter of the era. Their temperaments are entirely dissimilar. Ahem. Jiang Ling interrupted their affectionate interaction and continued, "Listen to me, the android number 16 is not malevolent." Upon hearing this, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Bulma spoke up. "All right, Jiang Ling, I trust you." Trunks recollected Jiang Ling's numerous deeds, including leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber, teaching him the Super Saiyan full power, providing him with study materials and all the information regarding Cell. Considering all of this, he found it entirely reasonable to place his unwavering trust in Jiang Ling. "I trust you too," Trunks declared earnestly. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile as he briefly introduced the information regarding Subject 16. This entity was entirely robotic in nature. Apart from its human-like appearance, it was composed entirely of machinery. Bulma, recognizing the implications of its robotic nature, remarked, "Given your capabilities, you should be able to intervene, correct? Perhaps by implanting a control program within its central control system? This would serve as a precautionary measure. In the event of any irregularities, you could disrupt its functions." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This was indeed her area of expertise. "Absolutely, no problem at all," she exclaimed, as she directed the cockpit into her laboratory. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Tien returned to the living room to rest and recharge. At that moment, Tien received a message from the Earth Defense Force. After reading it, his expression turned grave. "There is a surviving town, and its inhabitants have suffered at the hands of Cell. There must be tens of thousands of them. I cannot delay. I must eliminate Cell first." With determination, he made to leave, but Jiang Ling intercepted him. "Can you sense Cell's presence?" Jiang Ling inquired. No, Tien shook his head in response. "Then what is your plan?" "Cell is cunning and adept at concealing his energy. He could easily hide in a forest." "Where will you search?" But I am filled with rage. "So many lives at stake," Jiang Ling remarked. "It's all right. We can resurrect once everything is over." This took Tien by surprise. "We can resurrect? I thought the Dragon Balls were no longer on Earth." He continued, "My mother mentioned that there are Dragon Balls on the new Namek, but she has no idea where they are and has been searching for over a decade without success. In this timeline, the plot development prior to the androids remains faithful to the original narrative. Namek was destroyed by Frieza, and the Namekians migrated to a new Namek. As for Bulma, her whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, she would have already revived the warriors of Earth. Concerning Son Goku, he passed away due to heart disease, and according to the lore, he should not be able to be resurrected. There are indeed methods available, but they are rather challenging. Jiang Ling was not entirely confident in his ability to resurrect Sun Wukong. "Well, once this matter is resolved, I shall consult with King Beijia. And then your mother can construct a spaceship to journey there," Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. "Does this mean that Gohan can also be revived?" Trunks inquired eagerly. "In theory, it is indeed possible." "Wonderful!" Trunks exclaimed, leaping with excitement, inadvertently creating a significant hole in the ceiling. "Ouch, that hurts." Jiang Ling wore a smile, observing the excitement of Tien as if watching a junior, his expression growing increasingly benevolent. Chapter 66, Battle. After a while, Bulma approached, announcing that she had completed the task. Jiang Ling remarked, let us awaken number 16 first. Even if he possesses malevolent tendencies, should you find yourself unable to control him. Both Trunks and I will be here to ensure safety. Bulma nodded in agreement, one hand clutching the controller specifically designed for number 16, while the other cautiously opened the white capsule. A formidable figure emerged before them, a man with a robust physique and an orange pineapple hairstyle. It was indeed number 16. Bulma pressed the activation button, and number 16 gradually opened his eyes. He sat up and glanced around at the gathered individuals. Good day, Miss Bulma. Greetings to you both. Gentlemen. Within number 16's database, he possessed information about Bulma. However, he found no records pertaining to Jiang Ling and Trunks. Bulma and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief at number 16's amiable demeanor. Jiang Ling silently nodded in acknowledgement. His appearance was rather ordinary, though his hairstyle did not quite align with Jiang Ling's aesthetic preferences. Hello, number 16. You may call me Jiang Ling. This is Trunks, the son of Bulma. Greetings. Jiang Ling and Trunks. Might I inquire as to where we are? This is our underground base. First and foremost, I must ascertain whether you harbor any malicious intent. Number 16 shook his head. I bear no ill will. I cherish nature and small creatures, and I have no desire to take a life. However, my programming compels me to eliminate one individual, Son Goku. Bulma interjected. Son Goku is already deceased. Is that so? What then should I do? Since this programming has been imposed upon you, I can assist in removing it. Thank you very much, Miss Bulma. You're welcome. At that moment, Trunks suddenly remarked. You claim to have no malicious intent, but how can I ascertain whether you are being truthful? I do not possess the concept of lying, number 16 replied. I can grant you access to my core code for verification. Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances. Given the circumstances, they felt assured that there was no cause for concern. Jiang Ling smiled and said, May I ask you for a favor? Number 16 replied, Go ahead. On Earth, the malevolent androids, namely number 17 and number 18, were also creations of Dr. Gero, much like yourself. They wreaked havoc indiscriminately, resulting in a drastic decline in both human and animal populations. While nature suffered varying degrees of devastation, Jiang Ling paused momentarily and continued, Could you assist in providing the locations for the 17th and 18th? Number 16. With a subtle change in expression, replied, Certainly, it poses no issue. According to the database, their energy signatures are rather unique, and it is quite normal that your technological products are unable to detect them. Upon hearing this, Tien inquired with curiosity, They are artificial beings like you. Why would you provide us with their locations? Number 16 shook his head, stating, I have never encountered them, and there exists no emotional connection. Moreover, I harbor a disdain for malevolence. Jiang Ling remarked, Very well, on the 16th, Tien, we shall embark. Tien nodded in agreement, Indeed. Let us depart. A fierce determination sparkled in Tien eyes. In the sky, Jiang Ling and the Ternanks flew at an astonishing speed through the sky, heading towards the location identified by the number 16 probe. As they journeyed, number 16 gazed downwards, witnessing the ravaged forests and the desolate flora and fauna below. A flicker of compassion illuminating its eyes. How lamentable it is. Nature is so splendid, yet it has been so wantonly destroyed. Jiang Ling cast a glance at him and said, As long as we eliminate the malevolent artificial beings, I shall restore nature to its rightful state. Soon after, the group arrived outside a villa. According to the energy readings detected by the radar within me, they should be inside, number 16 remarked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tien transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging dramatically. With a brilliant flash of magic, he unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom. The villa erupted in an explosion, debris scattering through the air. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. This move was quite powerful. One he could also execute, having learned it during his training. Whoosh. Two figures emerged from the wreckage of the villa, approaching Jiang Ling and his companions. It was the nefarious android duo, number 17 and number 18. They bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Oh, I wonder who it could be. Isn't that the cowardly Trunks? Number 17 taunted. After hiding for so long, you finally decided to show yourself? And you've even brought backup, but you're merely here to be served. You stand no chance against me. Number 18 cast a glance, her gaze settling on Jiang Ling. This man is rather intriguing. Number 17. Don't kill him just yet. Number 17 shrugged nonchalantly. Well, who can blame you for wanting to protect your dear brother? Perhaps having been invincible for too long, they exuded an air of overconfidence, completely devoid of the tension typically felt before a great battle, appearing remarkably relaxed. Humph. Androids. Trunks' eyes glimmered with battle intent and resentment. Today marks your end. Number 17 crossed his arms and sneered. You said the same last time, and we all know how that turned out. He then glanced at the demolished villa behind them and added, but now that you've destroyed our home, I think it's only fair to punish you with severe injuries. Trunks unsheathed his large sword, adopting a combat stance. Meanwhile, number 16 interjected, Jiang Ling, Trunks, I have no interest in fighting. You may proceed. That's fine. I had no intention of involving you, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Stepping forward to stretch his limbs, directly seeking out number 17 as his opponent, for he found it difficult to strike a woman. Boom. A brilliant golden aura surged into the sky. Chapter 67, Swordsmanship. Two streams of golden energy intertwined magnificently, radiating around Jiang Ling and Trunks like two divine warriors. Number 16 watched them, his eyes widening in astonishment. He knew they were strong, but he never anticipated such terrifying energy. Is this truly the power humanity can possess? Number 16 found it hard to believe, yet the radar within him confirmed the reality. Number 18 paid little heed to her opponent Trunks, as she perceived him to be effortlessly capable. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, licked her luscious red lips, and fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Ling. Handsome boy, if you surrender now and obediently serve me, I might consider sparing you from future troubles. Otherwise, prepare for some pain. My brother won't be as merciful as I am. From the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Ling, she was captivated by his strikingly handsome appearance, yearning to pamper him in her own way. Perhaps it was love at first sight, or perhaps it was just infatuation. She had never felt such a powerful sensation before. Regardless, number 18 was eager to take out her small whip, and if Jiang Ling were aware of her thoughts, she might exclaim that different environments truly foster diverse preferences. If you desire my service, defeat me first, Jiang Ling remarked with a casual glance. Number 18 shrugged with resignation, saying, in that case, number 17, you know the drill, just don't get seriously injured. Number 17 nonchalantly replied, very well, I shall be cautious. As soon as the words left his lips, he turned to his adversary, Jiang Ling, and scoffed. You are the third person I've encountered with dyed hair, but what of it? In the end, you will still find yourself at our mercy. For the sake of my sister, I shall grant you an opportunity to make the first move. Oh, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a faint smile, and in the next moment, the golden aura enveloping him vanished, instantly shifting to full power mode. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared before No. 17 at an astonishing speed. Boom. Jiang Ling delivered a punch, striking the abdomen of number 17. Taken by surprise by such overwhelming force, No. 17's eyes widened as gastric fluids erupted forth. His entire body was propelled backward, carving a deep and wide trench into the ground before finally crashing against a mountain peak, where he came to a halt. Is this all? Jiang Ling remarked, it's not as formidable as I imagined. Not far away, number 18 was taken aback. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. How is this possible? Number 17 was knocked down with a single blow. With this thought, number 18 exclaimed, number 17, have you been playing too much outside these past few days? Are you feeling weak? Boom. Number 17 shattered the massive boulder, pinning him down, and shot a fierce glare, declaring, who is weak? It cannot be me. I was simply unprepared. He truly believed himself to be the strongest in the world, convinced that no one could possibly defeat him. He had merely been ambushed. With renewed vigor, number 17 launched himself towards Jiang Ling with utmost determination. Come at me. Jiang Ling let out a chuckle, standing firmly as he prepared to deliver a direct punch. Boom. Jiang Ling stood resolutely, exhibiting no sign of being at a disadvantage. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of punches, 1, 2, 3, each strike landing with precision upon number 17's form, delivering a relentless barrage that left his opponent in a state of utter defensiveness, unable to retaliate. Countless attempts to counter were effortlessly quelled by Jiang Ling's overwhelming prowess. Number 17, I shall assist you. Number 18, possessing a keen sense of her surroundings, recognized her brother's plight and immediately prepared to intervene. She understood the principle of mutual dependence. However, just as she was about to advance, Trunks interposed himself before her. Your opponent is me. Depart. Number 18, anxious for her brother's safety, dismissed Trunks as a mere obstacle and executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at him. In her estimation, this move would incapacitate Trunks instantaneously. With a resounding thud, Trunks effortlessly blocked the attack with his arm. You underestimate me gravely, he remarked with an air of calmness. Number 18 furrowed her brow in disbelief. How is this possible? Trunks should not have withstood that blow unscathed. Sensing her incredulity, Trunks replied, I am no longer the person I once was. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. With that, he retracted the golden aura enveloping him, elevating his presence significantly. Brandishing his massive sword, he swung it with ferocity. Number 18's pupils dilated, her instincts on high alert. She swiftly conjured a faint blue shield to envelop her form as she braced for impact. The collision was immense. Her curvaceous figure was driven forcefully into the ground, creating a substantial crater. The protective blue shield dissipated, leaving her vulnerable. Despite the protective barrier, the sheer force had inflicted considerable damage. With a gasp, she spat forth a mouthful of crimson blood from her luscious lips. Wah! What is happening? How can you be this strong? There is nothing impossible. Do you understand? Whenever I felt on the brink of collapse during my training, I would recall the visage and laughter of Gohan. It was him who sustained me and urged me to persevere. Trunks clutched his heart, his eyes ablaze with loathing. You are the ones who took my beloved Gohan from me. Number 18 felt the weight of Trunks' formidable aura pressing down upon her. In a flustered tone, she replied, Trunks, please do not approach. Given that I previously spared you. Trunks let out a bitter laugh. Spare me? Do you think I am unaware? You merely viewed me as a toy for your amusement. If I were to let you go, what of the countless humans you have slain on this planet? What of the animals you have destroyed? What of the very ecosystem you have ravaged? What of the brave warriors who perished at your hands? Over yonder, Jiang Ling, who had been dominating number 17, took note of the unfolding confrontation. He paused momentarily, astonished. He had not anticipated that Trunks had harbored such a profound accumulation of pressure, indeed. Hatred and negative emotions over the years. If this continued unabated, it was inevitable that he would succumb to darkness. Jiang Ling sighed, recognizing that he was not Trunks and could not fully empathize with the situation. Nevertheless, he harbored a profound disdain for the malevolent deeds of the artificial beings. Consequently, he increased the intensity of his strikes, leaving number 17 in a state of agony. Trunks' utterances rendered number 18 momentarily speechless. She had never considered nor cared about such matters. Perplexed as to why Trunks exhibited such concern for these insignificant creatures. Insignificant creatures? Trunks shook his head. There was no point in further discourse. The wicked androids would never comprehend their suffering. With this thought, a glimmer flashed in Trunks' eyes as he charged forward, wielding his great sword. Allow me to demonstrate the techniques Jiang Ling has imparted to me. The Dragon's Cleave. His form seemed to manifest a spectral dragon. Chapter 68. Annihilation Blast. A gash appeared on number 18's body. Trunks pivoted, thrusting his sword upward, lifting number 18 into the air without a trace of mercy. Phantom Blade Dance. Trunks swiftly swung his great sword, unleashing an unrestrained torrent of energy from the blade, striking number 18 with relentless force. She was utterly defenseless. Enough. Number 18 cried out, her body marred with wounds. Suddenly, she unleashed a surge of power, a formidable energy erupting from within her. Trunks was compelled to retreat, interrupting his consecutive attacks. Number 18 hovered in midair, gazing at her once smooth skin now riddled with injuries, a savage fury igniting in her eyes. Countless energy blasts materialized in her hands, hurled towards Trunks. Yet, she retained her composure. If Trunks evaded her energy blasts, they would detonate upon the earth, leaving it fractured even if it did not explode. Number 18 was certain that Trunks would intercept them. Indeed, the next moment, a serious expression crossed Trunks' face. He stood his ground, allowing the energy blast to collide with him. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke billowed, and the air thickened with dust. Trunks, Jiang Ling called out, a twinge of worry gnawing at his heart. With a swift knee strike, he sent the 17th away, fixing his gaze intently on the direction of Ternakos. I'm fine. Ternakos' voice resonated, causing Jiang Ling to breathe a sigh of relief before re-engaging with the 17th. At that moment, the 17th was battered and bruised, his former charm and elegance utterly extinguished. Damn it, I will kill you. Oh, your body is entirely soft, yet your tongue is as hard as steel. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. This single statement served to humiliate the 17th profoundly. As a man, he could endure various insults, but to be labeled as soft? Hmph. The 17th stood on the ground, his face contorted with rage, as he gathered an enormous energy sphere in his hands. Annihilation Bomb. Kneel before me, or I shall obliterate the earth. The 17th laughed maniacally. Jiang Ling. Impressive. The siblings employ the same tactic. If they cannot prevail, they resort to threats. Do they? Nevertheless, this intimidation proves to be effective. Jiang Ling fell to the ground, yet did not kneel, for beneath a man's knee lies gold. Do not act impulsively, for in destroying the earth, you would also seal your own fate. Jiang Ling gently advised, expressing a desire to dissuade number 17 from such thoughts if possible. Should persuasion prove futile, he intended to return to his own timeline through the system before the Earth's destruction. As a deserter? No, certainly not. Upon returning to his time, Jiang Ling would wait a while before returning directly to New Namek, where he could restore the Earth. However, this solution was to be employed only as a last resort, for it was rather cumbersome. Don't act impulsively? Number 17 exclaimed in fury. You're telling me not to act impulsively when you've nearly beaten me to death? Just look at my face. I used to be handsome, but now, bruised and battered, I have no idea when I will return to normal. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle for a moment, but upon seeing the unsightly expression on the face of the individual on the 17th, she quickly suppressed her laughter. Stifling a smile as she remarked, that was not my intention. I can assist you in your recovery. Subsequently, Jiang Ling's expression turned serious as he swiftly moved in front of number 17. Seizing the moment before his opponent could react, he unleashed a flurry of punches directly to his face. Here is your beautiful fist. Thud, thud, thud. After the barrage, number 17's face swelled even further. I won't let you get away with this. Just as those words escaped his lips, Jiang Ling sent him flying with a powerful kick, his body hurtling through the air and crashing into the distant woods, shattering countless trees in his wake. Jiang Ling, however, paid no further heed to him. Instead, he gazed upward at the colossal destructive orb that number 17 had just gathered, now slowly descending towards them. Jiang Ling's expression was grave as he uttered a soft command. An overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being. His hands were positioned in a flower petal formation at his waist. King Kai Fist. A crimson flame enveloped him. The King Kai Fist combined with Super Saiyan. Jiang Ling's expression was one of fierce agony, clearly overwhelmed by the unbearable pressure resulting from the convergence of these two explosive energies. Yet, there was no alternative. The Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. A crimson shockwave coalesced from Jiang Ling's hands, hurtling directly towards the destructive projectile in the sky. Boom. In Jiang Ling's eyes, the shadow of the annihilation orb loomed larger, descending slowly. I shall assist you. Despite the threats posed by number 18, a battered Tien, with dust swirling around him, unleashed a powerful magical flash. Boom. Together, they managed to hold the annihilation orb aloft, preventing it from plummeting to Earth. The scene reached an impasse. At that moment, a voice emerged from the observing number 16. I shall join as well. With a swift motion, he detached his wrist, aiming the dark aperture at the annihilation orb, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Boom. The trio combined their strength, propelling the annihilation orb further and further away, ultimately launching it into outer space. The shockwave from the orb's explosion did ripple back to Earth, but the repercussions were manageable, merely earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Chapter 69, Mutation. With the crisis of the annihilation orb resolved, Jiang Ling and Tien both sighed in relief. At that moment on the battlefield, no, 17 had been struck by Jiang Ling into the woods, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, number 18, seizing the opportunity from earlier, took a brief respite not far away. As the bleeding from his wounds began to subside, Tien, are you all right? Jiang Ling inquired with concern. Just moments ago, Trunks had endured a relentless bombardment of energy blasts from Android 18. Even with his full Super Saiyan power, withstanding such an onslaught was no trivial feat. Trunks' attire lay in tatters, and the number of wounds he bore surpassed even those of Android 18. He steadied his breath and remarked, I'm fine, I can hold on. Jiang Ling remarked, if it comes to it, allow me to take over while you rest. Trunks shook his head with a resolute expression, declaring, no, I must resolve this myself. It is for Gohan's vengeance. Very well, you possess true courage. Jiang Ling responded, raising his thumb in admiration, affirming his faith in Trunks. Subsequently, he sank heavily to the ground. The earlier application of the King Kai Fist combined with Super Saiyan had rendered his body utterly exhausted. At this moment, he found himself incapable of further combat, having lost his fighting prowess. In truth, Jiang Ling still had a senza bean remaining. Consuming it would allow him to continue the battle. However, considering that Android 17 had vanished without a trace, likely inflicted with severe injuries by his hand, and with only Android 18 left to contend with, Jiang Ling decided it prudent not to squander the senza bean. He resolved to observe the unfolding events from the sidelines. Jiang Ling glanced around, retrieving tables and chairs. He then brought out the tea set, tea leaves, hot water, and snacks, beginning to brew tea right there. He called out to the distant and astonished 16th to join him in a cup of tea. His leisurely demeanor suggested that this place was far from a battlefield. Trunks, you carry on. I shall savor my tea. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air as Jiang Ling enjoyed his brew. Trunks inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and turned his gaze toward 18th, speaking in a low tone. Let us proceed, 18th. The expression on 18th's delicate face darkened as she realized that, despite sustaining numerous energy blasts, her opponent had not perished. I never expected you to survive this long. Truly, one must reevaluate after a mere 3 days apart. I wonder how you have advanced so swiftly. Trunks retorted, that is of no concern to you. Just know that this time next year will mark your demise. What audacity! A cold gleam flickered in 18th's eyes as she shouted, 17th, where are you? If you're alive, come out quickly so we can take on Trunks together. She could see that Jiang Ling had lost the ability to continue fighting. With 17th's assistance, victory was surely within reach. After waiting for a while without a response from 17th, 18th's heart sank. 17th, respond to me. Lapis, answer me. She even shouted 17th's name, yet still, there was no reply. Trunks chuckled softly, sensing that 17th's fate was grim. Impossible. My brother is far too powerful to be in danger. Frustration mounted within 18th, and her energy began to surge uncontrollably. The prolonged silence from her dear brother pushed her closer to the brink of madness, her eyes gradually turning red. This is bad. We must resolve this swiftly. Trunks felt a shiver run down his spine as he drew his great sword and charged forward. 18th's long legs propelled her with a whoosh as she executed a kick. Ultimate demon sword technique. Martial god kick. The two narrowly missed each other, landing on the ground. Both coughed up blood simultaneously. Time was fleeting. They did not pause, launching their next assaults. Energy erupted once more. Trunks swung his great sword, unleashing a flurry of energy blades. 18th, seemingly driven to madness, hurled energy blast with reckless abandon. She cared not for accuracy, fueled by boundless energy. The energy blades collided with the projectiles, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds that reverberated across the heavens, even reaching the far side of the earth. The unleashed destructive energy radiated outward, annihilating rocks and flora in its wake. Seeing that she could not subdue Trunks, 18th teetered on the brink of destruction. Hmph! The energy within her surged uncontrollably. The ground beneath her feet cracked open with wide fissures. This is bad. She is about to self-destruct. Jiang Ling set down his teacup and suddenly shouted. Trunks, with a serious expression, advanced rather than retreating, gripping his great sword tightly. He proclaimed, ultimate demon sword technique, storm style. In an instant, his figure vanished, replaced by a multitude of swords that encircled number 18, suspended in the air, forming a formidable sword array. An overwhelming pressure descended upon number 18, forcibly preventing her self-detonation. What is happening? Number 18 wore an expression of disbelief as her rationality finally returned. Gazing at the countless flying swords surrounding her, a profound sense of dread surged within her. Wait, Trunks, please don't attack. Spare me. Not far away, Jiang Ling interjected at the opportune moment. Trunks, do not show mercy, do not succumb to compassion. Simultaneously, Trunks' voice echoed from all directions, reaching number 18's ears. I will not spare you. You must bear the responsibility for the billions of lives on Earth. No sooner had his words left his lips than Trunks appeared amidst the multitude of great swords, grasping his weapon and moving with purpose. Countless beams of sword light danced. A flurry of chilling brilliance surged forth, racing towards number 18. In the midst of it all, one could faintly discern Trunks weaving through the sword array with agility. Ah! Number 18's piercing scream, accompanied by the sound of the swords, reverberated through the heavens and earth, lingering in the air for an unending moment. As the dust settled, number 18 lay quietly on the ground, her attire tattered and her life extinguished. The surrounding earth still shimmered with sword energy. Trunks sheathed his great sword on his back, approached Jiang Ling, and lifted the teacup to drink the hot tea with a satisfying gulp. Jiang Ling wore a pained expression, urging, take your time savoring it. This is exquisite tea. 16 also appeared concerned, remarking, Trunks, I had no idea you were this formidable. However, the collateral damage to the flora and fauna during the battle was rather excessive. Trunks responded with a hint of exasperation. So you didn't even notice my dashing demeanor just now? He shrugged helplessly, conceding, all right, I'll be more mindful next time. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if he could catch a glimpse of Gohan's visage. He murmured softly, Gohan, I have finally avenged you. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. After a considerable moment, Jiang Ling broke the stillness, by the way. We still don't know if 17 is alive or dead. 16, could you scan for him? Trunks also turned his attention to 16. 16 nodded, directing his gaze toward the forest where 17 had fallen. A flicker of data flowed through his eyes, followed by a look of astonishment. He detected no energy from 17, nor even a body. Instead, he sensed an unknown life form, one that did not belong to any currently known species on Earth. A sudden stir coursed through Jiang Ling's heart as an unexpected transformation occurred. A figure materialized before the corpse of number 18. Kik. I am grateful for your assistance in delivering number 17 and vanquishing number 18. Otherwise, my evolution might have been delayed for an indeterminate span of time. Jiang Ling's expression shifted as he concentrated and unleashed an energy orb directly towards his target. To his astonishment, the figure did not flinch or evade. Instead, the orifice of its tail expanded, effortlessly drawing in the corpse of number 18. With a resounding boom, the energy orb struck its form, stirring up a great cloud of dust and debris. Chapter 70, Delusions of Grandeur. Jiang Ling's expression grew grave as he fixated intently on the rising smoke. It seemed that another battle was imminent. What is happening? Who is that? Tien inquired hastily. Number 16 also turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling, eager to uncover the truth. Jiang Ling slowly began to speak. To be precise, that cannot be referred to as a human. It is the creature I mentioned to you. Cell. Cell is the ultimate weapon created by Dr. Gero, who collected the genes of Earth's warriors, along with those of Frisia and others. However, due to the prolonged cultivation period, he abandoned it in favor of researching androids. The Cell before us was undoubtedly weak before. He had just concealed his energy and hidden in the shadows, so much so that even I failed to detect him. Taking advantage of the severe injury inflicted on Android 17, he secretly absorbed him, and now he is in the process of absorbing Android 18. I estimate that he has completed his evolution into his perfect form, and his power is exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, Trunks and Android 16 gasped in astonishment. Jiang Ling's prowess is already formidable, to be deemed terrifying. This only underscores how fearsome Shala truly is. Is he even mightier than the malevolent androids? Trunks inquired. Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat, then turned to Trunks and asked, "Can you still fight?" Trunks assessed his condition, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Engaging against Android 18 drained a significant portion of my energy. I am left with merely 1/10 of my strength now, and it seems exceedingly difficult. Despair etched across his face. They had just triumphed over the evil android, and a fragile glimmer of hope had begun to take root on Earth, yet now a grave crisis had emerged. Furthermore, both Jiang Ling and he were rendered incapable of battle. The flicker of hope was snuffed out almost as soon as it appeared. And there is no greater despair than this. Jiang Ling rose to his feet and gently patted Tien on the shoulder. Do not lose heart, for I am here with you. Jiang Ling flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and spoke cheerfully. His relaxed demeanor seemed to dispel a significant amount of despair. However, Jiang Ling, your fighting prowess has diminished. Who says that? Jiang Ling shot a glare, then corrected, you should address me as Uncle Jiang Ling, Uncle Jiang Ling. Ah ha ha. Jiang Ling smiled subtly and explained, I possess a celestial being that can restore my vitality. Such a marvelous item exists? Certainly. But do you have confidence in it? Not at all. Jiang Ling's resolute denial extinguished the flicker of hope rekindled within Trunks. Stepping forward, number 16 solemnly declared, I too wish to join the fray. My previous abstention from battle stemmed from my unwavering confidence in defeating the malevolent androids. I refrained from intervening because I recognized your desire for vengeance. Yet, should I witness any peril befall you, I would intervene to safeguard you. I cannot bear the thought of nature and its creatures enduring further devastation. However, this time, the threat posed by Cell surpasses anything I could have imagined, and I find myself lacking certainty. At the very least, I must fight to protect our planet, our environment, and the innocent beings that inhabit it. Are you prepared for this, Trunks? I am capable of fighting. Trust in me, he replied earnestly. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, affirming that despite being a robot, number 16 possesses formidable strength, as evidenced during our joint efforts to withstand the annihilation projectile. Jiang Ling did not speak falsely. In the original work, the prowess of the 16th unit surpasses that of the androids by a significant margin. However, it is insufficient to contend with the fully formed Cell. At this moment, the dust surrounding Cell begins to dissipate. Jiang Ling and the others looked back, only to see the figure of Cell revealed before them. Standing at 2 meters tall, his body bore no signs of injury. The recent energy blast had inflicted no damage upon him, a quintessential example of smoke without harm. At this moment, Cell's features were strikingly handsome. If one were to overlook the fact that he was a monster, his visage could nearly rival Jiang Ling's own attractiveness, making him a prime candidate for stardom. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with number 16, and together they stepped forward, boldly confronting Shalu. "Trunks, you may simply enjoy your tea." "This monster shall be entrusted to me," Jiang Ling declared. Trunks replied, "All right." A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the swirling sands, the air resonating with the tumultuous clamor. Jiang Ling retrieved a mystical bean and consumed it. The injury sustained from the convergence of the King Kai Fist and the Super Saiyan transformation were instantly healed by the bean, restoring his vitality, energy, and physical condition to their peak state. "Cheers." Jiang Ling let out a powerful roar, and a blazing aura of golden flames erupted, only to be drawn back into his body, vanishing without a trace. This was the Super Saiyan at full power, his most formidable transformation to date. To ascend further would mean transcending the boundaries of a Super Saiyan, evolving into the Super Saiyan 2. Jiang Ling momentarily refrained from action, while on the 16th, he assumed a combat stance. In perfect harmony, he and his robotic companion directed their gazes toward Sharu. Upon witnessing this display, Sharu smiled confidently. "Is this all you have? You are far too weak. I am now the most powerful complete form in history. You cannot defeat me, nor do I deign to engage with you." After a brief pause, Sharu continued with a smirk. "In light of your assistance in my evolution to this complete form, I shall grant you an opportunity. 7 days hence, I will host the Grand Martial Arts Tournament of the world. You may summon the martial artists of Earth to compete against me in an attempt to vanquish me. You have these 7 days to grow stronger. Should none of you succeed in defeating me, I shall annihilate all of humanity and subsequently spawn a multitude of little Sharus, transforming the Earth into my paradise." Sharu, possessing the genes of numerous martial artists, was naturally inclined to conceive the idea of hosting a martial arts tournament. Such delusions. Before Jiang Ling could utter a word, Tien shouted from a distance. Previous artificial beings, at the very least, did not seek the annihilation of all humanity, yet the Shala aimed to eradicate the entire human race from the onset. Who could possibly endure such an outrageous intent? Jiang Ling smiled slightly, saying there was no need to postpone. They would resolve the matter today, and he would take action. If they could not overcome the challenge, waiting an additional 7 days would be futile. Number 16 grinned, echoing the sentiment that there was no better day than today to confront the issue together. Chapter 71. Surprise attack. Sensing the presence of Cell, Jiang Ling offered a faint smile. He had spoken rather gravely to Trunks earlier. In truth, his strength was quite comparable to that of Cell's perfect form. Even if he were to fall short, it would only be by a slight margin. In the heat of battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Moreover, number 16 would be there to lend support. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the solemn-faced number 16 and nodded slightly. "Number 16, I'll take the lead shortly. You simply need to provide support." Number 16 gazed deeply at Jiang Ling, resolving to trust him unconditionally. "All right, I understand I cannot match you. My hopes rest upon you." Jiang Ling chuckled. "Do not say that. I am under considerable pressure." Although he spoke the words, an air of calmness enveloped him. To be tense during battle is a grave error. While it is true that some individuals may excel beyond their usual capabilities, the majority succumb to anxiety in the heat of conflict, which ultimately leads to a loss before the battle has even begun. Jiang Ling was well aware of this, thus he swiftly adjusted his state of mind. Shala, upon hearing their arrogant remarks and their continued laughter, felt that they were utterly dismissive of him. "I graciously offered you the opportunity to defeat me, yet you choose to disregard it. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite," Shalu remarked with a cold smile. It was not that he looked down upon Jiang Ling and number 16. Rather, as a being evolved into his complete form, he possessed absolute confidence, convinced that there were no rivals left in this world. Little did he know, Jiang Ling perceived this not as confidence, but as overconfidence, bordering on arrogance. Jiang Ling instantly entered a state of combat, adopting a poised stance before vanishing in a blink. A cloud of dust erupted around him, only for his figure to appear abruptly before Cell. His long legs, imbued with the momentum of a piercing strike, descended fiercely upon Cell. Cell retreated a step, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. The impact was explosive, unleashing a tempestuous wind that fractured the ground around them into a web of cracks. "Wow, Jiang Ling is incredibly formidable. Nearby, Trunks stood firmly, nearly swept away by the force. Tables and chairs had long been overturned, lost to the chaos. A teapot, caught in the upheaval, fortuitously spilled its contents on a Trunks' lap, leaving an inexplicable yellow stain. Unfazed by Trunks' predicament, number 16 remained steadfast, his mechanical hands detached and gathering a terrifying energy orb within. Data flickered in his eyes as he recalibrated his aim, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Following their initial clash, both Jiang Ling and Cell staggered back a few steps. Jiang Ling maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. This was all within his expectations. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shala's eyes. Although the earlier encounter had merely been a block, without the full exertion of strength, the fact that Jiang Ling's strike could propel him back several steps was beyond his imagination. How can your power be so formidable? Shala could not help but inquire. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Guess what? I guess you are a star. Suddenly, Shala sprang into action, akin to a cannonball, the sound of air rushing past resonating. He unleashed all his strength in a single, powerful punch. Jiang Ling did not evade. Instead, he slightly bent his legs and unleashed a punch of his own. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air as both individuals were jolted, their arms rendered numb from the impact. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling's other hand transformed into a claw and reached out. The Black Tiger's heart extraction. Had it not been for Shalu's lack of Kuan, he would have resorted to the monkey steals the peach technique. In the heat of battle, it is a matter of life and death. The means employed are irrelevant as long as victory is achieved. Indeed, Shalu's tail stealthily slithered from beneath, aiming directly at Jiang Ling. In a desperate bid to safeguard his vital interests, Jiang Ling had no choice but to retreat, executing several somersaults to evade Shala's ambush. Chapter 72. Turning Point. Jiang Ling stood firm, his gaze fixed intently on Cell. From their brief skirmish, he realized that without an enhancement of his own power, swiftly vanquishing Cell would be nearly impossible. What should he do? Cell had absorbed androids 17 and 18, granting him boundless energy. The prospect of determining a victor in a short span seemed bleak, for with the passage of time, Jiang Ling's stamina would wane, ultimately leading to his depletion. Thus, this confrontation necessitated a swift resolution. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could easily arise. To achieve a rapid conclusion, it was essential to diminish Cell's strength. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Ling's mind, and his eyes gleamed with realization. Was it not feasible to revert Cell to a lesser form? It is well known that Cell possesses several transformations: his larval stage, his mature form, and his perfect form. Currently, in his perfect state, all that was required was to force him back to his mature form. With determination, he resolved to take action. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the self-assured Sheru. In an instant, he appeared before him, launching a powerful punch that struck forcefully against Sheru's abdomen. The sound resonated as Sheru's towering figure bent forward, the excruciating pain causing his mouth to gape and his eyes to bulge. Overconfidence had blinded him to the sudden assault from Jiang Ling, taken completely off guard. He received a heavy blow. Sheru pondered that had his defenses been slightly weaker, this strike could have pierced through him. Nevertheless, his reflexes kicked in, enduring the agony. He thrust his knee forward. Jiang Ling, however, had long anticipated the assault. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the strike and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike, delivering a ferocious blow to Cell's abdomen. The force of the attack left Cell struggling to cope. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself at a disadvantage. A relentless barrage of attacks followed, each one executed flawlessly without a hint of vulnerability. Cell, overwhelmed and disoriented, could find no opportunity to counter. Bang! Jiang Ling propelled Shalu into the sky with a powerful kick, accompanied by a resounding shout, number 16. Lacking the ability for telepathic communication, and even if he could, it would be futile to convey such to a robot. Thus, he resorted to a loud call. Good, responded number 16, who had been poised for action. His gaze locked onto the airborne Shalu as the terrifying energy he had amassed for so long was unleashed in an instant. A massive beam of light surged forth, striking Shalu, who was unable to evade it. Shalu's face contorted in agony, his anguished cries echoing across the sky. In the distance, Trunks observed the unfolding scene with bated breath, anxiously asking, "Have we succeeded?" Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that it was not so simple. The agonized laughter of Shalu echoed, "Ha ha ha. Is this all you've got? I can still endure. Is that so?" Jiang Ling offered a faint smile as he released the fully charged Kamehameha wave from his hands. It intertwined with the formidable energy of number 16, enveloping Shalu entirely. The once triumphant laughter of Shala transformed into a wretched scream. The heart-wrenching sound brought sorrow to those who heard it and tears to their eyes. Following the explosive surge of energy, Shalu plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, motionless. Trunks looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "We did it." Yet no. 16's expression remained grave. Jiang Ling shook his head, asserting that Shalu was not dead. He understood that Shalu would not perish so easily. There lay Shalu on the ground. One arm severed, his body marred by numerous wounds, slowly writhing in agony. Number 16, together. Jiang Ling uttered a word and swiftly approached Shalu's side. He would not allow Shalu the opportunity to recuperate. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he aimed to strike decisively. With fists imbued with ferocity, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Shalu's abdomen, each blow akin to a tempest. Number 16 also joined the fray, delivering heavy iron fists in unison with Jiang Ling. Number 16, you must synchronize with me, follow my rhythm. You strike once, I strike twice. The battlefield resonated with the thunderous sounds of impact, a rhythmic symphony of flesh meeting flesh. Shalu, jolted awake, abruptly opened his eyes wide. Jiang Ling and number 16 exchanged a glance, simultaneously retreating a few steps. Wow. Sharu clutched his stomach, mouth agape. With a gasp, he expelled. A person. Number 17. Concurrently, his physique rapidly regressed, his handsome visage transforming into the grotesque form of a sausage-like mouth. His vitality significantly diminished. Observing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. Success. His prior intention was to compel Sharu to regurgitate the android. Chapter 73. Fireworks. Sharu rose to his feet, his expression twisted with rage. The wounds upon his body writhed as they healed. His severed right arm regenerated. What on earth? How could Sharu's arm, once lost, reappear? Trunks could not contain his thoughts. Recalling Gohan's severed arm, wishing for its restoration. Sharu possessed the genes of Piccolo, surely. Piccolo's mother must have informed him that Namekians are endowed with the ability to regenerate lost limbs. Jiang Ling offered an explanation, then stepped forward decisively. With a swift kick, he sent number 17 sprawling, preventing Sharu from absorbing him once more. Sharu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had intended to devour number 17 again to regain his strength. But Jiang Ling thwarted his plan. He could envision the grim outcome of battling with his current power. It would undoubtedly be a horrific spectacle. After enduring for so long, the opportunity to dominate the world and rule over the entire globe had finally presented itself, and yet, someone dared to impede his ambitions. Sharu was unwilling to accept this. His fury surged instantaneously. His face contorted into a ghastly grimace. The energy within him surged violently. His body began to swell. He was preparing to undertake a reckless act. Before his demise, he was determined to take everyone present down with him. Jiang Ling's expression hardened as he delivered a powerful punch to the nearby Cell, piercing through his abdomen. At this moment, Cell had regressed to his sausage-like form, stripped of his previous strength. For Jiang Ling, penetrating his belly was a mere trifling task. With a guttural cry, Cell expelled a stream of green blood. Jiang Ling had decisively interrupted his self-destruction. The backlash followed, and once again, he expelled a figure, none other than the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Android 18. With the absence of Android 18, Cell's power plummeted, his form shrinking once more. This time devoid of even the sausage-like visage. Jiang Ling gazed at Sharu with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one. In contrast, Sharu's expression had lost its previous ferocity. His eyes darted left and right, desperately seeking an opportunity to flee. Previously, he had contemplated using self-detonation to take everyone down with him, but now he found himself stripped of even that option. How could Jiang Ling allow him an opportunity to flee? Without uttering a word, he positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist. A highly concentrated sphere of light coalesced in his grasp, radiating an intensely blinding blue-white brilliance. Kamehameha. Jiang Ling uttered a low growl. A terrifying shockwave enveloped Cell entirely. In an instant, before he could even emit a scream, Cell was reduced to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Jiang Ling stood still, yet his expression bore no trace of relaxation. He understood that Cell possessed a core. As long as the core remained intact, he could resurrect infinitely. After meticulously inspecting the surroundings, he finally exhaled in relief upon confirming that the core had been reduced to ashes without a single remnant. Fortunately, the lightning version of Cell had not emerged. Otherwise, the individuals present would have stood no chance. In such a scenario, Jiang Ling would have been forced to retreat to his own timeline to evade the turmoil before returning to this realm to summon the Dragon Shinran on Namek to revive Goku. Jiang Ling, what is the verdict? Is Cell truly dead? Trunks approached, his face alight with anticipation. Android 16 also turned to Jiang Ling, awaiting his response with keen interest. Jiang Ling turned and smiled, declaring, "It is over." "Yes," exclaimed Tien, his fists clenched in exhilaration. "The Earth has finally attained peace." Number 16 also sighed in relief. "Jiang Ling, you were truly remarkable." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, pointing at the wicked androids, number 17 and number 18, that had just been regurgitated by Sheru. "Trunks, come over and finish them off," he instructed. Trunks paused for a moment. "Oh, they're not dead yet." "Number 17 is still alive, but number 18 should be dead. After all, you killed her yourself and confirmed it," Jiang Ling remarked. Trunks' expression turned serious as he grasped an evil android in each hand and forcefully hurled them into the sky. Subsequently, a brilliant flash of magic erupted from his palm, striking the malevolent androids mid-air. A deafening roar resonated through the heavens. An exquisite and dazzling firework blossomed in the sky, illuminating the faces of those present. Lingering in their memory, the two wicked androids vanished entirely from the earth, paying the rightful price for their heinous deeds. Chapter 74, Trunks' Heavy Responsibility. Having eradicated the androids and Cell, the group did not rush to return. Instead, they chose to rest at the scene, for having just concluded a fierce battle. Their taut nerves began to unwind, and none wished to move. The exception was Android 16, who merely awaited the others in silence. Jiang Ling examined the skill he had just acquired during his battle with Cell, Adalat version of instant transmission. Upon seeing this skill, his eyes sparkled with delight. A divine technique. He had originally intended to acquire it from Goku, yet unexpectedly, he had obtained it now. In the original narrative, Cell possessed the ability of instant transmission, likely inheriting it from Goku's genes. However, Jiang Ling felt a sense of perplexity. Why had Shaolin not employed this skill to escape just moments ago? Perhaps it had slipped his mind, or perhaps his diminished prowess rendered him incapable of utilizing it. It could also be that he possessed an overwhelming number of skills, making it difficult to synthesize them in such a brief span of time. Jiang Ling shook his head. After all, Shaolin was dead, and these questions remained unanswered. If one were to seek an answer, it would necessitate a visit to the underworld to inquire of Shaolin. However, his curiosity was not particularly intense, nor did he possess the leisure for such pursuits. The Adalat version of instant transmission can be succinctly described as the technique Goku mastered, which allows him to sense another's energy and instantly teleport to their side. The distance one can teleport is directly proportional to their own strength and the potency of the energy they are sensing. The stronger one is, the further they can perceive the energy. Conversely, the more formidable the opponent's energy, the easier it is to detect. In addition to the Adalat version of instant transmission, there exists another form of teleportation in this world, known as the King Kai's instant transmission. These two techniques differ in their execution. The King Kai's instant transmission allows one to teleport anywhere at will without needing to sense energy. However, this absence of energy sensing means one cannot directly teleport to another's side. For instance, while Bulma is bathing at home, Jiang Ling can utilize the Adalat version of instant transmission to appear directly beside her and observe her bathing. In contrast, employing the King Kai's version of instant transmission would only permit him to arrive at her home or just outside the door. Each technique, it seems, has its own distinct advantages. Jiang Ling still harbored hope that he would master both skills. Previously, within the mental time chamber, he had acquired two skills through Tien. To him, they seemed somewhat superfluous. Tien's swordsmanship and sword slash. One was a technique of swordplay, while the other involved launching yellow sword energy. However, he did not wield a sword himself. Even the few sword techniques Tien employed against the androids were taught to him. Coming back to reality, Jiang Ling glanced at Tien, who lay on the ground looking rather drained, and inquired, "Tien, are you feeling this fatigued?" "Who said that?" Tien shot back, glaring. "You appear quite exhausted." Lying there on the ground. "Damn it. I just finished a battle, and my strength hasn't recovered yet, so of course, I'm tired." "This is not fatigue." Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, signaling his understanding. Immediately, he produced a bottle of liquor, a concoction of his own making. Inside, he had infused a variety of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, including epimedium, cinnamorium, seahorse, yangqi stone, and ligustrum lucidum, all meticulously prepared for this purpose. "Thank you. This bottle of restorative liquor is for you." "Restorative liquor? Restorative for what?" Tien inquired with a puzzled expression. You need not concern yourself with the details. It is beneficial for your health, regardless. Jiang Ling offered a mysterious smile. He was not mistaken. It was indeed beneficial for the body. This was all for the sake of Trunks, and also for the future of Bulma, who had expressed her desire to hold her grandchildren one day. Trunks tentatively took a few sips, finding the liquor somewhat strong and a bit bitter, yet tolerable enough to keep for later. His capacity for alcohol had been cultivated by Jiang Ling during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. He was no longer the Trunks who would succumb to a single glass. Gurgle, gurgle. Jiang Ling suddenly felt a pang of hunger. The scenery around was quite delightful. The ground was littered with craters left from battles, trees stood askew, and a vast expanse of flowers and grass lay in ruin. It was an exquisite spot for a picnic. One must not merely admire the beauty. To appreciate such artistry, one must truly understand its essence. Jiang Ling produced an assortment of grilling utensils, along with a variety of meats and vegetables suitable for barbecuing. Are you hungry? Would you care for some barbecue? Tien inquired. Patting his stomach and nodding in affirmation, I am indeed hungry. It's the perfect opportunity to replenish my energy. Number 16 responded, I am not hungry. Do you truly believe I would be? However, I am capable of consuming my usual fare. Then lend a hand with the grilling. It won't be long before we can indulge, Jiang Ling suggested. Number 16 pondered momentarily. Am I required to assist as well? Jiang Ling inquired. What do you think? Can you bear to see the two of us toil away? Ultimately, on the 16th, both Tien and he joined the barbecue brigade. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat and the fragrance of vegetables filled the air. As Jiang Ling prepared the barbecue seasoning, a peculiar smile crept upon the corners of his lips. He retrieved a handful of powdered epimedium and mixed it in. In his heart, he silently proclaimed, Thank you. For the great responsibility of propagating the science in this future timeline shall be entrusted to you. Jiang Ling cast a meaningful glance at Tien, signifying the gravity of the task ahead. It is a daunting journey. I hope Tien and Xiao Wu can muster their efforts, not excessively. Just enough to form a soccer team. Soon, the meats and vegetables were perfectly grilled, sprinkled with a special barbecue seasoning, awakening the cravings within Tien. Jiang Ling produced several boxes of beer, chuckling, barbecue paired with beer only gets better with each sip. Chapter 75, Melody. The aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air. Jiang Ling and Tien feasted with unabashed delight, their mouths glistening with the remnants of their meal. The Saiyans devoured their food with a speed akin to a tempest sweeping through the remnants of a storm. In no time, the table, once adorned with an array of delectable dishes, was cleared, the sumptuous fare now residing in their bellies. Reclining on the verdant grass, they sighed in contentment. Nothing quite compares to the fleeting satisfaction that follows a hearty meal. Is this feeling truly as pleasurable as it seems? Inquired number 16, puzzled. He too had indulged in barbecued delicacies and libations, yet as a robot, he was devoid of such sensations. Jiang Ling rested his hands behind his head, gazing contentedly at the sky. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, swaying it softly. Under the tender touch of the wind, Jiang Ling drifted into a deep slumber. Tien, wearing an unprecedented expression of relaxation, also succumbed to the embrace of dreams. In the absence of adversarial pressures, a tranquil and serene existence could hardly be surpassed. The sun gradually descended, and the golden hues of twilight bathed number 16 in a warm glow. Sitting quietly upon a stone, No. 16 savored the evening breeze while admiring the setting sun. Unbeknownst to them, the three remained in this peaceful spot until nightfall. Jiang Ling awoke, stretching languidly. The slumber had been truly delightful. Glancing around, he gently tapped Tien to rouse him. It's time to rise, Tien. Even the moon has turned its backside to the sun. Tien rubbed his eyes, still dazed from sleep. What is the matter? I was in the midst of a splendid dream. Let me return to my slumber. Jiang Ling pursed her lips and continued. However, you should first inform the Earth Defense Force about the eradication of the evil artificial beings. All right. I must notify them so they can relay the information to humanity across the globe. Tien slapped his thigh, realizing he had forgotten about this matter while being half asleep. He then bid farewell and swiftly flew in a certain direction. Watching Tien's retreating figure, Jiang Ling chuckled and shook her head. This child is so impulsive. His temperament is nothing like mine. The 16th chimed in, You two aren't even related by blood, so there's no point in comparing. Oh, let's not dwell on that. Jiang Ling waved his hand, indicating a desire to move past this issue. He shifted the conversation. On the 16th. What do you plan to do next? Well, Perhaps I will focus on safeguarding the Earth's natural environment and its small creatures. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and proposed. Perhaps you could join Tenix in visiting the Earth Defense Force. It may provide a more effective means of safeguarding nature. Upon hearing this, number 16's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang Ling's words ring true. The Earth Defense Force can indeed be regarded as the most formidable organization at present. Joining such a group would undoubtedly enhance the protection of our natural world. Therefore, I shall accompany Tenix to their cause. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, watching as No. 16 departed towards the direction of Tenix. Closing his eyes, he sought out the lingering presence. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring to herself, "It seems my own strength is still lacking. Detecting the aura of ordinary individuals proves to be somewhat challenging." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ling extended 2 fingers to her forehead. A faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, it was effective. Her focus sharpened significantly, and she swiftly detected Bulma's presence. Jiang Ling felt a surge within her, and in an instant, her body vanished. The refuge of the Earth Defense Force erupted with jubilant cheers, resonating throughout the sanctuary. The populace rejoiced, celebrating the demise of the malevolent artificial beings that had terrorized them for over a decade. There could be no more exhilarating news than this. Immediately, someone relayed this momentous announcement via radio to shelters across the globe. Others commenced a bonfire celebration, a festivity long absent for over a decade. After arranging matters concerning number 16, Tenix approached Xiao Wu and Bidalai, both of whom wore smiles as they observed the revelry around them. Upon seeing Tenix, they greeted him warmly. "Thank you for your hard work, Tenix," Bidalai remarked. Xiao Wu stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Tenix's muscular arm, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Tenix, you are incredible! You actually defeated the artificial beings." Tenix found himself enveloped by the softness of 2 warm embraces, momentarily lost in thought. Taking a deep breath, he replied with a smile, "This is not solely my achievement. Jiang Ling and number 16 were the true vanguards. I don't care. In my heart, you are the best." Xiao Wu declared, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, gazing at Tenix with a spark of something unique. Observing this exchange, Bidalai, with a knowing smile, said, "I understand. You two continue your conversation while I assist elsewhere." Without waiting for a response, she sauntered toward the bonfire, leaving the two alone in an atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. "Ah, Bidalai is so perplexing, speaking of things I cannot fathom. Don't you agree, Xiao Wu?" Tenix chuckled, attempting to divert the topic. "Thanks. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Could you help me back to my room?" Xiao Wu gazed at him, her eyes shimmering like pools of spring water. Tenix felt the warmth of her proximity intensify, igniting a fire within him. "Then let us return to your room," Tenix replied, his emotional intelligence not failing him in this moment. Noticing the lack of attention from others, he swiftly lifted Xiao Wu and whisked her into her chamber. Placing her gently upon the bed, he observed her flushed cheeks and the warmth radiating from her form. Tenix's breath quickened, and he swallowed hard, at a loss for what to do. Though he had learned much from his studies, his mind now blanked under the gravity of the moment. The stirring within him clashed against his rationality. Xiao Wu, sensing Tenix's hesitation, recalled the intimate whispers Bidalai had shared with her, her cheeks burning like a ripe apple. Biting her lip, she resolved to take action, deftly unbuttoning her garment one by one. Drawing closer to Tenix, she initiated a kiss. In an instant, Tenix's reason shattered, and he suppressed his strength to that of an ordinary man, surrendering to primal instincts as they indulged in their desires. The room resonated with a symphony of exquisite sensations. Chapter 76, The Method of Resurrection. In the city of Shidu, the night had deepened into silence. A gust of wind swept through the ruins, weaving between the remnants of shattered walls, producing a mournful lament. Following the devastation wrought by the nefarious artificial beings, the area had become devoid of human life. Those who perished were gone, and those who survived had fled to the safety of the shelters. Thus, Shidu had transformed into a ghost town, a desolate expanse of rubble devoid of inhabitants. Atop a building that had miraculously remained standing amidst the chaos of war, the scene unfolded. Jiang Ling and Bulma stood atop the rooftop, gazing down upon the desolation of the city. Bulma exhaled deeply, her long blue hair cascading as she brushed it aside. "It is finally over. Alas, humanity has been mercilessly slaughtered by the androids, leaving but a handful of survivors. The population is uncertain, perhaps a mere fraction of what it once was, barely even 0.1. Even with the existence of the Dragon Balls, it seems unlikely that they could resurrect those who perished, for they have been gone for far too long, their absence felt acutely over the years. Bulma pondered, speaking to herself in a tone of melancholy. Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, gently massaging her shoulders as he offered words of comfort. Let the dwindling human population be. Given some time, it shall rejuvenate. Bulma nodded, gazing down at the ruins of West City, her eyes sparkling with hope. Indeed, with the absence of threats, it was time for the remaining populace to unite and reconstruct the city. Post-disaster rebuilding was an imperative task. Previously, the rampant androids had forced humanity into hiding within shelters, where many young people's childhoods were spent, listening to the older generation recount tales of life in the outside world. Now, freed from the menace of androids, it was undoubtedly time to emerge from those shelters and embrace life anew. After all, who would not wish to live beneath the sun? Bulma's spirit soared, filled with optimism for the future. Suddenly aware of the robust masculine aura behind her, she felt a flutter of excitement. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desires. With the formidable threat of the androids resolved, her burdens lifted, long-buried thoughts resurfaced naturally. Bulma bit her lip, turning around to face Jiang Ling, lifting her gaze to meet his countenance. Sensing the long-missed masculine presence, her body softened, and she found herself collapsing into his embrace. In that moment, she cast aside all reservations. The surge of hormones overwhelmed her. After all, he was her man. She tilted her head, her gaze dreamy as she looked into Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling's body stiffened, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Bulma's charming visage, and his blood surged with an undeniable fervor. Having spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not been in the company of his girlfriend, Bulma, for an extensive period. Now, standing alone with the future Bulma, under the cloak of night and amidst a gentle breeze, was a time when hormones could easily take flight. The Bulma before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend. Yet her aura was profoundly different. His girlfriend exuded a lively and spirited charm, whereas the future Bulma possessed a more refined allure. Her fair complexion and curvaceous figure, coupled with a gentle smile, radiated an enchanting and amiable presence. Despite the passage of over a decade, her impeccable maintenance rendered her ageless, with no signs of time's wear, instead preserving her captivating grace and undeniable elegance. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, leaning his head close to Bulma's ear. His warm breath caressed her earlobe, sending delightful shivers down her spine, and before she realized it, her cheeks were tinged with an alluring blush. A low, husky voice emerged. Bulma. Jiang Ling spoke as he tore away the fabric draped over him, moving with an air of naturalness. Bulma did not decline, responding with fervor. Gradually, they approached the crux of the matter. Is it here? Bulma inquired, glancing around the surrounding environment with a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Ling let out a light chuckle. Is it not permissible? I believe it is quite feasible. After all, we are on the rooftop and there are hardly any people around. However, there should be no buts. Jiang Ling boldly pressed his lips against Bulma's. Bulma felt her mind go blank, unable to recall anything, her body soft and warm, akin to a drifting water lily, completely at the mercy of the moment. The luminous moonlight cascaded upon the two of them, gently embracing them like the whispers of the wind, reminiscent of a flower blooming in an instant. An hour passed. Jiang Ling leaned against the wall, feeling refreshed. Bulma nestled comfortably in his embrace, tracing circles on his chest. Both were utterly content. Jiang Ling pondered, if Trunks were to discover this today, he might find it hard to accept. Reflecting on the impulsive nature of their actions moments ago, he acknowledged, we didn't think it through. We simply acted on instinct. Shaking his head with a smile, he continued, but he has grown up now. It's time for you to pursue your own life. Bulma nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his words. By the way, I wonder what Trunks is doing. Will he come looking for me if he doesn't see me when he gets home? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's lips curled slightly. That lad is probably engaged in the very activities we just partook in with his girlfriend. Really? Bulma's eyes sparkled, feeling a sense of relief that her pig had finally learned to root in the cabbage patch. She then sighed, wishing her former friends were present to share this delightful news with them. Jiang Ling smiled and said, the warriors of Earth from the past can indeed be resurrected. What? Bulma was taken aback, then grasped Jiang Ling's sturdy arm tightly, raising her head to gaze at him with anxious anticipation. Are you saying my former friends can be brought back to life? You must be mistaken, right? No, I am not mistaken. Jiang Ling gazed at the alluring Bulma, who was within arm's reach, and felt his blood stir with excitement once more. Upon noticing his gaze, Bulma's delicate face flushed a bright crimson. Ugh, why are you so Jiang Ling raised his head slightly with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "Indeed, my physical prowess is remarkable." He paused momentarily. Jiang Ling cast aside those chaotic thoughts and said with a serious demeanor, "I should be able to ascertain the whereabouts of Namek. Previously, I also promised Tien to revive Sun Wukong. However, I must consult someone first. Please wait for me here." Bulma immediately responded, "All right, go swiftly and return promptly." Jiang Ling rose and donned a new set of garments with meticulous care. He then placed his fingers upon his forehead, sensing the presence of the North Kai's planet. In an instant, his figure vanished before Bulma's eyes. On the North Kai's planet, two figures clad in martial arts attire were engaged in a spirited sparring match. While the North Kai and his two pets observed nearby, "Gohan's strength is progressing remarkably," the North Kai remarked. "If he continues to cultivate diligently, he may soon catch up to you, Goku." Upon hearing this, both Goku and Gohan paused their training. Goku smiled and replied, "Indeed, Gohan has always possessed tremendous potential. While he was alive, he was preoccupied with dealing with the androids and hardly had time to train. Now that he has passed, he finally has the opportunity to hone his skills." Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. "It's not as exaggerated as you say," he replied. "By the way, it's almost mealtime. What are we having today, Lord Kai?" Goku inquired, patting his stomach with a grin. At this, the North Kai's expression darkened. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. I've been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by your insatiable appetite over these past years." Just as he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared beside the North Kai. Goku and Gohan immediately assumed a combat stance. "Who goes there?" Chapter 77, Detection on the Kai's Planet. Jiang Ling greeted with a cheerful smile, "Hello, Lord King." "Oh, Goku and Gohan are here too?" Observing the trio before him, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of astonishment. This future Goku appeared remarkably more composed than the one he was familiar with, yet his youthful visage remained unchanged, likely due to his status as a deceased individual. Beside him stood the future Gohan, exuding an air of resolute determination. Both father and son sported halos above their heads, as anticipated. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Goku and the others were even more taken aback. "Who is this person? How does he know my name? He seems to be quite familiar with us. Yet I feel I do not recognize him." Just as they were engulfed in confusion, Gohan suddenly noticed Jiang Ling's tail and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how do you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan?" After a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Ling smiled and provided a general explanation of the situation. Yet he remained vague about many aspects. He found it too cumbersome to elaborate and chose to remain silent on those matters. He merely mentioned that he hailed from another timeline and recounted his experiences alongside Trunks in vanquishing the androids in Cell. It was evident that the young man had matured significantly, which relieved him. Gohan's expression radiated contentment. Goku inquired, "Is Trunks Bulma's son?" Gohan nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed. I mentioned it to you before." Goku turned to Jiang Ling with a serious expression and expressed, "Thank you for protecting the Earth." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling nodded. Goku was still the same Goku. Even after more than a decade of passing, his heart remained tethered to Earth. Gohan stepped forward and added, "I must also thank you for aiding Trunks in his growth." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities, as it was his duty. His gaze assessed this future Gohan, whose robust physique was adorned with scars from past battles. He appeared more spirited and virile than the Gohan depicted in Dragon Ball Super. The two Gohans, shaped by their respective environments, had chosen divergent paths. Others could not comment, for these were their own choices. If only it were possible. Jiang Ling harbors a profound hope that Wu Fan can excel in both the arts and martial prowess. He aspires for him to become a learned scholar and professor, while also possessing the strength to vanquish foes and safeguard the Earth. The North Realm King interjected, "Jiang Ling, you claim to hail from another dimension. It seems you are acquainted with me?" "Indeed," came the reply. Jiang Ling smiled, and in an instant, unleashed the Kaioken. A crimson aura erupted, soaring skyward. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to engage in a spar. For over a decade, he had found himself without a worthy opponent, forced to train in solitude. Even with Gohan's arrival, his strength remained insufficient, rendering him no match for Goku. Now, witnessing Jiang Ling's formidable power, Goku's heart stirred with anticipation. "Jiang Ling, shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Goku proposed, expressing his desire to test his skills. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before ultimately declining, as long-term employment would present ample opportunities in the future. The North Realm King swallowed hard. The likelihood of someone wielding the Realm King fist was indeed high, suggesting they were familiar with him. However, traversing through time and space was rather precarious. After some contemplation, the North Realm King finally remarked, "It would be wise to keep your time-traveling endeavors to yourself." Jiang Ling nodded and remarked, "Thank you for your reminder. I have my own thoughts." He continued, "I have come here seeking Lord King of the North's assistance." The King of the North responded, "Speak freely. I shall help if I am able." "Please help me locate the new Namek," Jiang Ling requested. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their memories drifting back to the battle on Namek over a decade ago. Goku sighed nostalgically. "Ah, those were the days. It was then that I transformed into a Super Saiyan." Indeed, when Namek exploded, the Namekians were forced to reside on Earth for an extended period, ultimately relocating to a new planet with the aid of the Dragon Balls. This is precisely why we are unaware of the location of the new Namek. Back then, our uncles were slain by the androids, and Aunt Bulma frantically searched for the new Namek, but with limited technology, she could not find it. Son Gohan murmured about past events before suddenly realizing, "Jiang Ling, are you seeking the new Namek to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who were killed by the androids?" Jiang Ling shook his head and said, No. You must be aware in the underworld that those humans have been deceased for far too long. Firstly, they lack physical forms, and secondly, having passed away so long ago, they must have already reincarnated. Resurrection is impossible. Therefore, my intent this time is to bring you back to life." Jiang Ling possessed a certain understanding of the regulations of the underworld. As for those like Ryukong, who have contributed significantly to their planet, the underworld retains both their physical bodies and souls, allowing them the choice to remain in the underworld or to reincarnate. That is indeed a valid point. Sun Wufan paused for a moment before responding. "However, if my memory serves me correctly, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only grant one wish to resurrect a single individual, and only those who have died within the past year, correct? We shall see when the time comes." Jiang Ling spoke, expressing uncertainty about whether the Dragon Balls on Namek could resurrect individuals from years past. He turned his gaze towards King Kai of the North. "Could you assist me in verifying this?" "Of course," replied King Kai, concentrating intently as the antennae atop his head quivered, beginning their search through the cosmos. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. The others remained silent, patiently awaiting the results of King Kai's inquiry. After a considerable time, King Kai exhaled with relief, producing a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his brow. "At last, I have found it. The coordinates are J5616, B54464. Simply indicate the direction," Jiang Ling urged. King Kai extended his hand, pointing towards a specific direction. Jiang Ling focused intently and soon sensed the location. He patted the shoulder of the Northern Realm King and smiled, saying, "Thank you. If you ever have the chance to visit Earth, I shall take you to the zoo and then to the Celestial Realm, so you may experience the differing routines of two kinds of chickens." Northern Realm King? Jiang Ling did not waste any more time. After exchanging a brief greeting with the King of the North, Goku, and Gohan, he employed instant transmission and vanished from sight. Observing the spot where Jiang Ling had disappeared, Goku remarked, "If the Dragon Balls could bring us back to life, that would indeed be splendid. Unfortunately, Vegeta's past misdeeds were too numerous. King Yama, considering his sacrifice to protect the Earth, spared him from hell and instead allowed him to be reborn." Listening to his father's words, Gohan was reminded of his girlfriend, Videl. A sense of hope blossomed within him regarding the possibility of resurrection. "Indeed, I hope it can happen now. I must inform Uncle Piccolo and Yamcha about the restoration of peace on Earth. They will surely be delighted upon hearing this news." Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination as he set off towards the designated area in the underworld for Piccolo and the others. Chapter 78, Preparations Before Departure. In King Yama's office, the imposing figure of the king sat behind a meticulously arranged desk, clad in a sharp suit, diligently attending to his duties. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, none other than Jiang Ling, having arrived via instant transmission. "Greetings, Your Majesty. How have you been?" Quite well, and you are?" King Yama paused, taken aback by Jiang Ling's familiar demeanor, as though they were acquainted. Yet, he struggled to recall any prior encounter. It's me." Jiang Ling extended his hand, his fist ignited with crimson flames. "You may call me Fire Fist Jiang Ling. I have studied under the Northern Realm King. We are akin to family." Yin Wang, also a disciple of the Northern Realm King, instantly recognized the technique as Realm King Fist. With a smile, he remarked, "So you are one of our own. Do you require something from me?" It is nothing of great significance, Jiang Ling replied, casually inquiring. I merely wish to ask if a soul by the name of Shalu has recently arrived here. Shalu? Yin Wang pondered momentarily before nodding. Indeed, he bears heavy sins and has already descended into hell. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of Shalu's soul here indicated that he was indeed deceased. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal when the time comes. Jiang Ling flashed a smile and vanished once more using instantaneous movement. The king of hell, puzzled, scratched his head and muttered to himself, I don't need to eat. On Earth, at Bulma's underground base in West City, steam filled the bathroom. I love taking baths. It's good for my health. Bulma hummed a tune as she stood beneath the showerhead, appearing in high spirits. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's figure materialized beside her, causing her to blink in surprise. Before her stood Bulma, her body glistening with water, completely unclad. Her figure was extraordinarily alluring, with fair, delicate skin and ample curves. The rising steam crafted a tantalizing tableau. Upon realizing the sudden presence of another person, Bulma instinctively let out a sharp scream. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ling stepped forward and pressed his hand against her lips, their faces mere inches apart. It's me. Bulma uttered a few indistinct sounds, nodding in acknowledgement. Their eyes locked in a profound exchange. The warm water from the shower continued to cascade down, enveloping both of them. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Bulma became acutely aware of their predicament, her cheeks blooming with a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, ready for plucking. Gulp. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, her complexion flushed and shyly blossoming, swallowing hard as his breath grew heavy. They both sensed the fervent emotions radiating between them. Bulma, never mind. After an hour in the bath, the exhausted Bulma collapsed against Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling wiped away the water stains left from her bath and gently carried her to bed to rest. Bulma was exceedingly weary today and fell asleep almost instantly upon lying down. Jiang Ling gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. Subsequently, he reclined beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, and together they drifted into a deep slumber. The following noon, Jiang Ling gradually opened his eyes from the bed. Sitting up, he stretched his body. How delightful! It has been a long time since he felt this invigorated. Twice yesterday. Waking up this morning, he felt full of energy. Jiang Ling felt invigorated and in high spirits. Turning his head, he noticed that Bulma was no longer in bed. Following the sound, Jiang Ling made his way to the kitchen. There, he beheld Bulma diligently preparing breakfast at the stove. Her long, flowing blue hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her graceful silhouette, complemented by the apron she wore, exuded an air of gentle elegance. Jiang Ling could not resist stepping forward. He reached around from behind and embraced her flat stomach, holding her tightly. Are you awake? Don't be troublesome. I'm making breakfast, Bulma said softly. Her cheeks flushed with a charming blush. Hee, is that not permissible? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. No, I was utterly exhausted yesterday. Bulma cast a teasing glance. Resembling a blossoming flower, exuding the charm of a mature woman, Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing his restlessness. He had matters to attend to today and could not afford any delays due to this issue. If he exhausted Bulma, it would mean postponing everything for another day. Bulma, once we finish our meal, we shall embark on our journey. Huh? Where to? Bulma, who had been mentally preparing for an impending battle, momentarily froze at his words. Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday? Jiang Ling whispered softly in her ear. Yesterday. Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. She turned around, her gaze intense, and exclaimed, Did you find that planet Namek? Why didn't you tell me when you returned last night? Jiang Ling blinked. I had intended to take you with me when I returned yesterday, but the moment I got back, you enticed me, so I can hardly bear it. Bulma, blushing, pinched a handful of flesh at Jiang Ling's waist, exclaiming, It was you who couldn't resist. Yet you dare to claim that I tempted you. Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh, playfully delivering a light slap to her curvaceous posterior. The crisp sound resonating through the kitchen. Seizing the moment of her surprise, she swiftly made her escape. Jiang Ling, your playful antics are becoming increasingly audacious. Bulma's voice, filled with both embarrassment and indignation, echoed behind her. The breakfast was quite simple: bread, ham, and eggs. Jiang Ling found the meal utterly tasteless, having grown weary of it. This particular breakfast did not suit his palate. It seems he must find an opportunity to prepare a more appealing breakfast, such as soybean milk and fried dough sticks. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Ling wiped his mouth and said, Are you ready? We're heading to New Namek. Hold on a moment, Let me contact Trunks. I wonder if he wants to join us. That boy hasn't returned all night and hasn't even bothered to call. It seems he has a girlfriend and has forgotten about his mother. Young people often lack restraint, I must remind him. Bulma, holding her specially crafted mobile phone, promptly reached out to Trunks. Hello. Trunks, are you coming back soon? Trunks' voice echoed from the phone. I've already eaten at the Self-Defense Forces base, so I want to be returning for dinner. You and Uncle Jiang Ling should eat without me. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma displayed a tender, maternal smile. Oh dear. You're with your girlfriend, aren't you? Uncle Jiang Ling has told me all about it. When will you bring her home to meet your mother? Well, let me ask her. Trunks hesitated. All right then, I'll have Uncle Jiang Ling say a few words to you. With that, Bulma handed the phone to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, Thank you, young man. No need for restraint. When you return, I shall procure some supplements for you. Let us strive to bring a grandchild to your mother. Thank you. Bulma. Chapter 79. Arrival at New Namek. Bulma reflected and soon found solace in her thoughts. With Trunks' robust physique, it was likely that he could manage thrice daily without issue for an entire month. Moreover, she harbored a genuine desire to meet her grandchild soon. This contemplation brought to mind the time machine. What wonders awaited in the future? Jiang Ling's voice interrupted Bulma's train of thought. Are you ready? Bulma nodded. I'm ready. Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around her slender waist, while his other hand raised 2 fingers to his forehead, facilitating concentration to more swiftly sense the presence of the new Namek. Found it. A stir arose within Jiang Ling's heart. The figures of the 2 individuals abruptly vanished into the subterranean base. On the new Namek, a handful of Namekians were diligently cultivating the land, preparing to plant saplings. Since the cataclysm wrought by technology centuries ago, the Elder had guided the revival of their race, choosing to forego further technological advancements in favor of nurturing greenery and safeguarding their planet. Though a new Elder had assumed leadership, this tradition persisted. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized, drawing the attention of the Namekians. Who are you? They inquired. Outsiders, please present your identities. They raised their farming tools in a defensive posture, alert and wary. Jiang Ling smiled gently and spoke a passage in flawless Namekian. The essence of his words conveyed that they were not malevolent beings, but rather humans hailing from Earth. He urged them to seek the current Grand Elder, Muley, assuring them that he would understand upon hearing the name Bulma from Earth. The Namekians, taken aback by the impeccable fluency of Jiang Ling's Namekian, were filled with astonishment and skepticism. They had never encountered an extraterrestrial capable of articulating such pure Namekian. Jiang Ling observed their youthful appearance and smiled. He continued to speak in the language of Namek, inquiring, You must be the Namekians born in these past few decades, correct? I wonder if Earth and Bulma are doing well. Seeking your Grand Elder will provide the answers. The Namekians exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One individual soared directly towards the village, while the others remained behind, vigilantly watching Jiang Ling and Bulma, the 2 extraterrestrial beings. Jiang Ling nodded. It appeared that the younger generation of Namekians exhibited commendable vigilance, likely a result of the Elder's deliberate cultivation in this regard. As Bulma gazed upon the visage of the Namekians, her eyes glistened with moisture, reminiscent of the former Kai and Piccolo, who bore a striking resemblance. The vibrant green hues stirred fond memories within her. Soon, the Elder arrived, accompanied by a throng of Namekians, densely packed. Bulma recognized them. These were the individuals who had resided on Earth for a time. Bulma, it's been a while. How have you been? They called out, their voices a chorus of nostalgia. I've missed you so much, and I long for the days spent on Earth. I even miss the instant noodles. The crowd exchanged greetings animatedly. The younger Namekians suddenly realized that the previous generation was acquainted with these 2 outsiders. Bulma, with a bittersweet smile, responded to each warmly. It's truly been ages, Bulma. I never anticipated we would meet again. Elder Muley approached with a smile. The former Elder had passed away after the explosion of Namek when he arrived on Earth, and now Muley held the esteemed position. Bulma was well aware of this change. I never imagined. I searched for you for over a decade, believing I would never see you again in this lifetime. As she spoke, Bulma's expression dimmed. Muley sensed the shift in atmosphere and suggested, It seems something has transpired. Shall we retreat indoors to converse? By the way, is this individual beside you your partner? Muley observed Bulma's arm entwined with Jiang Ling's. Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling and replied, I suppose. That is accurate. Jiang Ling wrapped his arms around her slender waist, asserting that it was indeed a matter of course. Upon hearing those words, Bulma felt a warmth spread through her heart. She relished this assertive demeanor, as it imbued her with a profound sense of security. In the home of Muley, several individuals sat on the sofa, cradling steaming cups of tea. The fragrant steam wafted gently upwards. The others had been dismissed by Muley. Otherwise, the house would have been too cramped to accommodate so many. After listening to Bulma recount the tribulations Earth had endured over the years, Muley sighed, his voice tinged with bitterness. I never anticipated that so much would transpire in our absence. It is all our fault for relocating to this planet. If only we had chosen to remain on Earth. Bulma took a sip of her tea and shook her head. It's not your fault. The Namekian race must evolve, necessitating migration to other worlds. Besides, Earth has finally entered a state of peace, albeit a bit belatedly. Muley responded with a sense of relief. As long as Earth is at peace, I can rest easy. By the way, you came here for the Dragon Balls, did you not? I'll have Dandy bring them. Yes, I do need the Dragon Balls. Wait, where's Dandy? I didn't see him earlier, Bulma inquired curiously. Dandy was the child saved by Krillin and Gohan during the battle on Namek, with whom she shared a close bond, and he had played a significant role in the conflict. Muley chuckled. Dandy is usually engrossed in his training. I hadn't informed him just yet. With that, he used telepathy to summon Dandy to bring the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Bulma remembered something and asked, by the way, Elder, can the Dragon Balls resurrect those who died over a decade ago? Muley's brow furrowed slightly as he shrugged. I'm not certain. It seems that ordinary individuals cannot be brought back to life. I see. Bulma sighed softly. Jiang Ling comforted. It's all right. We can inquire with Shenlong shortly. If that doesn't work, I shall devise another plan. It appears we have no other choice. Bulma replied. At that moment, a young and robust Namekian lad entered, trailing behind him 7 Dragon Balls. Elder, I have brought the Dragon Balls. Shall we make a wish? Muley chuckled. Not just yet. Take a look at who has arrived. Hearing this, Dandy turned and spotted Bulma seated on the sofa. He paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Aunt Bulma? What brings you to Namek? It's been ages since I last saw you. Bulma, noticing Dandy had grown into a sturdy young man, brightened up. Is that you, Dandy? I never imagined the boy who once adored cartoons would grow into such a fine young man. Chapter 80. The Wish. Dandy, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. After all, he was still a youth. Receiving compliments naturally made him feel shy. Oh, it's nothing. It's been over a decade, so of course, I've grown. He then glanced around, puzzled, and asked, Aunt Bulma, why haven't Krillin and Gohan come? Is this your son? Jiang Ling. Bulma. Bulma rolled her eyes. With her hands on her hips, she tugged at Dandy's ear and exclaimed, Call me Sister Bulma. And am I really that old? Standing next to Jiang Ling makes us look like mother and son. Dandy hurriedly replied, I didn't mean it that way. I simply asked because I've never met Jiang Ling before. He spoke the truth. He indeed had no such intention. To him, Bulma appeared utterly youthful, resembling a plump 30-year-old woman by Earth standards. It was merely his nature as a hermaphroditic Namekian that rendered him indifferent to earthly women. Bulma shot him a glare and released her grip on his ear. At least you know how to speak properly. I'll let it slide for now. However, when it came to Krillin and Gohan, Bulma's tone grew significantly somber. At the same moment, Elder Muley communicated telepathically with Dandy. In an instant, Dandy grasped the events Earth had endured over the past decade. He fell silent, recalling the fleeting moments of his childhood spent with Gohan and Krillin. Those were his fondest memories, alongside the myriad of animated shows from Earth. Now, they were forever out of reach. It could only be said that fate was unkind. With a sigh, Dandy offered words of comfort. Aunt Bulma, I am aware of everything that has transpired. Please accept my condolences. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, managing a forced smile. But we still have Shenron, don't we? There is still hope. Indeed, there was hope. Without delay, let us make our wish. Jiang Ling gestured grandly. The group moved outdoors, for they still needed a place to reside. Summoning Shenron requires the Namekian language. And I shall handle the invocation, Dandy stated, unaware that Jiang Ling also possessed knowledge of the Namekian tongue, as he stepped forward to assist. Jiang Ling shook his head and replied, No need for that. Making a wish and conveying it to you would be rather cumbersome. Without waiting for Dandy to respond, he summoned the Namekian dragon, Purunga, using the Namekian language. Suddenly, the bright daylight was engulfed in darkness. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant golden light, converging to unleash an enormous dragon. Unlike the dragon of Earth, this one was strikingly different, particularly with its 2 robust arms. even having witnessed it several times before. Its sheer size was still astonishing. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon in a daze, murmuring to herself. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ling flashed a mischievous smile. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered in a tone meant solely for their ears, "Do you have mine?" Bulma's fair face flushed crimson. She shot him a reproachful glare and exclaimed, "What are you saying? That's inappropriate. Hurry and make your wish. The eternal dragon is waiting." Jiang Ling chuckled, refraining from teasing Bulma any further. Meanwhile, Muley and Dondi were utterly confounded by their conversation, having been astonished by Jiang Ling's fluent command of the Namekian language. What on earth? Is it now the case that any extraterrestrial can effortlessly converse in Namekian? Oh, valiant seeker of the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes. Whatever they may be. The voice of the dragon echoed softly. Jiang Ling inquired, "Any wish will do?" "Indeed," came the reply. A smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he continued, "Then grant me 10 more wishes." The dragon responded, "I regret to inform you that this is unfeasible." Jiang Ling curled his lips in disdain, remarking that if something is unachievable, one ought not to boast. The divine dragon was momentarily rendered speechless, resorting to a light cough to shift the conversation. "Do you harbor any other desires?" he inquired. Jiang Ling blinked and smiled as he said, "Well, Shenlong, before making a wish, I would like to request something. Could you speak in the universal language? I am not proficient in Namekian. This request shouldn't consume a wish, right?" Upon hearing Jiang Ling fluently converse in Namekian, Shenlong's mind momentarily became a whirlwind of confusion, nearly overwhelming its CPU. After a brief silence, Shenlong slowly nodded and replied in the universal tongue, "Since you require me to speak in the universal language, I shall do so. It will not deplete your wishes." The language of Earthlings also utilizes the universal language. At this moment, Bulma, who was nearby, heard Shenlong speaking in the universal tongue and turned to gaze at Jiang Ling. Her eyes filled with deep emotion. She murmured softly, "Jiang Ling asked Shenlong to speak in a language I could understand. He truly cares for me." I could cry. In that instant, Bulma experienced the profound sensation of being cherished and protected in someone's embrace. Jiang Ling was unaware of what Bulma was contemplating. He merely felt that the universal language was more familiar, while the Namekian tongue was rather difficult to articulate. "Do you have any wishes that require fulfillment?" inquired the Namekian dragon. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is it possible for you to resurrect a multitude of individuals all at once?" The dragon replied, "Indeed." "Ah?" Bulma, hearing this, displayed a look of confusion. "I recall that initially, only one wish could bring back a single person." The elder Muley, smiling, interjected to clarify, "Ever since I ascended to the position of elder, I have upgraded the Dragon Balls, enabling me to resurrect a multitude of souls with a single wish. Much like the Dragon of Earth." Jiang Ling nodded with a smile and remarked, "You have made the right choice. This has become much more convenient." Turning his gaze towards the divine dragon, he inquired once more, "Are you able to resurrect individuals who have been deceased for over a decade?" The mic-exing divine dragon thought to itself, "What is wrong with this person? Why are there so many questions? It's been ages since I emerged. Yet no wishes have been made. Ah, I am on the verge of madness." The dragon internally lamented. Finally, with a resigned sigh, it addressed the inquiry. If the soul remains in the underworld, resurrection is possible. However, if the soul has descended into hell or reincarnated, resurrection is not feasible. "I see," Jiang Ling said. "That simplifies matters considerably." With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Jiang Ling addressed the dragon, "Then help me resurrect the humans and animals slain by the androids on Earth." This wish was made after careful contemplation. Whether it was androids 17 or 18, or even Cell, they all belonged to the category of androids. By articulating such a wish, he could not only bring back the lives lost to androids 17 and 18, but also those taken by Cell. Most importantly, it would allow for the revival of numerous fallen warriors of Earth. A single wish yielding manifold benefits. Upon hearing the wish, the dragon let out a sigh of relief. At last, the wish had been made. Without delay, he proceeded to verify the details. As ordinary humans could only linger in the afterlife for a year, he could only resurrect those who had been killed by the androids within that time frame. Additionally, crafting physical forms would require the expenditure of another wish. Over the preceding years, most humans who had fallen to the androids had already reincarnated, leaving only those who had contributed to Earth and retained their souls and bodies eligible for revival, such as Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien, among others. "Are you certain you are willing to expend 2 wishes to realize this?" Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. A flash of red light glimmered in the dragon's eyes, and then it spoke. Your wish has been granted. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. Bulma, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Hooray! Everyone has finally been revived." She then approached Jiang Ling and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Ahem. Jiang Ling gazed up at the sky and coughed lightly. There were others present. However, Bulma seemed utterly indifferent, exclaiming that they were androgynous and thus did not comprehend such matters. Chapter 81. All listen to me, planet of the King of Worlds. Sun Wukong, who was deep in solitary cultivation, abruptly halted and looked into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. I can sense it. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo's energy has vanished. It appears they have been revived. Is it true? Let me take a look. The North Kai, upon investigation, expressed astonishment. They truly have returned to life. That fellow Jiang Ling has indeed resurrected them. Sun Wukong smiled with relief. This is wonderful. Their revival means they can continue to safeguard the Earth. Gohan, that young lad, has always been gazing at his fiancée's photograph during his training. Now he can finally return to her. I hope Krillin finds his wife upon his revival. As Sun Wukong pondered, memories of Chi-Chi, who had faithfully stood by his side during his living days, suddenly surfaced. Alas, poor Chi-Chi, the North Kai. Overhearing these sentiments, huffed indignantly, what is there to lament? They can make amends upon their return. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling. I died of heart disease. That should be classified as a death due to illness. It seems Shenron cannot revive those who die this way, can he? Asking will clarify it. The North Kai contemplated for a moment and promptly sent a communication request to Jiang Ling on the new Namek. Meanwhile, across various locations on Earth, humans who had perished at the hands of androids within the past year began to revive. Some reawakened in shelters, others in ruins, and some in the wilderness. They all shared a common sentiment. Confusion. Did I not die? Why am I here? I have been resurrected? A flurry of questions flooded their minds. Despite the incredulity, they were acutely aware that they had indeed returned to life. Instantly, they leaped with excitement, racing to seek out their friends and family from their previous lives. In the skies, the revived Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Dend exchanged smiles as they observed the jubilant humans below. At the Self-Defense Force base, Videl watched from a distance as the affectionate interactions between Trunks and Mai unfolded, feeling both blessed and envious. If only Gohan were here, she murmured to herself. Previously, Mai had advised her not to dwell excessively on a romantic relationship but to move forward. Yet, she found herself unable to do so, besides Gohan. She held no affection for any other man. Perhaps I shall remain alone until old age, if only Gohan and I had a child. Videl reminisced, recalling her earlier conversation with Gohan about wanting a child. However, he had rationally expressed concerns about the threat posed by the androids, insisting that having a child would be a burden and a drain on resources. Thus, they had always maintained safety measures. Now that peace had been restored, yet Gohan was gone, leaving her to lament that it was too late. At that moment, a pair of strong arms encircled Videl's slender waist from behind, accompanied by a gentle voice whispering in her ear, "My dear wife, would you wish to have a child with me now?" Videl initially intended to resist, but upon hearing that familiar voice, her heart quivered. She turned slowly to face a muscular chest adorned with scars she recognized all too well. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Gohan's smiling face. Biting her lip, tears streamed down Videl's cheeks as years of pent-up grievances poured forth. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and her fists landed repeatedly on Gohan's chest. "Why did you take so long to return?" I, sobbed Videl. Gohan, tears brimming in his eyes, gently patted her back. "I missed you as well. I have returned." Not far off, Trunks and Mai also noticed the unfolding scene. "Gohan," Trunks exclaimed excitedly, eager to rush over, only to be halted by Mai. "Why won't you let me go?" "Gohan has come back." Mai rolled her eyes and replied, "Are you foolish? They are enjoying their moment. Wouldn't you be interrupting their reunion? Let me show you what to say." As Mai whispered instructions, Trunks' eyes lit up, and he called out to Gohan and Videl. "Gohan, Videl, your room is still the same." Videl, still in tears, felt her face flush upon hearing those words, her tear-stained eyes appearing adorably charming. Gohan chuckled softly. Trunks has grown up. Then, turning to Videl with a tender gaze, he said, "My love, you mentioned wanting a child. Did you not?" Videl, feeling bashful under his gaze, suddenly recalled something. "You should visit Aunt Chi-Chi first since you just came back." Gohan shook his head, scooping Videl into a princess carry and dashing toward their familiar room. "Aha! I visited Mom right after my revival. She said you have been visiting her and urged me to bring you home quickly. Bursting into the room, he closed the door behind them. Inside, their voices echoed. Oh dear. In broad daylight, Gohan, you have no shame. My love, it has been ages since I savored a dorayaki. Huh? Gohan, be quiet. On Namek. The North Kai sent greetings while conversing with Jiang Ling and Bulma. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable. Gohan and the others have been revived. It was nothing. Merely a trivial effort on my part. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed, Jiang Ling, thank you so much. It is all thanks to you. Bulma, it's been a long time. Upon hearing the familiar yet distant voice, Bulma was filled with nostalgia. Wukong, indeed. It has been quite a while. How have you been over there? Haha, not bad at all. Lord Ko provides meals, and I needn't lift a finger. A soft chuckle escaped Bulma as memories of their adventurous childhood flooded her mind. At that moment, Wukong continued, by the way, Bulma, I forgot to mention that Vegeta has not been resurrected. His sins were far too grave, and even his sacrifice to protect Earth cannot absolve him. After spending 5 years in hell, he was reincarnated. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting to Trunks' father, Vegeta. Their time together had been brief. A mere year or two before Vegeta met his end. Over the past decade, Bulma had nearly forgotten his visage and harbored no lingering feelings for him. After all, their interactions had been fleeting. Had Wukong not mentioned him, she might have completely erased him from her memory. A pang of discomfort struck her heart, and she quickly turned to Jiang Ling, explaining, Jiang Ling, I have no feelings for Vegeta. You must believe me. Through their days spent together, Jiang Ling had carved a place within her heart. She feared that Jiang Ling would feel displeased upon hearing Vegeta's name and worried even more that he might choose to leave her. Seeing this, Jiang Ling leaned close to Bulma's ear and whispered softly, I am indeed perturbed. How do you intend to compensate me? Huh? I mean, what method do you propose for my recompense? Jiang Ling embraced Bulma's slender waist with one arm, smilingly uttering a question. Bulma, taken aback, instinctively replied, what compensation do you seek? As Jiang Ling's objective was achieved, a faint smile graced her lips as she whispered in Bulma's ear, from now on, you shall heed my every word, especially regarding. Upon hearing this, Bulma's fair complexion flushed crimson, her eyes darting shyly toward Jiang Ling. With a playful pout, she retorted, is that all you think about? Very well then, I shall comply. She pressed her lips together and spoke softly. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Ling straightened her back with newfound confidence. The two engaged in hushed whispers while the North Kai and Sun Wukong exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of their conversation. Ahem. The North Kai cleared his throat, prompting Jiang Ling and Bulma to realize they were still on a call. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, stating, let Vegeta be reborn if he must, it matters not to me. But aren't you with Vegeta? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Bulma's expression turned slightly bemused as she replied, are you daft? If someone is apart for just a few days, their feelings can fade. Vegeta has been gone for over a decade. Do you expect me to remember him for a lifetime? Not to mention, there was hardly any affection to begin with. That's true. Wait, if that's the case, what about Chi-Chi? Sun Wukong suddenly pondered, probing for information. Chapter 82, Wukong's Resurrection. Bulma rolled her eyes. Your Chi-Chi is different. She has always been infatuated. After marrying you, she devoted herself entirely to homemaking. So enjoy that. Her words rang true, filling Sun Wukong with a sense of satisfaction, as any man would feel in his position. Ahem, Bulma, about that. The North Kai coughed lightly and said, currently, the only one who has not been resurrected is Sun Wukong, as he perished from heart disease. Could you see if it's possible to bring him back? Over the years, Wukong had trained on King Kai's planet, consuming all his provisions. In his desperation, he had resorted to scavenging for food on King Kai's world. Now, witnessing others return to life, he naturally wished to rid himself of this calamity. Sun Wukong's voice echoed through, Jiang Ling, Bulma, please inquire with the dragon. If resurrection is not feasible, that is acceptable. Hearing Wukong's words, Bulma readily agreed, considering it a means to compensate for the loss of Wukong in his prime. When he had suddenly succumbed to heart disease, there had been no time to gather the Dragon Balls, leading to his untimely demise. Their companions were somber for an extended period, and Chi-Chi aged considerably overnight. Even Vegeta lost his motivation to train, resulting in their inability to keep pace with the emergence of the androids, and he never achieved Super Saiyan status. The androids swept through effortlessly, leaving devastation in their wake. Jiang Ling, As Bulma spoke, Jiang Ling nodded, her gaze shifting to the Namekian dragon, who had been left waiting for quite some time. My apologies, dear dragon. I had to take a call. The dragon's eyes bore a forlorn expression, entirely devoid of its former majesty. You may now articulate your third wish. Very well. Jiang Ling nodded and asked, is it possible for you to revive Sun Wukong? He succumbed to a heart condition. The dragon, upon hearing this, conducted a brief inquiry. Typically, death from a heart ailment renders resurrection impossible. However, in the case of Sun Wukong, his demise was the result of poisoning, thus constituting a death caused by external interference, making revival feasible. This revelation startled Bulma. Both the North Kai and Sun Wukong exchanged solemn glances, their expressions shifting to one of gravity. They had initially believed his death to be due to a heart condition, only to discover that it was, in fact, the consequence of foul play. Jiang Ling murmured softly, glancing at the Shenlong and nodding, resurrecting Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, the Shenlong from Namek glimmered with a flash of red in its eyes. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With that, its form transformed into golden light and returned to the Dragon Ball of Namek, illuminating the previously dark sky. The Dragon Ball then transformed into a large, stone-like orb. Unlike the Dragon Balls on Earth, this one would not depart after a wish was made. It would remain in place. However, it also had a cooling period before it could be used again. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared at the entrance of Baozi Mountain, standing before his own door. As he gazed at the entrance of his home, the years of introspection had rendered him more composed. Yet a surge of nervousness welled within him. After a moment of silence, he decided to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A voice resonated from within. Who is it? Sun Wukong felt a tremor course through him. This voice was profoundly familiar, echoing through countless days and nights from over a decade ago, always accompanying him. After a short while, the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a cheongsam standing before him. Her black hair, streaked with white, framed a face that had aged slightly, adorned with a few wrinkles from years gone by. Yet, it was unmistakably Chi-Chi. Chapter 83, Homecoming. Chi-Chi stared in disbelief at the man before her. It was the visage she had longed for through countless days and nights. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Indeed. Wukong and Gohan have returned to life. It must be a scene from my dreams. If this is a dream, I wish never to awaken. Lost in her thoughts, Chi-Chi murmured. Sun Wukong stepped forward, enveloping her in his sturdy embrace. Observing her slightly aged yet beautiful face, he felt a pang of heartache. Chi-Chi. This is not a dream. I have truly returned. The familiar voice reached Chi-Chi's ears, and as she savored Wukong's embrace, tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking his chest. Whether it was a dream or reality, merely seeing him again was enough to fill her heart with contentment. Wukong, please do not leave me again. I shall never depart from you again. Chi-Chi. Their eyes locked. The atmosphere grew warmer as their faces inched closer, poised for a kiss when suddenly a sound interrupted the moment. Gurgle, gurgle. Sun Wukong patted his stomach and grinned. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. You never change, do you? I'll make dinner right away. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed as she rolled her eyes, tying an apron around her waist. She glanced at Wukong. Come to the kitchen and keep me company. Huh? But I can't cook. Wukong scratched his head. Just come and keep me company. Chi-Chi shot him a determined glare, fearing that if she turned away, he might vanish once more. Wukong chuckled. All right, I'll help wash the vegetables. Just don't make a mess. Wash them thoroughly, if they're not clean. We want to get sick. Call Gohan back for dinner too. But don't bother him. He is bringing home a girlfriend in a few days. In the kitchen. Their voices intertwined, ceaselessly sharing thoughts as if there were endless conversations to be had. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, a Namekian appeared in the center of the grand plaza. Clad in divine attire and holding a staff, his appearance marked by age. This individual was the Supreme Kai. He surveyed the dilapidated temple with a somber gaze. I never expected to see resurrection again. However, I am quite advanced in years, lacking the vigor I once had. I wonder if Piccolo would be willing to assume the role of Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai spoke to himself, his eyes reflecting a deep melancholy. At that moment, a whirlpool appeared in the nearby space, and a figure emerged. Dark-skinned, with a sausage-like mouth and dressed in attire reminiscent of an Indian. The figure brought a smile to the Supreme Kai's face. Mr. Popo. The figure was indeed Mr. Popo, who had fallen into slumber after the Supreme Kai's demise a year prior due to the lack of a successor. With the Supreme Kai's revival, he awakened as well. Supreme Kai, it has been such a long time, Mr. Popo said, wiping the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, slightly damp with emotion. Look at you. How long have you been alive? and yet you still weep. The Supreme Kai chuckled. Mr. Popo smiled. Perhaps it's just my sensitivity, seeing you resurrected. I couldn't help myself. That's called being sentimental. After the wish had been fulfilled on Namek, Jiang Ling gazed at Elder Muley. Elder, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Speak, the elder replied. The situation is such that although the deity of Earth has been resurrected, his lifespan is nearing its end, and there is yet to be a successor for the position of the next deity. Elder Muley remarked, so, you wish to ascertain whether there are any candidates here willing to assume the role of the Earth deity? Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Dandy stepped forward, saying, let me go? Upon witnessing this, Muley chuckled, certainly. With your lineage from the Dragon Clan, you are indeed well suited for this role. In the realm of Namekians, the term Dragon Clan is reserved for those of extraordinary talent. Only the gifted can forge Dragon Balls, and they possess versatility beyond measure. The Namekians are classified into combatants, intellects, and healers. However, those of the Dragon Clan excel in all three domains, transcending the abilities of ordinary beings. This is the essence of a Dragon Clan prodigy. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This way, Krillin and Gohan can reach out to you anytime. She engaged in brief conversations with the other Namekians, exchanging greetings one by one, before preparing to take her leave. With a swift farewell to Elder Muley, she departed. Jiang Ling, accompanied by Bulma and Dandy, utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Upon their arrival at the sacred world of the Kais, they encountered the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. They conveyed their intentions, and the Supreme Kai, with a sense of relief, readily agreed to let Dandy remain behind. He then commenced instructing Dandy on the necessary responsibilities that lay ahead. Jiang Ling and Bulma returned home. As soon as they entered, Bulma began rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of something. What are you looking for? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. The Dragon Balls. I can't recall where I placed them after collecting them, she replied. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? You don't have any wishes at this point. You don't understand. I wish to become young again. Ah? Jiang Ling scratched his head, saying, I think you are quite well now. I like it. Bulma chuckled. It can become even better, growing younger, with vitality that keeps pace, and aging becomes a rare occurrence. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and deemed it quite necessary to add another wish to enhance her bosom slightly. You lecher. Bulma chided playfully but did not decline. Having gathered 7 Dragon Balls, she stepped out of the base and made her wish, transforming her body to that of a 30-year-old. Coupled with her unique charm, she exuded a mature allure that was exceptionally enticing, inciting an uncontrollable desire within Jiang Ling. Bulma sensed a shift in demeanor and felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Bulma, could you assist me with something? He implored. No, let us discuss it later. We're in public right now. You promised that you would heed my words in the future. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle arc, gazing at her with a smile that was almost a smile. Bulma paused momentarily, biting her crimson lip. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she thought to herself, you must be feeling quite proud. With a playful eye roll directed at Jiang Ling, Bulma squatted down. Hiss. Jiang Ming experiences a bittersweet existence. As Bulma becomes increasingly adept, the pain dissipates, leaving only joy. The matter comes to a pause. Jiang Ling gazed at the earth as it began to rejuvenate, with cities gradually rising anew. He felt it was time to return to his own timeline. In truth, he could have departed long ago, yet he found himself mired in indecision. After all, there was still a Bulma on that side, and he pondered the implications of whether she was aware of his entanglements with the future Bulma. This uncertainty weighed heavily upon him. Eventually, what is meant to happen must come to pass. Having lingered here for such an extended period, it would be remiss not to return. After Jiang Ling expressed her concerns to Bulma, Bulma chuckled softly and said, Then take me with you. I shall have a word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling smacked her thigh in realization. Of course, women understand women best, especially when they are, in essence, the same person. Chapter 84. King Kurd, Parallel Universe. In the original timeline of Jiang Ling, a bustling space existed on a distant planet within the cosmos, where numerous spacecraft took off and landed in a flurry of activity. At the center of this base sat King Cooled, the father of Frisia, who gazed intently at the information presented by his subordinates. A slight frown creased his brow as he pondered in silence, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, creating an erratic sound that filled the air. An invisible pressure emanated from King Cooled, enveloping those around him, causing his 2 attendants to lower their heads, fearful of incurring the wrath of their capricious ruler and facing dire consequences. After a prolonged silence, King Cooled set aside the documents before him. as if having made a resolute decision. He initiated a communication with Sherlag. Yes, one of his subordinates promptly replied. Soon, Sherlag's visage materialized on the large screen before King cooled. He bore a striking resemblance to the Namekians, though he was not one of them. It would not be entirely inaccurate to label him as such, for Sherlag possessed the bloodline of the Namekian race, having escaped the catastrophic events on their home planet long ago. However, having not been raised on Namek, he could also be considered a non-Namekian. Sherlag appeared aged, his skin sagging and lacking the tautness of youth. Ah, cooled, you've taken the initiative to contact me, he remarked with a mocking tone. The rivalry between Sherlag's legion and Koold's was well known, each faction occupying its own territory and frequently clashing in a contest of dominance. Humph, King Koold replied with a scoff. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I have matters to discuss. Oh, the esteemed King Koold seeks my counsel? This piques my curiosity, Sherlag said, straightening in his seat, evidently intrigued. King Koold inquired, Sherlag, being of Namekian descent, are you proficient in the Namekian language? Indeed. My lineage grants me this ability without the need for study. But why do you ask? Sherlag responded. Do you possess knowledge of the events on Namek? Not at all. While I have Namekian blood, I was not raised on that planet and have no interest in its affairs. Sherlag shook his head, his expression darkening further. What is it you wish to convey? Are you merely toying with me? If so, prepare for war. Not at all, King Koold calmly gestured. Before revealing the matter of the Dragon Balls and expressing a willingness to collaborate, requesting only one wish in return. Upon hearing the mention of the mystical Dragon Balls, Sherlag concealed his excitement, though internally he was exhilarated. His body was frail, and his powers waned with age. Recently, he had sensed unrest among his subordinates regarding his position, which stirred anxiety within him. The knowledge of the Dragon Balls felt like a timely boon. With a sly smile, Sherlag narrowed his eyes and said, Aren't you concerned I might secretly dispatch my forces to Namek? You may attempt it, however, King Koold replied with an unflinching demeanor. I will destroy the Dragon Balls beforehand and wage war against you. If you wish to avoid a full-scale conflict, the choice is yours. At these words, Sherlag's smile faded. Given the scale of their respective legions, a comprehensive war would only result in mutual devastation. Though he harbored malevolent intentions, he was not a fool. The prospect of securing two wishes with mere words was too enticing to overlook, leading him to the most prudent decision. Very well, I accept this arrangement. But I hope you do not go back on your word, he concluded before hanging up. One of King Koold's subordinates then queried, My lord, do you truly intend to grant him such significant advantages? Could we not simply capture a Namekian proficient in their language and have them make a wish instead? King Koold cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate and replied coldly, According to the intelligence provided by my son Frisia's legion, Namekians would rather die than assist you in fulfilling a wish. Even if they were to submit, there is a substantial likelihood it would be a feigned submission, ultimately leading to betrayal. Thus, I find it far more reassuring to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange with Sherlag, at least under such circumstances. We are less likely to encounter unforeseen complications. Chapter 85, Return to the Prime Timeline on Earth. Goku had yet to return from Yardrat, while Jiang Ling remained in the future timeline. The planet was tranquil, devoid of significant events. Piccolo, Tien, Kaioshin, Krillin, Yamcha, Vegeta, and others were diligently honing their skills across various locations on Earth. Having been forewarned by Jiang Ling about the impending arrival of androids in 3 years and the dire circumstances that would ensue, consequently, the Z fighters devoted themselves to intense training. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the skies above West City. One with black hair and the other with blue, Jiang Ling and future Bulma. Jiang Ling traversed through the system, returning from a temporal realm beyond. This should not be deemed as mere time travel. Rather, it can be likened to a leap between 2 parallel dimensions. Beneath them lay the vibrant metropolis of Shidu, where countless skyscrapers stood in orderly formation, and the throngs of pedestrians and vehicles surged in an unceasing flow, creating a lively atmosphere that epitomized modernity. The future version of Bulma gazed upon this scene with a profound sense of nostalgia. Just moments ago, in the future timeline, this very place lay in ruins, with humanity just beginning to reconstruct amidst the debris. Now, she found herself back in the idyllic pre-disaster era, witnessing the harmonious lives of its inhabitants. The future Bulma felt a sense of disorientation, as if she were caught in a surreal dream. Jiang Ling observed her expression and instantly discerned her thoughts. With a gentle smile, he remarked, Bulma, these are indeed real, not mere illusions. It has been quite a while since you've seen Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, hasn't it? Come, let us go. Future Bulma was taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of anxiety as she smoothed out the wrinkles in her attire. This may not be appropriate. I fear they might notice something amiss. Jiang Ling curled her lips and nonchalantly remarked, "What does it matter? You appear younger now. They won't notice a thing." With that, she wrapped her arm around the slender waist of Future Bulma and soared directly to the courtyard of Dr. Brief's home in West City. Future Bulma glanced around, east and west, and everything resembled her memories from over a decade ago. It felt as though time had reset, as if she were traversing through a different era. Jiang Ling quietly accompanied him, remaining silent. At that moment, Mrs. Brief approached from a distance, humming a cheerful tune while holding a watering can, evidently on her way to tend to the flowers. From afar, she spotted the Future Bulma and Jiang Ling. "Oh, Jiang Ling, what brings you here today?" Jiang Ling smiled as he scratched his head and said, "Hello, Annie-boo. I occasionally accompany Bulma here, don't you think so, Bulma?" Future Bulma paused for a moment before quickly responding, "Yes, it's been a while since I last visited, so I came to take a look today." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief appeared somewhat puzzled. "Bulma, didn't you just come here yesterday?" Did I? Haha, Future Bulma chuckled lightly, brushing it off and nearly revealing too much. Mrs. Brief observed Future Bulma closely, then glanced at Jiang Ling, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Being around a boyfriend certainly makes one more tender and gentle. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with Future Bulma and shook her head in amusement. Truly, she was the mother of Bulma, effortlessly discerning the differences at a glance. Fortunately, however, nothing was revealed. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to explain. Jiang Ling harbors a profound aversion to inconvenience. Subsequently, Jiang Ling accompanied the Future Bulma to pay a visit to Dr. Brief, casually bringing along a copy of an H magazine. "Oh, it seems that this issue of the magazine is due for release next month. Jiang Ling, you truly are a celebrity. Even a magazine that is yet to be published next month is within your grasp." Jiang Ling, "Goodness, when I obtained it in the future time frame. I failed to notice the date. Fortunately, Dr. Brief's imaginative prowess can compensate. I remained there for a while." Jiang Ling and the Future Bulma took their leave. In response, the Briefs couple smiled warmly, expressing their understanding. Young people should seize the moment and strive to bring back 1 or 2 grandchildren. Jiang Ling brought the Future Bulma to his villa. The area was sparsely populated, adorned with breathtaking scenery and lush greenery, occasionally accompanied by the gentle chirping of insects. This serene environment was precisely why Jiang Ling had chosen to settle here. The villa's garden was evidently well maintained, reflecting a sense of order and care. "This is your home. It appears quite delightful," remarked the Future Bulma as she reveled in the tranquility of her surroundings. Jiang Ling beamed, naturally settling onto the stone chair in the courtyard. "What do you mean by my home? Bulma resides here too. This is our home." At that moment, Bulma emerged from the villa, adorned in stylish attire and sporting a trendy hairstyle. Her face brightened upon seeing Jiang Ling. "You're back? I've missed you so much." She was about to leap towards him when she suddenly froze, noticing the Future Bulma standing in the courtyard. The two distinctly different Bulmas exchanged glances, as though separated by the very fabric of time, encountering one another as if by fate. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 86. The Two Bulmas in the Courtyard. Jiang Ling languidly reclined on a chaise lounge, basking in the gentle warmth of the sunlight filtering through the branches of a grand tree, casting irregular spots of light upon him. Upon meeting the Future Bulma, with an amiable demeanor, eagerly engaged the present Bulma in conversation. Their dialogue meandered from fashion to physique, and from shopping excursions to advancements in technology, encompassing an array of topics without restraint. As their conversation flowed, the two women eventually entered the villa's interior, with the Future Bulma casting a reassuring glance back at Jiang Ling before stepping inside. Jiang Ling found herself unable to engage in their conversation and opted to rest in the courtyard instead. She even ordered takeout casually. Before she knew it, an hour had slipped by. 2 versions of Bulma emerged from the villa, one after the other. The Future Bulma wore a gentle smile, while the present Bulma regarded Jiang Ling with a mixture of irritation, reproach, peculiarity, and a profound sense of exasperation. "Well, Jiang Ling, you certainly know how to indulge yourself." Bulma approached, hands on her hips, tugging at Jiang Ling's ear, her beautiful eyes narrowing in a glare. The spirited nature of the young girl was unmistakable. It was unclear what the Future Bulma had said to her, but she did not seem angered by the matters concerning Jiang Ling and the Future Bulma. Nonetheless, she required Jiang Ling to take a definitive stance. Hey, that hurts. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling immediately admitted his mistake, saying, I was wrong, Bulma. It is my fault. That is more like it. But how do you intend to make amends? Bulma released her grip on her ear, crossed her arms, and feigned anger as she spoke. However, her gaze occasionally drifted towards the direction of the villa's bedroom. Amends? Jiang Ling blinked. Bulma furrowed her brows, questioning, What? You don't wish to make amends? Of course, I intend to compensate. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily spread across Bulma's face, as she had already devised a plan to punish Jiang Ling. She continued, Go wash yourself clean and head to the bedroom. Jiang Ling, one must acknowledge one's mistakes and stand at attention when facing punishment. Jiang Ling was pulled into the villa's bedroom by Bulma, where he was thoroughly exhausted. Eventually, however, it was Bulma who could no longer bear it and collapsed, which led her to finally release Jiang Ling, with a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Bulma extended her delicate, fair foot and weakly kicked Jiang Ling. You must leave tonight. I wish to sleep with my future self. This is your punishment. Seeing her insistence, Jiang Ling could only helplessly raise his hands in surrender. He stepped out to summon the future Bulma into the bedroom, allowing them to share a slumber together. As for him, he opted to lie down on his side, relishing the solitude. The sensation of sleeping alone, devoid of a beautiful companion, was utterly blissful. Jiang Ling, devoid of worries, found her slumber more restful, occupying a bed all to herself and indulging in a delightful sleep. In the bedroom, two friends engaged in whispered confidences. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brilliantly, cascading onto the untouched takeout in the courtyard, merging harmoniously with the surroundings, creating a vivid tableau. The following day, Jiang Ling awoke naturally after a restful slumber. After freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen. As expected, the future Bulma was already busy preparing breakfast. A subtle smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. He found himself utterly defenseless against the future Bulma, who was donning an apron and diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen. Stepping closer, he pressed his body against her back, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and resting his palms on her flat abdomen. He whispered softly, Are you Bulma or the future Bulma? The future Bulma rolled her eyes and pouted. I can't believe you can't tell that I'm from the future. Oh? Jiang Ling replied with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. I don't believe it. Let me take a closer look. The future Bulma squirmed slightly. Stop it. Bulma is still here. You didn't see her just now, did you? It's because of you. She was exhausted last night. Chapter 87, Titles. After teasing Bulma briefly, Jiang Ling made no further advances. He leisurely strolled into the living room, awaiting breakfast. After a while, the meal was prepared. It consisted of last night's uneaten takeout warmed up, accompanied by eggs and milk. In Bulma's words, it was a means of replenishing Jiang Ling's protein intake. Jiang Ling was quite reluctant. Did he still need to supplement? It seems you do not yet possess an accurate understanding of my capabilities. In the future, Bulma's face flushed slightly as she cast him a sidelong glance. Stop being so glib. Supplementing with protein is beneficial for someone like you who engages in intense physical training. Indeed, that is true. Jiang Ling nodded, having consumed yesterday's takeout. At that moment, Bulma also rose from her slumber. Her strength had surged significantly after consuming the mutated divine beans, and her recovery was exceptional. Although she had appeared utterly exhausted the night before, she had now regained much of her vitality. The future Bulma would be unable to endure such intense battles, which led Jiang Ling to perceive two distinctly different combat styles for her and the future version of herself. After all, their powers were not the same, necessitating a tailored approach. You're up? Future Bulma exclaimed, genuinely astonished, for she was fully aware of the fierce battle Bulma had endured the previous day. You were so exhausted yesterday. I thought you wouldn't be able to rise from your bed, and I intended for you to rest a while longer. Bulma stretched lazily, her delicate nightgown accentuating her alluring figure. As she extended her body, she smiled and remarked, I owe this to the mutated divine beings Jiang Ling cultivated. Combined with my regular training, my strength is quite commendable. Otherwise, with that level of intensity, no one could withstand it, unless he were a bit gentler. Much like how he is with you. Upon hearing this, future Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, and she found herself in agreement with Bulma's observation. The prowess of Jiang Ling is well understood by all. Ahem, let us cease our chatter and gather for a meal. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of discomfort as she overheard them discussing her prowess in that regard. What is the matter? Exactly. The two women, one with her arms crossed and the other with her hands on her hips, simultaneously glared at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, mustering his courage, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence and encouraged them to speak freely. The two Bulmas ceased their discussion and began to enjoy their breakfast, conversing animatedly as they savored their meal. Jiang Ling timely interjected, since Bulma may be staying long-term, having two Bulmas at home could lead to confusion in addressing them. Perhaps we should come up with alternative names. The two Bulmas exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of this suggestion. It would be quite chaotic to call out Bulma and have both respond simultaneously. What should we call them then? Jiang Ling, why don't you propose a solution? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before addressing Bulma from the future, saying, since you have come from the future, let's refer to you as Big Bulma for ease of distinction. Big Bulma glanced at her larger-than-life counterpart and wore a rather peculiar expression. You can't possibly be judging my name based on my bust size, can you? Upon hearing this, Bulma also made a comparison. Goodness, it's true. Jiang Ling, do you truly have a preference for the more ample? Bulma's voice floated over with a hint of intrigue. Jiang Ling abruptly rose to his feet, swiftly denying the accusation. No, it is not true. Do not speak carelessly. Yet, in truth, he harbored affection for all of them. Bah! Both Bulma and Big Bulma simultaneously spat disdainfully. Shameless. If your female fans were to discover this, they would undoubtedly abandon you in droves and would not hesitate to berate you for your lack of integrity. Jiang Ling chuckled. If you want to unfollow, then unfollow. As long as I have you, that's enough. This statement, overly sweet, nonetheless resonated with the two Bulmas. You have quite the way with words, one remarked. Haha, that's the truth. How can you call it merely banter? Time flowed gently onward, and before long, 2 months had slipped by. During this period, Jiang Ling successfully persuaded the two Bulmas, indulging in a moment of double joy. However, that bliss was fleeting. Although they were essentially the same person, the two Bulmas harbored a certain aversion to a trio dynamic. They preferred a more intimate one-on-one interaction. Consequently, when both desired his attention simultaneously, Jiang Ling found himself darting between two rooms. What? The law? Jiang Ling is the most formidable individual on Earth, with but a thought. He could obliterate the planet in mere moments. Moreover, altering the law is child's play for him. During this period, the Bulma has, much like Bulma, augmented her strength through the cultivation of genetically altered senzu beans. She also dedicates some time to physical training, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of her abilities. However, despite the benefits of the altered senzu beans, their limited quantity offers only marginal improvement for Jiang Ling. He would be better off acquiring authentic senzu beans. Over the course of 2 months, Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Bulma did not confine themselves to their home. The two Bulmas often ventured out to shop for clothes and engage in scientific research. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling would take strolls to seek out Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others, assessing their progress in training. It must be noted that, in light of the threat posed by the androids, their growth in strength has been rather swift, with Piccolo and Vegeta leading the charge. Piccolo, having unlocked his latent potential, surprisingly surpassed Vegeta in power, a revelation that astonished Jiang Ling. He had long harbored a sense of regret regarding Piccolo's role in the original narrative. Now, seeing Piccolo flourish and no longer relegated to the role of a mere supporting character to the Saiyans brings Jiang Ling great satisfaction. As for Vegeta, it remains uncertain whether his diminished training frequency or the lack of a gravity chamber has contributed to his significant decline in power compared to the original storyline. He still has a considerable journey ahead to attain Super Saiyan status before the emergence of the androids. Conversely, others, such as Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, have made substantial progress in their training, likely as a result of the heightened gravity on Earth. Jiang Ling was quite pleased with the outcome. His desire was for a flourishing array of characters, rather than the original narrative that showcased only 2 protagonists in the limelight. Chapter 88, Wearied of Existence. Outer Space. A colossal spaceship was hurtling towards Earth at an astonishing speed. How long until we reach Earth? Your Majesty, we have half an hour left. On the throne, the robust King Cooled stood and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Frieza remained quietly at the side of the throne. In comparison to King Cooled's imposing physique, Frieza appeared rather diminutive, possessing a sleek, streamlined form devoid of the king's raw muscularity, instead exuding a certain aesthetic elegance. Frieza, why not simply obliterate this barren planet with a single strike? Why go to such lengths to come here personally? King Cooled remarked, resting his clenched fist on his chin, his expression one of disdain. Upon hearing this, Frieza revealed a malevolent grin. No, I shall not annihilate Earth just yet. First, I intend to make Jiang Ling's existence a living hell, methodically exterminating the inhabitants before his very eyes, allowing him to experience the depths of despair. Each time Frieza recalled the final moments on Namek, he yearned to subject Jiang Ling to 1,000 tortures. To kill him outright? Such a simple act would not assuage my deep-seated rage. This time, he had brought his father, King Cooled, along as a precaution. What if revenge did not go as planned? His father could save him in such a scenario. Although his strength had increased significantly since his resurrection, he still lacked absolute confidence when facing Jiang Ling. Thus, he had deliberately enlisted the help of his father, King Cooled. In Frieza's eyes, only Jiang Ling, the Super Saiyan, posed a legitimate threat. The others were mere insects. Excellent. Truly, my son. Seek your vengeance. I shall support you in vanquishing that Super Saiyan. King Cooled burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, Frieza conceived an even more delightful plan. What if I incapacitate Jiang Ling and then enslave the people of Earth? I want them to endure a life worse than death. Son, pursue your desires as you see fit. Your father will always have your back. King Cooled chuckled confidently. As if in his eyes, all of this was merely trivial. Earth, in a picturesque outdoor setting, Jiang Ling sat upon the verdant lawn, while in front of her, Bulma and the great Bulma soared effortlessly through the air. Initially, they had no desire to learn the art of aerial maneuvering, perceiving it merely as an unnecessary skill when modern conveniences like hover cars provided such ease of transportation. Moreover, they could pilot airships high above the ground, rendering the need to invest time in mastering aerial techniques seemingly redundant. However, Jiang Ling held a contrasting perspective. He believed that technology such as airships was merely a means of transit, and in the eventuality of unforeseen circumstances, one must rely on their own capabilities. Thus, he resolutely insisted that they acquire the skill of aerial maneuvering. Furthermore, as the women in his life, it was simply unfathomable for them to lack such an essential ability. Jiang Ling gazed at the two women who were now capable of soaring through the skies with ease, nodding in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a sinister aura emanated from the depths of outer space. Jiang Ling raised his head, furrowing his brow. Frieza? And another presences. King Cold? It cannot be. I distinctly eradicated Frieza completely. How could he possibly return to Earth, especially accompanied by his father seeking vengeance? It is worth noting that in the original narrative, due to the impending explosion of Namek, Sun Wukong hastily departed without confirming Frieza's demise. Following the destruction of Namek, Frieza was miraculously revived, rescued by King Cold. This is how the invasion of Earth by Frieza and King Cold came to pass. And now, Jiang Ling truly and unequivocally vanquished Frieza on Namek, and furthermore,